Chapter 1 I can't get the bride price, but I have the system. Lu Feng sat in the 1500 rented shared room in Magic City, sadly watching his hot girlfriend packing her luggage. Yesterday, the two had a big fight, because Lu Feng could not get 300,000 dowry and could not afford to buy a house, so his girlfriend wanted to break up. Cruel times, poor will be eliminated. He just graduated 1 year, although only a private enterprise of ordinary designers, but because of hard work, outstanding performance, monthly salary has got 10,000. These money, their own only left 2,000 per month, pay rent and daily expenses. The rest are handed over to the girlfriend, for her to buy clothes, buy cosmetics, drink Starbucks. Although he has worked so hard and spoiled her so much, it is still not enough. Faced with a huge sum of $300,000, he was mercilessly hit with a KO and fell to the ground. Effort in front of reality is like having impotence. Even though you are in front of a stunning beauty, there is nothing you can do. Mimi, really want to split? I started chasing you from my junior year of college, chased you for 2 years, although it is only after graduation that we can be considered truly together. But how am I treating you? You are the most clear. Really just split? Lu Feng suppressed his inner anger. In front of money, love has been cheap to worthless. He still wanted to retain it. It was not easy to find a girlfriend now. Moreover, it was a girlfriend with such a good figure like Mimi. It would be even more difficult to find one in the future, even if she was a little vain. In order to have a comfortable mattress, Lu Feng endured. Licking a dog was disliked by 10,000 people, but it wasn't a loss to be able to lick it. Lu Feng, being slept with by you for a year for nothing. You've earned it. Don't pretend to be confused and not know enough after taking advantage. I'm already 25 and don't have time to spend any more time with you. Your world is 996, and mine is a mansion. Sports car LV. We are two worlds of people. I have missed several stops in your place. Should have gotten off long ago. Don't be thinking about beauty all day long. The big spenders who want to sleep with me can be lined up from Pudong to Jiaoding, and line 11 can't even fit. You, go out. Looking at this appearance of his girlfriend, Lu Feng froze. No, you greedy enjoyment. Otherwise he would not hand over almost all the wages, so long even a cell phone are not willing to change. But let him did not expect a piece of enthusiasm off the ice cave. I thought that with his iron waist can tie her. Who knows that in the end or in vain. Graduated only a year. This woman became more material, more vain, more pompous. Lu Feng was a little angry. Have you ever loved me? Are several years of affection is still not worth these bride price? Hearing Lu Feng's murmur, Mimi smiled and shook her head. Men, they are just overgrown children. It's been a year since they graduated and they are still immersed in fantasies. Unlike her who has seen the reality clearly long ago. Lu Feng, are you stupid? Come to your senses. Is this about the bride price? This is the matter of luxury houses, sports cars, LVs, etc. So many things that you will never have the chance to own in your life. A word woke up the dreamer. At this moment Lu Feng was completely enlightened. The woman in front of him was no longer someone who could be conquered with a good waist. Her shell was still there. Her soul was already dead. Even if he could scrape together the 300,000 dowry, she wouldn't marry him, because in her empty shell, 300,000 was only enough to pad the soles of her feet, and it wouldn't satisfy her swollen greed at all. Looking at this demurely dressed woman, Lu Feng was suddenly confused. How did he fall in love with this kind of woman with big breasts and no brain? It seems that in essence, he is also a person who is greedy for enjoyment. Forget it, a strong twisted melon is not sweet. As this woman said, sleeping for a year for nothing, he earned it. No, not sleeping for nothing, he paid $8,000 a month. Lousy is harboring her. Okay, I'm leaving. Don't think about me anymore. A woman like me, you won't have the chance to get in touch with again in the future. By the way, I forgot to tell you, although you are useless, you still have an advantage. What merit? Lu Feng subconsciously opened his mouth and asked. Living well. Seeing his ex-girlfriend dashingly slammed the door and left, Lu Feng was alone, left messy in the room. After a long while, he came back to his senses as if he had suddenly woken up from sleep. Asterisk. Q. After plowing you for a year for nothing, you even plowed the wrong field. So who to talk to? Lu Feng got up and walked to the refrigerator, took out the beer that he didn't finish last night, and even though there was no longer any beer flavor, he still gulped and dried a few large mouthfuls. At this point in time, he was so busy arguing that he didn't even have time to eat. Throwing away the empty cans, lying down on the sofa, the world is finally clear. Sure enough, a room without a woman is the quietest place in the world. No wonder so many people choose to be single. This is actually quite good. At this moment, he could finally lie down properly without worrying about being talked down to. I swear, I will never lick any woman again in this life. The road of licking dogs has ended. The Sea King is born at this moment. Half a bottle of beer down. Lu Feng a little on the head, but the gaze in his eyes more determined. Women absolutely cannot defeat him. From now on he will use his iron waist to do justice. Although alcohol and self-soothing effect, but the heart still feels suffocated. He has to release. Otherwise this bitter fruit do not know when to digest. Smoothly took out his cell phone. Clicked on the Nest Live. Recently for this bride price thing. He was annoyed. When he could not sleep at night. Will be boarded to see. Watching the phone in the front and back. Beautiful and attractive anchor woman. Warm words to their own soft words. Scratching their heads. Lu Feng can temporarily forget about these troubles. Problems caused by women still had to be relieved by women. Break up or break up. It's brighter not to be a licking dog. Browsing through the female anchors. Each of these female anchors were gorgeous. The body was shapely. The face was beautiful. And the voice was scratchy. Lu Feng watched with such passion that he quickly forgot about the pain caused by the breakup. The best way to forget a woman is really to fill it with a bunch of women. Scratch a few times. Suddenly saw a female anchor chest without two to meet, but also gesture to put a hand on the chest. Lu Feng heart on the emergence of a wave of contempt. Small is not a mistake. Cover up that is wrong. A pop-up screen flew by. Cover what cover? Hongqiao Airport are not as flat as you. Just after typing this sentence, Lu Feng received a system notification. He was even banned, and then directly kicked out of the live room, which made him dumbfounded. This female anchor temper is really big. It was estimated that it really poked her soft underbelly. So arrogant. Have the ability to go bigger. Tech boobs. Really fierce. Drip. Just wanted to enter the live broadcast room again. The cell phone suddenly screamed twice at this time, and then directly black screen. No power shutdown. Not giving him the opportunity to retort at all. I'll charge it up in a while and say it again. Kiki cutie is it? I'm going to show you a clear path. Lu Feng a burst of rummage. Took out a certain treasure bought on the 3C certification of the fashionable charging plug. Did not hesitate to plug in. Magnetic law. The data line just plugged in. A current ran out. Lu Feng body a straightening. And then fainted. I don't know how long it took. Woke up from the coma. Lu Feng had a kind of confusion after 10,000 years. Looked at the phone that had been fully charged. The time was only half an hour had passed. This lost half an hour of memory. Let him be dumbfounded. Didn't know what had happened. Ding dong. Detected that the host is too ordinary and completely unable to truly experience the true meaning of life. Hereby issuing an experience version of the Qiluk system to feel the beauty of life. All data has been rationalized. Please feel free to use. End of use. Please 5-star praise O. Note, experience version 1:1 cash withdrawal. Upgrade the official system 110 cash withdrawal. Cheer O. Heart O. A better life is just around the corner O. Lu Feng froze for a while and became even more confused. Flipped around and looked at his cell phone a few times. This Fruit 6 although broken a little, but insist on insisting, can still carry another 2 years. Lu Feng felt that he must have been hallucinating just now, and no longer paid any attention to it. Continuing to log on to WoWo Live. Kiki cutie. No boobs really can't. After some operation, clicked into Chi Cutie's live room, only to find that she had already gone off the air. Lu Feng instantly lost his temper, and had a feeling of stepping on the air with one foot. Couldn't find anyone, so he had to call it quits. Seeing that a female anchor he followed called Star AXIN was online, Lu Feng smoothly clicked in. Welcome, life is like water. If you like the anchor, please click on the top right corner to follow. XIN is singing. See Duke life is water into the live room flashed entry prompt. Hastily greeted. Open Duke 1 month membership fee will be 30,000 yuan. And the other party is 42 level of the big number. Just to raise this number to spend more than 100,000 yuan. This kind of financial strength is not ordinary people can do. Such people are the favorite big brother of female anchors. Lu Feng's nickname is above the peak. Star AXIN is one of the few female anchors he follows. After listening to XIN's songs for such a long time, never gave her a reward, but also really owe her a listening fee. Star XIN is just a fan. Tens of thousands of anchors, on the tens of thousands of miles do not know how many real powder. Usually live. The number of people online is basically just a few hundred people, willing to reward even fewer people. 10 yuan list seats are not together. Lu Feng clicked on the recharge page, to charge $100. Today he wants to give XIN a 100 yuan list, so as to make up for this deficit. Suddenly seeing the balance on his account, he froze. A 10 million, 100 million, 100,000 million. A whole $10 million. Chapter 2 Big Brother is magnificent. How could there be a balance on the account? Or 10 million? Lu Feng was shocked. Heavenly fortune. After looking over and over a few times to make sure he didn't see anything, his heart was not only excited, but also a little panicked. It wasn't normal for so much money to suddenly appear. Lu Feng was incomparably apprehensive inside. Just as he was torn between whether he should spend this money or not, the voice that had disappeared before appeared again. The experiential version of the Qiluk system has been issued. All data has been rationalized. Please use it as soon as possible. The initial capital is 10 million per day. It can be accrued, and cannot be withdrawn. Each reward anchor 1 yuan. You can get 1 Qiluk value. Qiluk value can be 1:1 exchange real currency. Friendly reminder, let go of the reward. The more the value of Qi, there will be unexpected harvest. System. This makes sense. So it is the system. Lu Feng, who usually reads novels often, knows this situation, and did not expect that one day this kind of good thing would come to his head. Now he is relieved, and he can spend this money to his heart's content. With money, then what is the hesitation? Ready to take off. Send a lollipop from the top of the peak. Retract the landing gear and enter takeoff mode. It's just a 1-cent lollipop, but don't underestimate it. Give it a quantity, and it can pry the anchor woman. Listen, there's a reaction. Thank you for the lollipop from Brother Feng. Thank you. Xin saw Lu Feng's reward and sweetly thanked him. For a tiny anchor like her, it was already rare for someone to reward her. How dare she care about how much she had rewarded? Besides, unless it's a big brother's reward, people are generally at this level. Hearing such a sweet voice, which was issued for him, Lu Feng's mood suddenly got better. This is the feeling of spending money. Above the peak sends 1314 by 1 lollipop. Above the peak sends 1314 by 2 lollipop. Above the peak delivers 1314 by 6 lollipops. Lu Feng didn't stop and sent out 6 groups in one breath. One group was more than 100. Lu Feng's number instantly rose from level 1 to level 22. In this blink of an eye, Xin's $100 list mission for the night was about to be completed. Seeing this scene, Xin was so excited that she didn't even sing anymore and hurriedly thanked Lu Feng. Opportunities like this didn't come around very often. Thank you for the lollipop from Brother Feng. Thank you. What song does Brother Feng want to hear? Xin can sing it for you. Swiping 7 to 800 for her in one breath was no longer a small amount for Xin. Especially when she saw that this number above the peak had risen from level 1 in her live room. Her heart was even happier, which meant that she was very much liked by this one and could develop into a true love fan. Lu Feng thought about it, usually listen to songs and do not have the habit of memorizing the song titles, so what he could say were all old songs. He also didn't know if Xin could sing them, but enjoying this treatment for the first time, he didn't intend to give up so much and immediately typed a line. Foam it, Deng Ziki's version. Okay, Brother Feng. Xin smiled sweetly, and as the music started, the beautiful song ran out, worthy of being his favorite female anchor, her beautiful person and sweet song. Although it might be due to the beauty sound card enchantment, Lu Feng just believed in his heart that it was all true. This was probably the mindset of so many people who were willing to reward when they watched a live broadcast. Anyway, Lu Feng was like this. Xin's singing is good, and this bubble treble place also went up, which is very out of Lu Feng's expectation. Then what else to hesitate? Directly very atmospheric sent a true love rocket. A true love rocket worth 1314. Xin lived so long, also only received a few times. See this true love rocket. She was happy, almost called out. Can be so generous? This is the big brother. Female anchors do not love the big brother. Not to mention that it is still her kind of little anchor without the warmth of big brother. Thank you, Brother Feng. Xin is so happy tonight. Xin's $1,000 list was perennially idle, and suddenly received one. Her heart was so happy it was hard to help herself. The first time he had this kind of interaction with Xin, Lu Feng was also very happy. At this time, someone suddenly connected with Xin to PK, because every night there is a task, so she can only accept PK. As a small anchor, no big brother guardian, PK like this rarely win. But today, Xin was somewhat looking forward to it, because Lu Feng's presence gave her some more expectations. The two anchors briefly greeted each other and began their talent show. Across the anchor, Chishi Doodle just opened his mouth. Live above the blood bar killed Xin's door. The number of votes rose directly to 3,500 votes. Xin's side of the still stuck at 0 votes. The other side came ferociously. Usually, according to this situation, will lose. Seeing this scene, Xin also helpless. This is the pain of no big brother. Cannot enjoy the feeling of being cared for. Glanced at the peak above the peak. Her heart is full of apprehension. Do not know if the peak brother can take her to fly a hand. Finally, the opposite side of the singing finished the turn of Xin. She had not yet opened her mouth. Lu Feng's gift brushed up. Account lying on the 10 million bounty. Now do not use. Do you have to stay under the pup? Above the peak sends 1314 by 1 Jianghu order. Above the peak sends 1314 by 2 Jianghu order. Above the peak sends 1314 by 100 Jianghu order. The bloodline was instantly countered. Seeing this scene, Xin was so shocked that he forgot to sing. Strange Doodle froze, and the water friends also froze. What was the condition of the opposite anchor's family? Is it so trenchant? 100 groups, that was 130,000, which translated into votes was over 1 million votes. $1 is 10 votes. This kind of financial power was enough to kill 99% of the water friends. In the WoW live room, except for those guild numbers and merchant numbers, there aren't many that can be so generous. Big brother, there is no doubt about it. The pop-ups were flying wildly like snowflakes at this moment. Xin, you're going to be on fire. Finally waiting for a big brother. Yesterday I watched the stars at night and counted with my fingers. Ooh, what a big tree. Big brother, sit tight, please accept my little brother's obeisance. Seeing that Lu Feng had swiped 100 sets of Jianghu orders, Xin covered his mouth in excitement and shouted out loudly. Thank you brother Feng for the 100 sets of Jianghu orders. Thank you brother Feng. At this moment Xin made a decision, she must lick this big brother. She live broadcast for almost half a year, has been lukewarm, although long and beautiful, but the beauty of the face once open. Everyone is face value online. Simply highlight her advantages. Do not get the favor of the big brother. Every day can only earn a little bit of money for electricity. Looking at other people earn money in a big way, she is very reluctant to do so. It is not easy to come across Lu Feng the big brother. She must seize the opportunity, no matter what methods, must serve him well. Before PK was over, Xin started chatting privately with Lu Feng in the background, asking for his microsignal and then adding it at the first opportunity. Although she always said in the live broadcast that she didn't add WeChat in private, but that was for ordinary fans. A big brother like Lu Feng should definitely be added. There was a sense of security only when there was a big brother around. After adding Xin's WeChat, the corner of Lu Feng's mouth lifted up in a smile. Sure enough, money was a good thing. Just after adding for less than a minute, Lu Feng received a message from Xin. Brother Feng, I am Chiu Ruoxin. Just call me Xin. Thank you brother Feng tonight. Xin has never been so happy. Lu Feng also returned a message. It's good to be happy. Enjoying his first private greeting from an anchor, Lu Feng was thrilled. This should be the oft-heard unspeakable secrets of big brothers and female anchors. The feeling of fulfillment and excitement was instantly drawn out, and there was even a hint of anticipation in his heart. Although the reward of more than 100,000 in the eyes of the onlookers is already a large sum of money, but for Lu Feng, there is no feeling at all, because he still has more than 9 million on his account. Too much money is really just numbers. He finally experienced the feeling of the rich people to the bank deposits. The numbers are just numbers. Strange Doodle is also a singing anchor, has signed the guild, although there is also a guardian big brother, but see Lu Feng so tough, the heart immediately not calm. Such a big brother no anchor does not love, even if it is not their own big brother. It does not matter, as long as the hoe is good, there is no corner to dig. Brother Peak you are so strong. Beating Doodle's little heart is thumping. Brother Feng can come to Doodle's house to sit down when he is free. Doodle can sing and dance, and will definitely not let Brother Feng down. This voice that sounded like it had fallen into a honeypot immediately made the water friends in Xin's live room boil. This voice came with a seductive aura. Brother Feng is mighty. The opposite anchor has come to beg for warmth. So flirty. I like it. Upstairs just likes to steal my lines. Just asking if you dare to be more flirty. Seeing the water friend's comments, the corner of Lu Feng's mouth lifted slightly. This female anchor could lick. Not bad. In the face of such a knowledgeable anchor, how could Big Brother chill people's good intentions? There can be a reward here. Peak top sends 1314 by 1 Jianghu order. Above the peak sends 1314 by 2 Jianghu order. The peak sends 1314 by 9 Jianghu orders, directly dumping 9 sets of Jianghu orders. This was over $10,000. With Lu Feng's shot, Strange Doodle had the $10,000 list for tonight. Big Brother is really Big Brother. It's just so luxurious. This lick is so worth it. Chapter 3, Raging, Big Anchors. Although Strange Doodle is also a small anchor, but the fans can be more than double than Xin. Usually there are also a lot of rich Big Brother to give her a reward, but readily give her tens of thousands of dollars of reward. Even her list of Big Brother is only occasionally. So when she received a 10,000 yuan list from Lu Feng today, the excitement in her heart could be imagined. Thank you Brother Feng. Doodle so wants a Big Brother like Brother Feng. For the sake of Big Brother, Strange Doodle also hit his face. This hand of anger and cute, causing the many water friends' prostate to produce a feeling of swelling. Excited wail. Lu Feng was also satisfied. Such a dedicated female anchor deserved her to enjoy her reward. The water friends were up in arms in the live broadcast room. The white ticket party didn't deserve to enjoy the anchor's show of love and could only rely on pop-ups to vent their excess energy. The anchor called out well. This cry can have 4 tones. Brother Feng, worthy of being a Big Brother, this is all inviting. In my place, I would definitely be done already. Big brother is mighty. Upstairs is stealing my lines again. Brother Feng is just awesome. The water friends are not active and rewarding. The irrigation is more fierce than one. Looking at the pop-up screen that keeps scrolling, Lu Feng is happy to be in the middle of it, watching the live broadcast, in addition to watching the anchor woman, but also to see the pop-ups of the water friends. The masters are hidden in the folk. Above the peak sends 1314 by 1 lollipops. Peak above sends 1314 by 2 lollipop. Above the peak sends 1314 by 9 lollipops. Seeing that Lu Feng had swiped another gift for Strange Doodle, the Strange Doodle in front of the screen was thrilled. If Brother Peak was willing, she could stay on 24 hours. Thank you Brother Feng for the lollipop. It tastes so good. Strange Doodle licked her tongue, and that seductive look caused the water friends in the live broadcast room to completely explode. After observing from my 18 years of experience in watching movies, Doodle's tongue skills are first class. Ciao, I'm done again. You're so fast upstairs. Others run marathons. You compete with sprinters. I'm not convinced by anyone. Just you. Ali gives. Upstairs blindly uproar. Send you to see the world in anointed country. What is everyone talking about? There is no kind person to explain. Said did not understand. Children receive ID cards? This is not a children's channel. Hurry back to right AOE. Xin is still immersed in the joy of 100 groups of Jianghu order. See the peak above the successive reward to the Strange Doodle. The heart is a little tasteless, and a bad feeling arose. The peak above the peak is her big brother. Absolutely cannot be pride. Thanks to my peak brother. Xin finally won a hand. Thank you peak brother for support me. Then heart. Originally good looking Xin. Some action down. Not only no artifice, but also very pleasing to the eye. Let people recall. Hearing Xin's voice, the water friends buzzed again. Worthy of being my brother Feng. The charm is great. Both female anchors are so beautiful as flowers. If I didn't know how to choose, get lost. Only elementary school students choose. Xin. Brother Feng supports you so strongly. Can you still sleep at night? I'm sure I can't sleep. Brother Feng's glorious image makes Xin soul haunted. Dreams? You guys are serious. Wushan will goddess or night swim illusion 2 realm. Yo, brother you are a cultured person. Speaking words do not match the level of your only 9 years of compulsory education inculcation. Previously, Lu Feng was also a member of this group of water friends, but I didn't expect to condescend and watch from the wall today, enjoying the feeling of being touted. No wonder those ancient emperors, even if they were a generation of bright rulers, would leave a few slinky sycophants by their side. These good words really did sound better. The 180 seconds of continuous microphone time ended, and Xin's live room returned to its original state. However, with these waves of rewards from Lu Feng tonight, the live room that originally only had a few hundred people instantly broke through 10,000 people. Usually, it was only on weekends or when there were major events that there were so many people in the live room. Seeing so many people appearing in the live broadcast room, Xin was so excited that she couldn't even speak properly. Thanks to my brother Feng, Xin will sing you a song. As a singing anchor, the only way to express Xin's gratitude at this moment was to sing. Have a soothing song, relax and unwind. Seeing Lu Feng's reply, the water friends began to use their imagination again. Brother Feng's compassion caught me off guard. Worthy of being my brother Feng, he knows how to show mercy. Such a big brother, not to mention the anchor. Even I love it. Upstairs, hurry up and leave my sight with an escape speed of 11.2 kilometers per second. Another school bully, my physics gym teacher taught. What is called escape velocity? There is an understanding of the explanation. No one? Well, I don't deserve to understand if I'm a scum. Brother Feng, please sit up straight and keep a proper smile. I'm going to burn incense for you. Otherwise it won't be enough to express my gushing admiration. Lu Feng shook his head. The water friends were really worthy of being water friends. A good handful of bull *******. Still connecting to the mic? Recently, a new gift has been released. Shangshi Fireworks. Brush it for you to see the effect. Shangshi Fireworks. That's a big gift of 3,000 apiece. One of the most expensive gifts on the WoWo platform. Hearing Lu Feng want to brush this gift for her, Xin was excited, but she didn't dare to show too much greed. Big Brother's money isn't a big flow of water. If it leaves a bad impression of greed on Big Brother, then she won't be able to slowly woolgather in the future. She still understands the reasoning of a small amount of water flowing over a long period of time. Brother Feng, today you've already swiped quite a few gifts for Xin. Xin is already very satisfied. It was the first time everyone had seen Xin not wanting gifts. Big Brother's treatment was really something that ordinary people couldn't enjoy. The water friends were up in arms. Brother Feng really atmospheric. Blooming fireworks I have not seen. Today to get the light. From now on, I am also a member of the Peak family army. Brother Peak, blooming fireworks. This is what my brother Peak is capable of. With a thunderbolt from the clear sky, one divine hero, Brother Feng, shines. The water friends were all watching the fun, and although they couldn't afford to reward themselves, it was pleasing to the eyes to see others rewarding them. In everyone's eyes, Peak Top was undoubtedly a big brother even if he wasn't a divine hero. A lot of people have witnessed the peak of the number from the level 1 rocket climbed to the current level 43. In the Nest Live platform, more than 40 levels of the number is not known. On the contrary, a lot, but many are guild number and businessman number, like the peak of such a simple big brother number, or not much, and still just a few hours up to come. It is even more precious. Connect the mic to go. Big Brother's simple 3 words. Let Xin feel confident. She is no longer pretentious. Upset Big Brother. The consequences are serious. For the first time, she felt Big Brother's strength, and this feeling made her addicted. Hello Anchor on the opposite side. Hello posies in the live room. I'm Anchor Fish Little Demon. As soon as she connected and heard the voice of the opposite anchor, Xion's live room immediately resounded with the sound of a piece of cool air being sucked in. Hiss. This was meeting a big shot. Fish Small Demon is not simple. Often play Nest all know. This is a fan nearly a million big anchor. Often in some recommended list to see her figure. How did Xin connect to this person? This PK, it's up in the air. A lot of people thought of the peak, and one thought came to their mind, Brother Peak, can we still trust you? The other party is a big anchor. Big Brother is not lacking. Hello Fish Little Demon. I'm Star Xin. Xin saw that the one who was connected to the microphone was actually Fish Little Demon, and froze for a moment, and spoke with some lack of stamina. To be connected to an anchor of this level, this was the rhythm of being rubbed on the ground. He couldn't help but pray immediately. Brother Feng, you must resist. This one is powerful. Chapter 4, Against Big Brother Only Big Brother. Although Lu Feng had been playing WoW for a while, he was actually still a white boy, and he didn't recognize this little fish demon. It was only that this girl, with her beautiful face added on, was so itchy to look at that people couldn't take their eyes off of her. So Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, this anchor is good. Lu Feng casually commented, and the pop-ups immediately flew in the live broadcast room. Every word and action of Big Brother was noticed. Is Brother Feng moving on? Xin quickly hugged his thigh. Brother Feng is going to be hooked. Brother Feng, you can't be like this. Xin is quite good. In front of the screen, Xin was also very nervous. It was not easy to meet a big brother. Not yet licked well. Is it going to fly to another house? Brother Feng, do you want to see how Xin looks without her beauty face on? Xin also went out on a limb. Compared to these big anchors, her only advantage was her face value, but there are no ugly girls under the beauty face, and this only advantage was still drowned out. Seeing that the big brother has the risk of falling into another family, she can only make a strange move. Xin just spoke, and the live broadcast room exploded, daring not to open the beauty face. This is how confident in their own face value. This is also a side reaction to the fact that Xin is a real beauty. Xin, don't be impulsive. In case you scare off Big Brother, it's not worth it. Shut up upstairs. I believe that our family Xin is a natural beauty that is hard to abandon. Yo, here comes another one with a 9-year compulsory education level. If you're capable, you can say the previous sentence as well. Don't be ridiculous. Xin, we support you. Not to mention not turning on your beauty face. Even if you're naked, we can accept it. This is really okay. +1. Hurry up and line up downstairs. If you don't line up, you won't be shown. The live broadcast room was instantly taken off course. Lu Feng smiled, not realizing that he had made such a big commotion just by feeling a sentence. It was true that Big Brother's every move was highly valued. Buzz. Suddenly his cell phone vibrated, and at a glance he received a WeChat. It was actually from Xin. Opening it, he found it was a selfie. The girl in the photo was very young, and he could tell that she was a beautiful woman. Brother Feng, this is my selfie. He, it's still in your eyes. Lu Feng instantly sat up straight. If he were to give the girl in the photo a score, it would be at least 85 points. Such a beautiful girl, slightly dressed up, then walking on the street, it would definitely be a bright landscape. Enter. On this side, Lu Feng had just sent a message back to her, and on the other side, he was already in the live broadcasting room, brushing up the gifts. Action was the best response. Above the peak sends 1 Shangshi fireworks. Above the peak sends 2 Shangshi fireworks. Above the peak sends 9 Shangshi fireworks. 1 Shangshi fireworks costs $3,000, which is $27,000 in the blink of an eye. Big Brother's outburst was generous, very much within the reach of others. The blood bar on the live broadcast instantly killed Fish Little Demon's doorstep, catching her off guard. Fish Small Demon is still chatting with Xin. To Xin, this kind of small anchor, She is not at all on the heart. There is no accident. This BK she won. This chatting effort. Her votes reached more than 10,000 votes, which is more than $1,000. Who knew that the situation changed too quickly? In a blink of an eye, the other party directly overtook her and killed her at her doorstep. Thank you for Brother Feng's blooming fireworks. They're so beautiful. Xian likes them so much. The water friends were still joking and discussing about lining up to see Xian's face, when they suddenly saw the special effects in the live broadcast room. Each one of them was shocked at Big Brother's bravado, going on the special effects without saying a word. Which female anchor could resist this trick? The special effects of the blooming fireworks before and after but 3 seconds. Ordinary people, a month's salary is gone. Not bad, Lu Feng commented. 3 short words, revealing an air of incomparable confidence in himself. Fish Little Demon's smile was a little stiff. This was too sudden, making her a little unable to adapt. Xin, you have a big brother in your house. The words were filled with envy and jealousy, still somewhat unimpressed. The water friends in Fish Little Demon's live broadcast not only weren't scared by this wave of powerful output, but instead, it evoked a strong desire for battle in them. To Fish Small Demon, such a big anchor, nearly 1 million fans, Big Brother such as clouds, really want to move the reel. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of votes. Millions of votes are not a big problem. Is Brother Acacia there? Calling Brother Acacia. The water friends immediately began to help Fish Little Demon summon up Big Brother. Brother Acacia's full name was a sum of Acacia's mistake, and he was Fish Little Demon's first big brother in the live broadcast room. A level 52 big number. At the moment, One Stroke Acacia Ron was looking at his cell phone while smoking a cigarette. Ever since he inadvertently entered the Fish Little Demon's live room, he was mesmerized by this beautiful woman, and in just a month's time, he had already spent more than $1 million on her. If this is put in reality, the thing that should have happened long ago, but up to now, he also added WeChat with each other. Usually the most mouth-high of it, once involved in substantial progress, it came to an abrupt end. This woman is very smart, has been hanging him, although he knew that the Fish Small Demon deliberately hanging him, but he is good at this bite. If it was that easy to get on, he wouldn't like it instead. Moreover, after looking at Fish Little Demon's face photo and knowing that this was a real beauty, he was even more willing to be hung up like this, enjoying himself. As the owner of 2 factories, a couple $1 million of monthly spending was no pressure for him. And recently he found that this woman seemed to have loosened up a bit under the corrosive influence of his ability to pay money, which made him excited. Brothers, are you just going to look at others bullying our family, Little Demon? Our men's all stand up. A sum of Acacia Rong said this in a very strong way, followed by a set of blooming fireworks. A sum of Acacia Rong sends 1 Shangshur fireworks. A sum of Acacia Rong sends 2 Centurion fireworks. 1 Acacia Mistake sends 18 Centurion fireworks. Instantly the bloodline reversed again and directly countered the kill. The scene was really wonderful when Big Brother made a move. Thank you for my Acacia Brother's 18 Shangshur fireworks. Acacia Brother is domineering. The smile on Fish Little Demon's face became bright. It was really safe to have Big Brother around. A sum of Acacia wrongly watched with satisfaction as Fish Little Demon gave him a heart-to-heart, a face of ambition. He swept a glance at the blood bar above him, and a light smile appeared in his eyes. A small anchor also dared to challenge the anchor he was guarding. It was simply insouciance. Isn't it just money? Is he lacking? Ask the opposite side. Is it still coming? A stroke of Acacia's wrong tone was arrogant. The moment he said this, it instantly caused the water friends in the live broadcast room to cheer. A sum of money is a large number of 52 levels. There are a lot of small followers to wave the flag for him. Fish Little Demon smiled very brightly. Making her big brother happy was her #1 priority. Okay, Brother Acacia. Fish Little Demon immediately chatted with Xin. Xian's friends in the live room were immediately filled with righteous indignation and swiped their gifts, preferring to be aggrieved themselves rather than letting the anchor they supported be aggrieved. But counting on their little votes, how could they fight against Big Brother? The only one who can compete with Big Brother is Big Brother. Brother Feng, the opposite side has called the shots. What do we do? Xian was also a bit nervous. The Big Brother across the street was obviously strong. This side, Brother Feng had just swiped 9 splendid fireworks for her, and the opposite side directly doubled it. If Brother Feng didn't back her up, she definitely had no hope and was bound to lose. But could Brother Feng? Xian was a little unsure. Come on. Lu Feng was still as shy as gold, but it was these 2 simple words that were like a C-pin, allowing the water friends in the live broadcast room to immediately recover as if they were in high spirits. Follow the Big Brother, all the way to the joy. Xian also breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but think in her heart, it's great to meet Brother Feng. Chapter 5 Opening the King, Declaring War. Xian was relieved and moved. Her eyes looked even more watery. Above the peak sends 1 Centurion fireworks. Above the peak sends 2 blooming fireworks. Above the peak sends 100 centurion fireworks. Everyone was shocked when they saw Lu Feng send out the splendid fireworks. 100 splendid fireworks was $300,000 in real money. At this time, the entire channel was scrolling up with the announcement that Lu Feng had sent out 100 Shangshi fireworks. A lot of water friends also followed the official link to the name, and the already lively live room was instantly overcrowded. The number of viewers increased by the thousands, and in the blink of an eye it broke the 100,000 mark. It was the first time Xin had encountered so many people watching her live broadcast, and she was unusually excited. Thank you Brother Feng for the 100 blooming fireworks. Thank you. Please click and follow if you like the anchor. It was still good to have so many fans even if they could only leave a tenth of them. Xin knew that all of this was brought to her by Peak Above, and in her heart, she became even more determined to make sure she licked her big brother's initial heart. The official backstage soon also noticed the movement in the live room over here, noting the level of bravado in this account above the peak. Such a big brother was not only liked by the anchor, but also by the platform's official staff. Pay attention to the situation of this Peak Above. Once he gets to level 50, report it immediately. Those who could raise their number to level 50, those were big brothers with a million consumption level. Such customers must be served well. The platform's money making or not depends on them. Okay, supervisor. The staff monitoring the background data didn't dare to be the slightest bit sloppy. Although there were quite a few big numbers above level 50 on the platform, 2/3 of these were guild numbers and merchant numbers. Pure big brother numbers like Peak Above were still very rare, and every one of them deserved the platform's high attention, because they were just purely here to spend money. Who would not love such a person? This set of rewards immediately evoked the enthusiasm of all the water friends. Brother Feng is mighty. Trust Brother Feng. Don't get lost. Xin. It's time to show your true strength. Sure enough, the strongest is still my Brother Feng. Welcome Brother Feng home. Watching the anchors was eye-pleasing, and watching the water friends chat was soothing. Bloodstripe had once again counterattacked, and it was still such an overwhelming reversal that Fish Little Demon was also under a lot of pressure. Opposite the big brother fierce some beyond her expectations. This less than a minute of time, with their own strength, dry over her live room more than 100,000 fans, can breath out more than 300,000 reward anchor, strong A sum of Acacia Wrong suddenly sat up straight, the face is no longer before the relaxed, eyes chills straight up. He admitted that he somewhat underestimated the big brother on the opposite side, but it was just like that. 300,000 was just small money to him. Brother Acacia, the opposite big brother is a bit fierce. Shall we continue? A sum of Acacia's Wrong fans asked uncertainly. This was just a PK that couldn't be more ordinary. Both sides swiped 1 million votes. Very rare, comparable to the end of the year event. It was those head anchors that could rarely achieve this kind of result. Continue. Of course continue. At this time a sum of Acacia Wrong, how can he admit defeat? Maybe tonight this wave can assist him to take the fish small demon. His heart is a little hot. The woman who can't be obtained is the best woman. Brother Acacia, just awesome. Brothers, all deduct one and line up to welcome Brother Acacia. This level of fighting only the big brother can invoke. The small shrimp can only follow to add gasoline. A sum of Acacia Wrongly sends 1 Shangshi fireworks. A sum of Acacia Wrong send 2 Shangshi fireworks. A sum of Acacia Wrong sends 101 Shangshi fireworks. Seeing the reward of a sum of Xiangxi air, the water friends once again cheered. Pop-ups like flying, all kinds of flattering words drifting like snow. Bloodstripe killed back at this time, and the battle was unusually stalemated. Thank you for my Brother Acacia's 101 blooming fireworks. It's so nice. Brother Acacia, your bounty pose is too handsome. Fish Little Demon exclaimed excitedly, counting the previous reward. This night's income was worth a month's salary for her last month. How could she not be happy with money in her heart? The goddess has been attacked. Little Demon, you have to be stable. Brother Acacia is too fierce. If I were a woman, I would throw myself in the arms. Looking at it, I want to reward you with lollipops. Upstairs, is this lollipop decent? Most of the people were white votes, but it was still exciting to see others rewarding them. And emotions can be infected, especially by people who identify with them. As the big brother of Fish Little Demon, a stroke of Acacia mistake was also very popular in the live broadcast room. Big Brother's superpower was also a talent that came with an aura of sucking people in. A stroke of Acacia Wrong's face revealed an expression of satisfaction. Whether it was the flattery of Fish Little Demon or his water friends, it made him very comfortable. Especially Fish Little Demon, this woman he had been coveting for a long time. And tonight, with this ho-hum brush, taking her down was absolutely stable. Opposite the big brother again counterattack. Xin's heart again seized up. To be able to become an anchor with nearly 1 million fans, it's true that the strength is very strong. If it wasn't for Lu Feng today, she would have been flattened. 2 rounds had already been fought, and this was completely testing the strength of the big brother. Brother Feng, the opposite big brother, is quite fierce and can still fight back. I just went to see. The opposite big brother is a level 52 king, a stroke of acacia mistake. Very strong. I've heard of this person. The last guild tournament proudly swiped 1 million. A rich one. The water friends followed the post a little slower this time. This level of big brother, in reality worth at least tens of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions of dollars, is also possible. It is not their kind of white ticket party can provoke. Brother Feng, why don't we forget about it? Xin is already happy today. Yes, Brother Feng. For a PK to hit 1 million votes, even those head anchors aren't able to do it easily. Brother Peak's strength is obvious to everyone. There's no need to fight to the death. The anchor stood out to persuade. The water friends also left messages. In fact, in everyone's heart, Peak above is not yet able to fight against a big brother of this level with a sum of acacia wrong. What's wrong with all of you? You're also underestimating my brother Peak. Is Brother Peak's strength not something that just anyone can provoke? This person was full of confidence in Lu Feng, and decisively stood out when others were hesitant, waving the flag for Lu Feng. There were different voices in the live broadcast room. At this time, the live broadcast room was also surrounded by more than 100,000 people, and there were quite a few people who had sniffed the wind and came over to watch the fun. And just now, when they saw a marquee of more than 30 levels standing out to say peace, those of them who were in the way of Brother Peak's authority on the one hand, and on the other hand, they also wanted to see Brother Peak's reaction, so they didn't refute him. Now that someone had taken the lead, the live broadcast room was instantly brushed again, and the rhythm was brought up in an instant. All shut up, don't brush the screen. Lu Feng spoke. The live broadcast room was instantly quiet. A word from the big brother, that is the holy decree. But after waiting for a few seconds and not seeing any movement, some people began to wonder, is Peak tangled up? Congratulations to Peak above for opening the king's knighthood. Congratulations to Peak above for renewing the king's title for 12 months. 2 announcements floated up in a row in the live broadcast room. Everyone froze, and the army in their hearts came out in unison. No wonder there was no response for half a day. So Peak is charging money to go. Mighty the king. This is the highest knighthood. The number of kings in the entire WoW platform is no more than 3 digits, and there are quite a few guild numbers in there. So a pure big brother king, how fierce, can be imagined. Opening the king needs 12W for the first month, and then renewing for 12 months. Although there is a renewal offer, it is 40,000 per month, a total of 480,000, which adds up to 600,000 in total. Put in a third-tier city, that is a suite, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan. Big brother, this is with action to declare his strength and determination to all. Chapter 6 beat you to doubt your life. A big number that was already over 40 levels and still didn't have a knighthood. It was like eating Western food without red wine. It didn't match. Now that he had a knighthood, Lu Feng felt that everything was ready to start the whole job. Seeing that Peak Top had opened a king in her live room, Xin was so excited that she couldn't even speak. This was the first king number opened in her live room. There is a king big brother guarding himself. This kind of honor throughout the Nest live platform. I'm afraid there are not a few people. Xin feel full of happiness. What happened in Xin's live room? Soon someone in the fish small demon live room tipped off. But even if they didn't report it, it didn't matter because the official channel-wide announcement had already been made. Brother Acacia, there's a king open on top of that peak across the street. Is a king powerful? My brother Acacia is also a king. There's also a difference between a king and a king. The opposite side isn't small in guts, daring to fight Brother Acacia hard. It's taking itself too seriously. Brother Acacia, we're with you. Him. The level at which the water friends were raising a ruckus was absolutely unrivaled. They were all just watching the fun. And it wasn't like they had to be made to spend money anyway. A sum of acacia wrong sneered a few times. Open a king only. No big deal. Change nothing. A sum of acacia wrong sends 1 splendid fireworks. A sum of acacia wrong sends 2 centurion fireworks. 1 love mistake sends 30 worlds of fireworks. 30 Shangshur fireworks. That is 90,000 against the average person's salary for a year, but rewarded these money. A sum of Xiangxi wrong even did not frown. Tonight so far he gave the fish small demon reward together almost reached 500,000. This number is a huge sum of money for many people. Seeing that a sum of acacia wrong was so powerful, the water friends were once again uproarious. Brother Acacia is domineering. I just love Brother Acacia's pose of waving money around at the drop of a hat. Handsome. Brother Acacia, I'll only look up to you from now on. Fish little demon also laughed with a flutter of flowers. Tonight is really rolling in money. Thank you my brother Acacia. Brother Acacia is the most handsome. Love you. The water friends in Xin's live room were still immersed in the excitement of having opened the king on top of the peak. and when they saw that the blood bar had once again moved towards home, everyone's faces changed drastically. A trumpet with an undercover agent immediately ventilated. A sum of acacia error has rewarded another 30 splendid fireworks. The crowd couldn't help but burst into foul language. This big brother's fighting strength was too fierce. It had all been ed down, and it was still whipped and ruthless. Facing this kind of big brother, the crowd was powerless in their hearts. The only thing they could count on today was Above the Peak. Big brother against big brother. Chess match. However, thinking that Above the Peak had just opened the king and renewed it for another 1 year, and had already spent 600,000, people weren't sure if he still had the financial strength to continue rewarding. Many people even complained a bit in their hearts that if they used that money to reward, they would have definitely ed the other party over. But that was something that everyone just dared to bellyache about in their hearts. Big brother's thoughts couldn't be guessed. Brother Peak, it's going to not count. Yes, we are still honored despite our defeat. Brother Feng, next time, we'll definitely him up. The water friends were all urging Lu Feng, and Xin also opened her mouth at this time. Brother Feng, Xin is already satisfied tonight. Seeing everyone's messages, the corner of Lu Feng's mouth lifted slightly. This is just where we are. The good show has just begun. Besides, 30 Shangshi fireworks, that's a lot. If you put it aside in the past, not to mention 30, or even 1, he can't handle it. But this is a different time. Nowadays he has a system. Not to mention 30, or even 300. He's not afraid. This sum of acacia wrong dare to provoke their own. Tonight must beat him doubt life. Begin. Everyone saw the message on top of the peak. Still confused. Unknown. But the next scene completely shocked everyone. This kind of scene crowd hanging around WoWo live room for so long. Never encountered. One by one excited like going to make a mess of the bridal chamber. Above the Peak to send 1 blooming fireworks. Above the Peak sends 100 Shangshi fireworks. Above the Peak sends 200 blooming fireworks. Above the Peak sends 300 blooming fireworks. Above the Peak sends 400 blooming fireworks. Seeing the special effects of the Shangshi fireworks that filled the screen, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked. What is called Ho? This is Ho. What is called Big Brother? This is Big Brother. Seeing that the reward on top of the peak hadn't ended yet, and the screen was still not slowing down to play special effects, the water friends boiled over. The pop-ups in the live room flew faster than the F1 on the racetrack. Xin covered her mouth, excitedly unable to believe her eyes. This moment of happiness came too suddenly, and she had the feeling of money raining from the sky. A blooming fireworks is $3,000. This a moment of effort has been millions of flowers out. Said it is the rain of banknotes is not the slightest bit too much. The commotion in the live broadcast room was too great. The heat exploded. Xin was directly sent to the top of the gift hourly list. The platform's announcement message spread through all channels, and more players jumped through the link. Originally there were more than 100,000 viewers gathered around, and in the blink of an eye, that number started to double, and the growth didn't stop even after it doubled. The number was still increasing, like a tidal wave. The original fans were flying pop-ups, and the new people who came in saw this kind of scene, as well as the special effects of the momentary and non-stop blooming fireworks, and wailed with excitement. Having never seen this kind of scene before, all of them were infected, and the pop-ups flew even faster, so that people couldn't even wait to see them. In the blink of an eye the number of people in the live room has climbed to 160,000. The scale of this directly forced those head anchors. Xin was so happy that she wanted to faint, but she didn't dare to faint, so much so that she wanted this moment to last forever. She clenched her fists tightly. The feeling of having a big brother is too good. She swore that she must lick this big brother on top of the peak. Once the sea is hard to water, in the future, she will never be able to live that kind of bitter life without Big Brother's company. Fish Small Demon Live Room. Fans are still interacting excitedly, thinking that this wave is stable. Who knows that suddenly see the bloodstain counterattack. One by one began to panic. What's going on? Hasn't the opposite side given up the struggle yet? Too insouciant, daring to get tough with Brother Acacia, simply not knowing how to die. Has everyone noticed that the bloodline is recoiling a bit fast? It's over the center line. What the hell is going on? It's not good. Brother Acacia, opposite Big Brother is brushing the splendid fireworks again, and he's already brushed over 100 of them. No, I just went over to look, and now it's already brushed up to 300. Asterisk so fierce. Gentlemen, I'll go over to scout the enemy first. Immediately after that, Fish Little Demon saw that the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was falling off a cliff, and there were a few too many people scouting for the enemy. Guessing this result, his heart sank for a moment. He had never been the only one to abuse others, but this was the first time he had been stepped on and rubbed under his feet. He felt very unhappy, but he was a bit hesitant to continue brushing. 1. Shangshi fireworks, that's 3 million. With his financial strength, brush more than 1 million. Not hurt, but to brush more than 3 million, although it is only 2 million more, but that will have an impact on his daily life. It is not worth it. He hesitated. At this moment he suddenly became curious about the big brother on the opposite side. Just now he heard his water friends say that it seemed to be called something like above the peak. What is the origin of this person? Dare to reward the anchor more than 3 million at one time in the live room. This person in reality is definitely worth more than 100 million, not an ordinary person. A sum of Acacia Wrongheart has the intention to retreat. Watching live is just playing. Show off, there is no need. Besides, today he has brushed a lot. There is no need to die with this peak above. Brother Acacia, the opposite side of Shangshi fireworks has already swiped over 800. Are we still counterattacking? The first time I saw this water friend's speech, a sum of Acacia Wrong did not hold back to burst foul language. Counterattack NMGB. Who want to counterattack? Who to counterattack? I do not play. 800 more. This is really want to send 1000 rhythm ah. A sum of Acacia Wrong intends to recognize the goat. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for the services you need. The first thing I want to do is to get out of the house and get out of the way. Chapter 7, Fish Little Demon S-shaped body. Seeing that the time is almost up, the opponent's votes are on 10 million, while they only have a few million. There is no chance to steal the tower. A sum of Acacia's mistakes directly conceded and went off the net. Water friends can't see him walking away, but Fish Little Demon see clearly. Opposite the big brother is too fierce. She also top great pressure. See their own big brother can see to flash. Her heart a long sigh of relief. This is good. In case a big brother's real fire hit out, withdrawing from the network does not play, then the loss is her. Big brother's will should be slowly gripped. One time gripping finished, then the baldness of the skin. Seeing that the number of votes on the opposite side was still increasing, Fish Little Demon was jealous. This little anchor called XIN. How did she get so lucky to find such a strong big brother? She was red in the eyes. If this big brother was from her family, then she would have high hopes of hitting the head anchor this year. Unfortunately, too bad. XIN. Your family's big brother is too fierce. Hurry up and persuade him. Fish Little Demon had a face of eating. At this time, XIN had already fainted. How could she care about what Fish Little Demon said? She didn't even bring any hitchhikers. At this moment, her live broadcast room is filled with thousands of troops in clamor. Popularity is overwhelming. Hundreds of thousands of people watching. This flow is straight to the head anchor. There are fewer people who send charcoal in the snow, but more people who add flowers on the cake. XIN is on fire. The platform hastily arranged for her to be recommended on the homepage. This is the first time that XIN has been live for so long. She was so excited that she didn't know what to do. Thank you, Brother Phone. XIN is so excited. I don't know what to say. The special effects of the blooming fireworks hadn't stopped, and the gifts were still being brushed. Peak top sends 800 Shangshi fireworks. Above the peak sends 900 Shangshi fireworks. Above the peak sends 1000 Shangshi fireworks. Finally, when the number reached 1000, Lu Feng stopped. The fingers from pointing were a bit tired, but it was a great feeling. Seeing that the account balance still had more than 6 million, Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. It took so long to brush 3 million. This daily task of 10 million was a bit daunting. This time, let's see if the other party still fights back. It doesn't matter to him. It's not like he's short on money. As long as the other party dared to answer the battle, he would accompany him to the end. All don't brush the screen. Shaking eyes dizzy, XIN asked them if they're still coming. Seeing Big Brother's message, everyone immediately stopped swiping the screen. Big Brother's one word of authority was as terrifying as it was. Okay, Brother Phone, I'll ask. Fish Little Demon. My family's brother Peak asked, are you guys still coming or not? XIN this is floating The bottom of the speech is hardened, but anyone who has a big brother like Peak above backing him up, I'm afraid they will straighten their backs. Disobedience. Then war. Fish Little Demon heart although dissatisfied, but still with a smile on his face. As an old anchor, she knew the energy of a strong big brother, although XIN was a small anchor, but that was already the past tense. From now on, as long as there was this big brother to give her escort, exceeding her in a matter of minutes. XIN sister, I admit defeat. Your big brother is too fierce. Brother Fong, Little Demon is also a talent anchor. She can sing and dance. Tonight Little Demon admits her punishment. If Brother Fong wants to listen to a song or watch a dance, Little Demon will never excuse herself. Fish Little Demon is also a person who can afford to let go. Just take this opportunity to show goodwill to Lu Fong. Even if she couldn't get her to come over, Lu Fong occasionally passed by his live room and casually sprinkled water on her, allowing her to eat a big meal. Seeing Fish Little Demon's pearly, Hyun-like appearance, Lu Fong couldn't help but feel a little moved. Sure enough, Being good looking was an advantage. After listening to the song for half a day, let's dance. Watching a live broadcast is just a figure of fun. See fish small demon so good at doing. Lu Feng heart suddenly born a few good feelings. Plus she also looks good. Casually clicked a concern. Fish small demon look at this situation. Immediately excited. This is an opportunity he must grasp. If let this big brother look at the eye, then maybe he can have another big brother warm. Big brothers are all fraternal people. There is no provision that can only guard an anchor. She does not have the luxury of exclusive favor. She can rain on the parade. Has been very satisfied. Little demon understands. Give me 30 seconds. I'll change my clothes. For the sake of money, it was also a fight. This speed, there really aren't many people who can do it. Seeing that fish little demon was so attached, Xin's heart immediately produced a strong sense of crisis. Fish little demon, this woman is blatantly seducing her big brother. Her heart immediately came to anger. She wanted to disconnect from the link, but Brother Feng named to see the dance. If she did so, wouldn't it be a fall on Brother Feng's face? Which wasn't a wise move. Xin resisted the urge. Tonight Brother Feng swiped a few million for him, and directly sent her to the top of the hourly list, the top 3 of the weekly list, and the top 10 of the monthly list. This honor, all highlights the strength of Brother Feng. Such a big brother. She is not obedient. There are anchors pouring. Soon fish small demon came back, seeing her new outfit. Even if Xin herself is a beautiful woman, but also have to admit that this woman this is a really sultry. Set off the body bumpy. Look at her are jealous. The water friends feasted their eyes and began to get restless again. Before the soldiers and horses move, the food and grass go first. Little demon has the potential to fight a long-lasting war. The grain bag is heavy. What cryptic language is the upstairs saying? Can't understand it. I just see that there is a tolerance. This figure, love it. Little demon, you have learned bad. Unexpectedly working so hard for someone else's big brother. The anchor has definitely learned to dance. This twisting of the hips, this swinging of the hips, this lifting of the chest. Professional level. I don't know. That pig is going to be blessed. Upstairs, your acid is dripping out. Don't worry, that pig definitely won't be you. The water friends were all talented, each with a sharp mind. However, there was one thing that wasn't wrong. Fish little demon did have a good body. Lu Feng was at least someone who had fallen in love with a schoolgirl, and when he saw a beauty of fish little demon's caliber with such a body, he couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized by it. Above the peak sends 1 blooming firework. Above the peak sends 2 blooming fireworks. Above the peak sends 9 Shangshur fireworks. Seeing Lu Feng's reward, the water friends hadn't reacted yet, but fish little demon was already excited and her eyebrows were flying. It wasn't in vain that she had used all her skills from the bottom of her box. It seemed like this big brother above the peak was still satisfied with her performance just now. Thank you Brother Peak. Little demon is always welcome to come over and inspect. At this time, the PK's time had already ended. Xin disconnected the streak at the right time. She had long been impatient to end it, and as soon as the streak ended, she felt relieved in her heart. Facing a big anchor like fish little demon, she was still under a lot of pressure. In terms of talent, fish small demon is better than her. In terms of face value, with the help of beautiful face, everyone is half a catty. In terms of body, she can't compare to fish small demon. 3-2. She was completely defeated. This situation, how could she not be stressed out? Thank you Brother Peak. I've let Brother Peak break the bank tonight. Does Brother Feng still want to listen to a song? Xin will sing you a song. After all, Xin hadn't been live streaming for long, and her means of enlisting Big Brother was still slightly young. Down. After saying that Lu Feng couldn't wait to get offline, after rewarding so much, he was going to go and properly go over the changes in the system. Chapter 8 Presidential Suite. First 1 month. I don't know how much money was rewarded in one night today, but it must be quite a lot anyway. Lu Feng directly exited the WoW live broadcasting room and began to summon the Qiluk system. Instantly a light screen appeared in front of him. Host, Lu Feng. System, Qiluk system, experience version. Experience value, 397/1000. Qiluk value, 397-0293. 6. Mall, not activated. Seeing these lines, he froze for half a day without reacting. If he remembered correctly, every dollar rewarded was worth 1 qi. And now it showed that his chi was 397-0293. 6. Didn't it mean that he had rewarded so much money? And the math should be not far off. Thinking about the fact that he had only stayed in the live broadcast room for about an hour before and after, he had spent more than $3 million. This spending power was really staggering. Experience value is good to understand. Should be spending 10,000 to get a little experience. Just do not know after upgrading this system will have what changes. Or let him some expectations. There is also a mall that is in a state of pending activation. Lu Feng felt a bit of a trance. It was simply ridiculous to have encountered such a thing. If he said it out, I'm afraid that people would think that he was crazy. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. If he remembered correctly, the system had told him before that the chi-luck value could be converted into bank deposits 1-to-1. Thinking about his current bank deposit of only $2,000, immediately next month to pay rent again. Every time the rent is half a year. This rent if paid, even food money is not enough. Lu Feng no longer hesitated. His heart meditated on all the transformations. A few moments later, did not feel a little change. Lu Feng wondered. Once again opened the system screen, found that the column of the value of luck has become 0, his heart even more puzzled. Why there is no reaction? Ding dong. The sound of a cell phone text message rang at the right time. Your debit card account 6868. On 0722 online payment income 397-0293. 6. Balance after transaction 397-2300. Bank of China. After looking and counting several times in a row, Lu Feng instantly sank into ecstasy when he saw so much extra money in his account all of a sudden. On his bank card, he had never broken through 6 figures, let alone 7 figures. Appalling. What a fortune. With so much extra money in an instant, he wasn't worried at all. The system had told him that all the data had been rationalized, so the money was clean. He could spend it however he wanted. Cool. At this moment he couldn't wait to let everyone know that he was rich. Thinking that an hour ago he was forced to break up with his schoolgirl girlfriend because he couldn't get 300,000 dowry, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a successful man with nearly $4 million in the bank. The more he thought about it, the happier he was in Lu Feng's heart. Looking at the cramped rental house in front of him, Lu Feng looked more and more upset. He is already a multi-million-dollar man. How can he be so aggrieved? Lu Feng hurriedly got up, picked up his suitcase, simply packed up, broke out of the door, bid farewell to the shared house where he had lived for almost a year. Master go to Jin Mao Grand Hyatt. The 88-story Jin Mao Grand Hyatt had the nickname of the highest hotel in the world, and he had always wanted to go over and feel it. Wondering what it would be like to stand in front of the towering floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire city. In the past, he was shy. This kind of idea, only dare to think in his head. Today can finally get what he wants. Okay, you sit well. Safe traveling. At your service. Lu Feng sat in the cab, sent a text message to the landlord, told him not to rent, but also very atmospheric even do not want the deposit. The landlord almost thought that he had been arrested for committing a crime. Or else how did the young man who had always been strapped for cash suddenly become so generous? The cab stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and the porter hurriedly came forward attentively. Enjoying this service for the first time, Lu Feng could not hide the joy on his face. Feeling his pockets, he wanted to follow the example of the movie and give $100 bill as a tip in a dashing manner, only to find out the embarrassment of being penniless. And in a moment, he would go to fetch the money. And in the future, the cash he carried on his body would never be allowed to be less than 10 Ws. The 88th-floor Grand Hyatt Hotel is decorated in a brilliant and noble manner, and it is true that this place is in line with his current status and worthy of his temperament just by looking at it. Lu Feng took big steps towards the front desk, and from afar, he saw a chic woman with a fashionable dress, slim figure, and long thin straight legs talking to the front desk about something. The black octagonal hat, black toadstool glasses, black boots, and black Kuan bag made her whole person look a unique charm. Lu Feng couldn't help but speed up his steps and came to the front desk. Less than a meter away from this fashionable beauty, he couldn't help but sneak a peek, although he didn't get a clear look, but just by looking at the figure, listening to the voice, and looking at the dress, he knew that the looks definitely wouldn't be bad. Welcome to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. We will be happy to serve you. Good day, sir. May I help you with anything? There were 4 hostesses at the front desk, each young and beautiful, in a competent professional suit, with a dimpled body and a face with exquisite makeup, making people look away. Lu Feng is still the first time to stay in such a high-grade hotel, see such a high-quality receptionist, after experiencing a second of disorientation, immediately recovered as before. At least it is also a long time to be tested by the vision of the island's various beautiful women, and live with his ex-girlfriend for a year. This point of determination is still there. Hello, is the presidential suite still available? Talking XIN, who was in the process of checking in, suddenly dropped a few keywords into her ears. Her mind appeared 0.1 seconds disoriented, and she couldn't help but glance at the man next to her. Just now, it was this man who stole a glance at her, making her very contemptuous, and he thought he hadn't noticed. Humph, with her eyes that had seen countless men, as long as there was a man peeping at her, she would be the first to sense it. This man couldn't have come over to get her attention on purpose. Could it be that he wanted to chase himself? Look at him, this dress is not like a rich man. The presidential suite of the Grand Hyatt, she still has some understanding. A night more than 40,000 yuan. That's right, it's more than 40,000 a night. The corner of Tan Xian's mouth slightly raised in a smile, deliberately pretending not to hear the conversation between the two. She would like to see how this man would act next. This kind of thing was not the first time she had encountered it. Trying to impersonate a rich man in front of her to attract her attention was too underestimating of her. Tan Xin. She was not a vulgar woman who would be bought by money. Men. Ha, all too smug. Hello, sir, the presidential suite is still available. May I ask if you are checking in? Our presidential suite has a daily rent of 46,666. How many days are you staying? The little girl at the front desk who entertained Lu Feng was simple at first glance, inexperienced, and hadn't yet learned to judge a book by its cover. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not ask how many days the presidential suite was staying, but would instead introduce him to the hotel's standard room situation. Because Lu Feng's outfit didn't look like someone who could afford to stay in the presidential suite for 46,666 a night. The conversation between the two quickly caught the attention of the people next to them. Although the people who chose Grand Hyatt were all successful members of society, there were very few people who could afford to stay in a presidential suite. After all, the price was placed here, and not many dared to come and pretend to be rich if they weren't truly wealthy. Let's stay for a month first. Chapter 9, Talking Xin. You're very active. Lu Feng's words were like a bomb thrown into a calm lake. Everyone present looked at him with shock in their eyes. This is how luxurious it should be. The presidential suite has to be lived in on a monthly basis. So much money is enough to buy a suite. Wouldn't it smell better to buy a suite to live in yourself? Is this the legendary rich second generation with lots of money? Good day, sir. To confirm with you again. You want to book the presidential suite for a month? Yes, you heard correctly. Lu Feng's eyes couldn't help but look at the nameplate on her chest, feeling that this girl was not only young and pretty, but also a little bit cute. Su Man. Good name. The person is beautiful and the name is also nice. He couldn't help but blurt out. Su Man heard his flirting. Her cheeks flushed. This man was too bold, molesting her in front of so many people. She could sue him for sexual harassment. In her heart, she was angry and annoyed for a moment, but out of professionalism, she didn't have a fit and still maintained a smiling face. Su Man is a student of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Because of the summer vacation, so she came out to do odd jobs. She was sweet looking and had a good figure, so she was easily qualified for this job at the front desk of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, and today was her first day on the job. There was still a pure light in her eyes. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. This will help you check in. Please prepay the room fee for 3 days. Do you swipe the card or cash? Su Man's words confused Lu Feng. He wanted to ask this girl, who else goes out with so much cash now? Isn't it more convenient to pay by cell phone? Looking at this young girl, Lu Feng found her more and more cute. Swipe your card. Didn't bring so much money. Su Man suddenly realized that the question just now was a bit ridiculous, and couldn't help but her cheeks reddened even more. Hastily lowering her head, she pretended to be checking in for Lu Feng and didn't dare to stare at him. She didn't know if it was due to the aura of banknote ability, but Su Man suddenly had a strange feeling of favor towards Lu Feng. To be able to stay in a presidential suite, how much more luxurious should this person be worth? Next to her, Tan Xin witnessed the whole process, which surprised her. She didn't expect this rich man who didn't look like a rich man to be so rich, which made her mind come alive. Can afford to live more than 40,000 a night in the presidential suite, but also live a month? Such a person should be how luxurious, young, rich and handsome. Such a man is not exactly her dream marriage object. As a graphic model, and long graceful, charming, so she has always hidden in her heart a dream of luxury. The man in front of her is the man of her dreams. Tan Xin moved her mortal heart. She wanted to go up to Lu Feng and tell him, let's fall in love, but she was afraid of scaring him. She thought quickly in her mind. It was just at this time that the check-in procedures for the two of them were done together. Seeing Lu Feng follow the service staff out, she also followed. Just at the moment when the two were about to enter the elevator, Tan Xin immediately dodged and walked in. The opportunity was right in front of her. If she missed it, there would probably be no next time. Her speed was so fast that neither of the two could react in time. This is a VIP special elevator. General customers are not allowed to ride, but things have come to the point that the service staff who guided the face are scared white. Scrupulous about Lu Feng is around. Hard to hold back did not say her. Just look at her gaze, more than a trace of dissatisfaction. This might make her lose her job. Tan Xin stood in the innermost part of the elevator, looking at Lu Feng from behind. Her heart was doing a fierce struggle. In the end it was reason that failed. Having come here, there was no reason not to do something, and Tan Xin began to act on her feelings. Goo. Talking Xin suddenly slipped on her feet and crashed into Lu Feng. With a cry of alarm, the frightened Lu Feng couldn't help but backhanded and tightly hugged her soft body. The old saying that women are made of water was true. and he found that the more beautiful a woman was, the softer her body was. How are you? Are you okay? Thanks. Sorry, I didn't stand still just now and bumped into you. It didn't hurt you. It's fine. It's fine. Long and beautiful even if. The voice is also so nice, although the knee that was hit is a little raw, but Lu Feng intends to give up pursuing responsibility. Beautiful woman allows her a little privilege. Too sorry. Let's do it this way. Let's add a WeChat. If you have any discomfort behind you, contact me. I will definitely not disown you. Lu Feng was surprised. So enthusiastic. Seriously? But for the sake of the beautiful woman, he reluctantly agreed. He wanted to see what tricks this woman would play. Alright then. The first time he encountered this, he was both excited and happy in his heart. The two added each other as friends. Hello, for a formal introduction. My name is Talking Xin. Not the heart of Talking Xin, but the Xin of Xin Siang. Talking Xin took off her octagonal hat and removed her toadstools. A head of long hair like a waterfall pouring down. Some mischievous cover in front of the eyes. That melon face natural to carve. Natural. Milk like white skin. White and red. The 5 features are exquisite. The golden ratio. This kind of appearance. Even today's movie industry diva is afraid to be just like this. She is a beauty. Lu Feng hastily averted his gaze. Staring at others like this seemed too uneducated. Seeing this reaction of his, Tan Xin was even happier. Such an educated rich second generation was definitely not a general gentry, and her heart was even more determined in her intention to get to know Lu Feng. Young, handsome, rich and educated. Isn't this exactly what she dreamed of? A rich young man from a wealthy family. Even if Lu Feng is wearing an ordinary clothes, if not just the front desk to check in, witnessed his trenchant, she would not have dreamed that this is a real luxury noble son. Plain clothes cannot hide his compelling nobility. The big hidden in the city, should be said, is this kind. Fortunately, she had met him, and this was destiny's fate. Lu Feng, not the bee of bees, but the peak of mountains, Lu Feng blurted out, and didn't think there was any problem with this answer. But falling into Tan Xin's ears, it made her brain misinterpretation. Is this implying that she has big boobs? When a woman is a nymphomaniac, her imagination is rich. In fact, Lu Feng didn't mean this at all. Tan Xin rolled her eyes. Men really are all colorful. However, Lu Feng was like this. Not only did he not make her hate him, but he was a little happy in his heart. She didn't want Lu Feng to be too proper. Then she probably wouldn't have a chance. What's wrong? What's the problem? Seeing this reaction of Tan Xin, Lu Feng was a bit puzzled, not even realizing that because of a sentence just now, he had already been added a layer of playboy halo in Tan Xin's heart. Rascal! This was all scolded. This woman was insane. Lu Feng froze. Half a day didn't understand. How did he become a hooligan? Froze and looked at Tan Xin, did not know how to open his mouth. Really cannot figure out now why women are either gold worship or brain bad. This is the Levonorgestrel tablets eat too much. Chapter 10, This mall is invincible. Ding! The elevator suddenly stopped, and the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere between the two was abruptly broken. I'm here. You want to go up and have a cup of coffee? Lu Feng casually asked, the waist bag bulging. The guts are more than before most of the time. Before seeing a beautiful woman, at most peep 2 eyes. Talking Xin pursed her lips and smiled. Her face deliberately showed hesitation. In fact, her heart wants to go, but she is clear that she can't let Lu Feng have his way so easily, or else what is easy to get, is also easy to scatter. Next time. This reply was very skillful, not directly rejecting it, but showing a rejection, but after rejecting it, she implied that the other party still had a chance. Lu Feng glanced at her, did not continue to invite love to go. He now has money, still worry about not having a woman. He turned around and left without a trace of attachment. This reaction, some out of Tan Xin's expectations. Shouldn't it be retained some more? Why would it be so dry? Could it be that the tone of his refusal just now was a little heavy, causing him to misunderstand? Talk about Xin suddenly regretted. Had known that I should have agreed to go over for a cup of coffee. This is a bit of a mistake. She bit her lip in irritation at Lu Feng's back. This man felt a bit different from those she had met in the past. However, things had come to this. She could only look for another opportunity. She wasn't worried either. Knowing that Lu Feng was going to stay here for a month made her confident. Lu Feng followed the hotel staff towards his room. In a soothing mood, his mind constantly floating. He felt that a man with wealth was like a magnet that would attract the beautiful women scattered everywhere like iron filings. Opening the door of the room, his eyes were filled with splendor, and the presidential suite did not disappoint him. The decoration was luxurious and noble. The space is loose and atmospheric. Crystal chandelier, more show grade, cashmere carpet, forced style full, especially the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The scenery of the entire city was unobstructed, giving one a sense of grandeur. Lu Feng immediately fell in love with this place. This kind of shock was something he had never experienced in his 25 years of living. This was fate. Lu Feng couldn't help but think of his ex-girlfriend. If she knew that he was now flying high, he didn't know how she would feel. It was estimated that she would cry and beg him to reconcile. However, it was too late. Wouldn't he give up a forest for a small blade of grass? Gulp. Thinking of women, he was suddenly hungry. Suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't eaten his breakfast until now, and it was almost near noon, so no wonder he was hungry. Lu Feng hurriedly told the butler to arrange for lunch. As a guest of the presidential suite, the hotel was very serious about it. The first time, it arranged for the back kitchen to prepare it meticulously. In less than half an hour before and after, a sumptuous lunch table was ready. Esteemed VIP, this is the lunch that our hotel has carefully prepared for you. Please enjoy it slowly. Your satisfaction is the greatest affirmation of our service. This is the almas caviar from the Russian Caspian Sea that was just flown in. It is delicious and worth tasting. This is the Southwest Club Goose foie gras from the south of France, cooked for you personally by the 3 Michelin star chef Danny Sean, with a delicate and fresh taste and an endless aftertaste. This is a steamed egg made with Alba white truffle, a steak fried with a 5-grade top-grade Kobe beef, and French blue lobster. Before the housekeeper could finish, Lu Feng interrupted her narration. Alright, go and busy yourself with something else. You're not needed here. Seeing the table of food, Lu Feng's stomach growled even more. How could he find the time to continue listening? This butler doesn't have enough eyesight. Ah, he still needs to be honed. The butler bowed and saluted very culturally before slowly leaving. After seeing the person leave, Lu Feng could no longer hold back and wolfed down his food. He had seen so many delicious food for the first time, not to mention having eaten them. It was great to have money. These things were rare for ordinary people to see, not to mention eat. After eating and drinking, Lu Feng lay down on the big soft bed, full of happiness. He didn't have the dream of changing the world. He didn't have the vision of saving the future. Eating and dressing without worrying about food and clothing like this made him the most satisfied. It would be even better if there was a beautiful woman for company. Thinking of women, Lu Feng quickly pulled out his own cell phone. As soon as he saw the Fruit 6 that had been in service for many years, Lu Feng could no longer hold back, and immediately boarded a certain treasure. Bye. The latest model of Fruit 14. The same city arrived. Just have money, and this is the point out. Back to get used to it. He is going to open a satellite line. Buying a good cell phone, Lu Feng was satisfied to board the WoWo live broadcast, and began to rob the big plan of money. As soon as he boarded the account, he saw hundreds of messages in the background, and casually viewed some of them, most of which were private chats of female anchors and some scammers. Lu Feng is too lazy to check one by one. All set to read. He cannot see unread messages. Star AXIN has gone offline. The first time someone rewarded so many gifts. Surely excited, no mood to continue live. Now he didn't know where to go to celebrate. Lu Feng casually browsed. A large number of more than 50 levels, or a king. Every time he entered a live room, it would cause the anchor to exclaim. Having wildly swiped millions of gifts only a few hours ago, many of the female anchors who had just gone live had memorized the big name of Above the Peak. Seeing him enter the live broadcast room, that voice immediately turned as sweet as if he had fallen into a honeypot. This was a real big brother. If he was amused, a random sprinkle of water would be enough to fill up a meal. Welcome Brother Feng. Little Feather is a dance anchor. Let me give Brother Feng a dance. Ling Xiaoyu was a big anchor with millions of fans. Originally, when fans ordered a dance, they were required to reward $100, and when she saw that Peak suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room, she, who was still chatting with her fans, immediately stood up. To be able to become a million fans anchor, surely all have material. This body is definitely more than most anchors. Seeing Ling Xiaoyu start dancing, Lu Feng didn't leave immediately. This dance was still good. If there was no beauty face, then this dance with this body, it was really great. Unfortunately, he didn't have fiery eyes and couldn't see the essence through the phenomenon. Suddenly Lu Feng thought of the system. He can't see through it. Can't the system see through it? Immediately summoned the system out, inquired whether it has this function, and then realized that he still has a system mall has not been activated. Originally thought that it could only be activated after upgrading. Who knew that activation did not require any conditions? Then what was he waiting for? Activate mall. There were no special effects. Everything was no different from before. Just when Lu Feng was still a bit puzzled, the activated mall suddenly appeared in a three-dimensional shape in front of his eyes. Seeing the goods inside, he was shocked. There were all kinds of goods. Steamed bun, 1 chi luck value. Remarks, can fill up the stomach. Best-selling author, 200 chi luck value. Remarks, lets you immediately write a book that sells 1 million copies a book. Master of calligraphy, 3. 000 chi luck value. Remarks, become a master calligrapher. Literally, cowboy pill, 10,000 dollars. Remarks, it means what you understand it to mean, a disposable item. Eyes of fire, 3,000 chi. Remarks, see through what you want to see through, applicable to any situation. Chapter 11 Rigid Anchor. Tao Yila. Lu Feng really couldn't help himself. This mall, awesome. All the goods he wanted. He started buying like crazy. Ding dong, insufficient chi luck value. Welcome to the next visit. What the hell? Insufficient chi luck value. Hearing the system's reminder, Lu Feng froze. It was then that he remembered that he had converted all of his chi luck values into banknotes. Chi luck value could be converted into banknotes, but banknotes could not be converted into chi luck value, and there was only one way to get chi luck value, and that was to reward him. This was forcing him to spend money. Seeing that Ling Xiaoyu was still dancing hard, Lu Feng smiled. This anchor knew her stuff. Nice dance, Lu Feng commented, then directly gift bombed. Above the peak sends 1 season's fireworks. Above the peak sends 2 Shangshi fireworks. Above the peak sends 10 Shangshi fireworks, with a reward of $30,000 at her fingertips. Ling Xiaoyu was thrilled to see Lu Feng's messages and gifts. Although she was a big anchor, her monthly income averaged out to just $300,000 to $400,000 $30,000 was quite a lot. Thank you Brother Feng for the gift. Welcome Brother Feng to come and sit often in the future. Little Feather is always ready to dance for you. Big Brother really are all privileged. See Ling Xiaoyu so licking Big Brother. Water friends, although not happy, but know that this Big Brother is a very luxurious, but also do not dare to talk nonsense, deeply afraid of getting themselves into trouble. Ling Xiaoyu would like to say a few more words, but Lu Feng has already left the live broadcast room. The heart although regret, but also clear Big Brother has its own preferences. She is not the Big Brother's favorite one. It wasn't that easy to reward $3 million. Lu Feng wouldn't just find a random anchor to reward. Even if it is a reward, it is only if you look at it favorably. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of taste. It can't be a big anchor. Big anchors have big brothers guarding them. He doesn't have the habit of wearing other people's old shoes. Face value must be online. Body must be devilish. Voice must be good. Hey, these requirements look simple. In fact, it is still very difficult. He is familiar with not many anchors. Or not to brush it to XIN. Think about it or forget it. XIN is not online now. Let her online and then brush her gifts. This is a little bit of rushing to bash the meaning of the position that does not meet his own. Suddenly Lu Feng thought of his own attention to the anchor in a very personalized girl. She can sing and dance. She has white skin and long legs. And the key is that she prefers not to turn on her face. So it's reasonable to say that such a talented and beautiful anchor should be very popular with her fans. But her character is a bit stiff. And she often dislikes her friends in the water. And when she's in a temper, she doesn't even care about her big brother. And it doesn't matter who you are, so long as you don't say the right thing, she dislikes you just the same. It is probably because of this reason, live broadcast for a period of time, has not been famous. The number of fans completely does not meet her identity. Lu Feng had been following her for a while, and later learned from his water friends chat. This is called Southland Beauty Girl. In other platforms but a bit of head anchor. Do not know what happened and the original platform terminated the contract, and then jumped ship to the nest. So far is still a loose. Even the union is not. I don't know if it's because she's being suppressed or because she's not on the air. Southland Beauty is only online at night, and only broadcasts for 2 hours a day. Lu Feng appreciated this anchor very much. In the past, he couldn't afford to reward her without money and could only accompany her. But now that he had money, he would never be stingy. Although this girl has a strong character, she is not an unreasonable person. If she dislikes you, it must be because what you say is too hard to hear, or it is a fight. Thinking of her, Lu Feng's heart was on fire. Such an anchor no one holds. He Lu Feng holds. Tao Yila looked at the villa behind her. Today she will completely say goodbye to this place. Since moving here 2 years ago, she had been living here for 2 years. She had thought that she would buy this place. Who knew that plans couldn't catch up with changes? Yaira, the surname Gui is too deceitful. You've already left Shark Live, and he still won't let you go. Sha, let's go. It's useless to talk about this. Humph, I don't believe it. Surname Gui can still cover the sky with just his hands. The big deal is that I won't do live broadcasting in the future. With your looks, body, and skills, you can definitely make a new day. Tao Yila was originally the Shark platform anchor. Fans millions, but because of the offense of the mysterious rich young man, not only the platform blocked her, even the guild also want to hide her. In a fit of rage, Tao Yila early termination of the contract, lost tens of millions of dollars of liquidated damages, and now has not been able to make ends meet, and now even where to live can only be chosen in the suburbs by the outer ring road. Women, beautiful women. Is the final destiny can only be reduced to a man's plaything? She did not believe. Money is gone. She can earn again. Dignity lost. More money cannot buy back. So in order not to be played by the rich, she resolutely chose to cancel the contract, even if the price is to lose all the money. Also do not hesitate. She, Tao Yila, is such a person. It's useless if it's not the person you love, even if he's rich and famous. This time she turned to the WoW platform. She temporarily does not intend to sign the guild, even if she wants to sign, but also in accordance with their own wishes to sign the former car. She will not repeat the mistake. Moved home and started over. In the future, her focus will be on the WoW platform. Extend the live broadcast time from today. She doesn't believe that she can't kill a piece of heaven. Climbing onto the WoW live broadcast, Tao Yila's nickname on the WoW platform was Southern Beauties, and she was currently just a small anchor with 200,000 to 300,000 fans. Although it has been 3 months since she came to WoW platform, because of the contractual problems with the former owner, there is not much energy left on this side. Now that it was better, without the entanglement of such trivial matters, she could broadcast without worry. Hello everyone, I'm Southland Jaron. Welcome to my live room. If you like the anchor, please click on the top left corner to follow. Jaron is a talent anchor. She can sing and dance. The fans who had followed her received a reminder from the system, and many of them jumped over. Jaron is so early today. Favorite is still Jaron. Do you still go to beauty face today? I just like to see your face. Natural to carve. Upstairs, cool off on one side. That's called real. Water friends immediately lively. Just then a discordant voice caught everyone's attention. Nangwa Jia ran right. I've seen you at Shark before. I heard that you were bagged, discovered by the original couple, and then swept away. Anchors like you, your quality is so poor. How could the platform pass your anchor application? The water users were instantly enraged, but seeing that the other party was a level 45 Magnum, many of them dared to be angry. After all, many of those who were online at this time were white ticket parties under level 10. Those who can reward hundreds of thousands of dollars in the live broadcast room are worth at least $10 million in reality. And this kind of big shot is not something that they, the bricklayers, can mess with. Why don't you say anything? Let me be right. Thinking that leaving the Sharks will be fine. You're thinking too naively. What has been done will not go away. Tao Yila was burning with anger. These people were really shady. Already terminated the contract, lost the money, left the platform, and still not letting her go. This was to screw her to death. Thinking of the other party's background and energy, Tao Yila pressed down the anger in her heart. Anger can't solve the problem. People like this, she could predict that there wouldn't be less in the future. If she wanted to stand here and rise again, she had to adapt to it. This black fan, go report me if you have evidence. If the officials haven't blocked my number, that means you're spreading rumors and slander. Support Jiaren, +1, +2, Humph. Don't worry, I'll definitely report it. The eyes of the masses are bright. You won't be able to bounce around for a few days. Today Fortune Blossom, put my words here. Even if you run here, it's useless. I'll still let you never get out of here. This Fortune Blossom's words were so arrogant that the water friends were so angry that they couldn't wait for one person to drown him with a mouthful of water. Hey, unfortunately the other party is a big brother. They can't do anything about it. The crowd wailed in their hearts. There is no big brother who dares to extend a hand of justice. Chapter 12, I'll cover this girl. Lu Feng saw the system's reminder and casually clicked in. I didn't expect the Southern Delight to really be on air during the day as well. Quite unexpectedly. He had just come to the live broadcast room when he saw Fortune Blossom's message and frowned slightly. The words were too crazy, making him very disgusted. Especially those last few sentences. It was no longer something that could be described as arrogance. It was a blatant threat. Lu Feng had been paying attention to the Southern Delight for a while and still had more than a little understanding of her character. So he didn't completely believe what this Fortune Blossom said. Just like what the Southern Delight said. If she really was such a person, Fortune Blossom could have gone to the platform to report her, and the officials would have definitely blocked her number. Now that Fortune Blossom hadn't done so, instead, she was mouthing off like this in the live broadcast room, and the rumor mongering was a bit heavier, seeing that everyone dared to be angry, and that the Southern delicacy was also very measured in her defiance even though she was angry. Lu Feng was suddenly sympathetic. Fortune Flower Blossom, right? If what you're saying is true, then go to the platform and report it, and it will be handled by the officials. If not, shut your mouth. Lu Feng suddenly stepped forward, and when they saw his message, the water users got excited. Fortune Flower Blossom was a level 45 big brother, and Righteous Peak above was a level 53 big brother. Both big brothers. No one was afraid of anyone. and everyone has long been unhappy with this fortune blossom. Peak above opened his mouth. Immediately there are countless water friends praise. Southland Beauty is worried. Did not expect the live broadcast room do not know when to come in a big brother? Just now she did not notice. Seeing this Peak above speaking for her, Tao Yila was grateful. Thank you for Brother Peak's righteousness. Although I'm not at liberty to disclose the specifics, I can assure you all with my personality that I definitely did not do the kind of thing that Fortune Blossom said. Fu Gui Hua Kai, I know who you were sent by, and you don't need to bring the rhythm in my live room. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. If I'm really like what you said, then you can go and report me. I always welcome everyone's supervision. The Southland Beauty was generous and appeared to be very bright and open. Although she was a white-skinned and beautiful sister, she had a heroic face, which if placed in ancient times, she might have been a female general. Above the Peak, this is none of your business. I advise you not to meddle. There are some things you can't control, and some people you can't afford to offend. Don't think you're safe on the internet. If you really want to find you, it's useless to hide at the ends of the earth. Come on then, show me what you've got. Don't always just shoot your mouth off. Fortune Flower Blossom has never been so belittled. Looking at the screen Lu Feng's message, he was angry, teeth itchy. But the other party can spend millions on the live broadcast above. The family and he compared to the only strong, not weak. The other party, if he was scared by his 2 words, that would not let him so scrupulous. But the other party attitude, then he is still strong, which shows that I am either a rash, or really have the bottom of the barrel. He does not feel that this Peak above the former. Fortune Flower Blossom egged out, worried that the other party would be impulsive and really run over to him. Originally, he was just helping someone out. He was not the rightful owner. More is better than less. So after being reprimanded by Lu Feng, he immediately became well behaved. Alright, I'll remember you. Tao Yila was relieved when she saw that Fortune Blossom had already left her live room. Thank you, Brother Feng. Jiaren's heart is grateful. In the past, when she was in Shark, there were quite a few big brothers guarding her. But since this incident, none of all the big brothers could be relied upon. Looking at this big brother called above the Peak, this level not counting those guild numbers and merchant numbers, in the WoW platform can also be counted. She was hesitating to chat privately with him. It's okay, a jumper, live well. As long as you haven't done those things, no one can discredit you. Seeing the words of comforting her on top of the Peak, Tao Yila finally made up her mind to chat privately with him. She felt that her big brother was helping her so much. There were some things that she still had to explain to her big brother. She couldn't let her big brother get cold feet. Suddenly received the private chat of the Southern Belle. Lu Feng is still a little surprised. Southland beautiful people sent their own micro-signal. Lu Feng did not hesitate. The two added friends. Just after adding his friends, Lu Feng received a message from Southern Delight. Brother Feng, hello, I'm Southern Delight. My real name is Tao Yila. Hello. Lu Feng docketed a message back afterward, and didn't know what this Tao Yila wanted to do by adding him on WeChat. Brother Feng, just now thank you for standing up for me. About what happened just now, I still want to explain a few more sentences to you. After reading Tao Yila's narration, Lu Feng finally understood the cause and effect of the matter, and didn't expect there to be this kind of dog blood plot. It was said that the top of the industry was all about intrigues and plots, and flies and dogs, and today he finally believed it. However, this Tao Yila can be seen by this Guashao. It seems that it must be a great beauty undoubtedly. He could not believe in the IQ of the second generation of rich people, but definitely could not doubt their vision. This Tao Yila he really did not see wrong. Character is really fierce. To terminate the contract at the drop of a hat. To terminate the contract even at the risk of losing her entire fortune. She was indeed a person of temperament. He appreciated her even more. It's fine. Women do need to love themselves. You did the right thing. According to what Tao Yila said, if she hadn't cancelled her contract before, she would have been a big netizen worth tens of millions of dollars, more than the previous him. No wonder everyone wants to be a netizen now. It really earns money. Explaining this matter clearly, feeling her big brother's understanding of her, Tao Yila let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Brother Feng, for understanding. The water friends inside the live broadcast room were up in arms again, as the Southern Delight suddenly turned off her beauty face. Although it wasn't the first time Lu Feng had seen her face, every time he looked at it, he would be amazed. Moreover, I'm afraid that the entire platform that dared to broadcast like this could be counted on one hand, so this was how confident she was in her looks. Looking at the Southland beauty, that is, Tao Yila, I have to say, can this face value really absolute son? Long good looking, not to mention, the body is also first class. As far as he could remember, it was the first time he had encountered such a good looking woman. Above the Peak sends 1 blooming fireworks. Above the Peak sends 2 blooming fireworks. Send 100 centurion fireworks on top of the Peak. 100 centurion fireworks. That's 300,000 million. one step closer to the goal of 300 million. Seeing the reward from above the peak, the water friends boiled over. Big Brother really deserved to be Big Brother. His financial power was awesome. Brother Peak is mighty. Big Brother is not only all righteous, but he's also rich. Thank you, Big Brother. Let me see the blooming fireworks. Big Brother is overbearing. At this moment in this scene, I can't help but want to recite a poem. Goose goose goose. Tao Yila was a little excited. In the Nest live broadcast for so long, or the first time to receive such a large amount of gifts. 300,000 even when she was in the Shark as a first sister. It was not often received. Chapter 13, The Closest Stranger. Big Brother is Big Brother. At this moment Tao Yila was even more grateful to Lu Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. A song the one for Brother Feng. Tao Yila didn't continue to talk too much nonsense. Big Brother always came to dislike listening to nonsense. It was not without reason that she could become a big anchor. Her professional ability was still very good, and her singing was just short of a hit song to make her debut. In fact, Tao Yila is not without this intention. Just out of this crop of things, the idea of an album can only be shelved. Hearing the Southern Country Jiren sing such a song for Peak to Peak, the water friends immediately sour. Jiren ah, I'm here for fun, not to eat dog food. My heart aches. You are a heartache. I am pierced by 10,000 arrows. Jiren has fallen. What to save you and me, my love? Get lost upstairs. You're not worthy. My Brother Feng is young and golden, and Jiren is a match made in heaven. You've seen Brother Feng. Multi-gold I see. How do you know Brother Feng is young? Dare to explode private photos. Calling Brother Feng. Someone is buying your private photos at a high price. The fire of war spread to Lu Feng in an instant, and in the face of the water friends flirting, Lu Feng did not take it seriously. I am not young. I just turned 25 this year. Lu Feng's reply immediately triggered chaos in the live broadcast room. Brother Peak, I am also a tender chicken. All get out of the way. Brother Feng, I'm ready for you. You guys are too dirty. Brother Feng is decent. Jia Ren quickly protect Brother Feng. These people are crazy. Seeing the water friends flirting, Tao Yila hadn't even finished a song and was already laughing so hard she couldn't sing anymore. Brother Feng, I didn't mean to be lazy. It's all because they caused trouble. Before Tao Yila could finish her words, Lu Feng's reward came again. Above the peak sends 1 Shangshi fireworks. Above the peak sends 2 Shangshi fireworks. Above the peak sends 100 Centurion fireworks. Above the peak sends 200 Centurion fireworks. Send 300 Centurion fireworks on top of the peak. 300 Shangshi fireworks. That's $900,000. This wave of gifts directly made the Southern Delight take off, sending her to the top of the hourly list, and the system notice rolled across the entire channel. Tao Yila had been live streaming on WoW for so long. This was the first time she had been on the top of the list. The grievances hidden in her heart for a long time, this moment all gushed out. Her persistence has finally paid off. Tao Yila hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes brimming. Thank you, Brother Feng. Jia Ren is a bit out of sorts. The water friends once again boiled over when they saw this watery expression on the Southland Jia Ren's face. Why do I have a feeling of heartache? Why is it that in addition to a feeling of heartache, I also have a feeling of itching like a cat's claw? Joran, what do your tears taste like? I want to buy a drop. I want one too. The building was instantly covered crookedly. Lu Feng knew a little more than the other water users, and he understood why Tao Yila was crying. Setting off fireworks is happy. If you're not happy, you don't set them off. Put. Tao Yila immediately broke into tears when she saw Lu Feng's message. Brother Feng, you're teasing me again. Still either? This seemed a bit ambiguous, and before Lu Feng had time to add to it, the water friends reacted even faster. Brother Feng, you're speeding, being sprinkled with dog food again. Can't stand it, can't stand it. You're all talented. Brother Feng, I want. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. The water friends were all so talented that they couldn't even be stopped. I'm talking about fireworks. Brother Feng, we are also talking about fireworks. Tao Yila smiled even more happily. For some reason, with this peak above her, her mood, which had been cloudy for a long time, instantly turned cloudy to sunny. Peak above sends 1 blooming firework. Above the peak sends 100 blooming fireworks. Above the peak sends 500 blooming fireworks. Send 1,000 splendid fireworks on top of the peak. The screen full of special effects came so suddenly that it shocked everyone. Once the 1,000 blooming fireworks came out, who would compete with them? The heat in the Southern Delight live stream exploded, and the entire network announced it. Seeing the name above the peak appear in the announcement, many people showed shock in their eyes, because many people remembered that this Big Brother had just rewarded 1,000 fireworks in the morning, and now it's here again. This one day's effort of $6 million is gone. To be precise, This one day Lu Feng rewarded more than $8 million. How much more luxurious this big brother should be. For a while, all the anchors were all attached to Lu Feng, the big brother, and at the same time, they were also full of envy and jealousy for the Southland beauties to be able to get the big brother's favor. Many fans and anchors flew to Nangui Jiaoran's live room through the link in the announcement, wanting to catch a glimpse of the big brother's style, and at the same time see what capital Nangui Jiaoran had to be able to get the big brother's favor. For a while, the live room of the Southland beauty was overcrowded. The official backstage found here after the data anomaly, after checking and found no violation, the first time to urgently expand the flow channel of the live room, both for so many people, but also for the big brother above the peak. If the big brother is not satisfied with the experience, turn around and invest in other platforms, then they will lose a lot of money. Tao Yila used to be a big anchor, with 10 million fans, but seeing the number of people online in the live room instantly rushed to 5 or 600,000, she was also excited. 10 million fans and the number of people online are two different concepts. Although she used to be a 10 million fans anchor, but the daily online number is only 2 to 300,000. Like this has exceeded her previous best level. With so many people online, 1/10 of them could pay attention to her, and it would be hard to describe how much it would help her live broadcast in the future. The curiosity of the anchor was all contributed by these fans. Tao Yila happily greeted everyone. The big anchor deserves to be a big anchor, even if she is now down and out. One word, one move, one smile, still exudes confidence, decency and generosity, making people respect and secretly marvel. Faced with this state of Tao Yila, even these anchors who were used to seeing scenes were in awe, not to mention the fans. One by one they were instantly conquered by the gorgeous and beautiful Southern Belle. At this moment, her fans showed a rocket-like increase. Originally only 200,000 fans, now doubled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the momentum of growth still hasn't stopped, and is still slowly climbing upwards. In just a few minutes, Tao Yila has been among the ranks of the popular anchors. This speed of turning red is unmatched. Although Tao Yila was happy, she knew in her heart that it was all because of peak above that she was able to achieve what she did now. Above the peak was her nobleman, the giant that sent her to the top. Originally, because of the peak for her to fight for the sake of the reason, let her have a good feeling. Now Tao Yila to him is even more feel extraordinarily intimate, so to speak, in the magic city of this place. In addition to her best friend Tang Shasha, the peak of 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 the top of the closest to her people. Chapter 14, Fire Eyes Golden Eye Skill. With this money from Lu Feng's reward, Tao Yila could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't have a sign guild right now, and with this money rewarded by Lu Feng, she would be able to get about half of it. And with this much money, it was just the right solution to her immediate needs, so that she didn't have to worry about money anymore. Thank you, Brother Feng. You're a precious person to Jiaoren. The water friends followed suit again when they heard Southland Jiaoren's thanks. Jiaoren, you're wrong. The emperor's consort is called a nobleman. Jiaoren, are you trying to take in Brother Feng? It's been a long time since I've seen it, so there's this meaning for noble person. I've only heard of nobles being forgetful. I've never heard of nobles being consorts. Said you're ignorant, right? Not afraid of you, you're uncultured. Just afraid that you don't have and still like to fool around. Water friends dislike their own people is also no mercy. Killing power thief strong. Good live broadcast. More benefits for everyone. Reward is not a problem. Lu Feng said one sentence, and the live broadcast room was filled with shouts of approval. Brother Peak is mighty. Big brother is atmosphere. Brother Feng, from now on, you're my own brother. Who wouldn't love such a big brother? Anyway, I love it first. Upstairs, roll to the back and line up. We are all waiting to recognize our brother. You cut in line. One person will choke you with a mouthful of spittle. Lu Feng enjoyed the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. No wonder many rich people like to watch live broadcasts in their spare time. In addition to rushing to the female anchor, but also rushing to this star-studded feeling, Lu Feng summoned the system and saw that the chi luck value had already passed 3 million, and immediately began to exchange the Fire Eyes Golden Eyes skill. The chi luck value steeply decreased by 3 million, and then he only felt his eyes heat up, and a feeling flashed through his mind that he could see more clearly, and the slightest thing was visible. Lu Feng was bursting with excitement, wanting to experience the power of the Fire Eyes Golden Eyes immediately. He once again returned to the Vulcan page and stared at Tao Yila with unblinking eyes. Although he had seen her plain face and knew that she was a great beauty, Lu Feng still wanted to test it with his fiery eyes. A hot current surged in his eyes, and a light screen immediately appeared before Lu Feng's eyes. Name, Tao Yila. Age, 26. Face value, 90. Purity, 99. Favorability, 85. Fire Eyes Golden Eyes is really powerful. The first 3 items are even so. Even such a secretive thing as purity degree can be seen. As he expected, Tao Yila was indeed a real beauty. with a face value of 90 points. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was 1 in a million. However, he regretted that after rewarding several $1 million, Tao Yila's favoritism towards him had only reached the level of a good friend, and hadn't reached the state of an intimate lover. So it seemed that the anchorwoman still had a bottom line, and it wasn't the kind of person who would give her money and she would rush up to it without any hesitation. Lu Feng knows that for some webcam anchors, men, especially rich men, are nothing more than ATM machines for them to withdraw money. And this Tao Yila doesn't belong to this kind of anchor. Lu Feng no longer bothered about this. Besides, giving rewards to the anchors is a real benefit to him. The reward money can be converted into chi luck value, and the chi luck value can be withdrawn. For him they are instead his ATM machine for withdrawing money. Learned a new skill. Lu Feng, playful, began to haunt the various live broadcasting room. These beautiful face enhancement. Cannot tell whether it is really beautiful or really ugly people. At this moment in the eyes of Lu Feng, all have nothing to hide. A check down. Lu Feng mentality some taught. After watching dozens of anchors, a few of which are still big anchors with more than 1 million fans, who knows that there is not even one with a face value of more than 80, which is too disappointing for him. If those big brothers who rewarded tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars knew that the female anchor they were interested in had gone to the beauty face and removed her makeup, and could scare half of their lives away, I don't know how they would feel. Lu Feng suddenly thought of Xin. This is the first anchor he liked, and also rewarded a few million. At this time, he was apprehensive. Unfortunately, now Xin is not online. Suddenly Lu Feng thought of something. This FireEye does not know if looking at the photo has any effect. Lu Feng hurriedly entered Xin's homepage. He remembered that there were Xin selfies in there. He remembered that there was a selfie of Xin in there. Activating the FireEyes, there was an effect, and a light screen immediately appeared in front of Lu Feng's eyes. Name, Qiu Ruoxin. Age, 20. Face value, 82. Purity, 100. Favorability, 88. Hiss. Lu Feng sucked in a sharp breath. I didn't expect that Xin's face value would be so high, reaching over 80 points. She could definitely be called a beauty. Not only that Xin was also a pure beauty. So far she hadn't been arched by a pig, and she was only 20. She should still be a college student at this age. The degree of favoritism towards him even reached 88. The distance from the intimate lover's degree is also just close. More than 60 is a person who knows. More than 70 is a general friend. More than 80 is the level of close friends. More than 90 is the state of intimate lovers. To reach 100, that is the male god in her heart. Xin was actually at the level of close friend to him, almost rising to the level of intimate lover. Lu Feng was a bit complacent in his heart. Xin was worthy of being the anchor he had raised up with his own hands and knew how to be grateful. Unlike the Southland beauty, this comparison Lu Feng's heart immediately had a pro and con. Xin is still worth his continued support. Logging onto the WoWo platform again, Lu Feng did not go to the live room of the Southland beauty, checked the account balance, found that there is still nearly 2 million. Lu Feng decided to give him a wave today. The daily reward amount given by the system is 10 million, and it's only the first day, so it's important to get off to a good start. Looking at the anchors he was following, there were only a few people online. He mainly focuses on singing and dancing anchors. There's no way. These two types of anchors have a little more probability of broadcasting beautiful women, and all of them have a hot body. When it was late at night, seeing that little waist twisting up, any worries could be forgotten. Lu Feng finally found a target with the nickname Xiao Loli. This was a dance anchor, and in the environment where there were no ugly women in the live broadcasting world, her face value didn't stand out from the crowd. The creation of the Loli's persona was not her first creation either, and the only thing that made her able to give people a glimpse of what she was like was that she was very tender and looked like she was 16, 17, or 18 years old. When Lu Feng first saw her, he was deeply shocked by this strong youthfulness of hers, although he was only 25 this year as well. This vestigial feeling of a blossoming girl made his heart pound. Seeing that Xiao Loli was broadcasting live, Lu Feng clicked in. Friends who like Lori, please click and follow. Oh, Lori dances for everyone to see. This doll voice, falling into the ears, instantly made people's heads unable to wake up, full of seductiveness. Then look at her face, the standard doll face. Then look at her body, the big white rabbit pattern on that shirt, like it was going to jump out of the screen, full of milky flavor. Slim waist, although she told her fans that she was only 162 tall, but the pair of straight, white long legs, let the population flow 300 feet. There were definitely no less than a dozen anchors like this in the platform, which was the fundamental reason why Xiao Loli didn't catch fire. Such a face value, put in reality, can definitely kill a prefecture-level city's 18-25-year-old women. Fire eyes and golden eyes in use. Chapter 15, Lori's one-word beauty shoulder. After reading Xiao Loli's information, Lu Feng came to be a little interested. Women with material were the most attractive. Name Wei Xiao. Age 18. Face value 85. Purity 100. Favorability 55. A face value of 85 was a few points higher than IXIN, and not much worse than Tao Yila. The key to this woman's body than the other two women are better. The age is even younger than the other two. A veritable loli. Looking at the dancing Xiao loli in the video, Lu Feng's face showed a satisfied color. Who wouldn't love such a flower girl? The fastest way to make an anchor remember you was to reward. This was a phrase that a big brother had once said. A favorability of 55 is the standard for strangers, which is normal Wei Xiao. Who doesn't know who he is right now? But it doesn't matter. Lu Feng believes that with the ability to banknotes in place, this is all temporary. Does everyone still have guild tickets? Today is the last day of the guild war. Xiao Loli hasn't completed the guild quest yet. Can everyone help Loli pass the guild quest? As long as it's 2 stars. The so-called 2-star guild quest was to get 20,000 guild tickets during the guild tournament, which converted to money was only $2,000. The guild tournament lasted for a month, so the guild mission was not enough for some big anchors with a lot of fans, but it was a not-so-small burden for small anchors with fewer fans. Hearing Lori's despondent voice, and the face full of tangles, Lu Feng felt that any man would be moved by it, but in the live broadcast room, there weren't a lot of people rewarding as a result. This is also the norm, even for those big anchors with over 1 million or even 10 million fans. Those who are willing to give generously for them are only a few, helping them compete for various lists and recommended positions, relying on their big brothers. So anchors without big brothers are as dangerous as men and women without directs. Xiao Loli's water snake-like waist, like the bottom of the sea swirling water plants, unusually dynamic. The face of innocence is covered with ferocious weapons, coconut bomb, peach shield, life-threatening small savage knife, cherry kiss arrow. Look at a glance. Fighting weak people do not dare to confront him with a gun. After a dance, Xiaolai came to the screen, slightly panting. That fragrant sweaty look, that exhale like orchid fragrance. Across the screen can heart feel. There are still tens of thousands of people in the live room. Small red heart brush non-stop. Do not want the money thing. Use up is not a pity. A penny lollipop is the most. Occasionally you can see a red rose. Red rose is $5 a. It looks like some lively. But when Lu Feng clicked on the contribution list, see today's reward list, helplessly shook his head. The one with the most rewards was only more than $10. He also checked the reward list within 7 days, and saw that the first ranked is a 34-level entry-level big brother. The contribution is $670,000. $1 contribution. Rewarded more than 6,000. The last one on the list, the contribution is only 100,000 out of the beginning. This kind of achievement and those fans' millions, tens of millions of people cannot be compared to. However, Lu Feng briefly calculated, even if this is the case, remove the platform and the trade union's drawbacks. But Lu Feng did some simple math, and even then, after removing the platform and union's commission, she got more than 10,000 a month. In the past, Lu Feng would have complained about the injustice of the world and the uselessness of studying, but now he only felt that she was doing her best for life and deserved to be recognized. For such a girl with face value and talent who was also willing to suffer and work hard to earn money, he absolutely can't let her have despairing thoughts about life. It's not just money. Is he lacking? Brothers, help Lori. Lori is still 8,000 votes short of passing the 2-star mission. If you can't pass the guild quest, you'll be punished. Xiao Loli had a watering expression on her face. Wei Xiao saw that the total value of today's gifts was only 180, and a wave of frustration ran through her heart. She had just finished the college entrance exam this year, and had planned to take advantage of this time off to earn some tuition money, not realizing that the live broadcast market was now so rolled up. Before casually broadcast a broadcast, every day easily a few $100s, which like now, cannot wait for 24 hours a day online. Every day to earn money is not seen more than before, which makes her hit. She even sprouted the crazy idea of simply not broadcasting anymore, and study hard to get a C9 next year. Peak above sends 1 guild ticket. Peak above sends 2 guild tickets. Above the peak sends 10,000 guild tickets. The sudden reward made Xiao Loli a little confused. The 2-star guild quest was complete. Who was this peak above and when did he enter her live room? She didn't even realize it the first time. A level 55 king. This was a godly man. Thank you Peak above for the guild ticket. Lori is so happy to have finally completed the 2-star quest. Thank you Peak. Xiao Loli was really happy. She didn't expect that more than 8,000 votes were completed in the blink of an eye. She had to know that she had worked hard to broadcast more than 10,000 votes before to gather them together for almost 1 month. Brother Feng, Lori will give you a dance. In her live room, a dance could be ordered with a $100 list. Lu Feng directly gave him a reward of $1,000. This was Big Brother. Of course he had to offer his most enthusiastic dance. Lu Feng took another look with his fiery eyes, and this time the good sense directly rushed to 89. The money ability was really powerful. Guild quests up to 9 stars? Seeing Lu Feng's message, Xiao Loli didn't know what he was up to, but when Big Brother asked, he definitely had to be the first to answer. Brother Feng, highest 9 stars, 1 million guild votes, 9-star mission for Xiao Loli. She didn't even think about it. 1 million guild votes, that's $100,000. All the gifts she had rewarded from her live broadcast until now didn't add up to this much. However, a few of the top-ranked big anchors in her guild had long since completed their 9-star quests, making her envious. $100,000 was not much to say the least. Without a Big Brother, she was definitely not counting on these ordinary water friends. A Big Brother dry-humping millions of water friends. This was no more normal in the live broadcast room. Good jump, let's get you off the ground. Some of the water friends in the live broadcast room knew the nickname Peek Above. Lu Feng had rewarded a few million today, and the platform hadn't advertised him much. Lori, here's your chance. Brother Feng is a super godly man. This thigh must be hugged. Brother Feng has already sent 2 anchors to the leaderboards today. Lori, you're going to hit the big time. Lori, whether it's a flight to the heavens or low to the dust, it depends on your performance. Seeing the water friends of the discussion, Xiao Loli afterthought, did not expect this is really a super god hero. She slightly hesitated, and then the heart of a cross, directly off the body of the shawl, shedding the child set not the wolf. In order to get such a god hero a smile, sure to go out of the way, even if it is the platform deduction is also unimportant. Snow White beauty shoulder, a reveal, immediately led to the live room. All hidden wolf friends original form, one by one, wailed straight, hate to stuff themselves into the screen, so that stick a little closer. Some of the overexcited, licking wildly at their own cell phone screen, as if this is the only way to release the overflowing hormones. Lu Feng saw this scene, and his heart couldn't help but accelerate. This white skin, as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, was the most suitable for his hand to slide over it? A woman like this was worthy of a Divine Trench's reward. Not all female anchors could be the female anchors that Divine Trench rewarded. In his heart, he was momentarily looking forward to Xiao Loli's dance even more. Such a woman, not to mention dancing, even if she stood there and didn't move a muscle, she would be able to attract the gazes of countless men. Chapter 16, 10 million in one day. System upgrade. The music started and Xiao Loli's body immediately shook. The dance was average, but with this kind of body, it was simply complimentary. The icing on the cake, and a showstopper. One by one, the water friends had a big appetite and their mouths were watering. Good body, high value, fart is fragrant. In the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen is like flying. Between the lines is the flavor of hormones. These passions that had nowhere to vent their passion. The tawdriness was sky high. Lori, I can't do it. Call 120 for me. I live at 250, Imperial Street. The group called 120. Lori, did you buy insurance for this ass? $3,000 a month. Can I touch your thighs? $3,000 and you want to touch? You let me this monthly salary of more than $10,000 how to live with. I can't, I've reached my limit. There is no toilet paper at home. Hurry. Lu Feng was also very happy. He now somewhat understood why ancient emperors raised so many dancing girls. A thought suddenly sprang up in his heart. If he let Lori dance for him in front of him, it would definitely feel even better. Feeling the response from his body, Lu Feng's thought suddenly became stronger. Peek above sends 1 guild ticket. Above the peak sends 2 guild tickets. Send 1 million guild tickets above the peak. Lu Feng did what he said he would do and directly helped Xiao Loli complete the 9-star guild quest. After a dance, Xiao Loli was drenched in fragrant sweat. In order to win Lu Feng's favor, she spared no effort and danced very hard. Many of her movements were very well placed, and her visual impact was very strong and ornamental. Seeing the reward on top of the peak, the whole 1 million guild votes, $100,000, Xiao Loli excitedly jumped up. That lively and youthful appearance, let tens of thousands of water friends excitedly want to marry Nailstrong. Thank you, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, you're the best. Xiao Loli's big eyes would discharge electricity. The current was not low. Lu Feng hadn't done anything yet. The water friends were electrified and tingling all over. Xiao Loli, you are my favorite. I've decided. From today onwards, earn money well, and when I earn money, I'll come to reward. Lori, wait for me for 100 years. I'll be your big brother too. This one is crazy. The second brother is foaming at the mouth. The big brother went crazy overnight. The human tragedy. But it's just like this. Xiao Loli, although I'm poor, I have a heart that loves you. Marry me. I'll let you be a bride night after night. In the live broadcast room, these people dared to say anything. Who didn't know anyone anyway? To these shows of affection, courtship, and even forced by death, Xiao Loli turned a blind eye. Who knows how many speak the truth? In the live broadcast room, the only real thing is the reward. 1 million guild votes directly sent Xiao Loli to the hourly list, not far from the first. And in her guild, a few hundred anchors can complete the 9-star guild mission is actually not much, just 1/5. Dozens of people, each of these people are fans, big hundreds of thousands of big anchors. Is the guild's money tree? Xiao Loli just signed the guild not long ago. The number of fans is not much, the popularity is not high. In the guild ranking is also at the bottom. This time can complete the 9-star mission. This news once spread, certainly can shock a lot of people. The person in charge of the guild who was monitoring the anchor's performance suddenly saw Xiao Loli's popularity ranking rush into the top 50 of the guild, which immediately caught his attention. After understanding the specifics, he immediately became excited. This big brother called Above the Peak has the potential to become a godly hero of the WoWo platform. Just appeared today, and has already rewarded more than 8 million, almost worth a quarter of their guild's profits. If they can get in touch with this big brother, then their Singularity Guild. Again, they have to be one more big tree that is good to ride on. This female anchor called Xiao Loli. This is a hit of good luck. Have to hurry to report to the company's senior management. Nice dance. I like the one shoulder as well. Lu Feng did not hide his preference. As expected, his words stirred up 1,000 waves. The waves immediately rolled over in the live broadcast room, and the group was in a frenzy. Brother Feng, I like it too. The guts upstairs are not small. Do you deserve it? Rich is great. Being rich is terrific. If you're capable, you have one. Wait for me. I'm going to buy a $2 double color ball now. Don't run. Wait for 250 years. You little cutie. Buy a 2-color ball. Might as well be a duck. In case you're spotted by a rich woman, you'll be rich. Upstairs, there are resources. I am 1 meter 8, second level athlete, just returned from the stick country. Looks like Lu Han. Can you introduce me to an Ivanka Trump like that? I will have heavy thanks. The live broadcasting room is looking at all kinds of life. Grounded. Lu Feng moved his finger. Nice jump. There has to be a million rewards here. Above the Peak sends 1 dream castle. Above the Peak sends 2 dream castles. Above the Peak sends 100 dream castles. Get 300 castles of dreams on the peak. 600 dream castles for the peak. A dream castle was $3,000. The same price as the blooming fireworks, but the special effects were different. Lu Feng's offer was nearly $2 million, definitely qualifying as a large sum. The official scrolling screen immediately ran across the entire channel. All the anchors online knew that Peak Top had given Xiao Loli a reward. The water friends immediately followed the link and jumped over, surrounding the godly hero. Some anchors were also envious and jealous, running over to join in the fun, and were very much looking forward to being seen by Big Brother in their hearts. Above this peak, today has already brushed a large few million. This Big Brother is also too ho. This is to brush their own bankruptcy rhythm ah. Female anchors cannot stop sighing in their hearts why such good luck cannot fall on their heads. Xiao Loli tightly covered her mouth. Just saw Lu Feng's review has not returned to God, and then by this wave of reward hid dumbfounded. I've never seen such a luxurious man in all my life. Thank you Brother Feng. Thank you Brother Feng. Thank you Brother Feng. Xiao Loli received so many gifts for the first time. She was a bit incoherent with excitement and didn't know what to say. She could only keep thanking Lu Feng. The live broadcast room suddenly flooded with many people, and the number of people online rocketed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already exceeded 300,000 people. Seeing these results, Xiao Loli became even more excited. She couldn't even speak. The excitement came too suddenly. She was completely unprepared. Xiao Loli, you're on fire. My lorry is going to fall. Congratulations Lori sister. Pop-ups rained down in the live broadcast room, and it was too late to watch. The head of Singularity Guild anxiously messaged Wei Xiao, asking if she had privately chatted with Above the Peak, telling her to hurry up and private message him and add him as a friend. Wei Xiao, who was surrounded by joy, only remembered to private message Lu Feng at this time and hurriedly sent a message over. She didn't know that the unread alerts on Lu Feng's private message at this time were like skyscrapers covered with pillars. Lu Feng stretched his blocked waist, enjoying this feeling of spending money like water. Ding dong! Just then a voice suddenly rang in his head. Experience value meets upgrade conditions. System upgrade in progress. Chapter 17. So much money I don't know how to spend it. Hearing the system's reminder in his head, Lu Feng froze. He hurriedly went into the system to check. At this time, the system had already finished upgrading. The update speed was quite fast. Host, Lu Feng. System, Chi Lux System, Experience version. Reward, 1 billion/day. Experience value, 0/1000. 000. Remarks, for every 10. 000 spent, 1 experience value is gained. Level, LV1 level, LV1 level, LV1. Luck value, 3000123, luck value, 3000123. Mall, activated. Seeing this information on the panel in his brain, Lu Feng was a bit nonplussed. Previously, the system was even level 0, and only now is it considered to be upgraded to level 1, and the reward funds from the previous daily 10 million, now rose to a daily 100 million. My goodness, how can so much money be spent? This is to let him go crazy reward although he is not sure how many female anchors there are on the WoW platform. Lu Feng is not looking at the male anchors, but he guessed that he estimated at least a few thousand people. That is, if it rains, each person will be able to share a few thousand. A few $1,000s a day is still a bit difficult for some female anchors with tens of thousands of fans, or even hundreds of thousands. If this firepower is all focused on one person, this will not bring out a female richest person. Moreover, the daily water flow is now 100 million, and then upgraded later maybe 10 billion. 10 billion, this is too horrible. Is 24 hours a day without stopping? But also reward is not finished. Do rewards still have to hire people? Think about it all, let a person crazy, and later level up again. This kind of financial strength of a nest is estimated to not be able to accommodate themselves. The temple is small Buddha big. In the live world, although the nest started early, but the successor is weak. Now to game live mainly sharks. Wolf teeth have been far ahead. Behind the shake crooked. The North Pole is also in hot pursuit. Nest around the powers. The prospect is worrying. However, the camel is bigger than a horse, and the volume of the general platform of the nest is still not comparable. So play slowly. It is still too early to worry about this. In Lu Feng's moment of distraction, the live broadcast room has been overcrowded and crowded. The number of people online had already exceeded 500,000, a figure that could be ranked in the top 10 of the platform. Brother Feng, the Peak family army is reporting. A marquee called Earthly Cannon flew a pop-up screen, closely followed by a neatly arranged report. Second in command +1, a flower +2, talks a good game +3. Each of these people were Big Brother leveled around level 3510, and were either dukes or marquises, and even king leveled. Lu Feng didn't expect that he had gathered so many people around him without realizing it. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Who doesn't have an imperial complex in his heart that calls out to the people and points out the mountains? And he is no exception. Peak family army. Lu Feng had a smile on his face. It sounded cheesy, but it was very flattering. Brothers have worked hard. Lori, get on the dance. Upon hearing Lu Feng's order, the Peak family army and the others, led by the second in command, immediately turned on the reward mode. Even though their financial power was not comparable to Lu Feng's, who was all at the Big Brother level, and a few tens of thousands of dollars casually wasn't on their minds. Second in command sends 10 dream castles. A flower sends 10 dream castles. Talking about the vulgar to send 10 dream castle. The Big Brother level start is 10 dream castle. This is $30,000 against the ordinary people half a year's salary. As for the others, although they didn't have this kind of financial power, they also followed the hilarity and rewarded a lot. Lori saw this pomp and circumstance. Brother Fang's reward of $400,000 to $500,000 in a single sentence, and was so excited that she almost screamed out. Peak Brother is really her nobleman. Let her soar to the sky, experience the heights that she has never experienced. And these big brothers who follow Peak Brother, also out of the blue, if put aside in the past, any one of these people are her unattainable big brother, did not expect that one day they will line up to give their own rewards. This feeling makes her a little floating. This kind of starry-eyed feeling, let her ecstatic. The heart made up his mind. Must be good to keep Feng this tree. Wei Xiao also no longer nonsense. After thank you, and quickly dance. That shapely waist, shaking people. Omit 100 words here. Lu Feng also looked excited. This kind of dance, normal men will be boiling blood. Send 1 dream castle on top of the peak. Send 100 dream castles on top of the peak. Another 100 dream castles in the blink of an eye. That's $300,000. The female anchors who had heard about this were watching with feverish eyes. This earning speed was too fast. There was also this peak above that was really luxurious. Just this moment's effort had rewarded 2 million. The crowd checked the monthly gift list and found that 3 of the top 10 anchors were all supported by this divine hero. It's really scary. In this one day's work, this big brother had already rewarded more than 10 million. This kind of financial strength, the WoW platform was extremely rare, not to mention unique. The female anchors were all excited, no matter if they were asking for a little bit of face value and talent, or if they were counterfeits. They all frantically chatted with Lu Feng privately. Lu Feng opened his account homepage and checked his account balance, and when he saw the long string of numbers, his heart wasn't as excited as before. Money, it was just numbers. He didn't care about it. Clicking on the chat again, he found that he had more than 1,000 unread messages. This scene directly froze him. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. It was too fierce. Lu Feng didn't have time to check each and every one of them, but it was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation. And while he was excited, he casually browsed through the messages, trying to see what kind of people had left him messages and what they had said. Most of them were private messages from female anchors, as well as scammers, and these unfamiliar ones Lu Feng directly ignored. Clicking on Xiao Loli's message, it was asking for his micro signal. Lu Feng didn't hesitate and sent it directly to Xiao Loli. He was still very satisfied. Seeing that the second-in-command had also left him a message, Lu Feng thought about sending his micro-signal again. Although he was rich now, he was nothing but money. The second-in-command was also a big number of almost 50 levels. This was the big brother who had rewarded almost 1 million. Such a person, in reality, must also have a rich family. This is a great way to spend your money. Lu Feng just returned a good message. These two people as if they have been staring at the phone. The first time to add his WeChat, and then the first time to send him a message. Xiao Loli's message. Brother Feng, this is Loli. I let Brother Feng break the bank today. I don't have any money right now, so when the money arrives next month, I'll take the money I received and return half of it to you. Lu Feng froze, not expecting this kind of operation. In the past, he had only heard that some anchors would associate with Big Brother in this way, but he didn't expect that he would encounter it today as well. Lu Feng smiled. Does he need this? Is he short of money? The account is still lying on more than 90 million. He does not know how to spend. No need. Keep it to buy milk tea to drink. Lu Feng took another screenshot of the account balance in order to completely disabuse Lori of this thought. Lori saw the screenshot Lu Feng sent over and counted it several times. 10 million, 100 million, 100,000 million. Seeing that Lu Feng still had so much money in his account, she was wet and shocked. Chapter 18 Coincidence in the Presidential Suite. It was too ho. Xiaolai had a feeling of melting winter snow. Her heart couldn't help but look forward to it. A great god ho like Brother Feng must be a big shot who could call the shots in reality. Playing a livestream could charge hundreds of millions of funds. He was definitely worth a lot of money, and was probably a bull on the wealth list. The genes of such a person must all be superior. Xiao Loli thought a little deeper. Lu Feng read the second-in-command's message again. Brother Feng. Formal introduction. I am Zhang Cheng. My family runs a small restaurant. If Brother Feng wants to eat Hunan cuisine, I can help arrange it. Tongxi people is run by my family. Lu Feng took a deep breath. He has heard of the Tongxi family. This is not a small restaurant. There are at least dozens of branches in Magic City, and each store is estimated to have at least 600 or 700 square feet, which is considered more upscale in the catering category. This second-in-command is not simple, and his value is not low in the rich second generation. And this person didn't speak with so much arrogance. It was quite comfortable to listen to. I'll make a note of it. When Zhang Qing saw Lu Feng's message, the corner of his mouth raised a smile. Although his family was in a good position, in this place of Magic City, there were too many rich people, and if he were to sit in a row, he really couldn't put a rank in this circle of the younger generation. The reason why he made friends with the peak. He is clear that a person who can reward tens of millions of people, in reality, is worth at least a few billion, or even more than 10 billion, much more powerful than his family. His family's restaurant is a high-end route. If such a person can develop into a customer, his family will certainly think highly of him. Alright, 1881-314-6666. This is my phone number. Brother Feng has the need to open up despite. Lu Feng memorized this number, but for the time being, he had no intention of contacting these people. He now had just a few million on him, although there was nearly 1 billion lying on his account. But that money was still the system's money now, not his yet. Although he was rich, it didn't matter if he didn't have a house or a car. There was still a bit of a gap compared to these rich people who had accumulated money for several generations. He didn't want to be scrutinized with questioning eyes, so unless he had a lot of money that could make the ghosts turn, he wouldn't contact these people in reality. Lu Feng was in the middle of his thoughts when suddenly the door to his room was knocked. He put down his phone and walked over to open the door. Seeing the person standing at the door made him a bit puzzled. Why is it you? Why can't it be me? I came to see you. I bumped into you in the elevator. I've been a little overjoyed in my heart. Talking Xin smiled beautifully. The shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth made people unconsciously lose their concentration. She hesitated in the room for half a day, and finally decided to take the initiative. There was no time to lose. It was rare to run into a rich second generation who was young, golden and had a good face. If he just slipped away in front of her eyes, she would be awakened in her dreams. Lu Feng looked at Tan Xin, very surprised, but not too surprised. The woman dislikes the poor and loves the rich, which is the same as the man likes the beautiful and is tired of the ugly. This was quite good. He was lacking a beautiful woman. Try it. Ouch. What's wrong? Hearing Lu Feng let out a cry of alarm, Tan Xin asked with a nervous face, "If you didn't say it, I didn't feel it. When you said that, I really felt a little pain in my chest. What should I do? There won't really be a problem, right?" Tan Xin rolled her eyes. This man is really good at pretending. She just found an excuse to come up and look for him. He still took it seriously. But this is better. Really? Then what to do? Will it be dangerous? Why don't you lie down first? I'll help you take a look. I know a little bit of medicine. You still know medical skills. Aren't you a model? Models are so curly now? Although Lu Feng didn't believe it at all in his heart, his face showed a look of show me soon. It was all improvisation. Tan Xion's face showed concern, but in her heart, she had actually started cursing, pretending to be so much like this. She must not have cheated the girl. These rich second generation are not good things. No wonder all the rich people nowadays have emigrated. The generation is not as good as the generation. What if they don't run? Quickly lie down. I'll help you look. The two wrapped their arms around each other and walked into the bedroom. It was the first time that Tan Xian entered the presidential suite and couldn't help but take a few more glances. I didn't expect this place to be so big. It was many times bigger than the room she stayed in. Such a big place was enough for a bomb party. Sweeping a glance and seeing that there was no one else inside the room, only Lu Feng, Tan Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that there was another woman hiding in the room. That would be embarrassing. Should I take off my blouse? No. Talking Xian blushed. This man was really colorful and anxious. But she didn't intend to let Lu Feng get his hands on her so easily. Talking Xian pretended to touch on Lu Feng's body. The soft, boneless jade hand, like it had magic power. Wherever she touched, it was hot. Goo. Hearing Lu Feng's moan, Tan Xian blushed even more. This man must have done it on purpose. Screaming like a wildcat in heat in the middle of the night. Lu Feng was really high, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a sound. Previously, her girlfriend wouldn't serve him so attentively, and at that time, she was a hard laborer, planting the land. The first time he was served by a woman like this, Lu Feng felt a satisfaction he had never felt before. Tan Xian bit her lips. Heart some regret. Also thought Lu Feng and other rich second generation is not the same. Did not think that the world crow like black, are all the way goods. The brain is hidden in these right on the down. Pop. See Lu Feng closed eyes. A face of enjoyment. She exasperated slap. Hit him in the chest above. Goo. You're trying to murder people. Lu Feng sat up straight, and coincidentally, the two immediately became face to face. The distance between their noses, not even the thickness of a piece of A4 paper. Both of them were dumbfounded, surprised and motionless. Feeling a wave of hot air rushing over her face, Tan Xian went soft, her cheeks red as if colored. Growing up, how had she ever been touched by a man so close? She couldn't help but be annoyed, making a gesture to raise her palm to smack Lu Feng in the face, but immediately regretted it. It would be bad if she hit him. Lu Feng reacted quickly, out of the corner of his eye, sensing the crisis, immediately reached out and grabbed her wrist. The cold wrist, warm and soft like jade, like grabbing a handful of jelly. Seeing her arm being grasped, Tan Xian was exasperated and relieved at the same time. She was about to pull back and retrieve her arm, but her arm was tightly grasped by Lu Feng, and no matter how hard she tried, it was to no avail. A pull and a tug. Lu Feng's body unexpectedly lunged forward. Help! Tan Xian let out a cry of fright. It was too exciting. This woman was unexpectedly not wearing any underwear. Feeling the foreignness in his chest, Lu Feng's whole body became excited. This was simply testing his bottom line. Lu Feng hesitated, considering if he should lower his bottom line a bit. Anyway, knowing that this woman came to him, she definitely didn't press any good intentions. Ouch! My chest hurts again. Let me lie down for a while longer. Get up and move. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Tan Xian was so angry that even her ears turned red with it. How could there be such a person in this world? Because she was being pressed, she was weak. Adding to that, the unceasing scent of Lu Feng was constantly drilling into her mouth, nostrils, and would even penetrate into her bloodstream through her pores, making her body even more weak and powerless. Her jade hand was propped up on Lu Feng's chest. Not only did she not push him away, instead, it was like she was caressing him, stimulating Lu Feng even more. Chapter 19. Legs are weak. Talking Xian has a powerful mouth. Lu Feng was in his prime of life and had just broken up with his girlfriend. Physically and psychologically, he hadn't completely entered a state of abstinence, so this operation of hers directly turned on his fighting mode. Just as Lu Feng was about to perform artificial respiration for Tan Xian vigorously performed a miracle and pushed the man away. Human potential always exploded at critical moments. Talking Xian belonged to this category. A butt fell to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was all Turkish wool woven carpet, which was fully elastic. It fully fit the curve of his buttocks, perfectly pampered. Goo. Lu Feng still purposely screamed out, both as an instinctive reaction and on purpose, so as to evoke sympathy from the woman. Male and female love also need to pay attention to the strategy. How are you? Tan Xin, who had escaped her clutches, saw Lu Feng in pain and hurriedly came forward to ask. This was her gold master. She mustn't annoy him, or else all she had done and sacrificed would all be for nothing. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? Playing with me? Lu Feng pretended to look angry. This was called trying to catch the enemy. One of the 36 stratagems. Facing the angry Lu Feng, Tan Xin was torn. She wanted to marry into a rich family, but she didn't want to become a plaything. If she lost her virginity like this, her dream of being a rich family would definitely not last until dawn. Lu Feng, it's too fast. Give me some time. Okay. Lu Feng calmed down and looked at Tan Xin. Since this woman had come to tease him, she must have already thought about this outcome. Now that the arrow was on the string, but she told him to sound off. Wasn't this intentionally playing with his feelings? Lu Feng was angry. He hated this kind of woman the most. He swore that he would never be a licking dog. Looking at Tan Xin, his gaze gradually turned cold. I am not a casual person. Not any woman can get into my bed. The physical examination report from the third-rate hospital. Bring it to me. Talking Xin froze, not coming back to her senses for half a day. Who was in such a hurry just now? Who was the one who was so bold, now pretending to be a gentleman, posing as a big landlord? Tan Xin was so angry in her heart that she wanted to explode, but she didn't dare to get angry at Lu Feng. This man definitely didn't lack beautiful women around him. If she did that, the road to the mansion would definitely be broken. She wasn't a girl who gave in easily, and in the face of this kind of crisis that was probably going to change her life, she was even less likely to compromise easily. Men were all face dogs, and with her flamboyant looks, no man could escape from her as long as she was willing. Talking Xin adjusted her mindset in a few seconds of effort. Worthy of being a social person, decisive enough. Want to try here? Talking Xin had a haughty face, exquisite and simple makeup. Her eyes had a bravado of do or die. Lu Feng's eyes ran an 800 meters over her flaming red lips and finally made an exciting decision. Just try it. You think I don't dare? Omit 800 words. After the incident, Lu Feng just stood up. He had a feeling that his legs were soft, and hurriedly sat down. Tan Xin had disdain in her eyes, revealing an expression of nothing more than that. Although Lu Feng was not happy, the after effects on his body had not subsided yet, so he had to let her be arrogant. Next time the real deal. She must be made to look good. Mouthing off didn't count. Do you still need the reports from the 3 hospitals now? No need. I've already checked them myself. Exempt. Exasperated. Tan Xin twisted Lu Feng's chest meat so hard that it hurt his adrenaline. I have a runway show at Wanda Plaza 3 days later. Remember to send me flowers. Tan Xin threw down such a sentence, left a single page, and then left in style. Looking at the woman's graceful back, Lu Feng sighed for a while. What a blunder. I didn't realize that she had a honeyed sword in her mouth. Ding dong. Just at this moment, the door of the room was knocked once again. Lu Feng hobbled over to open the door. Hello, distinguished guest. I am your room steward. This is the afternoon tea and pastries we have carefully prepared for you. Please enjoy. That housekeeper who liked to babble appeared again. If her looks were still passable, he would definitely want to replace her. Taking a look at the food cart that followed her, Lu Feng suddenly realized that the one pushing the cart was even a familiar face. Wasn't this the pretty receptionist from when he checked in? You're really multitasking. Not working as a receptionist anymore? The guest room housekeeper next to him turned pale, not expecting Lu Feng to know this in turn, just wanting to explain a sentence. Suman grabbed the first to open his mouth. I'm a summer job. The position is not fixed. Wherever there is a need, I will go. The housekeeper instantly had a big head, deeply afraid that Suman's answer would annoy this VIP. Honorable dash. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lu Feng. Alright, there's nothing for you here. You go down. She stays. The housekeeper froze, looked at Lu Feng and then at Suman, instantly comprehending Lu Feng's intentions. Suman was younger and prettier than her. After half a day of agonizing, the housekeeper had no choice but to leave Suman behind and depart by herself. Although she already had a family and had no intention of having anything happen between her and Lu Feng, being passed out in this manner still made her very unhappy. Unable to help herself, she relocated all her anger on Suman. Little slutty fox. With only the lone man and woman left in the room, Suman instantly became a little nervous. She was a student of the Magic City Conservatory of Music who was about to enter her senior year, and having seen a lot, she immediately comprehended Lu Feng's intention to leave her behind, which was nothing more than fancying her beauty. However, she was not a woman who intended to use her beauty to please men, otherwise she wouldn't have come here to work as a summer vacationer. Esteemed guest, do you need any more services? Lu Feng smiled, looking at Su Man's trembling appearance. He was in a good mood. No Hushin? No, big corrupt official. An old man who was given to death by the emperor. Lu Feng glared at her. This was not the answer he wanted to hear. When Hushin eats, he has to be served by 7 maids. Do you think I want one? Is it excessive? Su Man froze, not expecting Lu Feng to hit on this idea. No, not excessive. Su Man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lu Feng had other thoughts about her. Although a young, rich and good-looking young man like Lu Feng could be considered if he chased after her, but if he used force and forced the locks, that would definitely not work. Wine. Su Man hurriedly poured a glass of wine and handed it to Lu Feng. Grapes. Su Man picked another grape and sent it to Lu Feng's mouth. There's skin. How can I eat it? Looking at the grapes in her hand, Su Man froze for a few seconds. Could it be that grapes still need to be peeled? This she really didn't know. Then what to do? Lu Feng was confused by Su Man's question. The two of them looked at each other. The air was suddenly quiet. Chapter 20. How much is $1 billion? 3 drum washing machines. Never encountered such a guest. Su Man held back her anger. She had already been tossed around like this by Lu Feng for almost half an hour. This man was happy to do it, but he had caused her a lot of trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that he was staying in the presidential suite, with her temper, she would have lifted the table and broken up. Esteemed guest, is there anything else you need to order? No need. By the way, I just saw a bit of dissatisfaction from your eyes. Is it because my behavior just now made you have a strong psychological burden? Su Man felt her teeth chattering with anger. Is there still a need to ask about something so obvious? But considering her bonus, Su Man did not dare to lash out at Lu Feng. Esteemed guest, you are joking. It is my honor to serve you. Is it? Yes. Lu Feng once again sized up Su Man for a few moments. This woman's smile was sincere. Her eyes were also sincere. And her key voice was also very nice. Add a WeChat. If something happens later, I'll contact you directly. Su Man does not want to add, but thought to be complained because of this matter. The supervisor will certainly want to deduct her bonus. The big deal is that she will not do it later and then delete it. In order to bonus, Su Man reluctantly took out her cell phone. Well, contact more in the future. After Su Man left, Lu Feng began to browse up her circle of friends. Some checking, had some understanding of this sweet-looking girl, a student of the Magic City Conservatory of Music, the 2 academies in Mordor, the Conservatory of Music and the Academy of Film and Television. This is a nationally famous place, not only because every year the 2 academies send a large number of outstanding talents to the entertainment industry, but also because this place gathers the nation's high-quality beauties, and the rich people of Mordor, and even the nation's rich people, often go here to punch the clock. In the past, he had fantasized about it, but he didn't even have a 2-wheel bicycle. He didn't deserve to punch in. However, times are different nowadays. That place he can go. There was still about 3 million on his account after deducting the hotel deposit, and there was still more than 3 million Chi luck value in the system. If all of it was converted into money, then he would have more than 6 million. The first time he had so much money, Lu Feng was full of energy. A woman's beauty and a man's money were both confidence. Change has to start now. Lu Feng made a list. 1. Change the look. New look, new atmosphere. 2. Clothing purchase. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Name brands have a halo effect. 3. Jewelry purchase. Every successful man needs a watch. 4. Travel equipment. How can a good man not have a car? 5. Golf to A. Successful men must have entertainment. Must experience. 6. Traveling. A foot massage. 7. Female secretary. What to do with. The specific details do not expand. 8. A random list. Lu Feng realized that he had so many things that needed to be done. Being a rich man was also physical work, but he enjoys it. Forget about the fact that he only has 6 million now, and wants to fulfill the wishes of all the people on this A4 paper. It is estimated that it is far from enough. It doesn't matter if it's not enough. There is a system that doesn't worry. Sleep first, and then work hard again at night. After 100 million brush, the small goal will be realized. With a face of satisfaction, Lu Feng quickly fell asleep. A big bed is just comfortable. Falling asleep is faster than usual. Su Man left the presidential suite with an unhappy face, taking a summer vacation job. She didn't expect to meet this kind of uneducated rich second generation. She can't see this kind of young people who only know how to spend their parents' money, have hands and feet, don't work well, earn their own money to spend their own money. What's so great about using their parents' money? Look at her. Since she went to college, she hasn't asked her family for a penny. Su Man, cheer up. Persistence is victory. You will become a generation of divas. Talking Xin, who had returned to her room, rushed to the bathroom at the first opportunity. At the moment, her mouth was full of that man's flavor, viciously brushing her teeth 3 times. Exasperated, she muttered to herself in the mirror, Wait for me, I'll definitely take you down. Don't think you can escape from me. Stinky man. 3 days later she had a walk, although it was only an 18-line small model. But it was not because she was not beautiful and talentless that she became like this. On the contrary, on the face value and professionalism, she had confidence in those famous models to compete with each other. Except that she was not willing to be submerged, and there was no big brother to support her, so she could only die out in front of the crowd. In fact, she also has a second generation of wealth around her has been chasing her, almost half a year. She did not agree. Although this second generation liked her, he wouldn't marry her, so she never agreed. Tan Xin was not willing to be a small. That status could not support her ambition, but a second generation like Chen Fei could not be found, so she kept hanging on. Every time she went out of town to pick up work, Chen Fei would follow. This time she wasn't sure if Chen Fei would show up. It didn't matter if he didn't show up. He was sure Lu Feng would definitely be there. If Chen Fei showed up then as well, it would be a good time for the two of them to spar, making it clear to them that she, Tan Xin, was very sought after. Tan Xin had inquired about Chen Fei's family history, and it was quite a famous family in Jinling City. Chen family deep more medicine business. Chen Fei's father Chen Qiran is worth more than 5 billion big brother. In Jinling that is quite famous big entrepreneurs, originally by such a rich second generation pursuit. She should be secretly happy, but Chen Fei has been engaged. The other party is also a famous family in Jinling. The two families are considered to be the right family. She simply do not have the opportunity to dig the foot of the wall, even if she is with Chen Fei. At most, can only be the golden house, which is exactly her hesitation. Unwilling to place, running into Lu Feng gave her hope. Judging by her professional vision, Lu Feng's worth might not be weak compared to the Chen family. It was a good spare tire, and she would choose whichever of the two was more suitable when the time came. I hope both of you won't let me down. Chen Fei, it's not that I won't give you a chance. As long as you're willing to fight with your family for me for once, I'll be with you. Otherwise don't blame me for moving on. Lu Feng, I'm not a schoolgirl. If you want to be with me, then show some sincerity. The presidential suite is all wrapped up for you. 3 days later it's up to you how you behave. Touching her red lips, it was the first time she had ever given someone such a use. She was still very satisfied with Lu Feng. Young, rich and handsome. If the performance satisfied her, then here he was the first person to use and would be the last person to use. Asleep. The time is already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Let the housekeeper arrange dinner. Lu Feng ate and drank, took out the latest model of the fruit that had been ordered before. 14. Tonight the task is very heavy. 100 million converted cash is placed in front of himself. The equivalent of 3 tumble dryer washing machines are placed in front of him. It was not difficult to spend so much money in one night. Chapter 21. The battle for the first place on the list has begun. There were quite a few members online in WoW tonight, and the fight for the gift list was very intense at the end of the month. Many big brothers usually do not go online. Tonight will specially come over to take a look and brush a wave of gifts for the anchors they support. On the list, will get the platform all kinds of recommendations, exposure, popularity and so on, will ensue. By the time the fame is there, earning money is not as simple as drinking water. However, this list is not good, not to mention the top. It was hard to get on the list without brushing a few million gifts. If you want to reach the top, I'm afraid it would take nearly 10 million, so at times like this, you can only rely on your big brother, and there's no chance at all to rely on the casuals. Brother Fugue, I'm relying on you tonight. Udaudu was a million fan anchor, in the WoW platform that was ranked first tier big anchor, behind the support of many big brothers, especially Fugue Blossom, in the platform that was a famous big brother. Now she has ascended to the top 10 of the gift list, ranked 6th, so this month's list she would like to compete. As long as the rich and noble Blossom original intention to support him, it is estimated that as long as 5 million, absolutely can rush to the top of the list. Hearing Udaudu's dainty voice, Fortune Blossom is like steaming sauna in general, soothing and incomparable. This Udaudu not only has a good voice, but also has a first-class body, which is the best elasticity among the women he has handled. Don't worry, have you Cohen brother in? This is not a thing. Tickets by Goodit. Tomorrow I wait for you. Fortune Blossom's real name is Qian Kuan, and his family started as a contractor. Later hitched Guoxiao, has been with him behind the mixer. Guoxiao that is the Magic City really top rich young. Not his level can be compared. Guoxiao also likes to play live, mainly like to play anchor, and love collective project. Some time ago, Guoxiao fancy a anchor, not hesitate to smash the money. Who knows that the anchor woman is also very personalized. Guoxiao after a few setbacks did not get it. In the past few days, he had to go abroad, and before he left, he also proudly explained to Qian Cohen, letting him entertain the anchor woman well. Thinking of the morning's loss, the joy on Qian Cohen's face reduced by a few points. Tonight, If the one called peak above still dares to go online, he must hit him to withdraw from the network and delete the number. Seeing the $6 million lying on the account, the corner of Chien Kuan's mouth raised a smile. $6 million. The average person is afraid to have never seen so much money in his life. Tonight, as long as that peak above dare to come, he must hit him doubt life. Chien Kuan exited the nest and boarded WeChat. He has a Big Brother group, jokingly called Magic Door, which is to play a good few platform Big Brother. Nothing when they all like to exchange their respective and the main broadcast of those things that happened. I'll take this month's list. Brothers give face. They all reached a tacit understanding that the listings were rotated, unless there was a special request, like he was doing now. Usually, as long as they opened their mouths, everyone would give face. After all, those who could enter this group were people with status, and among each other, they were both playmates and partners. For them people, compared to money, face is more important. Ah, Cohen, you take it easy. Beware of the waste. Flame Burn squeezed him. Brother Fire, I'm young, I can withstand the build. Little Kunzi, you've been pretty cocky lately. Following Brother Gui is just different. Among their group, Huo Xiao was the well-deserved leader, followed by Ching Ching's side, and then after that, it was Flame Burn and Fortune Blossom for them. Brother Ching Chang, you're joking. I'm just following Brother Gui for a long time. By the way, recently Brother Gui has taken a fancy to an anchor. You all know about this, right? This girl has found a backer again. That guy's name is above the peak. If you guys meet him, don't show any mercy. This guy swiped a little bit of money today, and he's so arrogant that he doesn't even put Brother Gui in his eyes. I have some impression. Is a newcomer, since and Guo brother against. That is, and our magic sect is not good. To this kind of people who do not know the sky and the earth, encountered will never be soft. Today, either he doesn't come, or if he does, let him know that our magic sect brothers are formidable. Someone took the lead, and everyone hurriedly chimed in. Seeing the crowd taking a stand, Chien Kuan's eyes were filled with smiles. Lu Feng had made him eat his words. Tonight he had come prepared, and he had also pulled in this group of brothers. If Lu Feng dared to show up tonight, he would definitely make him understand what it meant to be a truly rich man. Fortune Blossom came to Yu Daodu's live broadcasting room. Yu Daodu is now ranked 6th on the list, and 5th is Tao Yila. Tao Yila can be on the list all because of Peak Top. Now the two are only a little more than 100,000 votes apart, which is a matter of tens of thousands of dollars. Fortune Blossom is ready to strike. Tonight he will properly humiliate Tao Yila. If he dared to appear on top of the peak, he would definitely make him regret playing live at that time. Welcome my brother Blossom Blossom. Seeing Fortune Blossom's entrance cue, Yu Daodu hurriedly greeted him with a delicate voice that sounded like it was brushed with a layer of syrup. The Water Friends' excited pop-ups flew like flies. Brother Blossom, people are now in 6th place. Fortune Blossom licked her lips and couldn't help but get hot when she thought of how this woman looked underneath her. Yu Daodu was the most beautiful of all the women she had handled, especially that pair of softness that was more than double that of a normal person. It mesmerized him the most, thinking that tomorrow morning, he would be able to see the person in person. For now he had to hold back for the time being. Brothers, what are you waiting for? A pack of cigarettes for money. Don't even drop your chain for me tonight. Let Daodu see our real strength. Fortune Blossom sends 1 dream castle. Fortune Blossom is giving away 10 dream castles. Big Pony Monkey is giving away 1 dream castle. Little Dopey gets a free castle. Crouch down and look at your underwear. Get 1 castle. 1 big egg and 1 small egg get 1 fantasy castle. In addition to these marquis and earls who follow the 30+ levels of Fortune Blossom, there are many bricklaying beggars who are also infected by this hot atmosphere in the live broadcast room, and they have generously given away 1 lollipop after another. A lollipop for 10 cents. This money is not difficult. Originally Yu Daodu and Southland Jiaran gap is not too big. This wave of gifts directly led her ranking over the Southland Jiaran, and it was rapidly advancing towards the top 3. Fortune Flower Blossom promised Yu Daodu to send her to heaven tonight, so she didn't stop and rewarded her with $1 million in one breath. Yu Daodu's gift value directly climbed to over 70 million, topping the list without any surprise. Thank you Brother Blossom, thank you Brother Monkey, thank you Brother Dubé, thank you Brother Underpants, thank you Brother Egg. Yu Daodu hissed and roared, on the one hand excited, and on the other hand also intentionally so. Everyone likes to hear the shouts. The live broadcast room is bustling with activity. The Water Friends pop-up screen flying brushes. She simply cannot have time to look carefully. Fortune Blossom heard Yu Daodu's screams, suffocated extraordinarily difficult, couldn't help but curse. Little Southland Beauty's live room, because of Lu Feng's reward in the afternoon. Now her live room, the popularity is also very strong. Chapter 22. A few million is not lacking. The brothers are on fire. Although Lu Feng had left, the second-in-command and others remained in the live broadcast room, which was still very lively. Although Tao Yila was a newcomer and Wowo, but in the live broadcasting world that was also someone who could be ranked, and she still had a hand in enlisting people. These big brothers and passing water friends quickly fell in love with her. Among the 3 people that Lu Feng had rewarded, it was the Southern Delight that had the highest ranking, already ranking as high as 5th on the gift list, so the second in command they still had some expectations that she would be able to go one step further and rise to the top with a 100-foot pole, but without real money. Expectations could only be expectations and could not be transformed into reality. By this time, they are also a lack of power, the heart but not enough. Ammunition has long been consumed, and now can only count on the big brother on top of the peak. However, thinking of peak above has brushed more than 10 million today. It is estimated that it is also to the limit, now offline. It is estimated that tonight is not going to be online. Second brother, is peak still online today? I heard that 6th place Udaudu's big brother is Fortune Blossom. I reckon he'll make a whole thing out of it. I was just over at Udaudu's side, and they've been chatting about grabbing the top spot tonight. That Fortune Flower Blossom is very arrogant, and also mentioned Brother Feng, bluntly saying that if Brother Feng is online, he will beat him until he withdraws from the net. The water friends were talking in 2 or 3 words, and for a while the atmosphere in the live room was a bit dull. It's okay, to be able to have the current results. Jiarun is already very happy. Second brother, flower brother, talking brother, and everyone else, just don't break the bank. Jiarun is already very content. The Southern Kingdom's Jiarun hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. What she said was from her heart. Because of peak above, she had risen to the sky in one step, and was directly ranked among the big anchors with millions of followers. She was already very happy. As for whether or not she could make it to the top of the list, it didn't matter anymore. The future is long. There are so many big brothers to support. The top of the list is only a matter of time. She was still very clear on this point. Hearing the Southern Delight's consolation, the second in command was also a bit shaken. If Lu Feng didn't show up, it would still be difficult to expect them to push Southern Delight to the top of the list. Just as he was about to open his mouth and say that he would see what happens before deciding, some waterbenders came to report. Second brother is in trouble. Udaudu's ranking has rushed to 5th, squeezing Jiaren down, and the number of votes is still going up. Fortune Flower Blossom directly let slip in the live broadcast room, saying that Brother Feng had better not go online today, or else he'll know why flowers are so red. There were quite a few people who tipped off the public, and just as this one finished speaking, another spoke up. Udaudu's side has gathered quite a few people, a whole bunch of counts and marquises. I also heard that Fortune Flower Blossom and Tilted City side, Flame Burning, these big brothers have all greeted each other, and are sealing off Peak tonight. As long as Peak dares to hit the charts, all of them will snatch them over. The second in command's face turned even colder. Flame Burn was okay, and he and Rich Blossom were considered to be on the same level, but Tilted City side was much more powerful, strong enough to scare him, and thinking that there was also a legend behind these people that they were the sons of the richest family in Mordor, they were even more butt-waxed. If it wasn't for the reason above the peak, they wouldn't have gone against these people. Now has been knotted beam. Young people want a face, if so concede. How to mix in the platform in the future. Might as well directly delete the number to withdraw from the network. The second in command reached the edge of his mouth and put back the words. They are not good to be messed with. Brothers, we can't let people look down on us. Everyone make as much effort as you can. I'm here to thank everyone for Jiaren. I've long looked at those grandchildren with displeasure, making it seem like they're the only ones with money. Pretending my ass. Yazihul was indignant. It's not just money, more or less. A few million old me is not lacking. Just do it. There is a big brother to take the lead. The water friends are still very capable of making waves. One by one, they wailed, showing loyalty and righteousness. Second in command sends 10 dream castles. The first flower sends 10 dream castles. The talker sends 10 dream castles. Several big brothers are very generous. Real money is unambiguous. With several big brothers taking the lead, the water friends were also aroused by the long-lost blood. Brother-in-law rewarded a lollipop. Watching the sea at night rewarded a bishop. Private meeting 2 8 girls rewarded a flower. The gifts in the live broadcast room were brushed non-stop for a while, and it looked spectacular. But unfortunately, except for a few big brothers, the water friends' fighting strength was limited. In half a day's work, there were only more than 100,000 brushes. After being squeezed out of the 5th place, the 7th place behind them is also in hot pursuit. Xiao Loli, who had just been hard-topped by Lu Feng, had now fallen off the list. Tao Yila was happy but also a bit tired. She actually didn't want to compete for the top spot, but now that the arrow was on the string, she couldn't do anything else. Unfortunately, she didn't have any money right now, and the money Lu Feng had given her for the reward wouldn't reach her until next month, or else she would have given herself the top spot herself. With these big brothers around, there was still hope to compete. Thank you second brother. Thank you flower brother. Thank you, talking brother. Everyone just try their best. Jia Ren is grateful, seeing that the water friends were not giving their best. Although the second-in-command was anxious, there was nothing he could do, even if the few of them could swipe a few million. Since Fortune Flower Blossom dared to put out the word, they must have made sufficient preparations, and these few million would probably not help. The second-in-command had the intention of contacting Lu Feng, but after thinking about it, he still didn't do that. He wasn't sure what Lu Feng's financial strength was, if this was already his bottom line, and he contacted Lu Feng in such a hasty manner. Wouldn't he be placing Lu Feng in an awkward situation, which was going to offend people? Right at this moment, a special effect of the green dragon seat flashed in the live broadcast room. The entry special effect showed Fortune Flower Blossom coming in. Seeing this name, the second-in-command's face instantly lengthened. This bastard definitely didn't have a good heart when he came over at this time. As expected, Fortune Flower Blossom came to pick a fight as soon as he opened his mouth. Where's your big brother in the south? With this shrimp soldiers, you also want to compete for the list. What kind of beautiful thing are you thinking about? Tell you, it's not too late to regret now. Otherwise there are your bitter head to eat. Don't think that someone dares to stand up for you. Look who dares. Fortune Blossom spoke very arrogantly. Fortune or Wong Kai. They say that a dog that bites doesn't bark. You're good. It's the other way around. Asterisk 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 you? Next door. A flower I have long wanted to cure you. Have the guts to come to the magic city you garden. See me not to cripple you. Fugu eh? Forcing what? You have the guts to come to the Gobi beach. I don't ing hands. Can roast you to death. Big brother fight. Water friends silent. Watching the fun. This rich and noble blossom really tycoon living in the magic city UN. That house prices are 15 or 16 million. In 3 or 4 cities can pay a down payment. A flower is also a big brother. The current speculation is estimated to be the great northwest side of the tycoon. The family either has a large grassland or a few thousand yaks. Fortune Blossom, what kind of skill is it for you? A big brother, to stare at a small anchor, and you're not afraid of being laughed at. Aren't you looking for brother Feng? Go back and wait. In the ing nonsense, I will cut you. Fortune Blossom looked at the cell phone screen, a fierce light in his eyes. The second-in-command was also considered a celebrity in the circle, only it wasn't all the way with them. It was said that this guy was from the coastal side. Okay, second-in-command, I'll give you face. Bring me a word. Whoever can take the top spot tonight will be considered the winner, and the loser will delete his number and exit the network. Chapter 23 Brother Feng swiped another $3 million. Fortune Flower Blossom was very confident, and after saying that, without waiting for the second-in-command to reply, he directly flashed away, leaving the second-in-command there a bit messed up. He had a depressed look on his face. He had taken on a trouble with Lu Feng in a haphazard manner, and he didn't know what Lu Feng would think. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dog leg is too arrogant. Second brother, can you contact Brother Feng? Losing is not losing. If Brother Feng hasn't been online, he still thinks he's afraid of them. Alright, everyone cut the crap. I'll try. The second-in-command didn't say what to try or how to try, and finished directly exiting the live broadcast room. He didn't know that not long after he had just exited the nest, Lu Feng came online. After hesitating for half a day with his cell phone, Zheng Qing finally sent a text message to Lu Feng. Brother Feng, are you still online tonight? Fortune Blossom is looking for trouble again. It didn't take long for the SMS to be sent over. Lu Feng's reply arrived, and after reading Lu Feng's message, Zheng Qing's hanging heart finally let out a sigh of relief. I'm online. Come on. Yazihua told me all about it. Zheng Qing instantly came back to life with full blood, having a feeling that he had found a backer. As soon as Lu Feng went online, he saw a lot of private chats, and among them, what one branch flower had said had caused him to pay great attention. It was this fortune flower again. He was worried about finding a suitable target to strike. Now he didn't have to fret. Lu Feng immediately entered Southern Delight's live room. This time, there was no stealthy entry set. As soon as he appeared, the special effects of the king's exclusive seat, the 9-dragon drawn carriage, directly flashed across the entire screen. Seeing him appear, the Peak family army, as well as the crowd of water friends, all became excited. It was like a beautiful woman taking off her pants in public on a pedestrian street. It was too exciting. Brother Peak is here. Brother Peak, good. Brother Feng worked hard. Seeing these various greetings, Lu Feng almost wondered if he hadn't learned the language well. Brother Feng, you're busy day in and day out. Take care of your health. Brother Feng, you're excited night in and night out. Were all these idioms used like this? I really don't know whether to say that they are talented or that they have a heart. I already know the matter. Since that's the case, what's there to hesitate about? Let's get started. With Lu Feng's words, everyone boiled over. A big brother was a big brother. There was no procrastination. As soon as Tao Yila saw Lu Feng appear, her heart immediately calmed down. She felt that Lu Feng was her C-pin. As long as Lu Feng was there, she wasn't afraid of even the biggest storm. Brother Feng, it's all my fault for dragging everyone down. Jia Ren, don't think too much, just broadcast properly, Lu Feng commanded calmly, and he still had some sympathy for what happened to this girl. Any idea what's going on over there right now? Brother Feng, I just came from Yu Daodu's live broadcast. Yu Daodu had already rushed to first place, but she was squeezed out by Liang Jingjing and Spicy Girl again, and is now dry humping with Dollface, who is in third place. Everyone sit tight and fight this battle with vigor. Let everyone see how hot our blood is. Peak Family Army in position. Second in command reporting. At the last minute, the second in command finally came online. As soon as he came up, he saw such a hot-blooded declaration from above the peak, and was instantly filled with a great deal of bravado, itching to really find someone to do a good job. Peak above sends 1 dream castle. Above the peak sends 100 dream castles. Send 1,000 dream castles on top of the peak. In a short while, Lu Feng rewarded out $3 million. This kind of large amount of gifts could only be brushed one by one, not many at once. Lu Feng's fingers kept going up and down, like a chicken pecking at rice. On average, he could only click 1 or 2 a second. It took nearly 10 minutes to brush these, and his fingers were a little numb. The platform is too impersonal. Lu Feng can't help but complain a little. This is only a daily consumption of 100 million, so consuming energy. If 10 million 100 million, tired fingers, but also cannot finish brush off. I can't. Lu Feng decided that after today, he would go to the platform and suggest that the speed of brushing gifts was too slow. Either increase the frequency of brushing gifts, or increase the value of individual gifts. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to meet his daily consumption target in the future. The system's money could only become his if he consumed it, otherwise it would only be the system's. No different from fake money. Lu Feng's side was still busy clicking his fingers and had no time to be distracted. The live broadcast room was completely boiling. Brother Feng, mighty. Brother Feng, domineering. Brother Peak, is there still a lack of little brothers? I'm willing to pour a urinal for you. Upstairs, don't rob with me. Brother Feng, you don't need a urinal. I'm enough. $3 million was nothing to rich people, but to ordinary people, it was a huge amount of money. It was enough to drive many people crazy. Not only did the water users in the live broadcast room go crazy, but the officials were also very knowledgeable. The full-screen announcement of the huge reward rolled across the channel. More people and anchors followed the link and jumped over. Southern Delight's live room was once again overcrowded. Soon the number of people online broke 1 million. 1 million was a hurdle, and it wasn't that easy for even the platform's top anchors to reach that number of people online. Thank you, Brother Feng. Tao Yila was very excited. Not only because Lu Feng had already swiped 7 million gifts for her, but also because today had allowed her to experience the feeling of being at the top again. As an anchor who had once taken the entire network by storm, Tao Yila was unwilling to compromise with the mansion that had captured her because she was unwilling and unable to let go, and now that she was standing at the top once again, she secretly admonished herself not to make the same mistake again no matter what. That kind of fear and helplessness, the coolness of the world, experiencing it once was enough. Thank you, Brother Feng. Jia Ren is so touched. I was also touched when someone rewarded me with a few $1 million. The water friends were envious. This is real money. There is so much money. Buy mansions, drive luxury cars. There are white-skinned and beautiful long-legged girls to throw themselves in the arms of. Here to engage in these false head. Stupid or not. Quite a few water friends heart really think like this, but no one dares to say it. The second in command, one flower, and others saw that the peak was so raw, sat up straight, and their eyes erupted with excitement. Like a homeless man who had been starving for 3 days and saw the bread that had fallen to the ground. Peak Family Army, brush up with me. When Brother Peak strikes, he is invincible. The second in command was so excited that it was like something kept jutting out of his chest. Peak Family Army +2. Brother Peak strikes and is invincible. Peak Family Army +3. Brother Peak strikes and is invincible. The queue quickly solitaire to several thousand people, and the visual impact of seeing such a queue was quite shocking. Yu Daodu Live, Fortune Blossom and the others, after working hard for an hour or so, finally pushed Yu Daodu's ranking to the second place, and it looked like it wasn't far from the top of the list. He was all excited. It wasn't in vain that he had swiped almost 2 million. Thank you, Brother Blossom. Thanks. Yu Daodu scratched his head and caused the water friends to wail again, like lambs to be fed. Fortune Blossom kept rubbing his fingers and his breathing became ragged. Brothers, with one drum, send Daodu to soar to the sky. Chapter 24 Trench's money as handkerchiefs. Fortune Blossom was very excited, having already swiped 4 million. Today's battle was really exciting. One had to sigh. There are so damn many rich people nowadays. Looking at Yu Daodu's ranking climb to the first again, he was clear that this time it should be stable. 1 billion gift value. That is more than 10 million. So much money, even he smacked his lips. Fortunately so much money is not him alone. Brush. Brothers, charge, 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 charge. The live broadcast room was abuzz with people's voices. Udaudu excited has stood up. Sexy enchanting dance, with explosive music sound, stimulate all the people cannot think properly. Only feel a flood of power in the body. Driving the finger, non-stop brush brush, cannot stop. Suddenly the name of the person at the top of the list changed. Fortune Blossom was just about to cheer, but when he saw the name at the top of the list, he froze. It wasn't Udaudu's, it was Southern Delight. How is this possible? Udaudu's gift value was still rising, but Southern Belle's gift value was rising even faster. The gap between the two quickly turned from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, then to millions, and it was still widening. What was going on here? In the live broadcast room, the water friends had also discovered this situation, and the chatter continued. Just then someone said the reason. Southern Delight's big brother made a move. It's that peak above. He swiped another 6 million and he's still doing it. Everyone couldn't help but curse out. What is this guy's origin? So rich. How much did he brush in one day today? How is he so rich? Does he have a bank at home? The fans were shocked, but compared to being shocked, they were actually more excited because there was hilarity to watch. Udaudu was shocked and at the same time a little jealous. How come such a big brother isn't her family? It's not fair. Fortune Blossom was so angry that he couldn't say a word. I thought that guy had already swiped 10 million and wouldn't be online again tonight. Who knew that not only did he come, but he also went on to swipe 6 million. 6 million is not $600. Even he is a little bit of meat pain. This guy in the end where to come out, deliberately against him. No, absolutely can't let him do whatever he wants. But when he thought that he had already swiped almost 8 million this month, which was already beyond his budget, and if he swiped again his old man would pull out all the hairs on his body if he knew about it, he was scared. Brother Blossom, what should we do now? Should we continue? We all thought that the matter of 9 out of 10. Who knows that the other side is fierce? A person hanging hundreds of thousands of them. This is still how to fight. Now it depends on the attitude of the big brother. If the big brother does not take the lead, they do not say there are hundreds of thousands of people, is millions of people are useless. A big brother who brushes money is worth thousands of troops who don't brush money. Fortune and Blossom didn't know what to do for a moment. Continue to brush, he ran out of money. If he didn't brush, then he would lose. He but and the peak of the top of the bet. Who lose? Who delete the number to withdraw from the network? This is what to do now. Seeing the water friends questioning, Fortune Blossom was furious, and wanted to curse, but he hadn't completely lost his mind, and cursing at this time would be a disguised admission that he had lost. No way. Absolutely cannot admit defeat. All take it easy. Tonight's champion can only be Dodo. Fortune Blossom was a dead duck. Brother Blossom is awesome. Seeing Big Brother speak, the water friends' confidence returned. Anyway, it was Big Brother who spent the money. They didn't lose anything. One by one, they roared again. Thank you, Brother Blossom. Udaudu was still a little worried, but seeing Fortune Blossom so strong, her heart was as excited as a dam breaking. Taking out her cell phone, she took a picture of the flood scene. Fortune Blossom, who was in trouble, suddenly received Udaudu Blossom's picture, froze for a few seconds, and her eyes went round. The severity of this flooding was more than ever. He was shocked. Asterisk. Above the peak. I'll fight you tonight. Punching a redhead was still there. If he didn't have money himself, he could borrow it. Anyway, his pocket money came back next month. Fortune Blossom hurriedly dialed a few numbers. After making the call, his face became a little agitated. Borrowed $5 million. Originally, he could have borrowed more, but Guoshao's phone call hadn't gotten through, and Tilting City side and Flame Burning could only borrow so much for him, or else for Guoshao's face, he could have borrowed at least another 3 million, but even if it was 5 million, he felt it was enough. The previous month's chart toppers hadn't even exceeded 100 million gift value. Now that Udaudu's gift value had exceeded more than 100 million, plus this 5 million, he felt sure that there was no problem. Could Peak Above still brush another 6 million for Southern Delight? He just didn't believe it. This Peak Above was so rich that he could brush more than 20 million a day. He didn't believe it. After charging up the money, Fortune Blossom's confidence increased greatly, and the bottom of his speech was strong. Dodo must be number one. It's useless for anyone to come. Doesn't Peak Top want to look for trouble? Let him see reality and recognize himself today. Brother Blossom, awesome. Life goal. Brother Blossom. Believe in Brother Blossom. Life is open and invincible. The level of slipperiness of the water friends could not be compared to even Hushin on Earth. Brother Blossom, Dodo is too happy. The days of having a big brother. Too happy. Enjoying a wave of flattering water friends, and hearing Udaudu's flirty and charming greetings, Fortune Blossom felt that this money was worth spending. What's the point of asking for money? Isn't it to make yourself happy? All act. Let them see our true strength. Fortune Blossom began to perform. Fortune Blossom is giving away 1 dream castle. Fortune Blossom is giving away 100 dream castles. Fortune Flower Blossom sends 1,000 dream castles. Already immersed in the self-inflated vanity of the old man who was number 1 in the world, Fortune Blossoms got carried away. One operation was as fierce as a tiger. Is Dowdu at the top of the list now? Fortune Flower Blossom casually asked. He felt that with 140 million gift values, Dowdu definitely topped the list. On the side of Southern Delight, the water users had been shocked by Lu Feng. Lu Feng hadn't stopped swiping gifts for Southland beauties since the time he went online. Top of the peak sends 2,000 dream castles. Above the peak sends 3,000 dream castles. Above the peak sends 4,000 dream castles. The gift value was moving towards 200 million normally and quickly. The people who came over to spy on the news were about to pee in their pants when they saw this godlike operation from above the peak. How long did it take out another 10 million? 20 million a day. Damn it. It's almost worth the annual net profit of some listed companies. Too trenchant. These people immediately exited Southern Delight's live room and once again returned to Dowdu's side. Brother Blossom, Dowdu was still in second place. Brother Blossom, it's not good. Above the peak swiped another 10 million. Chapter 25, cool off on the side. Don't delay me from robbing money. Fortune Flower Blossom was still fantasizing about the morning workout tomorrow morning. After getting off the air tonight, Dowdu would catch a flight over. When he saw the message from his water friends, it was as if he had been slapped in his sleep, and as if he had just come out of the purification room and lost the most precious treasure on his body. How is this possible? I've swiped 3 million. How could it not be number 1? He was just about to say if he had misread it, when he saw another water user's briefing, and his face turned green with fear. Another 10 million. What the hell is this? He swiped 3 million and the other party swiped 10 million. He only had a total of 5 million. Even if he swiped all of it, it was useless. A feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body. Fortune Flower Blossom burned with rage. From which nook or cranny did this peak top emerge? Is money flowing from the water? To have swiped $20 million in one day was too rich. Such a person is richer than him. And Fortune Blossom is a little afraid in his heart. A person who can brush 20 million online without blinking, in reality is worth at least several billion dollars. Such a person is usually a place of weightlifting characters, and not 4 or 5 lines of such small cities. At least are like Jinling such as second-tier cities. Even in the Magic City can have a place. Is by no means his kind of solid family can be compared. This level of character, even if it is not comparable to Guo, the gap is not far. Fortune Blossom was afraid in his heart. The reason why he wanted to deal with Southern Delight so badly was to flatter Guo, but he was reluctant to offend such a big shot for Guo. What to do? Fortune Blossom hesitated. Brother Blossom, are we still going to continue? The water friends were asking him again, and seeing the water friends pop-ups, Fortune Blossom became even more annoyed. These people were of no use at all and would only add to the chaos. 10 million? Where was he going to get so much money? He wanted to curse a few times, but in the end, he held back. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but the bet between him and Peak Above, he was sure to lose, and if another scandal of cursing his fans came out, he would definitely not have the face to hang around in WoWo in the future. Although he lost the bet, but let him delete the number to withdraw from the network is impossible. This number spent so much money, it is impossible to delete and start over. The big deal was to retreat for a while and wait until the wind had passed. Fortune Flower Blossom took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat to Dowdu. I'll go down first. Wait for you at the hotel. Come over early. Dowdu was still at a loss for words in the live broadcast room, expecting Fortune Blossom to give him a big brush. Today is definitely the most exciting day of his live broadcast for so long. The daily water flow is approaching 15 million. In the Obsidian Guild, she is definitely a veritable first sister. Suddenly received WeChat from Fortune Blossom. She froze. Big brother, this is gone. Said Dowdu must be the top of the list. This is to hit the face. Let her empty joy. But even if the heart is dissatisfied, but also dare not show. On the one hand, is now still live. Everyone is watching. On the other hand, the rich and noble Blossom is her big brother. Real to her brush more than 10 million. She cannot afford to offend. Thinking of going over early tomorrow morning, her big brother would definitely have to give her an angry blow. She was a little frowning in her heart. Thank you family for supporting Dowdu. Thanks. Fortune Flower Blossom left. The water friends were still there. Dowdu, no thanks to her professionalism, forced to smile and kept giving thanks to everyone. That dainty look made people move their eyes, making them want to jump in from the screen and rush to her. As soon as Fortune Blossom left, Dowdu's gift value immediately stopped and couldn't rise. Those who were paying attention to this side of the world immediately reported this discovery in the live broadcast room of Southern Delight. Brother Fong, Fortune Blossom seems to have run away in fear. Yu Daodu's gift value isn't rising anymore. I saw it too. Jaren is now number 1. Fortune Blossom lost. This goon ran away as much as he could. Shame on the man. The water friends discussed heatedly. Learning that Fortune Blossom had admitted to being a wimp and went offline, the Southern Delicacy's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Fortune Blossom repeatedly made things difficult for her, she didn't want to go against him. She couldn't afford to mess with such a person. Top of the gift list monthly ranking. This was a rather weighty honor. Previously, when she was in Shark So Red, she had only taken the top of the monthly list once. The excitement in her heart could be imagined. It was self-evident what this meant. And besides, she was still a newcomer in WoW, so being able to win the top of the monthly list meant even more to her. Tao Yila clenched her fists, the fire of joy bursting out from her eyes. She, Tao Yila, could rise again even if she had nothing to lose. She proved herself with her strength. Thank you, Brother Fong. Thank you, family, for your support. Jia Ren is too excited. At this moment Tao Yila really shed tears. In these tears, there was excitement, aggression, and pride. Seeing the Southern Kingdom's Jaren shedding tears, with a pearly look, it stirred up the water friends' pity even more, and one by one, their machismo flooded up. Jia Ren, don't cry, you're the best. Jia Ren, we will always support you. Jia Ren, I'm here, don't be afraid. The pop-ups didn't cost any money, and these people brushed them up recklessly. Only Lu Feng knew why Jia Ren of the South shed tears. Seeing that this girl still had such a side to her, Lu Feng was somewhat relieved in his heart. This showed that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Right at this moment, everyone suddenly realized a problem, which was that the castle above Big Brother's peak was still brushing, and hadn't stopped because of the summit. Send 6,000 dream castles above the peak. Send 8,000 dream castles above the peak. Why is Peak still swiping gifts? Someone reminded everyone to react immediately, and it quickly shifted from the excitement of winning the top spot for Southern Delight to the shock of Big Brother's trenchancy of brushing over 24 million more. Brother Fong is domineering. Brother Fong is no less than the number 1 divine trench of WoW. This time I'll see who else dares to question my Brother Feng's strength. Peak Family Army Report. The water friends were excited as if they were going to enter a cave, and still going to enter someone else's cave, and still going to enter someone else's cave together. Brother Peak, it's already number 1, there's no need to brush it. Finally, someone couldn't help but remind. Lu Feng didn't pay any attention to these people, still brushing his gifts as I did. Tonight he had just upgraded and had an indicator of 100 million. This was money. If he didn't finish brushing, the money could only be the system's. It didn't have half a penny to do with him. Stay wherever it's cool, don't affect his money grabbing. Thank you, Brother Peak. You can stop now. Jia Ren also found out that although she was happy that someone gave her a reward, but no one's money came from a big trickle of water, especially to her big brother. She couldn't be too greedy. Fine water flowed over time. Gripping her big brother bald all at once would be the end. Lu Feng still didn't bother. Just like that he still continued to brush the castle. This is all money. And seeing the balance on his account getting smaller and smaller, his heart is called a beauty. Chapter 26, Can't finish spending $100 million. The tireless brushing of the castle on top of the peak shocked everyone. The gift value of the Southern Delight rose crazily. 150 million, 2 billion, 2 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. More people came to hear the news. This is the grand scene of the Vulcan platform since its establishment. This is the embodiment of the peaceful world. The whole network is sensational. Above the peak brushed almost 40 million in one day. How trenchant this is. No longer need to repeat. Water friends, needless to say, one by one like a fish about to come out of the water, bouncing like they want to take off in the clouds. All kinds of anchors, no matter whether they are big or small. One by one, their eyes glowing red, looking at the Southland beauty, hate to replace it. Such a big brother, everyone loves. The official was also very sensible and made a full screen announcement. At this moment, Lu Feng's private messages had been squeezed out. The small red dots marking the number of unread messages, Miso MOMO, rocketed upwards and continued to increase. The second in command excitedly kept typing out the words Peak Family Army Traveling, with the queue stretching long behind him, which was even more exciting to him than when he was the first on the list of anchors. Southland beauty performance is still calm, has experienced great joy to great sadness and then to great joy, and now revisit the same place, an even higher level. Her heart must be excited. She knew very well in her heart that all of this was brought to her by Peak above. If Guo hadn't just used force at that time, but was like above the peak, maybe she would have compromised. Of course Guo didn't have the vigor to take out tens of millions of dollars to give her a reward. This is the gap. There was also a gap between rich people. At this moment, Tao Yila felt that she was incredibly lucky to have met such a big shot like above the peak. She secretly admonished herself that the opportunity was already in front of her. She must firmly grasp it. Lu Feng didn't bother with the crowd, still brushing the castle unhurriedly. This was all money. This was faster than robbing money. The only thing that was unpleasant was having to keep tapping his fingers. It was too tiring for his hands. Brother Peak, won't fall asleep. Still brushing. I counted. Already 15,000 castles. Upstairs. You're stupid. You don't need to count. The system automatically reports the number. Brother Feng, too trenchant. I, Brother Feng, am the no. One godly hero of Wowo. Who has an opinion? Who dares to have an opinion? Who can have an opinion? Not convinced you also brush? In front of the ability of money. It was so rough and direct. More than 10,000 castles. Together with the previous brush, Lu Feng has already brushed 500 million, but there is still a short distance from completing today's task. Looking at the time, there was only an hour or so left until the early hours of the morning. It made him unable to hold back a sigh. Today's mission was considered unfinished. Tomorrow is another day. And tomorrow is another day with more money. This is too much money to spend. It's too urgent. How is it good? If this goes on, the fingers will be nullified. Seeing that Peak didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, everyone was numb. Brother Feng proved the strength of his nest's #1 divine hero by practicing actions. At this time, no matter rich or poor, all of them were intimidated by Peak's boundless wealth. Peak's name became famous in one battle. Along with the status of the Southland beauty, this female anchor with the escort of Wowo's No.1 God's hero, her value jumped to become the platform's No.1. The number of people online has set a new platform record, and the number of fans has also broken 8 million, ranking first on the platform. The name of the Southland beauty has spread to all corners of the platform. When Lu Feng's dream castle brushed to more than 20,000 seats, everyone stopped talking, and the pop-up screen also stopped, leaving only the special effects of the dream castle on the screen. Everyone is quiet and full of excitement watching the peak above the trench brush dream castle. A dream castle $3,000. Almost a second is a few. This feeling is not less than watching the sky sprinkle money shock. We vaguely guessed that the peak brother should be brushed to the 0 hour will stop. This is really trench Brush gift is not to look at the amount of time. On the time, a brush is more than 2 hours. Who can compare? The rich and noble flowers bloom that goats still want in peak brother then. Simply do not know oneself, do not know the sky is high, is a frog in the bottom of the well. As of now, Lu Feng has brushed more than 70 million. So much money, can open a live company themselves? Nest this night to earn money worth the first half of the profits. Nangui Jiaren had never met such a trenchant person. She has already sent 2 messages to Lu Feng. The first one asking if Brother Feng has time recently, and the second one asking if Brother Feng likes JK or OL, but Lu Feng is busy grabbing money right now and doesn't have time to read the messages. Dong. Finally the time came to 0. Lu Feng's fingers finally stopped. Struggling is no longer useful, because a new day came, the new reward money is in place. Looking at the extra 100 million out of thin air, he is full of frustration. There's too much money to spend. It's too hard. In the past, he only hated that there wasn't enough money to spend. Now he hated that there wasn't enough time for him to spend. After struggling for more than 2 hours to spend more than $80 million, the account now not only didn't see less money, but instead it became more again. I wanted to spend 100 million. The speed of the points can't keep up. Depressed. Sleep. Lu Feng left a sentence and then directly went offline, leaving millions of people in the live broadcast room messed up. Brother Feng was too trenchant. No wonder he didn't speak for half a day. So he was busy brushing gifts. Learning that Brother Feng wanted to brush 100 million. Everyone was so scared that they couldn't even speak. Everyone guessed that Brother Feng's family was in the N geometric. It wouldn't be the richest family. Brother Peak is not satisfied. Customer service, hurry out. Brother Peak wants to spend 100 million. You may cannot meet the backhanded acquisition of you, so that you all lose their jobs. Let the big brother experience is not good. The consequences are very serious. Is not looking down on Brother Feng. Is Brother Feng poor money? Hurry up and change. I'm Wowo customer service. I'm sorry guys, it's my pattern that's small. I'll change it right away. Upgrade the platform for Brother Peak, and make sure that Brother Peak enjoys the silky smoothness like Dove. The water friends are all talented, considerate, helpful and happy. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room are like rain. Many anchors are envious and jealous of the Southland beauty. Today one night the Southland beauty will be out of poverty and become rich and run into prosperity and wealth, freedom to walk on the peak of life. Peak brother rewarded so much money. After deducting the platform and taxes, the Southland beautiful people get their hands on an estimated 10 to 20 million. One night earned her the money she had made in the previous few years, which she didn't even dare to imagine before. This much money is nothing to the bigwigs, but to them, it's a huge amount of money. Many anchors, who live until their contracts expired, couldn't earn this much money. After this night, Southland Beauty was unsurprisingly among the top anchors on the WoWo platform. With this super trench on top of the peak covering her, who would dare to underestimate her? Lu Feng, who got off the line, how can not sleep? See more than 80 million of the value of Qi. This is money, or his money. How he is not excited. How can sleep? Tonight is destined to lose sleep. Chapter 27. If I had $100 million, I would donate it all. Lu Feng didn't immediately exchange all the Qi luck values into money. He still had more than $3 million in his bank card right now. This money was enough for him to spend out of pocket. In fact, before he broke up with his girlfriend, he couldn't spend $10 a week. Thirsty, he even $3 a bottle of non-fushanquan cannot afford to buy. Liquid mouth moisturizing a throat, which can be much sweeter than non-fushanquan, really cannot help but to a bottle of Waha-AD calcium milk. Only $2. Cost effective, super high. In the middle of the night, do not sleep for what? When he saw Tao Yila's message, he couldn't sleep anymore. JK and OL are his favorites. After sending a hotel location to Tao Yila, Lu Feng ignored it. After having the system, he admonished himself to never be a licking dog. Come here. Distracted and irritated, Lu Feng summoned the suite housekeeper over. The presidential suite's housekeeper was on call 24 hours a day. Chu Xian rubbed her face so that she could be more awake, then ran all the way to the presidential suite. Mr. Lu, hello, may I ask if you need anything? Lu Feng stared at the housekeeper for a few seconds. At first glance, this woman looked okay. However, a closer look would not be able to resist the test of the gaze. She was a bit older, and her makeup was too heavy. Lu Feng was a little offended. Married? Chu Xian was stared at by Lu Feng for half a day. Her body was a little uncomfortable. She was aware that these rich people had some special fetishes, especially in the middle of the night, so being stared at by Lu Feng like this, her heart was very uneasy. She was a married woman. What should she do if Lu Feng had any thoughts about her? Married. Change the one who is not married. Ah. Chu Xian angrily left the presidential suite. Having money is marvelous. My mother is still not serving, although she is married. In fact, this year is only 26, not old. It is not said that the young masters of rich families all like her mouth. How come this guy is an exception? Manager, the guest in the presidential suite is looking for a beautiful woman. More than half an hour later, hotel manager Luo Hai found the sleepy Chu Xian again. Little Chu, you must help me this time. Seeing Luo Hai's sweaty appearance, Chu Xian wondered. Manager, what's wrong with you? Luo Hai's face was full of grievances as he told Chu Xian what had happened in the past half an hour or so. It turned out that since Lu Feng changed Chu Xian, he had changed 6 or 7 housekeepers in a row, and Lu Feng also told her that if he couldn't change the one he was satisfied with, he would immediately check out of the room and go to live next door at the Hilton. Lu Feng's threat scared Luo Hai. Lu Feng stayed in the presidential suite and chartered it for a month, something that alarmed the top management of the hotel. Such a valued guest was taken very seriously by the top management. If he let Lu Feng walk away because of this, he, the guest room manager, would definitely have to roll up his sleeves and leave. Manager, you can't even handle him. What can I do? Chu Xian didn't want to get involved, although she had entertained a lot of rich people, but it was the first time she had encountered an alternative like Lu Feng. Xiao Chu, you've been at Grand Hyatt for 3 years now. You've also been in charge of the presidential suite for more than a year. The guest room department is now short of a supervisor. I think you're very promising. Hearing Luo Hai's words, Chu Xian's eyes were glowing. Being the butler of the presidential suite and being the head of the guest room department, although the difference in salary wasn't much, the level wasn't the same. Manager, what do you want me to do? As long as she wasn't allowed to offer herself, Chu Xian was willing to put up a fight. For the sake of the future. I heard that you have a sister. It seems like she studied hotel management. She should be living with you right now. Everyone says your sister looks like a movie star. You let her come over to save the day. Chu Xian had a face of resistance. In the past she had once bragged about this. Who knew that this would be missed? Little Chu, as long as you can keep the guests in the presidential suite from checking out, I'll make sure that this supervisor's seat is yours. And your sister came over tonight to save the day. It's not an obligation. 2,000 pieces of labor. What do you think? Chu Xian was moved. Manager, we can make a deal like this, without remorse. It's a deal. Hurry up and call the people over. I'll go up there first. Xiao Chu, whether Luo can pass this hurdle depends on you. Sending Luo Hai away, Chu Xian hurriedly dialed his sister Chu Yu's phone. Her younger sister Chu Yu was about to be a senior in college, and had come here on summer vacation for a long time. Sister, what time is it? Still letting people sleep. Chu Yu, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by the ringing of the phone. and if it wasn't for the fact that it was her sister calling, she would have directly hung up. Calling in the middle of the night is just looking for a scolding. Hurry up and get dressed and come to Grand Hyatt. Something big is happening. I want to sleep. $1,000 tip. Come or not? To this sister's temper, Chu Xian still felt it very thoroughly. Wait. I'll be right there. A woman's potential can also be squeezed out. From hanging up the phone, to dressing up then going out and taking a taxi to the hotel, it took a total of 30 minutes. 2/3 of the time was consumed on the road. Sis, why is it so slow? Chuyu straight away rolled her eyes. It's not like she's Superman with his underwear on and can fly over. This was already fast. She had just wanted to explain a few sentences for herself when Chu Xian pulled her to change her clothes, not giving her a chance to speak at all. Quickly, change your clothes. The matter is like this. All remember it, no matter what. You have to satisfy his demands, and you can't let him have any dissatisfaction. Sister, what kind of guest is this? You guys spoil him so much. Don't give me sarcasm. Sis's promotion this time depends on you. Don't worry. With me, Shu Yu, there's nothing I can't handle. By the way, sis, that $1,000 dash, you're eating and living in my place, and you're still asking me for money? Sis, I don't mean that, I mean dash. Well, as long as you can handle him, sis treats you to a submarine fish. Now you're always satisfied. A promise is a promise. Lu Feng actually didn't mean to look for trouble. He couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. He always had to find something to pass the time. Greetings, esteemed VIP. May I ask what I can do for you? Lu Feng raised his head and was just about to throw a few words of complaint when he saw the person who had changed this time, and his anger instantly subsided by half. He couldn't help but use his fire eyes. Name, Chu Yu. Age, 24. Face value, 88. Purity, 100. Favorability, 70. Oh, not bad. Lu Feng instantly felt refreshed and didn't have a trace of anger anymore. Ask you a question? VIP? Go ahead. Shu Yu's faint smile was charming, and in her heart, she didn't feel that Lu Feng was difficult to deal with. It seemed quite easygoing. If you have $100 million, how should you spend it? Shu Yu froze for a few seconds, really not expecting Lu Feng to ask this question. A thoughtful look could not help but appear on her face. Hello, honorable guest. If I had $100 million, I would donate it all to those who need it more. As long as everyone gives a piece of love, the world will become a better earth. Chapter 28, Newbie Female Driver Chu Yu. The smile on Chu Yu's face didn't diminish. She didn't have $100 million anyway. Does it matter if she donates or not? The reason for this is that it is not necessary to worry about the future. Rich people are just pretentious. All day long they know how to count their own money. Fear that others do not know. As if you have money. You can't be the richest man in the world with $100 million. And you can't live a long life. What's the point of poking fun at me with money? Today, like you see, what is called noble? What is called out of the low taste? Lu Feng froze and looked straight at Chu Yu. This woman suddenly realized that looks a bit like when Yang Shan donated. Have an idea. Lu Feng smiled, thinking that when you have $100 million, you probably won't think so. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Chu Yu was a little confused, thinking to herself that this rich young master wouldn't take it seriously. She was just saying it casually. Poor people donate money for nothing. Rich people donate money either for fame or for more money. Otherwise, who would be stupid to donate money? She would like to ask, Lu Feng, if you really want to donate, can you sponsor her a little bit before you donate? Not more than 1/10 will be enough. No more than 1%, 1,000th. She can accept. You really want to donate so much money? Lu Feng glanced at her and thought to himself that this woman is quite good looking, but her brain is a bit bad. Go, pick up a Cullinan for me. I want to drive it tomorrow morning. This is the bank card. Password 6/8. Lu Feng withdrew 10 million Shi luck value to his bank account. A man without a car was like going out without shoes. What? Shu Yu was dumbfounded, thinking that she had heard wrong. Just now, Lu Feng was still posing as if I'm going to spread love all over the earth. In the twinkling of an eye you're going to go and buy a car. So what were you pulling so much for before? There's something wrong with you. Shu Yu almost didn't burst out. She silently recited the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra a few times to suppress this evil fire in her heart. Where to pick up a car at this time of the night? Even if she did, she would have to wait until early tomorrow morning. Why is there a problem? Shu Yu thought of her sister's reminder when she came. Fulfilling all reasonable requests to help someone buy a car is not an excessive request. It's a pleasure to serve you. Your satisfaction is the highest commendation for us. Lu Feng was very satisfied with the personal butler he changed this time. The person was beautiful with a sweet smile, and she was also very knowledgeable. Not bad. Here, add a Weibo. I'll summon you if something happens. This was treating her like a tinker cat. Shu Yu hesitated for a moment, but still took out her cell phone. This was a reasonable request that could not be refused. Honorable VIP, do you have any other requests? The donation you just said. Expand it for me. Come, sit. Lu Feng actually didn't really want to donate money. He only had how much money now? Even if he donated, it wouldn't be his turn. Only Chu Yu mentioned this. He pulled a few more words on the topic, teasing a beautiful woman. Isn't this what rich people like to do? He is now also considered a rich man. Chu Yu felt that her brain was not enough. She now finally understood why she didn't have 100 million. The brain circuit of the rich and her brain circuit was different. Donating to the Red Cross is not enough. Also donate. Although Chu Yu was dissatisfied, she still patiently explained to Lu Feng. She also had no experience in this kind of thing. Where to expand on it? She could only think of one thing and cope with it. No, they don't lack money. Is there any more? Chu Yu was in trouble, and was tempted to say that she was short of money. Could she donate it to her? How about donating it to the Children's Welfare Center? Donate it to the Children's Welfare Institution. Lu Feng revealed a thoughtful expression. If one were to rank the people who needed donations the most, these children from the Children's Welfare Institution would definitely rank first. This was because they were a group of people who were owed by society. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Chu Yu was a little confused. What exactly does this person mean? Does he really want to donate money? Is this a case of having too much money and nowhere to spend it? Seeing Lu Feng's silence, Chu Yu didn't dare to ask. Right at this moment, a bright light suddenly burst out from Lu Feng's eyes. Ding dong. Detected an act of love from the host. Activating a hidden mission. Mission, awaken the cold heart. Mission reward, official version of the Chi-Lux system. Mission penalty, recycling the system. Lu Feng sat up with a jolt. Recycle system? Are you kidding? He had just gotten a little taste of sweetness and was about to be recycled. This is simply breaking up after the honeymoon. Who wants to be a single dog after getting used to a double bed? Absolutely do not allow this to happen. Lu Feng couldn't sit still, but the system didn't react, directly ignoring his complaints. Calming down, Lu Feng began to think. There was no use complaining at the moment. It was better to think about how to solve this dilemma. He didn't want the system to be recycled. Since this hidden quest was triggered because of his act of love, this quest must have an inseparable relationship with this act of love. Children's Welfare Institution. Lu Feng wanted to cry. He just casually asked. There was no real desire to donate money. Now it's good. It's a mistake. It's a fake. I guess I have to donate even if I don't want to. The matter of donations. You prepare. Your idea is very good. Xiao Chu. Good. You donate. I prepare a. Still little Chu. Your greatness. Chu Yu had an unhappy face. She is a temporary worker. Can she do so much? Turning back. I'll go to the hotel's leader. I'll have to add money. Alright, honorable guest. I will arrange it right away. If there are no other orders, then I will leave first. It won't affect your rest. Lu Feng waved his hand. It felt good to be a grandpa. Chu Yu left the presidential suite and was immediately surrounded by her sister Chu Xian and Lu Ohai. Both of them were relieved to learn that Lu Feng had dispelled the idea of checking out. Lu Ohai was keeping his job and Chu Xian was in line for a promotion. But when Chu Yu added the request that Lu Feng had made later, the two were torn again. Rich people really know how to play, and buy cars and donations, really know how to spend money. But it's good to be able to spend money. Hotels love such customers. What about the manager? Chu Xian wanted to ask about her sister's induction tomorrow. Tonight is to help. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow can't be voluntary labor. I'll think of a way to buy a car. Be sure to entertain the honored guests tomorrow. Chu Xian, this sister of yours is good. Seeing that Chu Xian wanted to say something, Lu Ohai was also an old man and immediately guessed what she wanted to say and interrupted her with a smile. Chu Xian, don't worry about it. Regarding your promotion to supervisor, I will report to the general manager tomorrow. As for, don't worry about it, definitely won't let thee work for nothing. All was happy. Lu Feng ate the hotel's well-prepared breakfast and set off under the leadership of Chu Yu. A great beauty. Brother Feng, this is your Cullinan. I didn't expect Chu Yu's efficiency to be so fast, buying the car back so quickly. The first car in his life. Ah, Cullinan, not bad, worthy of his status. On the side, Chu Yu watched Lu Feng circling around Cullinan, like a novice driver checking the car's condition. Although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't take it too seriously. Rich people will always have such and such quirks. Casually handing her a bank card with a balance of more than $10 million. How rich should such a person be? It's not bad. Can you drive? Been holding a driver's license for a few years. Chu Yu jumped a little. Female driver. Thinking about the fact that he only got his license last year. Chu Yu then is take age, some tussle or plan to let her drive. How can a boss drive himself? It's all the chauffeur who drives. You drive. I can really? If you don't drive, it's still me. Lu Feng forgot that he could hire a chauffeur. Good. Female drivers, bold. Newbie female drivers are not only bold but also wild. Chuyu just lit the fire. Lu Feng suddenly stopped her. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Allow me to buckle my seatbelt first. It's fine now. Let's go. This time in the car, he was a little nervous. Chuyu glanced at Lu Feng through the rearview mirror, somewhat unconvinced. Daring to underestimate her car skills, how could this be tolerated? It was time for him to see the power of a female driver. Buzz! Chuyu kicked the gas, and the Cullinan sprinted off like a wild horse. Chapter 29, Motorcycle Girl Chin Blood. Not every female driver is a road killer, although Chuyu does not often drive, but the steering wheel grip is still quite stable, and there is no steering into opening the windshield wiper. Lu Feng's hanging heart finally fell into his stomach. Where are we going today? Nanshan Children's Welfare Center. Chuyu had chosen it at random, and this children's orphanage was the closest to where she lived. Driving over from Junyue, half an hour's journey without traffic jams. Squeak! An ear-splitting braking sound caught everyone's attention. Only a Benelli cub stopped in the middle of the road. A valiant girl with long legs flung out and got out of the car in style. Paste the Asian lion pattern helmet once removed. A head of waterfall long hair makes people's heart beat faster. Upper body black leather biker suit. Lower body super short skirt. Foot stirrups thick heel night boots. Makeup on the dark side. Flaming red lips especially eye-catching. This woman attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. The two parties that were originally arguing all stopped talking. Chen Blood. Before the age of 18, she was the snow of snowflakes. After she became an adult, the first day she left the orphanage, she changed her name, Blood of Blood. Why did she change it? Li Ren asked her. She said she liked the color red. After that, Li Ren never asked again. Knighton was also from the orphanage, and the two were childhood friends. Dean. Chen Blood walked up to the old dean and turned his head to look at the gang of gangly guys across the street. Little Snow, why have you come back? You go in first. Dean, what do these people do? Before the old dean had a chance to answer, the young man across the street with a head of shaggy hair, wearing a black jacket with a large gold chain, jumped the gun and opened his mouth. Beauty, this place is being demolished. Hurry up and let the old man move away. Otherwise, if you're so old and bump into something, don't blame us for not reminding you. You try. Upon hearing the other party's threat, Chen Blood instantly became anxious. With his eyes glaring, he looked like he was going to fight with someone. Yang Gang was startled. This little sister was so fierce. Chen Shui, you quickly go inside. There's nothing for you here. The old dean seemed to be afraid that Chen Shui would start a conflict with these people and hurriedly blocked in front of her. Quite bold. You didn't bother to inquire about who my brother King Kong is. A fierce light appeared in Yang Gang's eyes. Being threatened by a woman. This was something he couldn't tolerate. I don't care if you're King Kong or Godzilla. If you dare to touch the old dean, try. I'll make you regret being a person. Chen Blood launched into a fire. Her two eyes were like knives, looking even fiercer than Yang Gang. Chen Shui, stop it. You guys hurry up and leave. I agreed to move before because you guys promised to give us a new orphanage with all the basic equipment. But now there's nothing there but a house. This doesn't match what you guys promised me. I can't move. Old thing, what nonsense are you talking about? It's good enough to give you the house. I'll warn you once more. Our procedures are all legal. You signed it yourself. If you don't move again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Seeing the old dean being pushed and shoved by these people, Chen Blood was completely enraged and kicked over. Yang Gang reacted quickly and dodged aside, but the little brother beside him wasn't so lucky. Being kicked by Chen Blood flew out, falling on all fours on the ground. Yang Gang was also really angry. He was Brother Vajra. When had he ever been underestimated so much? He rushed up and was about to fight against Chen Blood. All stop. I've already called the police. Chen Blood was only one person. There were 6 or 7 of these people. Seeing that Chen Blood was going to suffer, the old dean yelled. These children who grew up in the orphanage were close to him. Yang Gang stopped his hand, glanced at Chen Blood, and pointed at the old dean. The threat in his eyes was very obvious. Hurry up and leave. The police will be here soon. At this time, as if to verify the old dean's words, a siren sounded. Yang Gang's face changed drastically. He no longer dared to stay and hurriedly left with his men. They people couldn't afford to be tested by the police uncle. Hurry up and move, or I'll make you all look good. Yang Gang led his men away. Only then did the old dean let go of Chen Blood. You girl are still so impulsive. Haven't you learned your lesson from what happened to Li Run? I'm here. There's no need for you to take the lead. The car stopped outside the gates of the Nanshan Children's Welfare Center. The brand new Cullinan contrasted sharply with the mottled walls and the rusty gate. May I ask who you are looking for? The grandpa at the gate was a bit nervous when he saw the two men get down from the car. The group of people had just made a mess, and looking at the dress of these two people did not look like socialites. The grandpa was nervous, but his face was still calm. Hello, we are the one who contacted the dean in the morning, and came to send love to the orphanage. The janitor Moncler Outlet Online breathed a sigh of relief, then invited the two inside with an excited face. Dean Zhao, do you think these supplies we donated are enough for the children? It was also Chuyu's first time doing this kind of thing, but she had spent time in the student union and had exposure to activities like this, so she was quite experienced. It's enough. Thank you guys so much. If there were more caring people like you in society, then these children would be happier. The old dean brought the two around the orphanage. The Nanshan Children's Welfare Institution wasn't big, but it wasn't small either, with dozens of children. Dean Zhao, I see that some parts of the orphanage should have fallen into disrepair. Is there a problem with the funds? If so, I can take care of the expenses. The hidden quest had not been reminded. Lu Feng felt sure that he hadn't done enough. Mr. Lu is thoughtful. We had already raised funds before and were planning to fix it up, but recently this area is being demolished. The orphanage is also moving, so that plan was suspended. The orphanage is moving. That's a good thing. Where is it moving to? When is it moving? Let's come over and celebrate the children then. After looking at these children, even the most hard-hearted person would be moved with compassion. AI. The old dean sighed. This kind of thing would be useless even if he told Lu Feng and the others. So the old dean excused himself with a sentence and didn't go into details. 1 hour later, Lu Feng and the two of them were ready to leave. Old dean, stay. I will make another trip early tomorrow morning and bring the supplies along with me then. Thank you two so much. On behalf of these children, I thank you too. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng was a bit puzzled. The hidden quest hadn't been prompted in any way. Could it be that he was wrong in his speculation and it wasn't here? Chuyu saw that Lu Feng had been frowning after he left from the orphanage, and thought that he had been touched by these children and felt something in his heart. He could not help but greatly improve his impression of Lu Feng. Rich, caring and so young. There weren't many rich young masters like this. He couldn't help but look at Lu Feng a few more times in the rearview mirror, and the more he looked, the more he realized that this man had a taste, and surprisingly, he could also see some good looks. Chapter 30. The high-speed car I was valiant female traffic police chased all the way wildly. On the way back, the two found a place to settle their lunch. Seeing that Lu Feng had been silent, Chuyu was also very sensible and did not say half a word more. While eating, Chuyu secretly observed Lu Feng, originally thinking that for this kind of fast food, this rich young master would be disgruntled, but she didn't expect Lu Feng to eat even more vigorously than her. Potato roast pork, tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried lettuce, a tofu soup, all were home-cooked small dishes. The two sat by the window, although no one spoke, but the handsome man and beautiful woman. The onlookers looked just like a couple in love. Lu Feng, why are you here? Who is she? Suddenly a slightly angry voice broke this calm and harmony. The two heard the voice and raised their heads in unison. Seeing his ex-girlfriend standing in front of him, Lu Feng's body tightened with a feeling of weakness, but thinking that the two had already broken up, the other party still dumped him because he couldn't take the bride price. The tension in his heart immediately turned into anger. Eating, why do you have an opinion? The store you opened. Thinking that he was now a person with a system, Lu Feng was full of confidence. Lu Feng, you're good. I've only broken up with you for a day, and you dare to talk to me like this. Who is she? Shermini was very angry, with a kind of dissatisfaction of seeing someone wearing her clothes without her consent. Chuyu stared with big innocent eyes, somewhat at a loss for words, listening to the conversation between the two. This beauty in front of her seemed to be this rich young master's ex-girlfriend. Isn't it said that all beautiful women love rich people? This one is so high-minded. Lu Feng is so rich. Are willing to break up? This is climbing on a higher branch. Feeling this ex-girlfriend's dissatisfaction with her, Chuyu didn't dare to speak, and even more so, she didn't dare to continue to eat with her head down, even though she hadn't eaten enough. Lu Feng glanced at Chuyu and then turned his gaze to Shermini, then put down the chopsticks in his hands and wiped his mouth. Not in the mood to continue eating. Who she is none of your business, and who are you to question me? Lu Feng was very upset. In the past, he had licked her so much, and what did he get in return? Other than playing poker and being pleasant to him, other times he was her follower, servant, and drudge. How do you talk to this man? Mimi, I told you this man is unreliable. You are wise to break up with him. The woman beside Shermini now was her bosom friend. Lu Feng knew that on the first day the two were together, this woman had been flirting behind the scenes so that the two of them could break up. You give me shut up. You, if it wasn't for the fact that you are a woman, I would have smashed your face with a slap. What's between me and her is none of your business. I broke up with her, just like you wanted. You're a ing bandwagon. You can get on if you want to. Lu Feng's words, the three women froze. Chuyu hurriedly lowered her head. Her shoulders couldn't help but shake, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. Shermini didn't expect Lu Feng, who had always been gentle with her, to be so angry with her that she didn't react for a moment. Among the three women, the one who was most awake was Shermini's best friend, Wu Ruo. Wu Ruo had never been able to look at Lu Feng, thinking that he was nothing but a little bit handsome, 1.8 meters, and a flowery talker. She can't stand people like that, so all she can think about is how to break up the two of them. Now that they finally broke up, she got what she wanted. There was a sense of satisfaction that someone who loved stinky tofu had eaten the world's stinkiest tofu. Because she was too excited. Wu Ruo couldn't even speak. Go away. Have a meal. So many flies. And you, we've already broken up. Don't make a fool of yourself. See, this is my new girlfriend. Prettier than you. With a better body than you. Swearing not to be a licking dog, Lu Feng had now completely drawn a line with his ex. Lu Feng pulled Shuyu and left. Shuyu was pulled by his hand, and did not dare to resist. Big hand pulling small hand. This feeling, some sweet. Shuyu couldn't help but have her heartbeat accelerate. Surname Lu, you give me the words clearly. Division Mimi that called a gas. Even if the breakup, that is also she first dumped him. How does Lu Feng have the guts to dare to make a face to her? Poor even a meal under the sea cannot afford to eat the beggar. What bottom line dare to shout at her? As long as she was willing, there were tycoons driving luxury cars and worth hundreds of millions of dollars to shush her. Seeing Lu Feng out of the fast food restaurant, Shermini hurriedly chased out. Today she must release this bad breath. Finding a Thai fox who didn't know how many hands she had, she dared to put her mouth on her, against the heavens. Behind her, Wu Ruo also furiously followed the past. A group of people in the store to eat some size. No hilarious to see. The meal is a little bit not good. Lu Feng went out and directly sat in the driver's seat. After all, only broke up for a day. He is not a program. Delete the code. It can be updated. Encountered this kind of thing. The heart is still very upset. Buzz. With a foot of gas, Cullinan looked like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain, and looked up to the sky. Just stepping out of the door and seeing this scene, Shermini froze. How did Lu Feng have a car? And it was still a Rolls Royce. He just can't get it together even if he sells his kidneys and whips. Where did he get the money? Could it be that vixens? It must be. Thinking that the other party is young and beautiful, but even looked at Lu Feng, really blind. This kind of woman is definitely not a good thing either. She doesn't abide by the ways of women. Lu Feng is driving a Rolls Royce, right? Wu Ruo beside her was a bit of an afterthought. Being stormed twice, Shermini looked at this bosom friend for the first time with some displeasure. Going home. Shermini Mimi had an annoyed look on her face and didn't care about Wu Ruo. She left straight away. Thinking about going to the rental room at night, ask Lu Feng for a clear answer. What is going on with this woman? And this car? All the way to run wild. Lu Feng car speed is very fast. To an intersection. Said to Chuyu, let her go back by herself. And then left her, himself alone again wildly. Cullinan madly in the elevated left and right, causing a lot of cars on the road dissatisfaction. But C is a luxury car they cannot afford to lose. Can only mouth a few words of complaint. A few years of relationship is considered to be completely over. Yesterday, they were still talking about marriage, but today they are strangers. Feelings are really amazing. Lu Feng felt that he would never believe in love again. He was going to be the sea king and use the sea to raise fish. Just as Lu Feng had calmed down, an iron rider approached him at an unknown time. Rolls Royce in front. Please pull over. A loud female voice fell into his ears. Lu Feng was a little weak. For the first time in his long life, he was stopped by a police officer. Traffic police were also police. Hello, please show your ID. The female traffic cop who walked up to his window had a serious face, and her uniform looked especially stylish. White gloves, black sunglasses, the half of her melon face that was exposed. Handsome. Looking at it, Lu Feng suddenly had a familiar feeling. Wasn't this his future girlfriend? Chapter 31, the anchorwoman is going to run for cash. Please show your documents. The female traffic cop's voice was a few degrees colder. When Ling received the alarm and immediately drove all the way to catch up, finally catching the Rolls Royce that was speeding plus continuously changing lanes on Fengyuan Road. Ah, sorry, this is my ID. When Ling checked it and looked at Lu Feng once again, please turn off the engine and get out of the car. Lu Feng was very cooperative the entire time. It was the first time he had encountered a female iron rider, and the fact that the other party had such a strong aura made him a little curious, especially when he saw the breathtakingly beautiful face of the other party after she took off her sunglasses. Lu Feng's curiosity grew even more. He didn't know if she was single or not. He could ask in a while. You are speeding, and there are continuous lane changes. Seeing Lu Feng's good attitude, when Ling's expression also became a few points more moderate. Although there was no shortage of rich people in this city, a car like the Cullinan wasn't something that just anyone could afford. Lu Feng looked so young again. But on him, when Ling didn't see the same arrogance and swagger as other rich people, which was very rare, and that was the fundamental reason for her improved impression. Alright, just go back and pay off the fine on the app yourself. Please pay attention to safety when driving. Drive safely, be responsible for yourself and also for others. When Ling kindly reminded and was about to ride away, Wait, when Ling rode on the bike and glared back. Say, single? I think the two of us are meant to be. When Ling glared disgruntledly at Lu Feng, then responded with a series of loud motorcycle vibrations. Doe, watching the beautiful Iron Rider fade away, Lu Feng regretfully staggered his head. This policewoman was really a drag. However, he suddenly realized that his guts had actually become a bit bigger. If he had met such a beautiful traffic cop in the past, he would have only had weak legs. How would he have dared to molest like this? It's true that when people have money, their confidence doubles. After this, Lu Feng's anger in his heart was also washed away. Sitting in the car, his mood has also regained its calmness. The past has passed. The present is more important. Thinking that tomorrow would be Monday, Lu Feng was a bit torn on whether to resign or not. Now that he is not short of money, there is no need for him to go back to work to earn that dead wage. However, this job is not without its attractions. The shrewd and capable female boss, the sexy and charming female director, and the several beautiful colleagues with fat and skinny rings have all impressed him. In the company, everyone knows that he is a poor man. He is very curious. If these people know that he is now so rich, what will be the reaction? Will one and all of them fall up? When he thought that all the beautiful women in the company were throwing themselves at him, Lu Feng suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with going to work, so he decided not to resign for the time being. Without enjoying the benefits, resigning like this was not giving others a chance to kneel down and lick him. This is not good. A gentleman had the virtue of being an adult. Starting the car, Lu Feng drove towards the hotel. After leaving from the fast food restaurant, Shermini didn't go home and directly took the subway to the rental house where she and Lu Feng lived together before. After arriving, she found that the landlord was cleaning the room. Only when she asked did she realize that Lu Feng had already surrendered the lease yesterday and didn't want all the stuff inside. After learning this news, Shermini was a bit dumbfounded. Lu Feng is really a rich woman, so generous. Thinking about which vixen she would have to cheapen in the future, she was all upset. Lu Feng had gone from a little white guy, being coached by her to become a senior exploration engineer, just to cheapen someone else for nothing. How could she be angry and smooth? Damn Lu Feng, wait for me. Wish you don't lift tonight. Back at the hotel, Lu Feng sent a tweet to his supervisor to take a day off tomorrow. After working for so long, this was the first time he had ever taken a vacation. Taking a vacation was a deduction. He couldn't afford it before, but now it didn't matter. Lu Feng's supervisor is a 30-year-old Virgo, especially strict. When he first went to work, he was given a hard time. After receiving Lu Feng's leave of absence, the supervisor even returned a message to him, asking if he had encountered any difficulties. This kind of reaction really didn't make Lu Feng think. Thinking about it, he does have some difficulties now. Not poor, because from now on, he has to change his way of living, adapting to the life of the rich. He is not even ready. It is indeed difficult. Cell phone thrown aside, he did not continue to pay attention to the supervisor. Tao Yila was not what she used to be. It was not an exaggeration to say that she became famous in one battle. Right now on the WoW platform, who among these anchors didn't know the great name of Southern Beauty, the monthly champion of the gift list, and it was topped with a heat value of more than 800 million. Not only did this break the platform record, I'm afraid it was also unprecedented. Southland Beauty's water flow of 40 to 50 million a night. After removing the platform's share and taxes, there were about 20 million in hand. So much money that many people couldn't earn in their entire lives. How can this not make people's eyes red with excitement? This is all because she has a good big brother above the peak. With such a trenchant big brother, not to mention these anchors of the WoW platform being greedy, the anchors of various other platforms were all very greedy. Southland Beauty became famous in one battle. This ability to absorb money, let all the guilds read, but these guilds handed out the olive branch. This time she refused. There has been a warning. This time she did not easily and any one guild signing. She thought, well, there are peaks above the big brother in, why she still have to sign other people's guilds, their own set up a company, their own to their own boss, not more fragrant it. The official hot push on the homepage is very eye-catching. Every anchor and water friend who saw it sighed. If this person's luck comes, it can't be stopped. When he logged on to his account and saw that there were more than 1,000 unread private messages, Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. There were too many. He couldn't read them all. But anyway, he had time, so he could read them slowly. He really started to read the messages one by one. A large portion of these messages were private messages from anchors, as well as merchants, guilds, systems, and scammers. These people were like flies smelling fishy, all wanting to take a bite out of him. No face value, all pa. When he saw Tao Yila's private message, Lu Feng was a bit surprised that Tao Yila was coming to him. This is to run to the present. Tao Yila is not ugly. The more Lu Feng thought in his heart, the more excited he became. It was said that behind every famous anchor there was a big brother who was deep inside. And this was true. He was about to become such a big brother. Then now good Those who clamor to never see the big brother of the anchorwoman can only show that those big brothers are not big enough. That is the problem of the big brother. To find the reason from themselves, there is no willingness to give the anchorwoman to smash money. Feeling that his spring has come, Lu Feng could not help but raise the flag in salute. Combine labor and rest. It's good to give yourself a vacation. Don't worry, there's Brother Feng in the future. You won't starve. Returning a message to Tao Yila, he shared his address with her again. Thinking about it, she must know what it meant. Lu Feng was somewhat looking forward to it, and wondered how soon he would be able to see the honored one. Not receiving a reply first, Lu Feng guessed that Tao Yila might still be resting. All of these anchors were day and night, and it wasn't even nighttime yet. After stabilizing his mind and seeing that the few anchors he followed were not online, Lu Feng casually browsed through the other female anchors, expecting a surprise to appear. Chapter 32, Trench Reward Standard. 300,000 to start with. It was still the most relaxing time to watch a live broadcast. Lu Feng was lying on the big bed, holding the latest model of fruit cell phone in his hand, eating the African horn melon that had just been flown in, while leisurely scratching the screen. With so many anchors at his disposal, this feeling was similar to that of an ancient emperor choosing a concubine. Unfortunately, underneath the beauty, not many of them were real. They were all watered down. Glancing at the account balance, there is still more than 110 million. Today also do not know which lucky guy can get their favor. Suddenly, he entered a live room that was in the middle of PK. Lu Feng was in stealth so the anchor didn't notice him. A full-level king's number is cool. If you want to be high profile, you have a 9-dragon carriage, and the moment you appear, you'll be blown away. If you want to keep a low profile, you can be 100% invisible, like a transparent person. No one can find out. The two female anchors who are playing PK have a big difference in strength. Just started. Alang's blood bar was dried by the other side with 1 drop of blood left, and the other side directly rushed to more than 10,000 votes. This situation was no surprise. The other party won steadily. Lu Feng took a look at it, not really interested, and was about to row away. At this time, a scene suddenly appeared, making him close his hand. The other party suddenly threw the durian, smashed Alang's face is swollen. This is not enough. One after another threw 6 or 7 durian. Fast Alang smashed into a pig's head. Alang pitiful to the live broadcast of the family for help. But unfortunately she is a small anchor. Fans but tens of thousands of people. At this time online even less. There were even fewer who were willing to spend money. So her pleas for help didn't have any effect. Throwing durians during PK is a provocative behavior that aims to stir up the fighting spirit of both sides and upvote the anchor. But usually a word is said before throwing. And a durian fight won't happen if the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Abusing corpses couldn't serve to inspire fans to upvote, and at the same time, it wasn't a glamorous act. Now this female anchor called balls, despite clearly having the upper hand, still unleashed the durians to smash Alang into a pig's head, and there was no end to it until the durians were consumed, which was a bit of a bully. And what she said next was even more upsetting. Opposite anchor sorry. Wrong point. He. This durian bomb is quite fun. Balls covered her mouth and laughed, not seeing any of the guilt she felt for ordering the wrong one. Long right. The durian bomb is quite fun. You hit me too. The ammo for the durian bombs wasn't sent by the platform, but was automatically exchanged based on the votes the fans had uploaded. $10, or 100 votes, could be exchanged for a primary durian bomb. 10 primary durian bombs could be exchanged for 1 intermediate durian bomb, and the intermediate durian bombs started to come with strong special effects. The intermediate durian bomb will start to have strong special effects, and so on. Right now, the number of upvotes on Alang's live room was less than 100, and there wasn't a single beginner's durian bomb. The blood bars were clear to both anchors. When this ball said that, it clearly carried a meaning of humiliation. Lu Feng stopped and didn't roll away. There were still quite a few anchors like balls on the platform. In the past, when he didn't have the ability and encountered this kind of situation, he could only turn a blind eye to it. But this time, he was looking forward to seeing how this balls would show off his flirty maneuvers, although Alang was a little embarrassed. But to be able to become an anchor, is also able to withstand the test. No matter how upset he was in his heart, he still had a smile on his face. Families, is there a big brother to upvote Alang? Ball heard Alang's canvassing and also yelled vigorously. Brothers, do you want to see the opposite anchor take a beating? If you want to, popularity votes go on a wave. There's plenty of ammo, and Balls is giving everyone a performance of durian smashing the anchor. Lollipops aren't too little, and neither are treasure maps. Balls is the best at turning beautiful women into pigs. There were 4 guards in the VIP seats of the Balls live room, and the guards opened for a month with a minimum of 999, so it was evident that the financial strength of these guys was still very strong. leaving aside the fact that Lu Feng was such a godly hero. It was already considered a lot to be able to reward nearly $1,000 every month. There is not a single guardian in the VIP seat of Alang, only a few ordinary people whose level is not even 20. Both anchors canvassed each other, and the advantage of having a big brother guardian immediately came into play. Ball's votes increased again, doubling again in a short while, approaching 20,000 votes. Although the number of votes in Alang's live room also increased, the increase was limited to just over 200 votes. Before Alang launched the durian bomb, Ball's durian bomb had already flung over. Because her durian bombs were intermediate, the special effects were very obvious. Instantly from the screen you could see Alang's pretty face was smashed red and swollen and turned into a big pig's head. Balls laughed out loud after seeing this. Alang, this pig's head is quite suitable for you. Ha ha ha. Saying such words would be excessive. The meaning of humiliation was self-evident. Balls was a popular anchor with hundreds of thousands of followers, and Alang wasn't even on the same level as her. Losing couldn't be more normal. Seeing Alang being humiliated by the other party 3 times, the water friends in Alang's live room immediately became dissatisfied. This Ball is too arrogant. Isn't it just having a guardian? What's so arrogant about it? People have big brothers. Arrogant normal. It's useless to be upset. There is a gap between people. Alang don't care. We're not the same as her. Most of the water friends are white whoring parties. White whoring is okay. Cutting leaks is definitely not okay. Everyone counted clearly. Don't say $3,000 for a treasure map. It's 1 cent a lollipop that you have to calculate before you can reward. I envy the Ball family for having so many big brothers, but the family members who upvote Alang are also big brothers in Alang's mind. It was more than normal for an anchor to not have a big brother guardian, and it was useless to be envious and jealous. Wow platform. Almost 8 layers of anchors don't have a big brother to guard them. So among the tens of thousands of anchors, the ones who can really earn money are actually only that small group of people. The anchors who have signed up for the guild, by completing the guild tasks, can receive a few $1,000s of guaranteed salary. As for those anchors at the bottom who hadn't signed up with a guild, they actually didn't earn much money each month. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt that he should show something. It wasn't that he was overflowing with love. It was mainly because he had more money than he could spend. So how could he whore out the system without finding a reason to reward him? 1 dream castle sent from the top of the peak. Above the peak sends 100 dream castles. As soon as Lu Feng rewarded him, his invisibility disappeared, and the special effects of his mount, the 9 dragons dragon carriage, instantly spread across the entire screen. Before the crowd could react, the special effects of the dream castles came one after the other, dazzling people. 100 dream castles, that is 300,000. Converted into votes is 3 million votes. This kind of achievement, even the top anchor PKs couldn't hit it without deliberate preparation. Alang froze, not knowing what was happening at all. Just now, she saw the system's entry prompt of a full-level king number coming in, followed by all kinds of special effects flying all over the place, which she had encountered for the first time in half a year of live broadcasting. The feeling of her heartbeat accelerating gave her a feeling of being in an F1 car. It was too exciting. The water friends were also excited beyond measure. This kind of big brother, this kind of scene could not be encountered at all times. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's above the peak. This is Divine Trench. Someone had sharp eyes and recognized Lu Feng at the first moment. Chapter 33, the highly cold Alang turns out to be dodgy. Lu Feng was, after all, a divine trench that had only risen to prominence in the past 2 days, and some of the members who weren't online very often weren't sure who he was. But not everyone didn't know. There were still a large number of people in Alang's live room who knew about the peak above trench. Alang, here's your chance. This is a divine trench. Quickly hug your thigh. Brother Feng, still accepting little brothers. My knees are ready. Although Alang hadn't seen with her own eyes how luxurious Peak Top was, she had heard about what happened yesterday, rewarding almost 100 million in one night. This kind of big shot, it's hard to not know about it, unless you're not a qualified female anchor. Thank you, Brother Feng's 100 dream castles. Alang will order all kinds of dances. Which one does Brother Feng want to see? Alang's voice trembled a little as she spoke. This is Big Brother of big brothers. Big Brother, if she can keep this one, casually sprinkle water, can let her eat until she can hold out. Look at the Southland beauty, before not much better than her, now a leap to become the platform's top anchor. Once realized wealth freedom, she didn't ask for much. She would be satisfied if she could earn a few $100,000, enough for a down payment. SAO. The subtitles with a gold-colored base were particularly conspicuous, hanging high in the live broadcast room. Seeing Lu Feng's pop up, Alang's face flushed, showing a rare hint of shyness, but not at all annoyed. 300,000 in reality. There are plenty of beautiful women throwing themselves at her. The water friends are excited. Alang wants to have a face value. wants to have a body figure. Today's dance is even more first class. Brother Feng is worthy of being a big brother. Solo happiness is not as good as the happiness of the crowd. This is to give everyone welfare. Brother Feng, then I'll dance casually. I'll go change my clothes first. Lang said casually, jumping, but in fact it wasn't casual at all. Even the clothes were changed. It could be casual. On the opposite side, Ball was still gloating. As a popular anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans, she rarely lost in PK. Plus she has a sweet mouth and a material body, and several big brothers were teased by her. So when you're piking with someone, it's inevitable that you'll be a little arrogant. People who have big brothers just have a bottom line, and she found that the more she abused each other, the more the big brothers like, so taste the sweetness, a hair out of control. PK votes can be over 20,000, is not an easy thing. 20,000 votes, that is $2,000. Some of the big anchors are also just so. This time I met Lang. See her long petite cute, heart some jealousy. This kind of money in her live room, a few big brother is good at this mouth. See her fans are not much, so the old disease is guilty again. Seeing Along being fooled by her dusty face, even a fart did not dare to put. She was a face of complacency. Seeing that the PK time was counting down, she was in an exceptionally happy mood, thinking that in a moment, she would go and connect with a small anchor like Lang, and if she could persuade Big Brother to give her a few tens of thousands of votes, then she would have made a lot of money tonight. The money she saved would be enough for her to go to the country for further study. By the time she returned from further study, and then caught a few big brothers, this career is flourishing. Life will be perfect. The more she thought about it, the more pleased she was. At this moment, she suddenly saw the blood bar above her head instantly bottoming out, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. How is it possible? She thought she had misread it. Blinking her eyes, she made an effort to look again. A 10 million, 100 million, 100,000 million. A whole 3 million votes. The Ball was dumbfounded. Where did that little anchor on the opposite side get so many votes? She hadn't even swiped this many votes in her live broadcast for so long. It was unreasonable. The water friends in the live broadcast room also discovered the abnormality of the blood bar. I drop a god to come. What's the situation on the opposite side? Why are there so many votes? Is this a big brother descending? It must be, otherwise is it still a system malfunction? Balls, can this still steal the tower? I think it's difficult. Brother Faye, are we still charging? The opposite side is a bit fierce. A few big brothers were also silent. It didn't matter to them if they swiped a few thousand. It was worth it to throw away money to win a beauty smile. But 300,000, this is not a small amount. Have so much money, go to the club to have a full set, is not more fragrant. Brother Faye, Brother Xiang, Brother Da, Brother Sure, quickly save Ball. Oh, Balls was anxious and hurriedly pretended to squeeze tears. However, at this time, not to mention really milking tears, even milking is useless. 300,000, tired of splitting eggs cannot brush out. At this time, the water friends who were listening to the news sent the latest battle report from the front line. Brother Feng is here. It's Brother Feng. Trench Peak has arrived at the opposite live room. Who is Brother Feng? Several big brothers fled in fear when they heard that it was Brother Feng, who had rewarded more than $80 million, sitting across the street. I'll take a drop of milk. That's the #1 trench of the century. The existence of pulling out a hair can crush them. And Brother Feng fight, this is not catching a friend's adultery. To their own cuckolds, too illiterate and ungrateful. Hurry up and get out of here, or else they will be targeted by this big trench. How can they still hang out on the platform in the future? This kind of big shot, they cannot afford to offend. Balls were also dumbfounded. Trench Feng, how is she not clear? She dreamt about it last night. I didn't expect the dream to come true. Just one step short. Shin Trench entered the wrong door and went to the next door. How could this be? How could this be? Balls couldn't believe it and was chagrined. Just then, many of the water friends in the live broadcast room had already flown next door through the teleportation array. Watching the divine trench was more energizing than watching the anchor. In less than a few moments, the live room, which originally had tens of thousands of people online, went away with only a few sparse zombie fans left hanging out. Seeing this scene, Ball's face turned even greener. Looking at the opposite side of Alang, who was dancing vigorously, her gaze was so hateful that she could build a Pacific Ocean. Alang had never been so happy as he was today, and after a dance, not only was he not tired, but he was a bit unfulfilled. Brother Feng, I still want to dance. The water friend's eyes are looking straight. For the first time to see Alang dancing like this, his legs are a bit soft, his kidneys are a bit weak, and he's a bit wasted paper. Hey, tomorrow you have to buy a Tilliu again. $9.9. Dancing is good. Lu Feng is not professional, but his brother is professional. Brother satisfaction. That means good. Above the peak to send one dream castle. Above the peak sends 100 dream castles. Another 100 dream castles. Ah Lung's restless heart became even more restless. Divine trench. This is the real divine trench. Her heart was especially exuberant. This feeling, fantastic. Thank you, Brother Fong. I'm going to give you little Fong. A high cold Ah Lang wasn't high cold anymore. That passionate look. The water friends couldn't hold it at all. Who could handle this? One by one. The brain has a feeling of lack of oxygen and suffocation. A piece of dizziness. Lu Feng instantly sat up straight. This woman looks so pure. I didn't think it was dodgy. No, we have to find Tan Xin over. Chapter 34, Song Lang, I have a cold body. I can cool it down. PK had ended, and Lang danced like she couldn't stop. At this moment, she was crazy. At least that's how the water friends felt. What is in her heart? Only she knows. Live broadcasting for 1 year. In fact, she didn't earn much money. Every month can only take a guild's guaranteed salary only. Today, she saw that Peak Above had rewarded her 500 dream castles in a row, which was 1.5 million. How could she not be excited and thrilled? Even after going through the platform and guild's commission, there was more than 300,000 in her hands, more than what she earned in a year. This is all secondary. If she hugs the thighs of Peak Above, is money still a problem? Didn't see last night? Southland Beauty realized wealth freedom. Southland Beauty is beautiful, but compared to her, she asked herself not to be inferior to her at all. The convex, the concave. Even after the beauty face, she also dared to compare. Why can the southern beauties do it and she can't? Humph, she doesn't believe it. In the past, she was high and cold. That's because she hadn't met anyone who made her worthy of passion. Now that she had, she was going to be passionate as fire for Brother Fong. Brother Fong, I'm so happy. How was Ah Lang's dance? Did you like it? Before Lu Fong could answer, the live broadcast room was ablaze. Oh, Ah Lang, you're not cold anymore. You're burning me to death. Fantastic. By far, the best female anchor to see dancing. Heavy reward. Lu Fong leaned against the fluffy back pillow with an excited face. This flexibility. This little waist. Sleeping immortal rope. Also not entangled. Ah. Send 1 dream castle on top of the peak. Send 500 dream castles on top of the peak. Another 500 dream castles. Counting the ones just now. It's already 1,000. A whole 3 million. Ah Lung, it really isn't cold anymore. Brother Peak, I want to cry so much. Woo. Lu Fong could understand Ah Lang's mood at this moment. This was how he felt when he got his first paycheck. Even though it wasn't much money at that time, he was just thrilled. Even if he earned more in the future, he never felt that way again. Nice dance. Brother Fong will remember you. The water friends once again cajoled. Ah Lung, Brother Fong remembers you. You're going to be rich. Ah Lung, the emperor is not disappointed. Your spring has finally come. Great. Happy for you. Brother Fong, Ah Lung is a good girl. I'll leave it to you from now on. Get lost upstairs. Those who don't know think you are Ah Lung's father. You want to take advantage of my Brother Fong, but you don't look at who I am. Then who are you? DOOR. The water friends were wonderfully talented. Because of this episode, Ah Lang's fans in the live broadcast room suddenly increased, and now she was considered a popular anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans. I can't jump. Brother Fong, I'll take a break and jump again. In fact, I can still sing a song of loving you for 10,000 years dedicated to Brother Fong, offering a dance and a song again. There was no second person who could enjoy this treatment other than Brother Fong, although some people were full of jealousy when they thought that it was Brother Fong, the number 1 trench of Wowo. Their hearts were relieved, but instead, they were also complacent, not convinced. You also come in Brother Fong like the same anchor. I'm proud. Private message received from Ah Lang. Lu Fong did not agree with the first time, but the reality of the use of fire eyes, want to make friends with him. Lu Fong, not a beautiful woman cannot qualify. Fire eyes, golden eyes in use. Name, Song Lang. Age, 25. Face value, 89. Purity, 98. Favorability, 80. Oh, 89 face value. He knew these women on the Southland Beauty. Tao Yila's face value is the highest, is 90. I did not expect the Song Lang was not worse than Tao Yila a few points. The face value can reach 90 or so, absolutely can be on the country. This level in the past life, at least is the noble princess, queen level, added Song Lang's WeChat. Less than a moment, the reply was received. Brother Fong, hello, I am Song Lang. Thank you Brother Fong today. Too happy. Brother Fong, you are in that city, so I want to have a drink with you. Lang's drinking capacity can be 80 favorability. That was friend level 1. Through this piece of information can feel a few points, very close to himself, and this girl actually and his own age. The body of that naughty strength, let a person stupid. Having a good looking appearance and also having an interesting soul, Such a woman is the ultimate, although it is not a virgin, but the purity of 98. In the current era where even elementary school students are not pure, a 25 girl, but also to this extent has been rare. Mordor, you have such a good capacity for alcohol. Then I'm miserable. I am 1 cup down. Still want to get you drunk. Trouble. Lu Feng said this on purpose. Song Lang's reply was quick. It's okay. I don't get drunk from 1,000 cups of alcohol, but I get drunk at a glance when I look at the right person. Brother Feng, if I fall, you have to protect me. Otherwise my butt will fall in half. A few words ruffled Lu Feng's feathers. Saying that this woman was dodgy was not wrong at all. Isn't the butt 2 halves? Mine is a line of peach. Tight. Seeing this reply, Lu Feng gulped hard. This goblin had indeed cultivated for 1,000 years. Glancing at Song Lang in the screen, the girl was smiling, and her face, which was as white as snow, made people want to kiss her. Lu Feng didn't know how to reply to her for a moment. After hesitating for a long time, he only replied with an address. Lu Feng shared the address of the hotel with her. Then after thinking about it, he added another sentence. Hot. Just then Song Lang in the live stream suddenly asked everyone a strange question. Do you know, family members, I actually like to spend summer the most instead of winter. Do you know why? The water friends' brains were wide open, and they were dazzled by various answers. You can wear pretty clothes in the summer. You can show your thighs. The anchor has a good body. None of them are right. The answer is, save money. Why is it saving money? Anchor's physique is a cold physique. No need to turn on the air conditioner even if it's hot in the summer because I'm a walking air conditioner. But it won't work if I don't turn it on in the winter. After saying that, Song Lang looked up at the screen as if he was staring at someone. Lu Feng had the illusion that Song Lang had said this specifically to him and was also staring at him at the moment. Cold physique. Walking air conditioner. He just told him hot. And now he said this. Wouldn't he be telling him that sleeping with her in his arms would cool him down? This girl, Ness. For the first time, Lu Feng got so attached to a girl. His heart couldn't help but look forward to meeting her. He just wanted to ask when we would drink together. He suddenly thought of Tao Yila's possible recent visit, as well as his appointment with Tan Xin tomorrow. Boy, this time had to be allocated wisely, or there was a possibility of a traffic accident. He just wanted to send Tao Yila a WeChat over, asking her when she will come, and then felt that it is not good. So asking is not a suspicion of licking. Said not to be a licking dog. How can you go back on your word? But this is not planned in advance. How to invite Song Lang over it? This walking air conditioning, how much electricity must be saved? Chapter 35. Whoever loses calls for dad. Lu Feng kept tapping his fingers, watching Song Lang's eyebrows flying in the screen, and his thoughts fluttered. The feeling of letting oneself fly is too good. Before there was a girlfriend. Walking on the street, even more than a glance at other women. Are careful. Now how good. Watching live can be open and above board. Sweeping the account balance. There is still more than 100 million reward amount. Just rewarded 3 million. Almost no effect on this gold mountain. This can't be good. Lu Feng pondered. If this goes on, today's goal won't be accomplished again. However, he couldn't reward for no reason. Others would think that he was stupid and had a lot of money. Lung, are you going to play PK? To help you get on the segment. PK can raise the anchor's segment. Segment promotion has great benefits for increasing fans, increasing exposure, income, etc. But this segment cannot be good, and the higher you go, the more difficult it is. Platinum, Gold, Diamond, Star Flare, King, a total of 5 grades. Each grade is divided into 4 levels, a total of 20 segments. Every time you go up a grade, it's real money, like the King level, each to rise a level, that will be tens of thousands of dollars. And this segment will be updated every week. There will be rankings. The platform is also changing tricks to wool gathering. Alang is now only Platinum level 2. In the anchor segment is considered to be on the low side, so there is no exposure at all. Want to increase fans is very difficult. No fans means no money. It was a vicious cycle. The worse it got, the worse it would only get, and the better it got, the better it would get. Hearing that Peak Top was going to help her raise her segment, Lung was quite happy. Although many anchors claimed that they didn't care about the segment, that was actually self-congratulation. If they could get on the segment, they would be putting money on themselves, and many anchors were willing to do so. More exposure and recommendations means traffic, means making big money. There were no anchors who didn't want to make money. Brother Feng, is this okay? As soon as Lang said these words, hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room began to frantically pop up. Lung, that's Brother Feng. With Brother Feng, anything is possible. Everyone understand. Lung hasn't adapted to having a big brother guarding him yet. With Wow's no one divine trench around, nothing is impossible. Believing in Brother Feng is believing in fate. Lu Feng smiled slightly. This girl looked quite bold. but she was actually still very simple inside. Go to PK. Turn on directional. There are two types of PK, random and directed. The random one is where the system matches equivalent anchors for PK based on the anchor's current segment level, and this mode almost never results in a collision between a low segment and a high segment. Generally popular anchors like this, and Big Brothers are more active in upvoting when they are of equal strength. As for orientation, it's similar to a level crossing challenge. This is a shortcut to quickly ascend the segment, but of course the risk is also high. Those who can be in a high segment are generally very strong, and it is very difficult to win. Driving orientation is tantamount to looking for abuse. It was like asking for trouble over nothing, and the counterattacks attracted from the other side were stronger. Okay, Brother Fong. Lang seldom opened orientation. The random wins were not many. Opening orientation to challenge those big anchors. This kind of provocative behavior, the result was often bad. But today, with this divine trench above Peak, she was both excited and thrilled. Since Brother Peak said so, he definitely wouldn't let her lose easily. Sister Fire Phoenix was a big anchor with hundreds of thousands of followers, and because of her flirtatious looks, she had several big brothers with strong financial resources by her side, and one of them, a big brother called Half a Can of Beer, had the most strong financial resources and treated Sister Fire Phoenix the best. Brother Beer, where were you yesterday? You missed a big show. Let me tell you, WoW's #1 trench was born. You've been robbed of this #1 throne. Brother Beer had given himself such a nickname because he had 3 breweries under his banner. She had bragged about being the first big brother of WoW in Sister Fire Phoenix's live broadcast room. Although it was a joke, Brother Beer had rewarded Fire Phoenix with nearly $10 million so far as well, and this financial power was also very much at the top amongst a group of big brothers. Hearing Flaming Phoenix's flirting, Brother Beer didn't care. He wasn't a youngster who would be grossed out by a few words from others. On the contrary, he reacted with a look of interest. Oh, really? Then I'd like to know who's so powerful. Above the Peak, Brother Peak, rewarded more than 80 million in one night, the big brother of the Southern Delight. When someone gives me a reward of this much too, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. Brother Peak, so handsome. I want a big brother like that too. More than 80 million. That was indeed not a small amount. Brother Beer was also shocked when he heard this news. Although he could also take out that much money, it didn't mean that he would take out that much money for a reward. This was not a small amount. It was worth a year's profit of his brewery. Not much. I thought it was 800 million. Brother Beer's skill at molesting cows was notorious in the live broadcast room. Hearing him talk about rewarding 800 million felt as easy as someone else talking about rewarding $8. Brother Beer, I drank a few cans today, drunk a bit early. Sister Fire Phoenix had a smile on her face, and the two of them were chatting easily like this in a very harmonious atmosphere. Right at this moment, she suddenly received a PK invitation, which she didn't want to ignore. She had already passed her PK quest today. However, when she saw that the anchor who sent her the invitation was only a small anchor of Platinum Level 2, she was surprised and at the same time had some atmosphere. A Platinum Level 2 also dared to challenge her Diamond Level 4. This was looking for abuse. Brother Beer has an anchor looking for abuse. I'll open PK, said Lang as he accepted the PK invitation. Hello opposite anchor, it's dance anchor Lang. As soon as Lang came up, he greeted the other party very politely. Fire Phoenix. Sister Fiery Phoenix changed her easygoing attitude from earlier and looked very arrogant. She glanced at Lang and saw that she didn't have anything special about her, and she even dared to link up with her, not knowing where she got her strength from. PK had just begun, and Sister Fire Phoenix's 4 VIP seats were all full. Each person came up with 1,000 votes, plus the votes of other water friends. Sister Fire Phoenix's votes directly up to more than 5,000 votes. This number of votes if placed in the usual, can be crushed. Lang. Wow, the opposite anchor has a lot of guards. Open a Guardian 999. The general anchor has 1 to 2 Guardian has been rare. The other side has at least 4. Visible strength of the strong. Seeing that there are only 3 or 2 kittens in her VIP seat, she didn't see things figure and wasn't in a hurry. Lang, your family isn't guarding? The contempt in Sister Fire Phoenix's tone could be felt through the screen. Not as much as your house. Dancing? You first, or me first. Although there were only a few hundred votes now, Cooling had never been as confident as he was now. When Brother Foam made his move, he would definitely beat the out of everyone. There's no rush. Let's play a game. Without seeing her big brother take the seat, this PK was a sure win for her. What game? There were also bets. Lang encountered it for the first time, obviously inexperienced. Whoever loses will call the other big brother's dad. How about it? Chapter 36, Foam out of the way. All backward. Lang froze, shouting Dad. Are they all good at this now? Good. She agreed without any hesitation. She wouldn't lose. She would agree to any bet. Good then, you dance first. Just as Ah Lang began to dance, Sister Fire Phoenix's live broadcast room buzzed with activity. Sister Fire, you're bullying the other little anchor. I just looked. The opposite anchor only has more than 200,000 fans, 2 to 3 times worse than you, and the segment level is also far worse than yours. Fire Phoenix, without my consent, you recognized another goddaughter for me. It was clearly not the first time that Sister Fire Phoenix had done this kind of thing. Brother Beer had spoken, but listening to the tone of voice, not only did she not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, she was somewhat excited instead. The opposite side doesn't work. Seeing that Ah Lang was dancing, but the upward vote was very slow. After such a long time, the number of votes had only just passed 2,000, not even half of Fire Phoenix. In fact, they didn't know that this kind of result was already very good for Ah Lang if it was put in normal times. When Ah Lang's votes were not strong, the crowd did not take him seriously. Under Brother Beer's round of assists, Sister Fire Phoenix's votes directly exceeded 10,000. Alright, I'm done. Ah Lang glanced at the blood bar above his head, and there was just 1 gram of blood left. However, when she saw that there were surprisingly more than 2,000 votes, not only was her heart not sad, but she was somewhat happy. This was already beyond her average. Ah Lang danced well, Sister Fire Phoenix commented in a condescending tone. In her opinion, a small anchor like Ah Lang was just that, not on the same level as her, and not comparable at all. Then she got up and started dancing. A head of long fiery red hair, swaying with the dance, sexy and abnormal, flat stomach, upturned buttocks, gently swaying slowly, charming to the extreme. The number of votes swished up, directly breaking 20,000 votes. This is a symbol of strength. Seeing that the blood bar on top of Ah Lang's head was only a sliver left, Sister Fire Phoenix became even more complacent, lifting her chest and swinging her hips in a flirtatious manner. The crowd of excited aquatic fans in the live broadcast room were popping up like flies, venting their inner excitement. Can become a big anchor really have 2 brushes? If the dance of Ah Lang is pure desire, then the dance of Sister Fire Phoenix is bewitching, tied to the bone kind of. She can attract 17 or 18-year-olds or middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. In Ah Lang's live broadcast room, the water friends were also lively. This is Sister Fire Phoenix. I've heard of her. I heard she's a very good dancer. Professional. The name is true. This dance is like having a cat's claw scratching your heart. With this dance, I can dry a big bowl full of white rice. At the beginning of PK, Lu Feng stayed quietly in the VIP seat and didn't reward within a hurry for fear that after rewarding, appearing in the MVP seat would scare the other side away. Then it wouldn't be fun. Hearing Sister Fire Phoenix's bet, Lu Feng could not hear the Sister Fire Phoenix's pride and contempt for Ah Lang, and he was not in a hurry. The one who laughed until the end was the real winner. This was better. He liked arrogant people. It meant he could swipe more and make more money. Lu Feng didn't make a move even after Ah Lang finished his song. There was still more than a minute left. There was still enough time. He wanted to see just how arrogant the Sister Fire Phoenix could be. The higher she lifted, the more it hurt when she fell. Finally Ah Lang finished dancing and it was Sister Fire Phoenix's turn. This woman had a social person's demeanor without a hint of coyness, and her dancing style was completely different from Ah Lang. Seeing this, Lu Feng is relieved. It is good that it is not a vase, and the other party has so many guards. It looks like there is something to get. Then do not wait. Open the brush. Send 1 dream castle above the peak. Peak above sends 100 dream castles. Send 1,000 dream castles on top of the peak. After Lu Feng complained about the low efficiency of brushing gifts yesterday, the platform reacted with divine speed. The programmers were summoned overnight to work overtime to upgrade, and the platform still paid extra attention to the opinions of the God Trench. As soon as Lu Feng went online today, he received a system reminder to upgrade, and the update was about the instructions for sending large denomination gifts in a row. Previously, like 3,000 worth of these dream castles, blooming fireworks and treasure maps, etc., you could only reward them one by one. But after the upgrade, these large denomination gifts can also be brushed like lollipop gifts, directly set the number of rewards. However, in order to prevent accidental swipes, the maximum number of consecutive gifts was only 100. Nonetheless, this was much easier and faster than ordering them one by one. This upgrade greatly facilitated Lu Feng. Before he had to brush 1,000 dream castles for at least 10 minutes or so, but now he only needed to enter 10 times for a maximum of 30 seconds. The efficiency of grabbing money had increased again. Seeing another 1,000 dream castles, Ah Lang smiled. In her heart, she was still a little apprehensive, but with the appearance of the screen full of special effects, this apprehension immediately dissipated. She knew that Brother Feng wouldn't tease her. Thinking that Lu Feng had already rewarded her with $6 million, Ah Lang was hot. She couldn't even get cold even if she wanted to. The water friends were also driven by this atmosphere. The Peak family army is assembling. When Brother Fong makes a move, the world is invincible. Heifer sits in an airplane. Awesome to the sky. The water users were so excited that they even typed out words like invincible. Lu Fong watched and smiled without saying anything. He was enjoying this feeling of being a spectator. Sister Fire Phoenix was still selling her soy milk with a springy look on her face. Brother Beer's heart was fluttering as he watched, and it was energizing. Then drink a lot of beer are energetic. Just at this time she suddenly saw the blood bar above her head staged a Jedi counterattack. A moment of some days, confused about what happened. See their own that only a trace of blood left. Sister Fire Phoenix thought that she had misread. She couldn't even help but stop dancing and double check. This is being counter-killed. Was the opponent so fierce? Thinking that the other party was just a small platinum. Where did they get such a strong fighting force? It was too out of her expectation. The other party has a big brother. It's all on more than 30 million votes. Crazy. Pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. What's the opposite anchor's origin? Let's see. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Water friends have jumped over to find out what's going on. In less than a few moments, the live room that had tens of thousands of people online had more than half of them gone. The Fire Phoenix sisters see this scene also do not dance. Not in the mood. Big brother half a can of beer at this time leaning in the recliner. Face gloomy. How else is this going to fight back? More than 30 million votes. This is brushing 3 million. The loser who came out from there. Taking money is not money. Even if you have money, you can't build it like this. You swiped 7 figures for an ordinary PK. So how much are you going to swipe this night? Is it possible that you want to swipe hundreds of millions? Is your money falling from the sky? Brother Beer got angry. This is not martial arts. Not good. Not good. The water friends who had scouted the enemy situation came back. Brother Beer, opposite is Brother Fong. Wow's number 1 divine trench. Sister Fire Phoenix was dumbfounded. Just now she was chanting about Brother Peak. She didn't expect this to come. Brother Beer was also dumbfounded. He was doing his best to swipe against Vulcan's no. 1 divine trench. This was taking himself too seriously. Chapter 37, the dance doesn't stop. The fireworks don't stop. Divine trench is next door. How can this be? Sister Fire Phoenix was a bit flustered. Looking at the number of people in the live room that was still decreasing, she knew that everyone must have run across the street to see Divine Trench. The smile on Sister Fire Phoenix's face is gone, and her willow leaf eyebrows have lost their vigor. It's rare that the water friends didn't shoot their mouths off. What was number 1 God Trench? Brother Fong. It's not blowing, it's real money playing out. Now the whole network is guessing the real value of Brother Fong. Playing a live broadcast can reward hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm afraid that it has to be a big brother ranked in the top 10 by Forbes to have such strength. Brother Beer, Little Phoenix is going to lose. Sister Fire Phoenix had a grumpy face. How come such a big brother wasn't from her family? Although she was upset, such a big brother could only be befriended. Sister Fire Phoenix adjusted her mindset to greet Lu Fong across the air. Brother Fong, you're such a big God Trench. You don't bring to bully people like this. You help a Ling sister brush so much. How can this still PK ah? You are bullying me ah. Hearing Sister Fire Phoenix's inexplicable whining, Lu Fong laughed. If I don't bully you, I can still bully Ah Lang. Am I familiar with you? But it had to be said that this bewitching woman was just seductive. Spare him the strength of determination. Are a little shaken, thinking of being shouted at by this Thai and charming woman. I don't know why Lu Fong was actually a bit excited. Brother Fong, Sister Fire Phoenix is going to shout. As soon as this was mentioned, the water friends were even more excited than Lu Fong. Sure, this isn't against the rules. Upstairs, your brainstorming has crossed the line a bit. I can't. How did I brainstorm the image you brainstormed? Lu Fong laughed. Experts were in the folklore. Doesn't Sister Fire Phoenix have a grudge? Then add more fire to it, and see why she has a lustful thrill when she sends out a grudge. Send 100 dream castles on top of the peak. Send 200 dream castles on top of the peak. 1,000 castles of dreams on the peak. Another 1,000 dream castles. Another 3 million. Together with the reward just now, a PK had done 9 million. The water friends were numb. What does it mean to be a big brother? What does it mean to be a divine trench? This is an example. Ah Long was so excited that she couldn't help herself. Today is really her lucky day. Meeting Brother Fong, the super tycoon. It made her realize how warm the embrace of a big brother is. It really fulfills the saying, there is true love on earth, and true love is only in the bosom of Big Brother. Seeing the number of votes increased by another 30 million, Sister Fire Phoenix was completely dumbfounded. Without experiencing it personally, she simply couldn't understand this feeling. This kind of bravado that treats money like dirt mesmerizes her. How great it would be if Brother Fong was her big brother. If Brother Fong was willing to give her a reward, she would be willing to do anything. If Sister Fire Phoenix wants to get into the wrong place, Dear brother did not speak. What can he say? Want to say it, do not know what to say. This loser thing, 9 million, he can buy a brewery again. If he had such a baby, he would have directly scoffed at the wall. By this hole completely out of the mood. Dear brother did not say a word directly offline. Peak brother, this name he remembered. In the future to see must go around the road. Can not carry. Sister Fire Phoenix's true love fan is back again. Brother Beer, Brother Fong said for us to continue. This true love fan is still a little headstrong. This time still continue. And Brother Fong hard. This has not experienced the social conditioning. Has not yet deeply appreciate the penny hard to fall heroes miserable. Brother Beer, someone took the lead. And more people followed to make peace. Sister Fire Phoenix had a constipated look on her large intestine. If it wasn't for the fact that these were all true fans, she would have kicked people. Dear brother does not want face. Big brother's face is worth a lot of money. You people understand. Although Sister Fire Phoenix is dissatisfied, but it is not good to directly dislike these people. If an incident of an anchor dissing a true fan came out, then her reputation would be stigmatized. No more fighting. No more fighting. Brother Fong is too strong. Little Fonger is willing to lose the bet. At this time, PK time was also over, and Ah Lang had the absolute upper hand. Quickly shout, shout. The water friends who had migrated over from Ah Lang's live room crowded out Sister Fire Phoenix's live room. Seeing the sudden influx of so many people, Sister Fiery Phoenix hadn't had time to be happy when she suddenly saw a screen full of pop-ups telling her to shout quickly, and was momentarily a bit dumbfounded, only to see Sister Fire Phoenix's face, first hesitant, then turning into shyness, and finally turning into spring. Those red lips were like a mountain of flames that could melt everything. Sister Fire Phoenix finally shouted. That tone of voice, that expression, those eyes. The water friends had the feeling of having held their bladders for a day without peeing, and their bladders were about to explode. Didn't hear it. I don't know which water user picked up the sentence, and instantly the screen was filled with didn't hear pop-ups. Sister Fire Phoenix lightly bit her red lips, water misting in her eyes. That foxy look made the water friends cry out that they couldn't stand it. Sister Fire Phoenix then shouted again, and the water friends were too busy to care about the top. Lu Feng was also happy. This Sister Fire Phoenix was interesting, not to mention the other things, just this foxy energy. If it was placed in ancient times, it would definitely be a flower queen. Lu Feng couldn't help but use his fiery eyes. Name Wang Shifeng. Age 27. Face value 84. Purity 72. Favorability 90. The face value of 84 wasn't low, but the purity degree of 72 made Lu Feng sigh. This was already arched by 28 pigs. There was also this 90 goodness height, which made Lu Feng even more speechless. According to in the system instructions, good sense on to 90 degrees. That is the degree that can be randomly popped. This Flame Phoenix sister and he so far have not said a word positively, right? This was to such a degree. No wonder the purity was not high. Although Lu Feng was also moved. He was worried about the dying disease, so it was better not to provoke it. With so many girls around, this one wasn't bad. Ah Lung, back off. Ah Lung was still torn, but when she heard Sister Fire Phoenix's whine to the bone, even she couldn't help but have her heartbeat accelerate. Not to mention the men. It was so hard to get on board with Brother Feng. Her big brother, she didn't want to be tapped out. Hearing that Lu Feng had asked her to quit PK, Ah Lung's nervousness immediately lightened up a lot. Brother Feng was indeed worthy of being the perfect big brother in her mind, and she was not even moved by this. Alright. Ah Lung's eyes were quick, leaving Sister Fire Phoenix with a grimace on her face. This trick she tried time and time again. She didn't expect Lu Feng to turn a blind eye to her. He wouldn't even return her private messages. Is he still not a man anymore? Brother Feng, Ah Lung wants to dance, said Ah Lang and stood up. Just now she was stimulated by Sister Fire Phoenix. Now she must perform well, so that Brother Feng knows that she, Ah Lung, is not worse than Sister Fire Phoenix. Snowy skin and jade face, starry bright eyes, agar nose and red lips, green onion and jade fingers. The mountain peaks are undulating, the abdomen is flat, the legs are prime, and the peach is red for half a day. Ah Lung was confident in his face value. Then what are you waiting for? The dance doesn't stop. The blooming fireworks don't stop. Send 100 blooming fireworks above the peak. Send 200 blooming fireworks on top of the peak. 300 fireworks from the top of the peak. Chapter 38, Dream for Fish wants to dig the corner. At first, everyone still didn't understand the meaning of Brother Feng's phrase the dance doesn't stop. The fireworks don't stop. But when they saw the screen full of fireworks effects, everyone suddenly realized. And then they were once again shocked by Brother Feng's atmosphere and bravado. The whole platform dares to say so, and can do so. In addition to Brother Feng, I'm afraid I cannot find the second person. Brother Feng is really the strongest trench. There is no one. Ah Lang completely opened her bonds, opened her heart, and danced boldly. A woman is a woman who pleases herself, and now she is going to show her most beautiful side to Brother Feng, so that he can enjoy it to his heart's content. Go to its violation. Have the ability to block my number? See who meet pain. Women are elves, and beautiful women are the kings among elves. Ah, Lang good looking, body is also good, waist is also soft, dance of the demon but not colorful, self-confidence and a share of the temptation, so that people cannot move their eyes. Intoxicated. Send 1,000 blooming fireworks above the peak. Above the peak sends 5,000 blooming fireworks. Send 10,000 Shangshur fireworks on top of the peak. In just a few minutes Lu Feng had already sent out 10,000 Shangshur fireworks. Terrifying as hell. The water friends with bad hearts were so excited that they almost went into cardiac arrest when they thought that $30 million would just be gone. Watching Brother Feng's reward was too exciting for a bad body to handle. After a dance, Ah Lang was panting, her face was flushed, and her eyebrows were bubbling with water. Lu Feng did what he said he would do, and when Ah Lang danced, the fireworks effects never stopped. This dance was unprecedented and unique. A dance of $30 million is absolutely unprecedented. Ah Lang was completely captured by Lu Feng, falling into this great happiness. Thank you Brother Feng. Lu Feng's fierce tidal wave of rewards not only shook Ah Lang, but also the water friends in the live broadcast room, with more than 80 million yesterday, and now another 40 million in this moment's effort. One of Wang Shoufu's small goals had been easily taken by Brother Feng. Can't do it. Can't do it. I'm going to take a trip to the stick country. I'm going to be a man for the second time. Crowdfunding. Crowdfunding. Upstairs I'll sponsor one of your posters. Follow the Mikami girls. Make sure Brother Feng likes it when you come back. Bunch of perverts. Peak doesn't like your kind. Brother Feng, I'm a big man in women's clothes. Want to play. The anchor went crazy, and so did the water friends. In front of Brother Feng's financial power and power, there was no one who didn't fall to the ground with 5 bodies. Lu Feng directly ignored these flirtations from his water friends. Whether it was a tech savage or a female bigot, that wasn't his cup of tea. Go PK. Seeing Lu Feng's pop up, Ah Lang froze for a moment. Brother Feng was still going to give her a gift. This was true love. Ah Lang's hands were shaking with excitement. Lu Feng had rewarded him with so much money. After deducting the platform and paying taxes, she would also be able to have an income of more than 10 million. With this much money, she was already content. Brother Feng, still need to PK. The segment is already up? The water friends were also puzzled, followed by excitement. Watching Brother Feng reward, it was simply more interesting than watching the female anchor sing and dance, with constant surprises. If Brother Feng went to start a live broadcast, it was estimated that his fans wouldn't be less than those top anchors on the platform. However, Brother Feng was a Hisu man, and wasn't even close to that amount of money. Open. Big Brother was Big Brother, and he was as good as gold. Okay, Brother Feng. Ah Lang is very obedient. Want to do Big Brother's woman. Obedience, that is the basic condition. This point she is very conscious. Segment has been up to the king. This time Ah Lang Open is with. This segment matches the king level anchors. There are only a few dozen anchors at this level on the entire platform, and none of them are big anchors with over 1 million fans. This kind of anchor, each behind the Big Brother, and also more than one, along live broadcasts so far, has never in king level anchor even wheat. Heart both excited and some apprehension. Dream for the fish is a singing anchor, class origin, out of a single, but also in some movie and TV drama cameo. However, because of some unspecified reasons, she did not become famous, and now as a network red anchor. Although the social fame is not loud, but in the platform that is also very famous female anchor, with outstanding looks and not bad singing skills, Dream for Fish has harvested a lot of fans and Big Brother's favorite. Live in the room alone is the Duke. Marquis, such Big Brother have dozens, and there is a king level Big Brother. As for the other like the Count, Viscount, such general Big Brother is countless. There are 7 categories of Vulcan platform titles, which are King, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, and Lord. The latter 2 can only be considered plebeian knighthoods. The rich people all start out as at least a Viscount. Those who were richer would start as Counts and Marquises. Dream for Fish was currently chatting with the Big Brothers in the live broadcast room. The Universiade in Chengdu is over, and we're number 1 in the medal table. Kudos to all the athletes. Beautiful country couldn't afford to lose and directly withdrew from the competition. Goons. It said that this is a college games. The national team's gone quite a bit. In addition to the athletes, there is a media second generation is also famous, so it is important to have a good father. A saying in the vernacular is good, dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, the son of a mouse will make a hole. Vulgar. It's called a class barrier. The king and his vassals would rather have seeds. Suddenly Dream for Fish saw that there was a PK invitation, and at a glance, it was an anchor named Along connecting with her. The name was somewhat familiar, and suddenly she reacted to why she felt familiar with the name. It was because just now the official announcement had floated by, and Peak Top had rewarded her quite a bit. Peak above this was a divine trench, although Dream for Fish also had such a big brother, but which was too little for a big brother. Alang now and her PK. Peak above must still be in her live room. There is this in. This game she definitely lose. After a slight hesitation, Dream for Fish still accepted. This was a good opportunity to make friends with this big brother from above the peak. Hello Alang. Hello brother Peak. I'm Dream for Fish. The connection had just been connected, and Dream for Fish greeted everyone with that sweet voice that sounded like it had been brushed with honey. Alang froze, feeling a little strange. Hello Anchor, I'm Alang, the dance anchor. Suddenly Alang thought of why he had a strange feeling. The other party greeted himself and also greeted Peak. A sense of crisis arose. Alang, we're not dancing today. How about a different approach? The moment he saw Alang, this girl is not much worse than her. Dream for Fish had an idea. Since he can't win, then find a way to give Fong an impression. Looking at the face value in dance is estimated to be not a big chance. Then we can only find another way. So before Alang could open his mouth, Dream for Fish opened his mouth first. Change what? If you don't dance, then what else can you compare? Fong was still waiting to see her dance. There was something different about the opposite anchor. I don't know why, but the sense of crisis got stronger. Chapter 39, Brother Fong Goes Both Ways. Dream for Fish. This anchor gave Lu Fong a somewhat different feeling. After all, a few people really get the deer, not knowing that the end of the daydream is a fish. This poem Lu Fong liked. Love the house. He suddenly felt that this woman. Interesting. Hearing Dream for Fish say that she wanted to change her PK method, Lu Fong came to be interested, wondering how she wanted to change it. Let her change. Seeing Lu Feng's pop up, Lang became even more nervous in her heart. Dream for Fish smiled and said, with Brother Fong here, I'll admit defeat. Lang, how about we chat for a while? Brother Fong, is that okay? Chatting? Is this serious? The water friends were all surprised, not knowing what Dream for Fish was up to. Everyone is still in a hurry to watch the dance. Who has the time to listen to you chatting? Even if you are a beautiful woman, you don't have the privilege. Can you still say flowers not? Alang does not know how to reply. This thing she cannot decide. Big brother is satisfied. Is really satisfied. Lu Fong looked at Dream for Fish and became even more curious in his heart. Two king-level talent anchors, at this time of the day, instead of showing off their skills, they were chatting. This was a complete disregard for the fans. Alright, Lu Fong wanted to see what this Dream for Fish wanted to chat about. Seeing Lu Feng's pop up, Lang let out a sigh of relief. Alright, Dream for Fish, you first. Lang was confused and didn't know what this Dream for Fish wanted to chat about, so he could only let him speak first. Dream for Fish's live broadcast room, several online big brothers, were also quiet at this moment. Not quiet that also has to be divided into situations, although the peak above the rise in the past 2 days, but the momentum of the fierce, no one can match. Before Lu Fong took the initiative to provoke, they didn't dare to look for trouble, although they were also big brothers at level 40 or 50, in front of a divine trench like peak above. They were younger brothers and weak chickens. They still understood Dream for Fish's character and knew that she would never do anything stupid, so now they would just sit back and wait to watch the show. Thanks, Brother Fong. Lang, is there anything you want to talk about? Alright, in that case, before connecting with you, I was talking to everyone about whether it's important to have a good father or to struggle, or else let's continue talking about this. The two king-level anchors were gossiping. The water users weren't stupid, and both sides had 0 votes. Hearing Dream for Fish's words, Lu Fong came to be a little interested, and the water friends couldn't wait to voice their opinions. Struggling well is not as good as having a good father. Look at those people on the rich and powerful list. None of them came from mud. Agree. The first bucket of gold is the most important. Want to make the first bucket of gold? The resources of the father's generation are too important. Ordinary people don't have the ability to make trial and error, and failing once means a wasted life. The class is already solidified. It's too hard for ordinary people to break this barrier. It's not something you can do by struggling. Looking at the pop-ups from his water friends, Lu Fong also fell into deep thought. Dream for Fish, what everyone said makes sense. Suddenly I realized that this topic of conversation is a bit heavy. It's not something we should be thinking about. A merchant girl doesn't know the hatred of her country, and she sings the backyard flowers across the river. I still hope that we can be a little more positive. A good father is important. The struggle for those of us who are working hard, more important, because we have no other way but to struggle. Fish is also ordinary people. Remember, just live when, at least a day to broadcast more than 10 hours, so that time, there are not many fans. The money earned is not enough to make ends meet. In the middle of the many times I wanted to give up, but finally insisted. Continuously improve themselves, enhance themselves, learn new talents, learn how to retain fans, learn how to interact with fans, etc. Much to learn. That time, 24 hours a day feel are not enough. Later met a few Big Brother. Big Brother constantly point fish. So that fish today's achievements. Here fish to thank all the way accompanied by fish growth of the Big Brother in fans. Because there are you in, fish have today, said so much. Fish actually want to say is, when you have nothing, do not be discouraged, adhere to the struggle. As long as adhere to, the opportunity is always left to the person who has been prepared. The pop-ups of praise fell like rain. Everyone understood what Dream for Fish said, but from her mouth and on this occasion, it was even more empathetic. The number of votes went up in an instant. From one vote huffing and puffing to tens of thousands of votes. The appeal of a king-level anchor was truly extraordinary. Although tens of thousands of votes were only a few $1,000s, it was important to realize that this was just an ordinary continuous broadcast. Every day, the anchor can be anywhere, anytime to connect the microphone. In addition to connecting the microphone and a variety of activities, a night like the Dream for the Fish such a big anchor, income at least in the six-figure, strong ability to absorb money, let a person smacked his lips. This is both the money tree of the guild, but also the platform of the gold-swallowing beast. Compared to the rapid growth in the number of votes for Dream for Fish, the number of votes on Lang's side rose much slower, and now it's just barely over 10,000 votes. Less than one-third of Dream for Fish's votes. Lu Feng came back to his senses, and what Dream for Fish said really touched him. People from ordinary families could only rely on themselves. He had relied on his studies all the way to stay in the big city. Although he didn't earn much before, his monthly salary was over $10,000, which was not less among his peers. Ex-girlfriends so forced, at the expense of breaking up blackmail. In fact, regardless of the bride price, buy a car or buy a house, but wherever you can do even one, he will not go to do. I can only say that the poor do not deserve to have high-quality love. The more he thinks about it, the more Lu Feng feels in his heart, but now it's good. Money is no longer a problem for him. Send 100 dream castles on top of the peak. Send 500 dream castles on top of the peak. Send 1,000 dream castles on top of the peak. The screen full of dream castle special effects made Dream for Fish giggle. When did the several Big Brothers online become so trenchant? 1,000 dream castles, that's 3 million. Live broadcast for so long. One-time collection of gifts are not so expensive. After seeing clearly who sent it, Dream for Fish was even more confused. Peek above is not Lang's big brother. How to give her a reward? Is it a slip of the hand point wrong? An intense joy swept through her body. She was thinking of digging Lang's corner, but in the end she gave up. Who knew that in the darkness there was another village, and Peak Brother was actually really dug over by her. Thank you Brother Feng. Brother Feng's atmosphere. The water friends in the live broadcast room boiled. The opposite anchor's Big Brother ran here to reward. This is too dramatic. And it was a king bomb right out of the gate. 3 million really fit Brother Peak's identity. Welcome Brother Feng. Brother Peak, please accept my knees. Big Brother is here. Everyone disperse. Just when everyone thought that Brother Feng had been tapped, the accident appeared again. Lang's votes also went up crazily. In a short amount of time it had also risen by 30 million votes, and it was still rising, soon surpassing Dream for Fish. Seeing this scene, the water friends in the two live rooms were dumbfounded. What was this situation? Chapter 40, Dream for Fish is a top beauty. Seeing Brother Feng suddenly run to Dream for Fish's live streaming room to offer a reward, Lang's heart instantly felt like it had been bludgeoned by a Gatling, and was riddled with holes. Brother Feng had been tapped. The most unwanted result had appeared. Lang's heart was in a panic. What to do? Is Big Brother going to abandon her? Not only was Lang confused, many of the water friends were also puzzled. This operation of Brother Feng is not easy to see through. However, when they saw that Brother Peak had rewarded Lang again, and the number of votes steadily exceeded that of Dream for Fish, the water friends breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Brother Feng wasn't trying to abandon Lang, but then the water friends were even more puzzled. This operation, Fan, Lang is even more apprehensive. Brother Feng rewarded on both sides of the meaning of this more money has no place to spend it. Two people anxious. Brother Feng, is it a wrong point? Finally a water user couldn't help himself and asked, although he knew that this possibility was very small. Never mind, I'll accompany you guys. Seeing that Lang's face was a bit tense, Lu Feng flew a pop-up. Both sides rewarded this money-grabbing efficiency again. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, everyone fell silent. Brother Feng was really good at playing. Accompanying like this was unheard of. One word, show. The water users had no way to refute it. The idea of a god trench was so unique. PK himself. This is the legendary Dokoroku. Peak has reached this realm. How lonely is invincibility? The water friends were frantically brainstorming. Brother Feng's worth. No one would believe him if he said he didn't have tens of billions of dollars. It's too trenchant. This is what it means to treat money like dirt. Dream for Fish is also excited. Such a big brother. Can't be found by lanterns. Unfortunately, it's not her own big brother, but it's already very good to be able to do so. Just sprinkle water and let her eat until she's full. 3 million, worth 2 months of her work. The joy on her face was genuine. Seeing that PK time hadn't ended yet, Dream for Fish hurriedly collected her mind to continue chatting and getting paid. This kind of good thing didn't happen often. She was energized. After rewarding a round of dream castles, Lu Feng pondered over the other gifts. A gift of $3,000. In addition to the dream castle, blooming fireworks and treasure maps, there was also a rush to the clouds. And a little worse, there was also the Star River Promise, Total Army Attack, and True Love Rocket, which also required more than 1,000. These are all big-ticket gifts that are usually hard to come by. Even Big Brother, who has a lot of money, doesn't reward often. No one's money didn't come from a big trickle of water. Ah Lung was a bit distracted. Lu Feng giving Dream for Fish a reward made her nervous. Dream for Fish wanted a face and a body. She was under a lot of pressure. On the contrary, Dream for Fish was not only not nervous but also very excited. Where to find a good thing like money falling from the sky? In the live broadcast room, the two of them were like a comedy. Dream for Fish was the comic relief, and Ah Lun was the comic relief. At this moment, Lu Feng was also very busy. One person greeting two people. Of course he was busy. In Ah Lung's live broadcast, above the peak sends 100 rushes to the clouds. Peak to peak sends 1,000 to rush to the clouds. After rewarding over here, he ran to Dream for Fish's live room to do it all over again. A rush up to the clouds 2,688. These 2 rounds were more than $5 million. The water friends all looked dumbfounded. The first time they saw themselves and their PKs. How trenchant this should be. Now, except for Lu Feng who was rewarding, everyone else had closed their hands. Even the few big brothers who were online in the Dream for Fish live streaming room were silent. In the face of a divine trench like Lu Feng, they too had to step aside. Not to be convinced. No way. Seeing the PK time finally end, Ah Long was inexplicably relieved. Chatting with people was even more tiring than having her dance. Dream for Fish is very excited. This PK loss is worth it. A few $1 million will easily come to hand. Where to find such a good thing? I'm afraid I won't have this opportunity again. Thinking of this god trench on top of the peak. This is a real trench. After experiencing it personally, this feeling is even deeper. It would be so good if he could establish a long-term connection with Brother Peak. Thank you Brother Peak. Welcome Brother Peak to come home more often. Fish is always waiting for you. The connection had been disconnected, and Dream for Fish still looked like she hadn't finished yet. However, she had already sent a private message to Lu Feng. A PK down the line had extinguished Ah Lang's restless fire. However, while Ah Lang's heat dropped, the water friends became even more agitated. Brother Feng is wow. No, it should be the #1 trench on the entire network. No one can beat him. Brother Feng, awesome. What Shark Paradise brother? Wolf Tooth Blood Blade brother. In front of my Brother Feng, all of them are going to be turned into dregs in seconds. Brother Feng, mighty. The water friends got carried away. This feeling was as excited as bragging to a familiar person about how great a character they knew. Compared to a few other live streaming platforms, WoWo Live now had a bit of a gap afterward. The likes of Shark, Wolf Tooth, and so on were all veteran live streaming platforms, and it was rumored that even the top few Forbes-ranked bigwigs had gone to play. These platforms have produced a lot of god trenches, like the 2 mentioned by the water friends just now are the ones who were once on the hot search because of their rewards. Lu Feng has no feeling for these. With the system in hand is Mr. Ma Came. He also dares to compete. Of course now his financial strength is not yet, but the system can be upgraded. Next time, maybe the reward amount can be increased to 1 billion per day. Taking a glance at his account, the chi value had reached over 120 million. Lu Feng's mood became even more beautiful. A day ago he was a poor boy who couldn't even take out a $300,000 bride price. And in a flash he was a billionaire. Who would have thought that? There are only a few tens of thousands of billionaires in the whole country, and even fewer in the Magic City, which is a small group of people at the top of the pyramid. Lu Feng suddenly thought, if his ex-girlfriend knew that he was now so rich, I don't know how she would feel. She should come to lick him, but a good horse doesn't eat back grass. He couldn't lick it. With money, Lu Feng suddenly didn't know how to spend it. Thinking about it, it feels like there are a lot of things that can be done, but because there are so many, he surprisingly doesn't know which one to do first. Buying a house, this is a national sentiment. Clothes and silk return to the hometown. Wealthy people do not return to their hometowns, like brocade clothes at night. Although the system had rationalized the money, how to explain it to his parents was a problem. It seems that just going to work isn't enough. You have to give yourself a whole career out of it. Lu Feng thought about it this way, and suddenly realized that it wasn't easy to be a rich man. Seeing that the small red dots of private messages were increasing again, Lu Feng had gotten a little used to this feeling. The private messages were basically begging for a hug. Suddenly seeing Dream for Fish's message, Lu Feng was momentarily interested. After adding his WeChat friend, Lu Feng couldn't help but unleash his fiery eyes on her. Name, Xiaoliu. Age, 27. Face value, 92. Purity, 95. Favorability, 70. Oh, 92 face value. This is high. Among the few women Lu Feng knew, she had the highest face value, but she had already been arched by 5 pigs, making Lu Feng's interest diminish greatly. Chapter 41 Eating a barbecue can also be a sexual encounter. Although the Xiaoliu is not a virgin anymore. Think about it. In this world now, where there are still so many original goods. However, Xiaoliu's looks were indeed beautiful and heartwarming. Hello brother Feng, I'm Xiaoliu. Dream for Fish is my screen name. Just after adding his friend, he received Xiaoliu's message. It was obvious that this woman was still very attached to him. Lu Feng smiled, not very interested. He was more interested in the original goods. Thank you brother Feng today. Let brother Feng break the bank. Some other day if brother Feng has the chance to come to Yangzhou, you must give Lu Yu a chance to treat brother Feng well. Yangzhou is a good place famous capital of Huazhua, good place of Bamboo West. It's a city with heritage. Scholars and writers have left many popular masterpieces here. Li Shixian's The Old Man left the Yellow Crane Tower in the west, and went down to Yangzhou in March. In just a few words, the beautiful and dreamy Yangzhou is depicted to the extreme. As for 10 years of dreaming in Yangzhou, 10 miles of Yangzhou road in the spring breeze, and 24 bridges and a moonlit night, etc. All of them write the beauty of Yangzhou in a moving way. It made people want to explore the place as soon as they heard the name. It's a good place. I'll definitely go when I have the chance. However, you can come too. Lu Feng replied back with a message. The last sentence was a godly one. It seemed that he was just as flirtatious as Du Muji in his bones. Receiving Lu Feng's reply, Xiaoliu was a little embarrassed. Live broadcast for so long, so red, so many big brothers. She relies not on female color. Of course, let her look at the right eye. It is not impossible. This peak above, although financially strong, but I do not know if it is those bald uncle with a big belly. So when she heard Lu Feng's words, it made her a little difficult. A godly trench like Peak Top was not an ordinary big brother. Reward a few million without blinking. Such a person she also saw this one in front of her. So the answer was still very cautious. Thinking about it, Xiaoliu had to pretend she didn't see it and didn't reply to Lu Feng. Half a day without seeing Xiaoliu's reply. Lu Feng was disappointed but didn't care. There wasn't much interest so he didn't hold much hope. And at the moment, he had no thoughts of continuing to stay. After exiting the live broadcasting room, Lu Feng began to browse casually. However, after this, he didn't see any anchors that caught his eye. After brushing through the dramas and short videos for a while longer, he took a look at the time and realized that without realizing it was already past 9 p.m. Lu Feng hurriedly got up and prepared to get something to eat. Although there was exquisite food in the hotel, Lu Feng didn't want to eat that tonight. Food was never hidden in the nooks and crannies. Lu Feng wanted to eat something heavy tonight, let's say barbecue. The Six Sons barbecue store wasn't big, but the flavor was said to be very authentic. It wasn't close to the hotel Lu Feng was staying at, and it was more than an hour's drive away. When he hadn't broken up with his ex-girlfriend, the two of them had always made an appointment to eat there, but every time they encountered problems of one kind or another, so they hadn't even made it to the restaurant until now. Lu Feng kicked the gas, curry south on the viaduct, straight to the outer ring, the magic city at night, all the lights, starlight, prosperous and abnormal. But this kind of prosperous and lively does not belong to the ordinary people, because their energy is always trapped in the firewood, rice, oil and salt above. When he arrived at the place, Lu Feng realized that there were many people like him who drove dozens of miles for food. There were many private cars parked along the roadside, including many high-end cars like BBA. Smelling the aroma of cumin wafting through the air, Lu Feng's appetite opened up. Finding a place to park, Lu Feng could not wait any longer and walked toward the barbecue restaurant. Store along the street, 2 storefronts, 2 grills, 4 people grilling, 1 counting, 1 mopping up, with dozens of simple folding tables. Business was really good. The visible flavor must be good. Lu Feng felt that he hadn't come to the wrong place. Boss, how do I order this? The store owner, a slightly chubby young man who was busy counting for customers, looked up and swept Lu Feng, saw that Lu Feng was a new customer and pointed to a few refrigerated cabinets in the room and said, "What do you want to eat?" take it yourself. After you finish, come to me to settle the bill, and then go over there to bake. There are too many people. I'm sorry, please move your own hands. You're welcome. I've heard that your family has good taste, and seeing so many people. Sure enough, the name is true. The store owner looked very flattered by Lu Feng's compliments. It's all because of everyone's patronage. Come for the first time, one person, so that the beer is on me today. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. It wasn't that he was greedy for this small bargain. He didn't care about this amount of money, but the owner would be a good person. This operation made him comfortable. Besides, he was alone, just openly drinking. How much could he drink? Thanks. The boss is a man of nature. Lu Feng took a tray from the side shelf, then went over to the refrigerated cabinet to pick the ingredients. Seeing that there were so many varieties, Lu Feng was excited to realize his barbecue freedom today. Not only was it barbecue freedom, with his current fortune, he could hardly live without it. Ooh, so many. Seeing Lu Feng bring over 2 big plates full, the store owner was very surprised. This beer delivery tonight was worth it. Lu Feng alone was worth the amount of 3 or 4 people. He couldn't help but look at Lu Feng for a few moments, and didn't see that Lu Feng looked like he was a very good eater. In fact, Lu Feng had taken a little bit of everything, so he took more. He was here to taste today, and it didn't matter if he couldn't finish it. All want to taste. 386 in total. Touch the change and give 350. No wonder the boss had good business. In addition to the flavor, this fat boss is also very good at what he does. $10 or $20 greatly enhances the sense of satisfaction in the hearts of diners. Actually, this thing didn't cost much. Boss, it's hard for you not to get rich. Bless my heart. Lu Feng settled the bill and started to find a place to sit down and wait. Looking left and right, he finally found an empty seat. Is there anyone here? The 2 people sitting opposite each other who were chatting immediately looked up when they heard Lu Feng's words. Lu Feng's heart immediately raced. Oh, still 2 big beauties. The 2 young girls glanced at Lu Feng and swept around a few more times before speaking back. No, it was probably because they saw that Lu Feng didn't look like he was intentionally hitting on them, so they agreed that Lu Feng would share a table with them. Lu Feng smiled and sat down. This wait was more than half an hour. Business was too good, plus he baked a lot of things. It took a few batches to finish serving. During this time, the 2 girls sitting across from him even sneaked a few glances at Lu Feng. Lu Feng's dress was very different from most of the people here, and he didn't look like an ordinary person. That Armani outfit was very textured. Lu Feng had seen too many beautiful women in the past 2 days, and besides being a bit surprised at first, after the food was served, his attention was all on the aromatic food, and he had no time to pay attention to the 2 people across the street. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't notice the 2 women pointing at him. While he was enjoying his barbecued meat and beer, a person suddenly came from the side, knocking him down, and the beer in his hand fell to the ground, breaking. But that person was oblivious, and directly walked away, coming to the opposite side of the 2 women. Yo, there are 2 other big beauties. Get to know them. I'm West Side Egg Brother. Chapter 42, no more pretending. I'll cover these 2 beauties. Brother Egg was very dejected. This wasn't the first time he had struck up a conversation here at Six Sons Barbecue, but this time the beauties he encountered were even better than before, making him very excited. Just ordered this much, so tonight Brother Egg is treating. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat, said and shouted at the fat boss who was counting the bill inside. Fatty, 30 more panko, 20 more grilled chicken wings, 2 plates of roasted leeks. Give me this sister whole faster. Hearing this familiar shout, the fat boss hurriedly ran out, and at a glance, he understood the cause of the matter. With a helpless face and some fear, as the local snake in this area, because his elder brother was the person beside Master Wen-san, so pulling the tiger skin and waving the flag, gathered a lot of uneducated youngsters. No one dared to mess with in this neighborhood, especially for them merchants. If they offend him, they don't want to do business. The fat boss hastily compensated with a smile. Brother Egg, you have personally come over again. This way the old rules are on me tonight. Brother Egg and the brothers will eat and drink well. What is little Fatty saying? Am I, Egg, the kind of person who doesn't pay for meals? You see, when have I ever eaten without paying? Snap. Saying that, he pulled out a $5 bill and slapped it on the fat boss's chest with a disdainful face. Paid. Serve me faster. Bake good, then put my sister here. Saying that, he pulled over a stool with his hand and sat beside the 2 women with a springy face. Yi Ning, 2 people face unpleasant, but in the way of the other party is not good. Also dare not easily angry. Brother Egg was talking to Yi Ning while picking up the skewers on the table and stuffing them into his mouth, not caring whose they were. The 2 women were trembling with fear. Eating a skewer at night and still encountering this kind of thing. Really bad luck. These 5 or 6 people don't look like good things. Streaming, shaking without a proper form, and that big flower arm, almost wrote the words "not a good person" on their faces. We're done eating. We're leaving, please get out of the way. Yi Ning and the two of them were about to get up and leave, but the 4 or 5 young men standing behind them just looked at the two of them and laughed, and didn't let them get out of the way. The 2 women were even more afraid, with an anxious face. If you don't let go, I'm going to call the police. Report! Hurry up and report! What can I do if I report to the police? Did I hit you or scold you? The police have to be reasonable too. We're good law-abiding citizens. Magic City Department Store? Yi Ning. Yo, counters sister. Brother Egg looked like he had discovered some secret, and the light in his eyes became even more intense. The 2 Yi Nings were in too much of a hurry, and the nameplate on their chests hadn't even been removed. It happened to be seen by Brother Egg. The 2 women reacted and hurriedly took off the nameplate in a panic, their faces full of panic. This is a big trouble. These people will not really run to their place of work. The more I think about it, the more afraid I am. If I had known, I shouldn't have craved for it. Sit down and have a good drink with your brother. Otherwise we have plenty of time to play with you. Magic City Department Store? Yi Ning. You all remember it. Remember, Brother Egg. The junior brothers behind him hurriedly agreed. Brother Egg's eyes flickered with an unsavory light. He was tired of playing with those girls in the clubhouse, but he hadn't tried a locker girl yet. Good family At first glance it's a good deal. The 2 women were so anxious that their tears were about to flow out. Looking around, did not see a person who seems to be able to help them. Finally had to sit back helplessly. So many people watching. Excessive. At this time, someone beside them finally looked away and stood out to fight. Shut up. Want to pick a fight, don't you? Don't eat. Roll. Brother Egg suddenly became furious, and that ferocious look scared the crowd's aroused sense of justice into shrinking back once again. The person who opened his mouth just now was also dissuaded by his friends. It's better to do more than less. It won't be beneficial to fight with these punks. There are police in charge of real accidents. What are they worrying about? Other people do not dare to talk too much. Yi Ning 2 women. Anxious heartbeat accelerated, like a lonely boat in a storm. Helpless. That Hyun want to cry appearance. More stimulate the Egg brothers' heart of color. Brother Egg was satisfied with the crowd's reaction and looked at the 2 women with a smug smile. Alright, now there are no more flies to bother us. Come, accompany Brother Egg for a walk. Reaching out, he picked up the beer on the table and was about to fill it up for himself. That's my drink. Next to Lu Feng finally opened his mouth. He just wanted to quietly eat a skewer. Did not want to care about these rotten things. Good people do not have good karma. The story of the farmer and the snake happened yet less. Who would like to think that this goods again and again to provoke his limit? Broke his beer, ate his kebabs, and now he wants to rob him of his only remaining bottle of beer. If Lu Feng had endured all of this, it wouldn't be a matter of whether or not he had a sense of justice. It would be a matter of a man's dignity. Asterisk 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 there are still those who don't want to die. Look at my violent temper. Brother Egg turned his head towards Lu Feng, a fierce light in his eyes. Say what you just said again. At that moment, the gazes of the few people surrounding behind Yi Ning and the 2 girls were all fixed on Lu Feng. These people were always fighting, and they all had an air of banditry about them, and being stared at like this would make anyone feel uncomfortable. Lu Feng was also a little panicked in his heart. 1 against 6. If they really fought, he definitely couldn't beat them. He hadn't thought about this just now, but now that he had reacted, his heartbeat had accelerated. If he was beaten up, it would be a shame. The hero saved the beauty. The beauty did not save, but put himself in the nick of time. He thought of the martial arts items he had seen for sale in the system mall before, so he hastily called up the system. Mall. Fighting Mastery, 300,000 chi value. Redemption. Lu Feng didn't hesitate for a second. A light flashed. This was Lu Feng's self-perception, but the feeling that the muscles all over his body had suddenly become taut and strong was definitely not fake. There were also suddenly more memories in his brain, giving him a huge boost of confidence. He even had a feeling that right now, even if there was a Bengal tiger standing in front of him, he would be able to kill it with one punch. Stupid aren't you? Didn't you hear me? Yi Ning 2 girls are also very surprised. Did not expect Lu Feng will stand up for them, but look at Lu Feng's body type. Because sitting cannot see the exact height, but see that he is not strong and sturdy. Does not seem to be able to win against the 6 masters. The heart is even more worried. Just now, the pro forma delayed a bit of time. Back to God. Lu Feng looked at the egg brother who was screaming in front of him. This time, not only did his face not show the slightest bit of fear, but instead, he showed a contempt that did not put these people in his eyes. Brother Egg became even more furious. On this street, no one had dared to ignore him like this. Book that. Little redneck. Rise and fall. Saying this, he copied the bottle on the table and was about to greet Lu Feng on the head. This was the rhythm of giving him a scoop. The 2 girls, Yi Ning, who were sitting on the opposite side of the table, as if they had seen the scene of blood flowing from Lu Feng's head, were so scared that they tightly covered their mouths. The diners beside them, who were quietly watching the scene, seeing the exchange of blows, were so scared that they hurriedly got up, fearing that it would spread to them. In their eyes, Lu Feng was finished. 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. This young man was going to have bad luck tonight. Chapter 43, Hero Saves Beauty, Girlfriend's Gap. It was too late. It was too soon. Just at the scene where the bottle was about to fall on Lu Feng's head, he struck out. His left hand was like a snake-on-eggs wrist that was holding the bottle. Then it went all the way straight up to the shoulder joint, changed his palm into a false grip, and suddenly struck there with his finger bones. Only heard a click. Egg brother wailed. Left arm has been dislocated by Lu Feng. Hand bottle also, because of the loss of grip, fell down. Lu Feng struck again, and when the bottle had just fallen to the position of his chest, he grabbed it steadily in his hand. "Ah yo, my hand!" Brother Egg wailed as he clutched his arm in pain. Lu Feng stretched out his right hand and slapped him across the face. Splat! The sound traveled 2 miles away. It hurt to hear it. Looking at Brother Egg's reaction, it further confirmed the suspicion. Half of Egg's face swelled up like half of a 3-year-old's buttocks from the slap. Put! A few dislodged teeth were also caught in the blood spit on the ground. Get him for me. Having never suffered such a big loss, Brother Egg broke down a little. When the bystanders saw Lu Feng being so fierce, they all showed a look of disbelief, thinking that this man must have practiced. This would be a good show. A few of Brother Egg's minions were also confused. I didn't expect this young man to be so ruthless. The moment he struck, Brother Egg looked so miserable. Yi Ning and the 2 girls were surprised, followed by excitement and thrill, not expecting that this young brother who had righteously fought for them turned out to be a deep-seated bull. This time safety was guaranteed. What the are you still waiting for? Give me to him. Brother Egg was so angry that he almost turned his back when he saw a few little brothers not moving, like a wooden man. Stand still. Don't run. A few junior brothers finally reacted and immediately rushed over, surrounding Lu Feng. Lu Feng almost didn't laugh out loud. These few juniors were funny enough. They stood here and didn't move a muscle. Which of their eyes saw that they were going to run? Kid, quite bold. Even my egg brother dares to hit dash. Slap. Another slap that could be heard for 2 miles. The little brother was also struck dumb. The screams were comparable to the screams of the castrated pig he watched as a child. The surrounding bystanders looked at each other, looked away, originally thought that these few punks were kings. Who would have thought that they were hot chickens? Instead, Lu Feng, who was not favored by them at the beginning and earned a great deal of sympathy, was a true high achiever hidden in the downtown area. This slap wasn't something that could be done by just anyone. The force was extraordinary. If you don't believe me, you can go back and slap your girlfriend to try. There is absolutely no such effect. Yi Ning 2 girls' eyes are full of excitement, looking at Lu Feng full of gratitude. He was very kind to him. Just now the 2 were secretly talking about Lu Feng, saying that he was quite handsome, and wanted to find him to ask for his phone number. It hurts me. The leading little brother was beaten, and the rest of the few people were somewhat abashed. Those 2 swollen faces that couldn't see the 5 senses were very scary and made their hearts tremble. A few people looked at each other, all saw in their respective gazes the idea of holding their heads and running away, and they were even more afraid to go forward in the face of Lu Feng. In case they became the leader, the consequences would not be a joke. Asterisk 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 him for me. Brother Egg couldn't even speak clearly anymore, but he still didn't forget to take revenge on Lu Feng. Lu Feng glanced at him and instantly scared him into trembling. Seeing Lu Feng walking over, a few of his juniors were so scared that they hurriedly backed up, making a path for Lu Feng. You, what do you want? Brother Egg was scared by the beatings. Seeing his little brother so wasted, he almost wanted to throw his shoes and hit someone. Thinking that he would not be able to run fast after throwing his shoes in a while, he immediately broke off the thought. Seeing Lu Feng walking in front of him, he was so scared that he pissed out of his pants. I'll give you guys 3 seconds. Otherwise you don't have to leave. Hearing Lu Feng say that, a few people were like amnesties, no longer daring to stay even for a second. One by one, as if they were participating in a 100-meter race, running forward without looking back like crazy. Brother Egg was very glad that he didn't throw his shoes just now. After such a mess, Lu Feng was not interested in continuing to eat skewers. He wiped his hands and was about to leave. Thank you for today. Dinging came to Lu Feng with a fluttering face. Being handsome and able to fight was her cup of tea. The 2 women, Yi Ning, had a better face value. Lu Feng first swept a glance at Yi Ning without a trace before looking at Dinging with a straight face. You're welcome. As long as a man encounters this kind of thing, he will step forward. Lu Feng's words offended all the men eating skewers in the surroundings, and although everyone had an unhappy face, when they thought of Lu Feng's bravery just now, they were all forced to acquiesce to his mouthful of words. Dinging smiled, not refuting Lu Feng's words. My name is Dinging. Get acquainted. Lu Feng. After saying that, Lu Feng's gaze crossed over Ding Ying to Yi Ning, who was standing behind her. He saw anticipation in the eyes of the girl who didn't speak. It had been a long time since he had met such a reserved girl. How about you? This is my best friend Yi Ning. Lu Feng. Hello. Add a WeChat. Without waiting for Yi Ning to open her mouth, Ding Ying jumped ahead and answered for her. This girl was very egotistical. Lu Feng smiled and didn't refuse. Ding Ying was actually a beauty, only inferior to Yi Ning. Men were like that sometimes. They only cared about the most beautiful one. Lu Feng was in this state of mind right now. You add one too, Lu Feng said and extended his cell phone to Yi Ning. Yi Ning hesitated slightly, but finally took out her cell phone and added Lu Feng's WeChat. I'm leaving. What about you guys? We're also leaving. In a while we don't know if they'll come back again. This place, we won't dare to come back in the future. Lu Feng, why don't we join together? With a beautiful woman taking such initiative, Lu Feng was happy to do so. Good. Where do you guys live? I'll give you a ride. Jinhu home. Lu Feng didn't know where this was. Anyway, with navigation, he wasn't worried about not being able to find the place. Let's go. My car is parked over there. Ding Ying glanced at Yi Ning, and the delight in her eyes became even more intense. Handsome, knows kung fu, and has a car. This man can be loved. After knowing Ding Ying for so long, Yi Ning still didn't understand her mind. Knowing that her best friend was looking at Lu Feng, she couldn't help but feel a little gloomy in her heart, because she also had a good feeling about Lu Feng. But how could she rob the man her bestie liked? Following behind the two, her mood suddenly became a bit low. Tonight's moon was a bit cloudy, just like her mood. After walking for about 10 minutes, the three of them arrived at the place where Lu Feng had parked his car. After seeing Lu Feng's car clearly, Ding Ying's eyes were glowing with anticipation, and at this moment, she was incredibly sure that Lu Feng was her true destiny. Ning Ning, I'm in love. Hearing Ding Ying's whisper attached to her ear, Yi Ning's face became even worse. When someone fell in love, someone was bound to fall out of love, and she was the latter. Looking at Lu Feng's upright back, she didn't know why, but suddenly her heart wasn't so close to this best friend, and even the idea that it was better to have a best friend than not to have one popped up in her mind, which she never thought about before. Chapter 44. Female chauffeur. Are you single? Sitting in the car, Lu Feng suddenly froze, because he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have been drinking. Drinking is not driving. Driving is not drinking. Besides, there were still 3 people here. If this was a bad luck, it would be a matter of human life and death. Which one of you two can drive? I can drive. What's wrong? Ding Ying directly sat on the passenger seat. This is a Rolls-Royce, a luxury car that only exists in fantasies. Today, she finally saw the real one, and was even sat under her. It felt as if a passerby slept with a popular idol. It was unreal. Have you been drinking? No. Then you drive. I've been drinking and can't drive. Can I drive? Ding Ying was excited. After getting a driver's license, the chance to actually touch a car was limited, let alone a Rolls-Royce, something that one wouldn't even dare to think about. The distance crossed was like a Chinese fan sleeping with a Japanese actress. It was a qualitative leap. It's fine. Believe in yourself. Anything is possible. Lu Feng encouraged her, with Chu Yu as an example in the first place. He did not exclude female drivers now. Ding Ying wanted to tell Lu Feng that she had always believed in herself. It's just that the strength had a little bit that didn't allow her to be so rampant. But seeing that Lu Feng trusted her so much and didn't want to let her down, so this kind of demoralizing words were left for her to digest on her own. This is the gas pedal, right? Haven't driven it before? A little nervous. It's okay, the car is just driving. A driver who doesn't drive isn't a good driver, Lu Feng said as he fastened his seatbelt. The co-pilot is dangerous. The co-pilot of a female driver. Theoretically, the risk factor is relatively a little higher. Sweeping a glance at the passage airbag logo on the dashboard, Lu Feng was reassured for a few more points. Buzz, the sound of the engine idling, like an elevator full of occupants, suddenly collapsed a loud fart, shocking everyone, and harvested a bucketful of contempt, disdain and curses. There was a scare. Lu Feng once again had a personal experience of the combat power of female drivers. It turned out that not all female drivers could be on the road. Ding Ying was definitely a theorist. Wiping a handful of false sweat, feeling the real texture of the seatbelt, his heart calmed down a few more points, until the car was steadily parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Lu Feng finally didn't have to continue to be on edge. See you later, keep in touch. Only after seeing the two into the neighborhood did Lu Feng take out his cell phone and call for a chauffeur. 20 minutes later, a windy masked man appeared in front of him, and if he didn't see the safe chauffeur printed on his undershirt, Lu Feng almost thought he had met a robber. Greetings, sir, your car is too expensive. I'm afraid that if I put my mobility tools into the trunk, I'll bump into your car, and that's not good. Look at it this way, I'll leave the car here temporarily, you help me reimburse the taxi fare back, so I don't have to worry about bumping into your car. do you think it's okay? Miyu did not expect to drive a Cullinan tonight. This is still her first time to drive such an expensive luxury car. Inevitably, her heart was a little uneasy. If she bumped it, it was estimated to be worth a few months of her salary. She just graduated from graduate school this year, and successfully stayed in school to become a counselor. Her salary is not much, otherwise she would not come out at night to chauffeur. Lu Feng took a look at her chauffeured vehicle, and then looked at the heavily armed masked warrior in front of him. Without listening to the voice, he didn't see that she was actually a woman. The female features were too inconspicuous. No wonder it was covered so tightly. If you insist, I have no problem with that. It's just a car. Lu Feng was telling the truth. But to Miyu, she felt like Lu Feng was showing off with her. Although she didn't hate the rich and wasn't hostile to rich people, people who showed off their wealth still made her look a little bit bad. And in her heart, she felt a lot less favorable towards rich people like Lu Feng. Ping and chauffeur at your service. I am your chauffeur for this trip. Miyu, please fasten your seatbelt. Our purpose is to getting into the car. Miyu finally unloaded her full armor, revealing the true face of Lu Shan. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Feng realized that this was actually a beautiful woman, and couldn't help but have some itchy eyes, so he sneaked a look at her with his fiery eyes. Name, Miyu. Age, 27. Face value, 86. Purity, 100. Favorability, 55. This result was greatly out of his expectation. For some reason, it was like he had fallen into a nest of beautiful women over the past 2 days, and he had encountered beautiful women not too many times. He hadn't been this lucky before. It felt like all the beautiful women in the country had been thrown around him, just waiting for him to have a fling. Lu Feng was a little interested in this beautiful female chauffeur and checked Miyu's chauffeur profile, which had very little useful information. This was a very privacy-oriented person, and such people were usually very wary. Sizing up this good-looking face through the rearview mirror, this female chauffeur, with a very clean look, without powder, has a kind of unshackled student-age youthfulness. This kind of temperament is worthy of being a beauty with a face value of 86. I don't know if it's a woman's sixth sense at work. Miyu seemed to notice Lu Feng's peeping, inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror, and their eyes met unexpectedly. This unexpected collision, Lu Feng has a kind of being caught in the bed of weakness. I subconsciously moved away, after a moment and secretly moved back. Miyu, this female chauffeur whose looks were comparable to a movie star, made Lu Feng deeply impressed. At this moment, Lu Feng was suddenly reminded of the carefree and beautiful student days. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel much better about Miyu. Isn't it hard for you guys to be chauffeurs? Seeing as you're so young and pretty, how could your husband let you come out alone to be a chauffeur? Lu Feng couldn't help but open his mouth. A missed opportunity was probably not going to happen next time. Miyu didn't know if she was thinking about how to answer, or if she was hesitating to answer. It took a while before she made a sound. I'm not married. The answer was short and concise. It further confirmed Lu Feng's inference that she was a very wary person. Not married yet. This was good news. After this order is over, you shouldn't be off work yet. Is the night usually about chauffeuring until 12 o'clock, so late that your boyfriend comes to pick you up? Everything starts with a bang. Maybe it was due to the fact that she had already answered Lu Feng's sentence. This time, Miyu didn't hesitate too much in her answer, and she talked a bit more. I usually go until 12 o'clock, but a lot of male valets will be a bit later. Not hearing what he most wanted to hear, Lu Feng was a bit regretful. You drive very steadily. Not many female drivers have this kind of skill. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to disparage female drivers in any way. That's okay. Although I'm a woman, some female drivers really don't have great skills. Women's logical thinking skills are generally lower than men's, but that's not absolute. Thinking clearly, this woman's education level was estimated to be extraordinary. Lu Feng was brainstorming again. The two of them had a casual chat, and seeing that they were almost at their destination, Lu Feng had not made any sudden progress and was a bit anxious. Seeing that your car skills are so good, is there any idea of being a VIP driver? Chapter 45, Miyu dragged into a thief ship. Miyu did not say anything, not understanding what Lu Feng meant. Lu Feng took a deep breath, although he felt that this was a bit abrupt, but Miyu gave him a good impression. Plus this intellectual beauty in Miyu made him appreciate it so much that he had the idea of wanting to keep this girl by his side. I am trying to recruit a driver. See you drive well. If you are willing, I would like to hire you to be my full-time driver. Treatment and whatnot is negotiable. Guarantee then you do chauffeur earn more. Lu Feng wanted to quote directly, but was afraid to report more, causing Miyu's misunderstanding. Thinking he was plotting against her, it would be counterproductive. In his opinion, Miyu was definitely short of money when she came out to be a chauffeur, so Lu Feng felt that the possibility of asking her to be his driver was still very high. Miyu did not answer immediately. Seeing that he was almost at the hotel, Lu Feng was a little anxious in his heart, but his face remained unchanged. How's the consideration going? Niu looked at Lu Feng through the rearview mirror. She wanted to refuse, but interests move people, and she was really short of money recently, so her heart was very hesitant for a moment. I'm sorry, I have a job during the day. There's no way I can be a driver for you. Evening is fine. I'll recruit another one at that time. 2 drivers are more convenient. Niu glanced at Lu Feng once again, something strange in her eyes. Recruiting 2 drivers. This was the first time she had encountered this kind of thing. Was this the rich man who needed 2 drivers? How about a monthly salary of 30,000? Seeing that he was arriving at the hotel, Lu Feng was a bit impatient. Squeak! There was a sharp sound of brakes. Niu was shocked, not expecting Lu Feng to give such a high deal. Was this the good fortune child? Or had Brother Jade Emperor heard her cries and came to give her money in a different way? Her heart was so touched. Her salary at school was only a little over 7,000 a month counting various subsidies, plus every night to do chauffeur. Probably will have 2 or 3,000 income. A total of together is only about 10,000. Lu Feng opened his mouth to give her 30,000. This how not let her shocked at the same time, but also some doubts and fear. I heard that a lot of rich people are just good for her type, under various guises, but in fact, they are just greedy for her body. Although she lacked money, she would never sell her bottom line for money as a last resort. Seeing this reaction from her, Lu Feng got a little nervous. This look, how does it have a feeling of a white rabbit meeting a big bad wolf? In fact, he wanted to say that he was not a bad person, but was a little worried that the more he described it, the darker it would get. 30,000 is quite a lot. You shouldn't be able to earn this much a month doing chauffeuring. Lu Feng intentionally said this, so that you want him to lower the heart of vigilance. And really you see him this look, a look of unappetizing expression. The heart cannot help but sigh. Not only can not earn, even half of the earning is not. 30,000 Miyu heart momentarily incomparable tangled up. You gave too much. Hearing Miyu's answer, Lu Feng smiled. This girl was really simple. So it's like this. I thought I gave less. Since it's too much for you, it's 20,000. No less. Lu Feng's reply gave Miyu the urge to hit the wall. This was 1/3 less in the blink of an eye. She wanted to ask Lu Feng if she could pretend that she hadn't said what she had just said and he hadn't heard it, but after hesitating for half a day, the words didn't come out. Actually, 20,000 was already very much too. Then what all do I need to do? This was a promise. Lu Feng held back his happiness and said slowly, there's not much to do. It's just that when I use the car, you come and drive. Driver, not driving. What else can drive you? Miyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that there were no other services. This guy, she heard Lu Feng continue again. I'm staying at the Grand Hyatt now, and I'll be staying there for the time being. For the car, you can just drive it first and get used to it. When I need to use it, then contact you. Miyu felt very surprised that Lu Feng didn't live in his own home in a hotel. What kind of operation was this? But she didn't ask much. Rich people always had some strange fetishes. In her opinion, with the money to live in a hotel, it would be better to live in one's own home and then save the money to buy other things. Rich people's thoughts were just incomprehensible. And he and I just met, right? And this agreed to let her take such an expensive car at will, not worried about what else he would do with the car. Rich people are really different from them, like living in two worlds. Do you have any other questions? Miyu shook her head. The first time she came into contact with such a trenchant person, her 3 views were shattered and it took some time to calm down. Now she somewhat understood why Lu Feng offered her 30,000 monthly salary in the beginning. This amount of money to such a person was probably equivalent to just $1 or $2 in her eyes. Then add WeChat. Lu Feng held back the excitement in his heart. It turned out that what the internet said was true. Having money could really do whatever you want. Seeing Lu Feng take her cell phone, some operation. Miyu was a little dizzy the whole time. This was really a pie in the sky. Alright, park the car. Go up to me first and do the formalities for entering and exiting. Miyu followed Lu Feng to the front desk of the hotel and went through the relevant entry and exit formalities. Because Lu Feng was a VIP guest, the whole process was quite silky smooth without a bit of delay. Su-man watched Lu Feng and Miyu from the side. Although her face did not have any expression, her heart was very unsettled. A chauffeur, or a female chauffeur? Hell no. Female secretary is more like it. But look at Miyu's high and cold temperament, slightly better than even her, making her heart very tasty. You can look down on the money of the rich second generation, but absolutely must believe in their vision. Sitting on their passenger seat of the woman is absolutely all the best on earth. Hey, another woman who has lost her eyes to materialism. All people are drunk and she is awake alone. Nowadays, there aren't many girls like her. Su-man, who have self-pursuits, bowing her head and handling the documents. Su-man's heart was filled with a sense of superiority. Alright, it's all done. I won't keep you any longer. You can keep the car key for now, and you can use the car as you like. When it's time to use the car, I'll contact you in advance. Seeing Lu Feng leaving in a long walk, Miyu was a bit at a loss for words. The few staff at the front desk also looked at Miyu with a curious expression. It seems that they really thought too much. It really wasn't that kind of relationship. It turned out to be really a driver. Looking at Miyu's gaze even more curious. This female driver driving should be very slippery. Miyu left the hotel, hesitated, or did not go to drive Lu Feng's car. She went out and swept a shared bicycle, ready to go back to get her electric car. Back in the room, Lu Feng was very excited. Before, he was not so bold. Money is really a good thing. With it, it felt like doing anything, became very smooth. Chapter 46, Chun Blood is very za. After a busy day, it was finally time to relax and unwind. Letting the housekeeper prepare some snacks, he opened another bottle of Romani Conti and poured it into the wine awakener to wake up. Although he didn't like drinking red wine, he was going to cultivate this habit from now on. This wasn't drinking, this was style. The style of the rich. Taking advantage of the effort to wake up, Lu Feng went to the washroom to take a hot shower. Stripping off his clothes and suddenly seeing a body of beautifully defined muscles sent him into a state of awe. It was only then that he remembered that he had used 300,000 chi luck values to exchange for fighting proficiency tonight. At that time, he had a feeling that something was different about his body, and now he finally confirmed his suspicions. This muscle Bruce Lee couldn't be compared to even in his lifetime. Wide pectoral muscles that made young women scream. Full and hard abs, the favorite of young girls. This body of muscles, even when you look at yourself, you love it. Which woman is not moved? Lu Feng, more floating. The system understands me. With these muscles, the combat power is doubled. Half an hour of durability can be extended to 2 hours. Who can stand this? Lu Feng was satisfied. After rinsing and putting on the pure cashmere bathrobe customized from Versace, Italy, his body was incomparably comfortable. This gentle feeling is like a young girl's hand, sliding over the body. The red wine is already awake. Pour a cup in a highball glass, that is like a ruby-like beautiful color. Let a person in a happy mood. 2 fingers holding a highball glass, slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. In front of him was the most prosperous night scene of Magic City, overlooking the city at night, with tall buildings and bright lights. This full of prosperity was in his eyes. Now, he doesn't have to run around for food and clothing, nor does he have to fawn over his career, to live casually and only do what makes him happy. This was the life he wanted. Ding dong. The mission to awaken the cold heart is counting down. 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 71 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 71 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Mission reward official version of the Chi Luck system. Mission punishment, recycling system. Lu Feng froze. The system was deliberately looking for a fight. It jumped out at this time. Damn it. Having too much fun. He had forgotten all about business. Lu Feng didn't have the heart to watch the night scenery or drink red wine. He hurriedly walked to the bed and dialed the housekeeper's number. Hello, is this the housekeeper? Have you taken care of everything that was arranged in the morning? We're sending it to the Nanshan Children's Welfare Center early tomorrow morning. Shu Yu, who had been caught in the act, had a sleepy face. Surname Lu. This guy is too annoying. An afternoon disappearance. Do not know where to go. All the things are thrown her. If not for the sake of her sister. She early kicked back. Just took a nap and was woken up. Greetings, distinguished guest. Everything has been arranged. Good. Leave early tomorrow morning. Lu Feng directly hung up the phone. This mission was triggered because of the orphanage. The source must still be in the orphanage. He would have to make another run tomorrow. If there were no more clues, then he would be out of luck. With this matter on his mind, he had wanted to go to the nest to play for a while, but now he was not in the mood. The system had been recalled. This was no joke. His nerves were not that big, because he was thinking about tomorrow's events. He couldn't help but drink a few more cups and collapsed on the bed, drifting off to sleep. Outside the Nanshan Children's Welfare Center, several bulldozers and forklifts were like steel monsters, blocking the gates in and out of the orphanage. Yang Gang led a group of juniors and blocked the place once again. Yesterday, he was scared by Chen Blood, and when he went back, he was not reprimanded by his big brother. Big brother told him, don't worry to do boldly. If something happens, someone will naturally step in. This urban village demolition project is Wenshan Real Estate bidding. Wenshan Real Estate belongs to the Wenshan Group. That is the 3 masters of the industry. In the Magic City, who dares not give face to the 3 masters? Against the sky. Yang Gang has the bottom line. Early in the morning with his men to find over. Today must solve the problem of the Nanshan Children's Welfare Center. As long as we gnaw down this hard bone, all the problems will be solved. Surname Zhao. I'm telling you, if you don't give me a hard time today, then I'll be impolite. The reason why Dean Zhao was so insistent was because he was also trying to get a little more benefit for the children. Besides, All of this was agreed upon beforehand. It was these people who had gone back on their word, so how could he agree to it? I won't move. You guys didn't fulfill the agreement as agreed. Damn. Old thing. Give face. Brothers, give me a hand. Yang Gang gave an order. The excavator started directly. The rusty orphanage gate was about to be pushed down and demolished. Just at this moment a woman appeared. The person who came was none other than Chen Blood, only to see her carrying a bucket of gasoline in one hand and a lighter in the other. She violently rushed in front of the people. All stop. Move again and I'll set this bucket of gasoline on fire. Yang Gang looked at Chen Blood who suddenly appeared. This woman made a deep impression on him. Yesterday it was her who appeared and spoiled his business. He didn't expect that she would come again today. What a ghost. When he thought that just because of this woman, he was severely reprimanded by his boss. His heart was angry. Damn, how come there are you everywhere? Point, I'll see you point. Snap. Seeing Chen Blood really hit the lighter, Yang Gang took a few steps back in fear. This woman had too much guts. If that bucket of gasoline was really lit, not only would this woman be lifeless, even he would be affected. Looking at Chen Blood's cold face, Yang Gang suddenly became a little afraid. If a human life was caused, the commotion would be really big, and he would definitely not be able to get off the hook at that time. Ah Shui, put it down. It's dangerous. What are you doing? Dean Zhao of the orphanage was even more anxious than Yang Gang, and didn't care about the excavator anymore. He hurriedly walked to Chen Blood to persuade him. To him, people were more important than anything else. Chen Blood was the one he had watched grow up since childhood, as close as his own daughter. Grandpa, you don't care. I'll tell you, if you dare to touch the orphanage today, I'll fight you. I just don't believe that no one will care. It's useless to fight for your life. Little girl, you are too naive. I advise you to hurry up and put down what's in your hand. It's useless to threaten me. Old man, it's not that I'm scaring you. Is it up to you whether to move here or not? Didn't anyone call you? Don't be too stubborn, otherwise you won't last long as a dean. Thinking about the phone call he received this morning, Dean Zhao had a grim look on his face and turned his head to look at Chen Blood as he continued to persuade. Ah Shui, quickly put it down. Little Tough is still lying in the hospital. What will he do if something happens to you again? Hearing the old dean's words, Chen Blood hesitated. Just then the old dean rushed forward, snatched the lighter from her hand, and took over the gasoline bucket again. Seeing this scene, the worry on Yang Gang's face was swept away and he once again became arrogant. That's right, tear it down. I'll see who dares. Although Chen Blood was without the gasoline barrel, he was still unafraid of these people and rushed up at the first opportunity to block these people from making a move. What are you waiting for? Get it off. A few young punks pulled and dragged at Chen Blood, but Chen Blood was also powerful and tight. With her fists and feet, a few young guys froze and were not able to fight by her. But after all, is a girl, physical strength is limited. Facing 4 or 5 strong young men, she finally lost the battle, being racked and dragged to the side. Her clothes were torn and her hair was spread out, looking very wretched. At this moment, Chen Blood's heart was filled with despair and anger. Just like the first day she came to the orphanage, she really hoped that someone would suddenly appear at this time and fight off these people. But she knew that just like 16 years ago there wouldn't be anyone to help her. It was the same today. This world was cold. Chapter 47, Spending 100 million on a lawyer. Lu Feng just got off the bus and saw a young girl being held up by 4 or 5 young strong men. His eyes were round. Green sky, clear sky. Even this kind of thing would still happen. Too reckless, too blatant, too lawless. This just fighting proficient muscle of his twitched, so he bellowed and rushed up. Stop, what do you want? The 4 or 5 young men who were escorting Chen Blood with an excited face, who had managed to take down the woman with great difficulty, and hadn't yet had time to be happy, suddenly heard the sound of heckling, and looked up to see a young man with an unusual attire rushing over. Somewhat confused. Young people are so fierce now. A person also dared to heroically save the beauty. It was too much to put them, the professionals, in their eyes. The struggling Chen Blood also heard the shouts and looked up to see Lu Feng anxiously rushing this way. Her heart was stunned that a man had come over. Let go. What kind of people are you? I'm telling you, the police will be here soon. None of you will be able to escape. The word police was like an imperial sword. The moment the several punks heard this word, their bodies went a little soft, allowing Lu Feng to pull Chen Blood away from them. Are you alright? Are you hurt? After seeing Chen Blood's looks clearly, Lu Feng realized that the girl in front of him, and those ladies he usually saw were completely different, with heavy smoky makeup, a dress that was also on the punk side, and some of them had the feeling of a mongrel. However, he did not have time to count these, because this girl's eyes are very pure, like spring water from 300 meters deep underground, coupled with the age is not too big, looks like at most 18 or 19 years of age, so that he could not give birth to a sense of evil. Are you alright? Chen Blood stared at Lu Feng, not saying a single word. This man who came out of nowhere was like a stone that smashed a crack in her frozen heart lake. Growing up, apart from Li Lian, the only one who dared to stand up for her was this man in front of her. Ding dong. Quest awakening the frozen heart in progress. Current progress 1%. Hearing this voice, this time it was Lu Feng's turn to froze. Surprised, he looked at Chen Blood with a face of disbelief. It turned out that she was the hidden boss. Little Snow, how are you? Dean Zhao also ran over with an anxious face. Just now, he was blocked and couldn't even go forward when he wanted to. It was only when Lu Feng suddenly appeared that he scared off these people. At this time, Yang Gang finally reacted. But seeing Lu Feng's extraordinary clothes, he didn't look like an ordinary person. Plus hearing Lu Feng say that the police would be here soon, he felt fear in his heart and didn't dare to be as arrogant as he was just now. Who are you and what do you do? We are a regular company. Yang Gang slightly raised his chin and puffed out his chest. That black nine muses popped up tightly. Very imposing. Lu Feng swept a glance at him, unmoved by the other party's arrogance. After glancing at the surrounding forklifts, bulldozers, and the wave of people in front of him, he probably had some guesses in his heart. Dean Zhao, are you all alright? Mr. Lu, thank you so much. Dean Zhao's face had a somewhat embarrassed look on it, and on the side, Chen Blood stared at Lu Feng with unblinking eyes, as if Lu Feng had stolen her money. Is everyone alright? Dean Zhao hurriedly asked towards the crowd. Many of the orphanage's staff were volunteers. Recently, because of the triple harassment from these people, quite a few of them had left their jobs. Dean, we're all fine. Yang Gang on the side was not happy. This was treating him as if he didn't exist. That's enough. Is this an occasion for you to chat and catch up? Can you respect my job a little? Can you? The little brother behind him instantly raised his head and stared in a very cooperative manner. With a ferocious look, these staff members of the orphanage, as well as the volunteers, were immediately frightened and averted their eyes. Chen Blood turned her head and stared angrily at Yang Gang. Just now it was this man who instructed his men to make her suffer a big loss. She remembered this face. What are you yelling for? There are many people aren't there. Try moving one. Lu Feng was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this little smoky makeup girl to be so fierce. Seeing Yang Gang coming forward, Lu Feng didn't even think about it and directly stood in front of Chen Blood. Now they were a united front. You're right. Try moving one. When things go wrong, no one can escape. The company is formal, but it's hard to say if the people are formal or not. Lu Feng looked straight at Yang Gang. If he put it a few days ago, he definitely didn't have so much confidence to face this kind of hooligan gangster. But today's time was different. If he wanted to fight he could fight. If he wanted money he had money. And he had enough bottom line. Yang Gang couldn't figure out Lu Feng's bottom line. He didn't dare to make trouble for a while, afraid of being reprimanded by the boss again when he went back. Manager Yang, it's not that the orphanage doesn't agree to move, but you didn't follow the contract. A lot of things are incomplete in the new location. We have no way to move it. You'd better give feedback to your company again. As long as we follow the contract, we will definitely move. Dean Zhao spoke bitterly, expecting to solve the problem peacefully. We are just following the contract. Old man, don't you toast to it. Chen Blood, who was blocked by Lu Feng, stood out again at this time. She had grown up here since she was a child, and this was also her home, and Dean Zhao was her family. If these punks wanted to bully Dean Zhao, then they were bullying her, and she would never turn a blind eye to it. We won't move. I'll see what you can do to us. Surname Yang, don't think I don't know what you are. Fighting and brawling, bullying and bullying, there's no bad thing you can't do. Seeing Chen Blood so fierce, Lu Feng really opened his eyes. This little girl is really beau. LD, but this character, not only doesn't make him hate it, on the contrary, it makes him appreciate it very much. Daring to face evil forces head-on, daring to resist atrocities, this was truly fierce. You're slandering. Don't blame me for being impolite if you talk nonsense again. Seeing that Chen Blood was still going to charge upwards, Lu Feng was also convinced. So many people on the opposite side of the street, but also dared to charge up. So bold. Hastily reaching out, he yanked her back to his side. I hear you. This is simple. Butler Chu, contact a lawyer. The best lawyer in Magic City. Don't care about the money. 1 million is not enough. Then 10 million. 10 million is not enough. Then 100 million. Remember the best lawyers. Since they're a legitimate company, we'll use legal means to reason with them. Contact the media. This should be exposed. Forced demolition of the orphanage. This matter should be on the hot search. Let the whole country comment on it. In the crowd, Chu Yu hurriedly stood out. With that capable black suit, one could tell that she was a rich man's secretary or something like that. Alright, Mr. Lu, I'll arrange it right away. Chu Yu was very eagle-eyed. Regardless of whether Lu Feng was real or fake, she acted very professionally at this time. The others were stunned by the two's 1-2 punch. They couldn't figure out what the two of them were about. But just listening to the words $100 million for a lawyer, the best lawyer in Magic City, these words gave people a feeling of uncertainty. This is the big man, through the sky big man. On the side, Yang Gang was also dumbfounded. The first time he saw Lu Feng, he felt that this person is not extraordinary. I did not expect that he really guessed. 100 million to hire a lawyer. Really a large sum of money. No, wait. Forced demolition of the orphanage on the hot search. Suddenly he had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. He was in trouble. The boss knew about it. This is trouble. The boss knows will not pick his skin. Chen blood eyes are glowing. Did not expect Lu Feng a few words on the other side of the subdued. See Yang Gang these gangsters. By Lu Feng a few words scared face changed again and again. Her heart is full of admiration for Lu Feng. This man is too powerful, bloodless to solve the problem. As for whether what Lu Feng said was true or not, she rather didn't care much, because she didn't even think that what Lu Feng said was true. Spending $100 million to hire a lawyer. This matter how to listen to feel incredible. She did not even think that Lu Feng is not a casual remark, but really serious, because for her it is worth doing so. Chapter 48 The prideful girl and Lu Feng are inextricably linked. Lu Feng was serious. This was about the hidden mission. Chen Blood, the hidden boss. If he couldn't handle it, it was more about his life and death. How about 100 million? Not much, it's only a day's worth. Yang Gang swallowed his saliva and panicked a little. Since dropping out of junior high school and going on this path, he hadn't panicked so much in the face of the wind and rain of knives. It felt like the other party made him fear 3 times more than even his big brother. This is Mr. Lu, right? I've heard a lot about you. Hello Mr. Lu, this is the first time we meet. Mr. Lu may not understand my identity. Let me introduce myself first. Well, my humble self Yang Gang, manager of the Wenshan Liangzhu relocation department under the Wenshan group. It's like this. Here's what happened dash. Seeing that Yang Gang had changed his previous toughness, Lu Feng directly interrupted him. If there's anything, talk to my lawyer. You guys can leave. Yang Gang froze. This dismissed him, thinking that the other party would still have to contact the media and be in the hot seat. He couldn't sit still. If this became a big deal, he wouldn't be the only one in bad luck. It would really stir up a hornet's nest. Definitely cannot go back like this. Otherwise, when he went back, his big brother would skin him alive. Mr. Lu, can I borrow a step to talk? Yang Gang was careful. He couldn't afford to offend someone who could say he would take out $100 million. Not to mention he couldn't afford it. Even his big brother couldn't afford it. Such a character was a big shot that could be on par with Third Master One. I don't have anything to say to you. Let's say what we have to say face to face. Seeing Lu Feng so strong, his heart became more certain of the speculation that Lu Feng's origin was not small. Speaking so hard meant that the other party had the backbone and was not afraid of them at all. How could this be good? There was no way to explain it when they went back. Oh, Mr. Lu, look at this mess. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. Mr. Lu, my elder brother Brotherway is the person of the Third Master One. Third Master One. Yang Gang had run out of tricks and could only bring out Third Master One, hoping that Lu Feng would know better and open up. Have you finished? If you've finished, hurry up and leave. The police will be here in a while. If you want to leave, you won't be able to do so. Yang Gang's face became incredibly ugly. This is really lifting a stone to hit his own feet. Mr. Lu, it's all a misunderstanding. Do you think you can sit down and talk it over? My treat. The stronger Lu Feng was, the more Yang Gang lost his heart. Lu Feng suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Blood, who had rushed the hardest just now. What do you think? Chen Blood didn't expect Lu Feng to ask her opinion at this time, making her both surprised and excited. Can't. Lu Feng turned his head to Yang Gang and repeated it again. Can't. Just then, a voice that made him feel incredibly excited rang out in his head. Ding dong. Quest awaken the icy heart. Current progress 10%. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng couldn't help but look at Chen Blood again. At this moment, Chen Blood was also staring at him with an excited expression. The two of them suddenly met each other with their 4 eyes, but Chen Blood instead averted her gaze uncharacteristically, and a closer look would notice her secretly reddening ears. Yo, drop. At this time, the sound of a police car suddenly came. After Yang Gang and the others heard this sound, their faces turned even whiter with fear. Looking at Lu Feng, they wanted to say something, but in the end, they hurriedly turned around and left. Seeing Yang Gang and these people leave, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. There was no need to do anything, and he didn't want to do anything. Ding dong. Quest awaken the icy heart. Current progress 20%. Not expecting this hidden quest to suddenly progress so quickly, Lu Feng was extraordinarily happy in his heart. It seemed that finding the right direction worked more than doing more useless work. Mr. Lu, thank you so much for today. Dean Zhao, you're welcome. By the way, the supplies I've already brought over today. It's on the truck outside. Are you pulling it over now? Good, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu. Dean Zhao was very happy. He didn't expect Lu Feng to be able to help him with such a big favor. Yang Gang and these people were not to be messed with, but he didn't expect to be dispatched by Lu Feng in a few words. Dean Zhao was polite. It's all a show of hands, right? This one is, just now made a deep impression on me. Seeing Lu Feng looking at Chen Blood, Dean Zhao looked dumbfounded, then smiled, a loving gaze on his face. This is Xiao Shui, also a child who grew up here. She's very good now, a muralist, and has even won an award. All these paintings on the walls of the orphanage were done by her, and she often brings the kids along to paint. The kids here love her. Lu Feng just reacted. No wonder after he arrived here, he felt that the orphanage looked shabby, but it gave her a feeling of being different, so it was because of these paintings. Hearing Dean Zhao's words, Lu Feng was surprised that this child who looked somewhat unreliable was so outstanding. Facing Lu Feng's surprised gaze, Chen Blood didn't avert her gaze this time and stared at Lu Feng, her eyes filled with pride, as if saying, "This girl is awesome, right? Don't underestimate me. Awesome, really didn't see it. Disrespectful. It's very expensive for me to paint a picture, and I won't paint someone I can't see, even if I'm given more money." Chen Blood had a haughty face and looked very proud. "Awesome, have the chance to paint one for me as well. That depends on my mood." Lu Feng helped the crowd move and unload supplies from the truck. There were fall and winter clothes, books, toys, and food for the children and so on. Lu Feng didn't donate any money because the money donated wasn't directly given to the orphanage. In the end, he didn't know how much of it would actually be used on the children. He had thought of setting up a company that would specialize in donations and would only donate items, not money. Mr. Lu, quickly sit down, have a drink of water and rest. Let Chen Blood and the girls do the rest. Seeing that there wasn't much left in the van, Lu Feng didn't insist, and since he still had things to talk to Dean Zhao, he followed him into the office. "Dean, you know my phone number. If you need anything in the future, just contact me. I can't help with other favors, as long as it's about money, no problem." Mr. Lu, thank you so much. Although the orphanage had a local financial allocation and some donations from caring people, that was far from enough. To meet a rich man like Lu Feng who was also so caring, this was the luck of these orphans. "Dean, you are too polite. Just call me Little Lu. By the way, what's the situation with Chen Blood? This girl is really bold. If it wasn't for me pulling her back just now, she would have really dared to rush up and go against those people. Hey, this girl is also a bitter child. When she was 3 years old, she was thrown outside the orphanage. So many years have passed. I know that she has always had a thorn in her heart, wanting to find her real parents and ask why she raised her so big in the first place, but also abandoned her. This child has a hard temper, recognizes the dead reason. Once decided things, 9 oxen cannot pull back." Hearing Dean Zhao's explanation, Lu Feng kept nodding his head, understanding Chen Blood more concretely. Chen Shui and Li Riguan grew up together in the orphanage since they were young, and the two of them have the best relationship. This child, Li Lian, understands, honest and able to endure hardship. 3 years older than Chen Blood, he grew up taking care of Chen Blood as if she was his younger sister. Don't look at the usual look of honesty. Once Chen Shui was bullied, he was always the first to stand up for Chen Shui. It is a pity that something like this happened. Now lying in the hospital, became a vegetable. "Dean, can you do me a favor?" Hearing Dean Zhao's introduction about Chen Blood and Li Lian, Lu Feng was very touched. "Little Lu, you say, what favor do you want me to do?" "I'll be responsible for this expensive night tough staying in the hospital. Chen Blood is still a child now, not even 20 yet. Can't let her carry this kind of burden. She still has a long way to go in the future. Considering the relationship between her and Night Tough, I'm worried that she'll refuse, so I want this money to be given out in the name of the orphanage." Chapter 49, Shin Shucheng, Talent and Face Value Combined. Dean Zhao looked at Lu Feng with a complicated face, not expecting this young man to have this kind of kindness. As the old saying goes, a family that accumulates good deeds will have a surplus of good fortune. It was true that all rich and powerful families had good karma in their hearts. At this moment, Lu Feng had already been categorized in Dean Zhao's heart as one of those families that had been passed down for generations. Lu is always someone with a great heart of love. "I thank you on behalf of Chen Shui and Li Lian. Dean Zhao is too kind." In fact, Lu Feng wasn't that noble. He wouldn't have gone to donate blood. The reason why he did so had more to do with the hidden mission. Ding dong. Quest awaken the icy heart in progress. Current progress 50%. Suddenly a sound rang out in his head and Lu Feng instantly sat up straight. He almost didn't hold back from twisting his head. Chen Blood must have heard the conversation between the two. Otherwise the system wouldn't have changed like this. Lu Feng hadn't guessed wrong. After moving and unloading the supplies, Chen Blood had rushed over at the first opportunity, and just as he reached the door, he heard this conversation between Lu Feng and Ding Zhao, and was greatly touched in his heart. Since she was a child, there were only two men in this world that made her look at them and not feel sick. One was Ding Zhao, who raised her to adulthood and had the grace of nurturing her, and the other one was Li Lian, who wasn't her own brother, but was even better than her own brother, who sheltered her from the wind and the rain. Now, there is half a man. This person is Lu Feng. The two have never known each other. Only today is considered to know. But from this man, but let her feel a rare warmth and thoughtfulness. Lu Feng did not guess wrong. If he rushed to find himself, told her to help her out with medical expenses, she must not even think about it and refused. In her world, the human heart was evil. People wouldn't treat you well for no reason. Collecting her steps, Chen Blood did not immediately walk into the room. She hesitated. Li Lian this year had spent all her savings, and still owed a lot. The hospital had already rushed her many times. For the sake of money, she even went to the club as an escort princess. If she couldn't get any more money, the hospital was going to stop the treatment for night tough. She would never let that happen. Count it as me borrowing from you. I will definitely pay it back. Chen Blood said silently in her heart. Little Snow, why are you standing at the door? Is the dean inside? Oh, in. Chen Blood hurriedly collected his mind and walked in with the visitor. Seeing Chen Blood walk in, a smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. The hidden quest was 50% underway. Of course he was happy. Feeling Lu Feng's gaze, Chen Blood's reaction seemed to be a bit flustered, and the two of them immediately parted just as soon as their eyes touched. Chen Blood ran to Ding Zhao and handed over the checklist. He stayed at the orphanage for another hour or so, during which Lu Feng did not receive any more prompts from the system, making him feel very regretful. He thought that this hidden mission could be taken care of today. It seemed that this girl still had a knot in her heart. According to Lu Feng's speculation, this task given by the system should be to open the girl's heart knot, and if he wanted to complete the remaining 50%, he had to open all her heart knots. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng fell into deep thought again. Wanting to open a person's heart knot was not that easy. First one had to know her very well. From Ding Zhao, Lu Feng had learned quite a lot about Chen Blood. This was a very independent, guarded and opinionated girl, not very old but with a lot of heart. Having this kind of character was not hard to understand, and was related to the environment she grew up in. Meng's mother had moved 3 times, so it was evident that this kind of subtle influence was very important to a person's growth. But even though Chen Blood had a lot of bad boy traits in her, this girl was sentimental and righteous. Night Tough became a vegetable in a car accident and was lying in bed. She took care of her for a year in silence. This kind of sentimentality many people could not do. What other knots are there? Lu Feng racked his brain, recalling the pure eyes of Chen Blood when she looked at him when she left. He believed that a person with crystal pure eyes would never be bad. Although this girl didn't meet the standard of good in the traditional sense, it didn't mean that she was bad. Lu Feng was now no longer just trying to help her for the sake of completing the system quest. She was impressed by this girl. Shu Yu drove the car, and through the rearview mirror, she realized that Lu Feng's face had become very serious since she got into the car, and she was too scared to speak. In the orphanage was still fine. I don't know what happened to this master. Rich people are just pretentious. They don't move and put on a cold face. Today she was tired. Lu Feng didn't say a single polite word to her. I don't know when this drudgery will end. Just before the two left, the person left behind by Yang Gang who was responsible for the stakeout. After remembering Culinan's license plate number, he called Yang Gang at the first time to report. Hey, brother Gang, this is Cripple. They've already left. Driving a Rolls-Royce? License plate number. On the other end of the phone, Yang Gang had a cautious face. The young man who drove a Rolls-Royce was definitely not simple. Fortunately he didn't get too impulsive at that time, but turning his head and thinking about what the other party had told him before, he fretted even more. This was a big trouble. Pa! Brother Wei slammed his hand on the mahogany table, glaring angrily and fiercely at Yang Gang. Just now the phone was on speakerphone. He heard it clearly. Gongzi, can you grow some memory? Look at what you've done and called it. You say what to do now, right? You come and teach me. You are the big brother. How dare I teach you to do things? Big brother, you are joking with me. Yang Gang was aggrieved. Wei brother wanted to kill someone when he saw him in this state of anger. You also know that I am joking with you. You, how can I say good things about you? Do things with your head. We are all office sitters now, paying 5 insurance and 1 gold. People with status, people who are out of the low class, don't move to fight and kill. What time is it now? You have to convince people with virtue and be reasonable. What did I teach you? You haven't learned a thing. Put on a suit and tie. We're social elites too. Don't embarrass me again. The next time, I'll crack all the bones in your body and sink you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Brother Wei's thick eyebrows glared, and the horizontal flesh on his face trembled 3 times. Go, find out what this guy is about and ask him out for me. I'll talk to him personally. Shermini came early in the morning to squat on this side of Shopu Road, where Lu Feng's company was located. She couldn't find anyone in the rented room and the phone didn't answer, so she had to come here to wait for him. It's past the work point, and there's still no one in sight. Shermini has an anxious look on her face. In the office building, today is Monday. According to the usual practice, a general meeting will be held. The Clothes Don't Give Up studio was not large, but its reputation in the industry was not small. The design department is the core, so every Monday the regular meeting of the design department, the boss Shin Chuchang will attend. This was a beautiful boss with both talent and face value. Chapter 50, WeChat Transfer New Play. Shin Chuchang swept a glance at the conference room. There were more than a dozen people in the meeting, all women, and each of them was a young and beautiful beauty. Oh, no. She remembered that there was a man in the design department. Why didn't she see him today? Manager Han, have all the people arrived? Mr. Shin, Xiao Lu has taken a leave of absence. Because the design department was all women except Lu Feng, Shin Chuchang had a deep impression of him. If she remembered correctly, this young man didn't seem to have taken a vacation since he came to the company for more than 1 year. And this should be the first time he took a vacation. Sick? It should be a big deal for the only child in the design department to take a vacation, right? Shin Chuchang's joke immediately drew pursed lips from everyone, and it was only then that everyone reacted to the fact that this seemed to be Lu Feng's first time taking a vacation. There are indeed too few boys in the design department. Just this one still has a famous woman. Everyone is complaining to me that there isn't even anyone to fall in love with. Next time we recruit, only handsome guys will be recruited. Okay, back to the topic. After the epidemic, did not wait for retaliatory consumption. The company's orders also did not see growth. The financial data does not look good, so the company show slowed down the investment in Handsome. The later sales data is not good. Do not rule out the intention to sell the brand. Just after returning to the hotel, Lu Feng received a greeting message from Tao Yila. She already knew that Lu Feng had swiped tens of millions of dollars in Alang's live broadcast. This one had swiped tens of millions in her live room only yesterday, and then the next day he came alive and ran to another anchor and swiped tens of millions. He was really trenchant. After a night of deep thinking, Tao Yila had made up her mind to build a nest in Lu Feng's tree. On the one hand, Lu Feng was really trenchant, the only one he had ever seen in his life. On the other hand, Lu Feng didn't take the initiative to ask her for anything just because he swiped the money, which was the most important thing to her. It is normal for men to be horny. This is normal, but it's especially important to her that he has a good sense of color, which means that he's a man with a sense of propriety. Even if with him together cannot fix the fruit, in the end should also be good to get together. She was already 26, and a woman's best years were just these few years, so she had to plan for her future. Is this determined to come? Seeing Tao Yila's message, Lu Feng had a thoughtful smile on his face. Tao Yila was a beautiful woman, and the thought of running present with such a beautiful woman was still something he was looking forward to. But come as you are, he wasn't going to go up the pole and lick it. All free lately, when will you come, so I can give you an empty bed? Even if he was sleeping alone now, he still had to create the image that he was a playboy. Otherwise she thought she was a steal. Sure enough, seeing Lu Feng's reply, Tao Yila's small mouth was so pouty that it could hang a bottle of oil. The word empty bed was particularly eye-catching. I want a brand new one. I have a cleanliness fetish. Lu Feng guffawed. He knew his little trick had worked. This woman was jealous. Coincidentally, so am I. When you come, I'll give you an unforgettable gift. Lu Feng couldn't help but somewhat want Tao Yila to hurry up and come. It had been almost 3 days since he had done any abs training. Really? Then I'll go over the day after tomorrow? Today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. There were still 3 days left. Although Lu Feng wanted her to come over now, he wouldn't say anything so proactive. Whatever. Lu Feng's reply made Tao Yila love and hate him. However, he was not as calm inside as the words expressed. Thinking that Tao Yila would be able to appear in front of him in 3 more days made him unable to resist starting to fantasize. And his mood followed suit. Lu Feng, is it on air? Tao Yila, yes. Lu Feng, so early, so diligent. Tao Yila, born with a life of toil, not hardworking, no food. Lu Feng, yesterday's reward is not enough for you to eat. Tao Yila, enough to eat next month, but now there is no food. Seeing Tao Yila's reply, Lu Feng smiled. He still knew something about Tao Yila's situation. Although she had rewarded a lot last night, enough for her to eat for the rest of her life, it took time for that money to reach her. Buzzing, a cell phone vibrated. Tao Yila froze for a few seconds as she looked at the screen of her cell phone page clearly. WeChat transfer 111,111. She didn't expect Lu Feng to transfer money at the drop of a hat. Although this amount of money was nothing compared to last night's tens of millions of dollars in rewards, but she just casually said it, and Lu Feng transferred the money, and the shock inside her heart was still very strong. A trench is a trench. Every move is so different. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. Just as she hesitated to click accept, there was another transfer reminder. WeChat transfer 333,333. WeChat transfer 111,111. WeChat transfer 444,444. WeChat transfer 555,555. WeChat transfer 222,2222. WeChat transfer 111111. Seeing a series of 7 transfer messages, Tao Yila froze, and didn't return to her senses for half a day. Brother Feng is Brother Feng. If you don't make a move, it's a king bomb. This kind of chatting style, it was very chic, but she liked it. Tao Yila didn't point to accept in the end, and rejected all of them. This was very much out of Lu Feng's expectation. Thank you Brother Feng. Are you online? Tao Yila was very smart. Although she loved money, the nature of a live streaming reward in this kind of WeChat direct transfer was still different. She didn't want to leave an impression in Lu Feng's heart that she was only in it for the money. Seeing that Tao Yila did not accept the money, Lu Feng had a satisfied smile on his face. He had a better impression of Tao Yila. This woman deserved more of his generous love. Logging onto the WoW platform, he was able to relax now after a busy day. The special effects of the 9 dragons pulling the carriage immediately spread across the entire screen. Seeing Lu Feng online, Tao Yila had a happy face. Welcome Brother Feng. Brother Feng is very early today, born to be a laborer. Be diligent to meet good anchors. Tao Yila covered her mouth and smiled. This sounded so familiar. It seemed like she had said something similar just a while ago. Brother Feng, you have so much love. Brother Peak's love isn't something that just anyone can handle. The interaction between the two immediately drew excitement from the water users. Especially the eye-catching icon of the level 60 king's number stimulated the water friends who knew and didn't know even more to get hot and bothered. This was the walking banknote. Who didn't get excited when they saw it? Peak family army in formation. Divine Trench arrives. Everyone worships. Trench's love. We don't deserve to enjoy it. Upstairs, get lost. You're not an anchor. I'm spicy. Upstairs, you're next door. Watching the water friends chatting was also a kind of enjoyment. Lu Feng lay on the sofa and his whole body began to relax. Are there any activities this week? In order to stimulate the enthusiasm of big brothers and fans to reward, the platform would rack its brains every week to come up with some interesting activities to stimulate everyone's desire to spend money. There are a few new weekly star gifts. It looks pretty good. Does Brother Peak want to take a look at the special effects? Chapter 51. What list can't be taken if Brother Feng goes out? Look at the special effects. This is the anchor's favorite project. The harvest is real money. No anchor does not love it. Weekly star list every week, but each time the gift is different. The rules are simple. The platform first gives a list of gifts. The anchors choose anyone as their wish, and then the fans choose this gift to reward. Whoever harvests the most after a week is the winner of that gift and enjoys the title for a week. When it is said to be the weekly star list, it is actually the Big Brother list. If the Big Brother is strong, any list is not a problem. If the Big Brother is weak, it's useless for the anchor to be more active. This place is more realistic than reality. Lu Feng clicked on the gift bar and casually checked it out. There were penny lollipops, and there were also big gifts like 3,000 apiece for going up to the clouds. The gifts that were selected to be the weekly star list would have several special effects of level 1, level 2 and level 3, and after the quantity was reached, the special effects of the corresponding level would be automatically activated, with the purpose of inspiring people to reward. Sort of a not-so-small creative point. Generally, small anchors choose cheap gifts as their wish targets, so that the success rate of accomplishing their wishes is greater. The big anchors can't see past these 10-cent lollipops, and the $9 angel mamas. Their goal is at least $29. 9 a deer have you and 188 swimming duck together. Aiming for something a little bigger, there's the option of 520 for Watermelon Island and 1314 for True Love Rocket. Like 3,000 on the clouds. Even those top anchors do not dare to easily try, unless beforehand and their big brother said good. Otherwise it is difficult to complete the wish goal. After all, the minimum number requirement of 1,314 is no joke. A few million is also a great pressure on many big brothers. After all, not everyone can have the financial strength like Lu Feng. Alright, have you chosen your heart's desire yet? Not yet. Don't know which one to choose. Do you need to dwell on it? Of course it's the best. Give yourself some confidence. You're the best in the South. WoW's #1 female anchor. Seeing Lu Feng's pop up, not to mention Tao Yila's shock, even the water friends roared with excitement. Brother Feng was a bit on top today. The #1 female anchor. Such words were spoken. Although people often use this kind of flirtation to defend their own anchor, but dare to say it in such a dignified manner is not really, especially or peak above this level of big brother. It is easy to cause others to misunderstand. After all, in the matter of supporting the anchor, no big brother will admit that others are stronger than himself. Brother Peak, you're joking again. I'm still far from being number one. Lu Feng hadn't answered yet, and the water friends answered even faster. Jiaren, you are the best in our hearts. Deservedly the number one female anchor. Who wouldn't be convinced? Brother Feng, go, upstairs, you're bold yo. Not afraid to release Brother Feng and take you out first. Seeing these people's pop-ups, Lu Feng had a black line on his face. Can't be too familiar these people even dare to flirt with him now. When I say you are. The weekly star list just picks Rush to the clouds. See what kind of special effects the third level has. When Big Brother gave the word, it was a holy decree. Soon Lu Feng's original words were passed on to the various live rooms by his water friends. Many anchors saw the inexplicable pop-ups, and although they weren't happy about it, they were still a bit scandalized when they saw their nicknames. These water friends were also very smart, and when they ran to other live rooms to publicize, they all changed their nicknames to start with the words Peak Family Army, regardless of the size of the anchor. Seeing these words was still very tense. After all, the Peak Family Army was the backup group of God Trench above the peak above the degree of bravado, said the whole network first. No one dares to refute, so these anchors bowed a peak above. It was too late. How could offend him? As long as these people are not too much, all is not seen. Turn a blind eye. Southland Beauty Live Room. Lu Feng has begun the whole live. Every time this time, is to make him the happiest time. Because every female anchor reward $1, means that his pocket also followed more than $1. Peak to Peak sends 100 to Rush to the clouds. Peak to Peak sends 314 to the clouds. More than $3 million was just a matter of blinking a few times. The wish list that had just been set up was completed in just a few minutes, and it was still a big gift like punching up the clouds. This broke another platform record, instantly sending Southern Delight to the top of the weekly star list, and it was also the top of both the overall list and the sub-list. Tao Yila's heart warmed. With such a big brother guarding her, what else is there to be demanding? YYDS. The official public screen also added icing to the cake at this time. Scrolling across the channel, the live room of the Southland Beauties is bursting at the seams, and everyone is welcome to go and watch. The fans who followed the link were like crushing carp. The number of people online in Southland Beauty's live room quickly broke 100,000 people. You have to know that today is a Monday, a working day, or morning. The entire platform only had how many people online, so it can be seen how hot the live broadcasting room of the southern country's beautiful people is. Thank you Brother Feng. A song for Brother Feng for having you along the way. Since that day when he failed to help you Doudo grab the top spot, Fortune Flower Blossom hadn't been online. For one thing, having lost the bet, he didn't have the face to go online. Secondly, he was also afraid of Lu Feng. Lu Feng's strength was like a big mountain, resting in front of his eyes, making it impossible for him to cross over. Brother Gua, you're finally back. Located in the Sandalwood Palace's villa, Xian Cohen had an excited face. Wu Dingtian was his backbone, and with him around, he was relieved. Wu Dingtian was dressed in an Italian customized suit, setting off a more upright figure. Gold-rimmed glasses, adding a few points of elegance. It looks like a character in a cartoon. Money can support people? This in his body has been fully reflected. Wu Dingtian casually rely on the soft leather sofa. The whole body looks very lazy, like a cougar that hadn't woken up yet. Ah, Cohen, you're too hasty in this nature. Say it, what's the matter of looking for me in such a hurry? I just got off the airplane. Brother Gua, it's Tao Yila. Peak above gave her a bounty of tens of millions of dollars. I lost. Xian Cohen said a few words without a clue. Wu Dingtian took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, looking very tired. This time in England, he did a big deal with the Lee family. A tens of billions of dollars project. Even though he wasn't the main character, he was still exhausted. Tao Yila dashed Wu Dingtian's face showed a thoughtful look. Brother Gua, you won't forget who she is. Right, you specially explained me when you left, to keep an eye on her for you. Xian Cohen was paralyzed and had the heart to kill. Looking forward to Gua Xiao back to give him support. Who knows the other side even who was forgotten. Loss of his labor. The key also ing borrowed a few million. Also smashed into. What is this thing called? He was incredibly depressed. You this nature, with me around for so long, also did not learn. What happened to Tao Yila? Didn't she breach the contract and lose all her money? She sent you a message and is ready to beg for mercy? Wu Dingtian had a disbelieving look on his face. Xian Cohen was speechless, looking at Gua Xiao, wanting to ask him how to go out for a trip to the country, giving people a fool's errand, still begging for forgiveness. What kind of beautiful thing to think about. Brother Gua, You think too much. She is bringing word. Tell me how far the galaxy is. Get lost. Chapter 52, Being a Smart Ass, Comparing Trenches with Brother Feng. Too naive, debut. 3 shifts. Guo Dingtian sobered up in an instant. What did you say? Facing Guo Dingtian's furious gaze, Qian Cohen wimped out. He didn't dare to repeat the original words again. She's found a new backer and doesn't put you in her eyes anymore. What's going on? Say it clearly. Guo Dingtian changed his listlessness from just now and filled his body with a biting aura. Qian Cohen didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, and hurriedly told the ins and outs of the matter. In detail. In the middle, it is inevitable to add some vinegar. That's how it happened. Guo Dingtian didn't say a word, and with the frost on his face, one could see his inner dissatisfaction. That peak above is too crazy. I borrowed $6 million and didn't even squash him. I can't board the nest again recently, or else dash. Guo Dingtian glanced at him, knowing exactly what Qian Cohen wanted to say. Although this little brother was scrappy, he was loyal and still had some use. The Kowloon Bay project will be given to your family by then, enough to make up for your loss. You can't go online, so you can let the pigeon go on first. When I'm jet-lagged, I'll meet him again. Thanks, Brother Guo. If their family had taken over the project in Kowloon Bay, they would have been able to more than make up for his losses. They would have earned at least $1,000 million. There was really nothing wrong with following Brother Guo. Then I'll immediately notify Pigeon so he can go and take a look first. Aha! Guo Dingtian waved his hand. To him, this was nothing more than a trivial matter. It wasn't worth the trouble. Leaving the Tang Palace, Qian Cohen immediately contacted Dove. The pigeon's name was Lu Dove, and like him was someone who followed Guo Xiao around. Lu Pigeon hung up Qian Cohen's phone and spat in a low voice. Now the accident thought of him, but because it is Guo Xiao instructions, he did not dare not listen. And Qian Cohen did not do. If he did well, is not it shows that he is more capable than Qian Cohen. Then Guo Xiao will certainly look at him highly. Lu Pigeon boarded the nest. The first time to come to the live broadcast of the Southland Beauty. At this moment, he happened to see the pop-up that Lu Feng said I say you are. You are. Still really wild. Lu Pigeon had a disdainful look on his face, not putting Lu Feng in his eyes at all. In his opinion, Lu Feng was just a thug who had yet to see reality clearly. Only a thug would hang on to money all the time, thinking that with money he could do whatever he wanted. Too naive. Money, to people like them, was far less important than what outsiders saw, because as long as they wanted to get money, there were ways to do it, and they never worried about not having money. The further up the ladder you go, the less important money becomes. What is important at this time is resources, is power. With these, earning money should not be too easy. Seeing Lu Feng give out another few $1 million in gifts, Lu Pigeon was even more disdainful. The more one lacked something, the more one would want to have it, the more one would desire to let the onlookers know that he didn't lack, which was a sign of inferiority complex. This peak above is this kind. Apart from money, he had nothing. That's why he would use money to show his existence. This kind of person was not to be feared. Qian Cohen is really a waste. Can't even clean up this kind of person. Exiting the Southern Delights live room, Lu Pigeon came to an anchor he was familiar with. Welcome Brother Ruthless. The anchor Vestigial Line shouted in excitement as soon as he saw Lu Dove's entrance cue. Lu Pigeon's WoW nickname was Big Eagle Emotionless, and he was Horse Armor Line's rank 1 big brother. Lu Pigeon didn't talk any nonsense after he came in. Too much nonsense as a big brother was out of character. Want the weekly star list? How can this not want? Although the Vest Line is a big anchor with more than 1 million fans, but when the anchor, no matter how big or small, there is no one who doesn't want to be on the list. No matter how big or small the list is, the mosquito is also meat. Thank you Brother Ruthless. Brother Ruthless is so nice to line. The vestigial threads were smart enough not to bother about which category's weekly star list to go on. She didn't mind if it was the cheapest lollipop anyway. Okay, Brother Emotionless will take you on a flying wave. Brother Emotionless, which one do I choose? The vestigial line was a little excited. According to Brother Emotionless status the lowest must be $29 $9 a deer has you. Of course 188 swim together duck also has a great possibility. As for some higher, like 520's Watermelon Island and 1314's True Love Rocket, she didn't hold too much hope. A weekly star list costs $1 million is a bit extravagant. As for the highest 3,000 apiece for Rushing to the Clouds, she hadn't even thought about it because it was simply impossible. Although Brother Ruthless had swiped several million for him, it wasn't a one-time swipe, charge up to the clouds. Since he decided to impress Guo Xiao, Lu Dove didn't mind shedding some blood. Shedding the child could not lure the wolf. Just now Qian Cohen guy in their small group fooled up, said Guo Xiao to the Kowloon Bay project to him. That is a piece of fat meat. At least can earn a 8-figure. Qian Cohen that guy borrowed a few million has not been done. Have this kind of treatment? If he did a good job, maybe Guo less happy. Even the bun project can let him a share of the pie. That is to earn a lot of money in the project. Thinking about it, Lou Dove does not care about money. Small money does not go. Big money does not come. Seeing the big eagles relentless pop up, the vestigial line was a little unsure. This gift wanted to complete the wish list, without $3 or $4 million to beat it. After hesitating for a moment, the Vest line still did not confirm with Big Brother in the live broadcast, but WeChat private chat. Seeing the Vest line's private chat, Lou Pigeon had a smug look on his face. Fly over tomorrow and make your double leaderboards 1. Surfing the clouds to take the top of the sublist, it was almost a nail in the coffin to get the top of the overall list. The vestigial line was excited. It wasn't like he hadn't been there before. It would be too worth it if he went there again and could get a double top of the list from punching up the clouds. Thank you, Brother Ruthless. It's still Brother Ruthless who has the best pairing line. Seeing the look of the Vest line scratching its head in the live broadcast room, Lou Dove couldn't help but think of her stripped naked. Because she was a dance anchor, her body was good beyond words. That feeling really made people want to stop. Don't just talk about it. Give everyone some benefits. The water friends are excited. Following Big Brother has meat and soup. The waistline is not pretentious. Saying jump is jumping. To dance for one person is to dance. To dance for a group of people is also to dance. Anyway, she eats this bowl of rice. When the Vest line danced, Lou Pigeon made a move. He knew that Above the Peak had already swiped 1. 314 rushed to the clouds for Southern Delight. It was now ranked at the top of the list. He had some understanding of Peak Above and knew that although this person was a thug, he did have a bit of money. If you want to win this one, you can't boil a frog in warm water. You should make a strong move and let the top of the peak see that he is bound to win, so the other side will probably know how to retreat. Above the Peak has already swiped more than 100 million. He does not believe that he still has money on his account to continue to brush big. You brush 1. 314 to rush up to the clouds, then I'm twice as much as you. Lou Pigeon had a smug look on his face. This was a psychological trick, like bidding in an auction house. Not every successful bidder was the richest one. Great Eagle Ruthless sends 1. 314 to rush to the clouds. Big Eagle Ruthless sends 2628 to rush to the clouds. Chapter 53, You Can't Float, You'll Get Stabbed. After singing one song after another, Tao Yila not only didn't feel tired, but the more she sang, the more energized she became. But who else? Seeing the live broadcast has not stopped the reward effects. Probably will not be tired. Earning money makes one spirited. Thank you for the Blue Banshee sent by Fireless Dance. Blue Goblin $5. Thank you for the sweet little meow from a pear blossom pressed begonia. Sweet meow 9. Thanks to I'm catching up for the diamond ring. Diamond ring 19. With Lu Feng's 1,000 or so rushes to the clouds holding down the fort here. Other people's rewards were attracted from all directions like iron filings. The number of people online slowly regained their composure. But there were still 500,000 online. The power of many is fully realized at this time. You rewarded a few dollars. I rewarded a few dollars. The accumulation of less becomes more. The wealth is so increased. Just fulfills a paragraph circulating on the internet. The country won. 4 billion people. Each give me a piece of money. I can become a billionaire. The Southlander is proving the truth of this conclusion with actions. With each fan rewarding a few cents. A few dollars. Dozens of dollars ranging from a few cents to a few dollars. She would be able to walk down the bright path of a rich woman. But in fact, Lu Feng had already made her realize this goal. A few tens of millions of dollars was enough for her to live freely for the rest of her life. Lu Feng was lying on the sofa, looking at Tao Yila's pretty face and listening to the moving song. Drifting a bit. Showy colors and immortal sounds intoxicated people. That's what this kind of thing said. Beautiful women were indeed men's poison. Addictive. Xiangshan Jusher's line. The spring night is short and the sun is high. From now on, the king does not have an early morning court. Portrayed the entwined feelings between men and women to the fullest extent. Even emperors could not be exempted from this. Not to mention the commoners. Brother Feng, is there any more songs you want to hear? After not seeing Lu Feng speak for half a day, Southern Delight couldn't help but inquire. She could see that Peak was always online in the background. Sang me to sleep. Big Brother's words always caused the water friends to think. Brother Peak, are you going to meet the goddess at Wushan? Is it so blatant? Hundreds of thousands of people are watching. You're making a big noise. Love action movie, a national treasure. Worth learning. Bull ********. The national treasure is Beijing opera. I'm talking about the national treasure of the island. Uncultured. I studied in the island for 10 years. No more than you know. Upstairs said clearly, visual study abroad. As soon as they talked about this topic, Lu Feng also got energized. It was like how reading English books could hypnotize people, and talking about island culture could always make people hyperactive. The Southern Delight opened her big eyes and asked with an innocent face, what are you all talking about? Why can't I understand a word? The water friends were happy. Jia Ren, They are all sewers. It's right that you don't understand. Upstairs, your whole family is a sewer. Discrediting me. I'm clearly a sewage treatment plant. Underestimate me. Admit it, Gumby. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was momentarily active again. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock. Lu Feng planned to go offline to get something to eat. When he saw a pop-up, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. Brother Feng, Jiarun, your weekly star list has been robbed. Lu Feng clicked in to take a look, and it was true. A female anchor called Vestigial Line was now at the top of the list, with a gift value of nearly 8 million, twice as much as Southland's Jiarun. Seeing this, Lu Feng was also a bit stunned. It's only Monday, are these people this fierce? The leaderboard showed the top 10 on the list. The first ranked one was Vestigial, the second was Southern Delight, and the third to 10th ranked one's gift values combined weren't even worth a fraction of the two. What about Brother Feng? The water friends were anxious, but Brother Feng had said in the live broadcast that he was going to help Southland Beauty take the weekly star list. This had only just hit the head when he was stomped on. This was going to make Brother Feng punch himself in the face. This couldn't be endured. Southland Jiarun was very understanding and didn't say anything. Big Brother has his own measure, and it's enough for the anchor to just look good. Competing for the list and stepping on people that wasn't something she needed to worry about. There's no rush. We can't be too overbearing. Have to give others a chance to show themselves. Alright, time to eat. I'll come back later. Lu Feng didn't take it to heart. It wasn't like this list stipulated that only Southern Delight could be on it alone. Although he said that he would help Southern Delight take the weekly star list, the weekly star list would not settle the results until a week later, so it was still too early. It wouldn't hurt if everyone went up to sit on it. Just make sure that on the last day, it would be Southern Delight who would be on top. If by that time, there is still someone to rob, then Lu Feng will not be polite. Whoever dares to grab it, he will be beaten so much that he can't lift his head. Seeing that Brother Feng had said so, the crowd didn't care. It was useless to care. More than 8 million gift value. So much money. 99% of the water friends in the live room didn't have the ability to fight against it. This level of battle, except for Big Brother who had the ability to save the day. Everyone else could only look on. Disperse, disperse. Big Brother is going to eat. We'll go too. Come back later. As soon as Big Brother left, the water friends quickly scattered like birds and beasts. Seeing the number of people online gone more than half, Southland Beauty couldn't help but slander a few sentences. This is in the end my fans, or Big Brother's fans. These people come to the live room in the end is to see me, or to see the Big Brother's She has enough importance to the Big Brother. At this moment more aware of the importance of the Big Brother. A Big Brother, is the flow of the fan package, said one person against 10,000 people, is not the slightest bit too much. Manhwa Ren's heart became even more determined to lick her Big Brother. Whoever gets the Big Brother, gets the fans. There is a Big Brother in. Yonghong does not rot. The Vest Line's live broadcast room. Horse Armor Line a face of excitement. She originally thought that Big Brother Big Eagle relentless is the mouth to say. Mouth high a bit. Who thought that this time is to move the real thing? Nearly 8 million bounty. This is the biggest bounty she has received in so long. It was even the largest one-time reward gift that Brother Ruthless had ever given her. Seeing herself at the top of the weekly star list, her heart couldn't be happier. She made up her mind that she would book a plane ticket as soon as she got off the air, and when she got to Brother Emotionless' side, she would definitely try her best to make Brother Emotionless happy. If Brother Ruthless was satisfied, would she still worry about earning money? Thank you Brother Ruthless for the 2628 rushes to the clouds. You are the most handsome man in the heart of the Vest Line. Vestigial Line also opened her heart. Even this kind of words that would offend her fans were said. She didn't care anymore. Let her earn a few $1 million a day. You are just slapping her twice. She is willing to do it, let alone just being talked about twice. It's irrelevant. Brother Emotionless, compare hearts. The Vestigial Line compared a big heart on her chest, and the eyes of the people looking at her were a little dizzy. This child was too well developed. Although the water friends were unwilling, they could only bow down in the face of a man with the ability to pay money, not to mention $7 or $8 million. People can't take it out, even $70 or $80. Taking it out will cause everyone to have a flesh pain. With so much money, all can go to buy a family bucket, but also have the luxury to ask for a cup of cola filled with ice. Is not more fragrant. Is it still brushing over at Southern Delight? The second on the weekly star ranking list was Southern Delight, and Great Eagle Ruthless was still waiting for a counterattack from above the peak. He had also put in his blood this time in order to curry favor with Guo Xiao. Peak above has gone offline. Hearing the report from his water friends, Big Eagle Emotionless was first stunned, followed by a smile on his face that looked like a Titan chrysanthemum when he was constipated, with all of his 5 features squeezed together. Ha 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 ha, this is a wimp. Let's go. Brothers, go to the Southland Beauty live streaming room for a spin. Big Eagle Emotionless thought that Lu Feng was afraid of him and instantly floated up. He was still too young and didn't understand how powerful Brother Feng was. That's why you can't float as a human being. Once you float, you'll be stabbed. This reasoning, until he understood, it was already too late to repent. Chapter 54 Tao Yila said, Brother Feng, I don't want to work hard anymore. Big Eagle Ruthless came, carrying a flirty air, and once again came to Southern Delight's live room. He came this time, to see the jokes. Welcome Brother Ruthless. After evening out Brother Feng, there were many more big brothers passing by in the live room every day. Brother Peak left, taking away most of the water friends, followed by a lot of people who left one after another, and saw that the number of people online in the live room was only around 100,000 people, although compared to before it was already too good. But after experiencing millions of people online, this point of the people is really a little bit of a look, coupled with the fact that there is no need to worry about money. Southland Beauty is not in a hurry to earn money by live broadcasting. With a tasteless expression on her face, seeing a passing Big Brother come in, the Southland Beauty slightly lifted her spirit a little. Big Brother's face still had to be valued. For those who like the anchor, please click the upper right corner of the attention. Follow the anchor without getting lost, and listen to good songs every day. Let's have a song called Itchy. Come and listen. Suddenly seeing golden pop-ups floating by, Southern Delight froze for a few seconds. Although this song was a proper song, it always felt a bit strange to sing it on this occasion. Sorry Brother Emotionless, I'll definitely sing it to you when I learn it. Southern Delight politely declined. Even if this song was to be sung, it would be sung to Brother Feng. That night, seeing the golden pop-up screen that floated up once again, Southern Delight's face became a little unsightly. This great eagle Ruthless was doing it on purpose. Once was a coincidence, twice wasn't a coincidence anymore. This great eagle Emotionless, it seemed like he was here to pick a fight. If she were to put it aside when she first joined the nest and encountered this kind of situation, she might still be nervous, but now she wasn't afraid. With Brother Feng backing her up, she had a strong bottom line. Jiaran has been learning new songs lately, disappointing Brother Emotionless, pressing down the dissatisfaction in her heart, even if she knew that the other party was not coming from a good place. Jiaran of the South was not good at offending this big brother. As an anchor offending her big brother, this was a taboo, unless he deliberately made things difficult again. You can't sing this or that. What kind of anchor are you? I see you even made it to the weekly star list. How did you get on this level? Did you sleep it out? Big Eagle's merciless words not only angered Southern Delight, but also caused the other water friends in the live broadcast room to be very dissatisfied. Southland Beauty was their goddess, and even if this truth was known to everyone, it couldn't be said. This is why many celebrities will hide their marriages. It would be defanning. It's not even noon yet. This is eating too much in the public toilet. Big eagles are not good birds. Looking for trouble, right? Don't even look at the place. This is Brother Feng's territory. Facing the group of water friends, Big Eagle Emotionless was even more upset. What qualifications did a bunch of white whoring parties have to talk to him? A bunch of trash. The anchor is trash. The fans are trash too. So what's the point of live broadcasting? Go home. In the face of Big Eagle Emotionless foul language, Southern Delight and the many other aquatic friends couldn't help themselves. Big Eagle Emotionless, you are also a big brother. Saying this kind of words, it's too much to drop your style. Although Nangui Jiaran was angry, she still spoke with some sense. Jiaran, does this kind of person need any more pussy? Pussy face is more like it. Directly kicked. Looking for trouble. Brother Hua, this guy is deliberately looking for trouble. He's the big brother of the vestigial line that just pushed Jiaran off the weekly star list. Some water users had sharp eyes and quickly discovered the secret here. Ichika froze for a few seconds. In the absence of the second in command, he was considered the soul of the Peak family army. When it came to something like this, he would never stand idly by. Emotionless, the tactics are a bit cheap. My Peak brother is generous enough not to bother with you guys, letting you stay on the list, and you've run here to sow your wild oats. Looking for a fight, aren't you? That's said as if the platform is your home. Did the weekly star list write the name above the Peak? He made me. Are you blind? I can get on. Based on strength, and the Peak has nothing to do with the top of the Peak. If you have the ability, you also on, cannot do not blind pussy. The Big Eagle merciless mouth cannon opened very cool. He likes to dislike others, like to see others in front of him helpless and pitiful. Although this Yazihua was also a big brother who was almost level 50, he didn't put it in his eyes at all, because he knows clearly, people with material never push. The more happy you are, the less strength you have. A flower is very angry, but angry also useless. More than 8 million, he really cannot come out for a moment. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare to spend it all on this place. However, it wasn't his style to admit defeat like this. For people like them, even if they lose, they have to lose with style. Arrogant hammer. In front of Brother Feng, You don't even count as a ball. Look at how much Brother Feng has rewarded you. 8 million is a lot. Not even a fraction of Brother Feng's reward. If you rewarded $8 million and were so arrogant, I would still think highly of you. 8 million. You are still far from it. Not even qualified to let Brother Feng look at you one more time. Blow powerful just. A flower is very good at it. Besides, this is not counted bragging. Peak above 3 days of Kung Fu. Has rewarded more than 100 million. This kind of strength the whole Nest platform cannot find the second person. Great Eagle emotionless face iron blue. Although know that a branch of flowers is deliberately provoke him, but the heart is still very upset. Don't ing bull. If you have the ability, go on. I'll be waiting. Seeing that Big Eagle ruthless left the live broadcast room, Southern Delight breathed a sigh of relief. Southern Delight Brother Flower. He's gone. Iji Hua Jiaran. Don't care. This kind of person has a bad brain. The water friends also began to comfort Southland Beauty. After experiencing the Guoxiao incident, Tao Yila thought she had already looked away. So just now when Big Eagle ruthlessly dissed her like that, although she was angry, she wasn't so angry that she couldn't accept it. However, as her friends comforted her, she felt more and more aggrieved in her heart, especially when she thought of the phrase sleeping it off that Big Eagle emotionless said. The grievance in her heart completely broke the limit of what she could accept. If she had slept her way to the top, someone like Big Eagle emotionless would have dared to humiliate her, and would have been sunk into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. She didn't lie. When she was at her most popular, a social bigwig gave her word that as long as she followed him for a year, in addition to the imperial capital, any city across the country, can let her walk horizontally. As for the car house ticket is not to mention, but it was still rejected by her. Fortunately, the big brother finally did not make things difficult for her, or else offend such a big man who has the eyes of heaven. She is hiding in the top of Mount Everest, cannot run away. If at first followed the big brother, the Big Eagle mercilessly dared to say so, surely to be sunk in the Huangpu River. The more Tao Yila thought about it, the more aggrieved she was, obviously working hard, but always being sprayed. I don't want to work hard, Brother Feng. Tao Yila finally compromised. The world was always a man's world, and a woman, especially a beautiful woman. No matter how hard she worked or how good she was, she wouldn't get the same respect as a man, unless she had a powerful man. Then no one would dare to underestimate her. Chapter 55, Brother Feng is out. Do you dare to follow? Lu Feng was dealing with the roasted whole goat, eating with his mouth full of oil, when he suddenly received a message from Tao Yila. Although he didn't know what had happened, his instincts told him that something must have happened. What happened? Lu Feng had already regarded Tao Yila as one of his own, and if something happened to one of his own, he definitely had to step in. Not long after you left, a big brother came and said some nasty things, and Brother Hua was also furious with him. Because of what? Lu Feng settled for a leg of lamb and ate with 5 points of satiety. Seeing Tao Yila's message, he wiped his hands and didn't continue to eat anymore. Because of the star of the week list, she said that I got on the list by sleeping my way to the top. Am I that kind of person? Brother Feng, judge me. I feel so bad in my heart. Lu Feng was happy. Well, what this bastard said was indeed excessive. Lu Feng could pat himself on the back and guarantee that Southland Beauty was definitely not that kind of anchor. But whether it was in the future or not, he couldn't guarantee it. He didn't dare to say this. Otherwise, then present would fizzle out. Don't get angry. It's not worth it for this kind of person. I'll go online right away and take out your anger for you. What kind of anchor is Southland Jiaran? Brother Feng knows best in his heart. Really? Brother Feng, you believe me? Of course Brother Feng believes you. Brother Peak's eyes are just like the Monkey King's. Fiery eyes, with just one look. There's no way to hide from any demons, devils, spirits or ghosts. Brother Feng, you're teasing me again. Tao Yila's heart felt much better. She was really a little worried that Lu Feng would despise her because of this. People's words were fearful. If Lu Feng looked down on her, even if he got her, he would only treat her as a plaything. She didn't want to be the rich man's canary. Thank you, Brother Feng. Are you still eating? Not eating. It's a big deal that our family Yaira is being bullied. Brother Feng, I'll help you get your scene back now. At this time, a burst of special effects flashed in the Southern Delight live room. Seeing that it was Lu Feng who had returned, the water friends who were still clamoring immediately had a backbone. Brother Feng is back. This is great. Brother Peak, Jiarin is being bullied. You must do right by him. Brother Feng, Big Eagle Ruthless is too bullying him. Although the water friends were not active in rewarding, they still acted like they were on the same page at a time like this. Brother Feng, here's what happened. Yazihua briefly told Lu Feng the ins and outs again. Alright, the Great Eagle is ruthless, right? Brothers, what should we do in this situation? Asterisk 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 him. Asterisk 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 it and it's over. The water friends spoke in unison, each excited and abnormal. Not only should we do it, but we should also him up. Brother Peak, I'll give everyone a sample. Yazihua flew a pop-up screen. The fire in her heart had long been stifled. One branch flower sends 30 to the clouds. Someone took the lead, and some of the dukes, marquises, and other big, medium, and small big brothers online all took action. Midnight Cowherd rewarded 10 for going up to the clouds. Thinking of my sister-in-law rewarded me with 5 clouds. Wholesale Camera rewarded 5 for going up to the clouds. Seeing that these big brothers were so forceful and did what they said they would do, although Whitehorse Water Friends were more than capable of doing it, the atmosphere was still well-baked. For a while, the live broadcast room was full of wariness and passion. Thank you, Brother Midnight. Thank you, Brother Thoughts. Thank you, Wholesale Brother. All the big brothers. Jia Ren is too touched. Lu Feng also didn't expect everyone to be so united, and in this moment of time, he had already brushed 70 to 80 rushes to the clouds. This speed of brushing gifts was still quite terrifying, even if these people were all big brothers with strong financial resources, but to come up with tens of thousands of dollars to reward at once, this kind of probability wasn't high. Big Brother's money didn't come from a big trickle of water either. Lu Feng knew that the reason why these people were so active was due to the atmosphere on one hand, and on the other hand, they were also looking at his face. Brother Hua, you build a group. Pull all the brothers who are willing to play together, so we can communicate more in the future. Okay, Brother Feng. Yazihua got excited. He actually always wanted to make friends with Lu Feng. Such a god trench. If not through this platform, he would have never had the chance to come into contact with it. The others were also very excited when they saw Lu Feng's offer. The water buddies were blindly hilarious. It was such an honor to be able to make friends with such a god trench, and in the future, they would all carry a halo when they blew their weight around. When you are drinking, tell a sentence I know the god trench on top of the peak. We are a group of brothers. How dignified is this to tell out? This felt like telling my friends that I was friends with Mr. Ma, enough to brag for a lifetime. As for the big brothers, they were even more excited. They spent tens of thousands of dollars here to make friends with a god trench like above the peak. This kind of opportunity was just like pie in the sky. Warren Buffett's lunch cost several $1,000,000, but there are still people who come forward. It can be seen how rare this opportunity is to get to know the big brother. These people, which family is not a few million, tens of millions of dollars, and even hundreds of millions of dollars, but on the degree of luxury cannot be compared with the peak of the top of the mountain. See the reality of this trench. To what extent, said the richest man in the world, they all believe. Some people even guessed that this peak is the son of Forbes' top-ranking families. How else could it be so trenchant? So to be able to get acquainted with this kind of big brother, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Thank you, Brother Peak, for the opportunity. Thank you, Brother Peak. Certain big brothers who had just been forced to reward tens of thousands of dollars were still a bit depressed, but now their hearts were as sweet as honey. These tens of thousands of dollars were so worth spending. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars. Brother Feng, can I add? Southland Beauty saw such a lively discussion inside the group, and also weakly asked. Of course, in the future you are the group master. It's not because of you that we people can't get together yet. Seeing Lu Feng's pop up, Tao Yila had an excited look on her face. Alright, back to the topic. Everyone has contributed. Now it's my turn. Taking a look at the weekly star list, this vestigial line's gift value now had more than 8 million, while the Southern Talent had more than 4 million, a difference of more than double. If there were no surprises, the top of the list would definitely be the vestigial line undoubtedly. Lu Feng smiled. This big eagle relentless to find things. That really messed with the wrong person. The last thing he lacked was money. There was still 60 to 70 million lying on the account right now. Play with you. Lu Feng didn't intend to shoot to death in one go. Scaring the other party would be meaningless. Peak above sends 100 rushes to the clouds. Peak to peak sends 300 rushing to the clouds, counting the gifts sent by the previous few big brothers and adding them together. Southland Beauty's gift value was just 3,000 more than the vestigial line, which was the amount of one rush up to the clouds. Seeing that Southern Delight had once again reached the top, squeezing the vestigial line down, Lu Feng stopped. This is the fun way to play. Let's see if you follow. Chapter 56, Feng turns on humor mode. The opposite side is going crazy. Vestal Line felt that today was her lucky day. She was trembling with excitement at the thought of over $8 million in rewards. With this level of money sucking, her contract with the guild would immediately be upgraded another notch. With a happy heart, her voice was even more magnetic as she spoke. Thank you, Brother Emotionless. Thank you all for your support. It's because of all of you family members who love Threadline. That's why Threadline can get better and better. It wasn't that Horse Armor Thread hadn't taken the Star of the Week list before, but such a weighty Star of the Week list, not to mention that it was the first time she had taken it. Even the entire platform feared that there were not many people who had taken it. It was real money and an honor. After the vestigial line danced, she hurriedly sent a WeChat over to Brother Emotionless. Brother Emotionless, I've already bought the plane ticket, the night flight. I will be able to arrive early tomorrow morning. Lu Dove was very satisfied when he saw the message from the vest line. This time, although it cost him a lot of money, but having dealt a heavy blow to this above the peak and Southern Delight, Guo Xiao would definitely think highly of him. The money spent would be made up for sooner or later, and he would also be able to hold a beauty, killing two birds with one stone. It was too cost-effective. I'll wait for you. This was followed by a photo of the word asterisk 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 spelled out with several boxes of Durex. The intent was self-explanatory. Just as the two were flirting in full view of the public, a water user noticed an abnormality in the leaderboard. Brother Ruthless, how come Threads isn't at the top of the leaderboard anymore? The water friends hurriedly checked and took a look. Vestigial Thread had fallen off the top of the leaderboard and was now in second place, with Southern Delight at the top of the list. What's the situation? Just now I saw that there's still a gap of 4 million between that Southern Delight and the line. This is a bug in the system. The situation is somewhat critical. Brother Emotionless, what to do? Did you guys notice that the Southern Belle's gift value is just 3,000 more than line? The water friends were talking a lot, but all of them were too busy to make a big enough fuss, and none of them actually took any real action. It was just 3,000 short of a gift and I didn't see anyone swipe it. Great Eagle Relentless had a frosty face. He also opened the list and saw the rankings. Brother Emotionless, I found the reason. Southern Delight's big brother above the peak is online and just swiped a gift for her. So it's not a bug. This water user was truly a real person. This was rubbing salt into Big Eagle Emotionless wounds. Big Eagle Emotionless face became a few points more ugly at this moment. Just one more rush to the clouds. Above the peak, this is clearly intentional. Damn. Dare to tease me. I will let you know that messing with me has serious consequences. Great Eagle Emotionless took a deep breath. Today, in order to deal with Lu Feng, he had prepared 10 million. The money was the money the company had just collected from the suppliers below. As long as he won a fight and earned Guo Xiao's satisfaction, Guo Xiao would definitely not treat him poorly. This one was the uncrowned king of Magic City. Let me see how strong you really are. A look of excitement appeared in Great Eagle Emotionless eyes, an expression of a lone warrior. The vestigial line was a little anxious, having been squeezed off the list and being $3,000 away from the top. Seeing that the water friends were indifferent, she was clear that these people couldn't be counted on. The only thing she could count on was her big brother, Big Eagle Emotionless. But at this time she didn't dare to push her big brother too hard. In her heart, she was anxious and hateful, and the expression on her face completely betrayed what she thought inside. Big Eagle Emotionless sends 100 to the clouds. Do not want to play it, accompanied to the end. The vest line saw the Great Eagle Emotionless play another 100 rushing up to the clouds, and immediately the big stone in his heart landed. Both eyes blinked like they were discharging. Thank you, Brother Ruthless. Brother Ruthless is really a valuable person to Thread. Thread is truly unrewarded. This pitiful appearance was even more heartwarming than Maple Pity. After Brother Emotionless saw it, a familiar picture suddenly flashed through his mind and his adrenaline spiked dramatically. I don't know if it was due to too much excitement, or excessive brainstorming. At this moment, his face was flushed, as if he had drunk a caddy of flying mutai. The Great Eagle Relentless had just finished rewarding his gifts when Lu Feng received a report from his water friends. Seeing that the waistline's gift value had increased by another 300,000, Lu Feng not only wasn't afraid, but instead smiled. This Great Eagle Relentless strength was estimated to be just a few tens of millions. Originally, he was a bit worried about whether he could handle it with only 60 or 70 million left, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry. Brother Feng, this little bird hasn't given up on resuscitation. Struggling is futile. With Brother Feng here, not to mention the carving, Yang can't even come over. A few big brothers such as Yazihua had a relaxed look on their faces. It was just so easy to follow behind Brother Feng. Watching Brother Feng reward, there was a confidence that everything was under control. Can't underestimate this bird. Let's inspire his potential. Seeing Lu Feng's pop up, everyone was happy. I didn't expect Brother Feng to have such a comical side. Brother Feng was trying to use real money to inspire awe. This tactic was something that ordinary people really couldn't learn. Brother Feng, take it easy. Don't burst him. Everyone go to give little bird brother refueling to go. All pay attention. Don't show who I find who matter. Nangui Jiaoren couldn't hold back any longer and ambled over to the table, laughing with a twitch. Brother Peak turned out to be so humorous. Peak sends 100 rushes to the clouds, having just gone up to the stage. His butt hadn't even warmed up, and his waistline was squeezed down again. The gift value of Southern Delight was no more and no less. The same as just now, only one more amount of punching up the clouds than armor line. Now everyone is watching the two big brothers perform. Who dares to intervene is not looking for a draw. Watching Big Brother fight, this is not more interesting than watching a romantic action movie. Brother Peak, I'm going to go over to the vest line to take a look. Yazihua's teasing potential was also stimulated. He forgot that he had just barred with Big Eagle Ruthless. If you go over there like this, you'll directly reveal yourself. Brother Fong, I'm also going. There were at least a few tens of thousands of water users who followed Yazihua over at the same time. The vestigial line couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw that he was back at the top of the list. Suddenly, her eyes blinked. Something was wrong. She unexpectedly realized that she had fallen back to the second position on the list, and the top of the list was still Southern Delight. Before she could react to what was going on, tens of thousands of people suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room. Seeing everyone's pop-ups, the vestigial line was confused, always feeling that there was something wrong somewhere. Brother Big Eagle, charge. Brother Eagle, can't be a wimp. I'd rather dump my family than settle for less. We must do it. The top of the list is for the vestigial line. These people looked like they were cheering on Big Eagle Ruthless, but it always felt like the atmosphere was weird. After the reward, Big Eagle Emotionless had a relaxed face, and suddenly saw these pop-ups flying up in the live broadcast room. He hadn't realized what was happening, until he saw the true love fans of the vestigial line popping up. He reacted to the fact that these are all black fans, who have been authorized by Peak above to come and see his jokes. Clicking on the list, seeing that Vestline was again squeezed off the top of the list by Southern Delight by a single dash to the clouds, his face instantly turned green. Above the Peak, you bully people too much. You really think that I, Lou Pigeon, am a good bully? Today I must fight you to the end. Chapter 57, Fighting Out of the Real Fire. The anchor are scared of it. This breath Big Eagle Emotionless couldn't swallow. Brush Gift was teased even if, but also compel fans to live room uproar. This is how not to put him in the eyes, if this can be tolerated. He later how to mix in the platform. Big Eagle Ruthless is very uptight. In the aspect of money, he has never been despised, and will not be before, and will not be afterward. Above the Peak, very good. You've succeeded in enraging. Next, enjoy my wrath. Great Eagle Emotionless had already sentenced Lu Feng to death, as he felt that no one could withstand his anger. Seeing that Emotionless Song hadn't said anything in half a day, the vestigial line became a little anxious again. These water friends were really annoying. They were already upset themselves and were still up in arms here. They were really watching the fun. Brother Emotionless, it's okay. We're not that far off. The implication of the vestigial line was that she could still be salvaged, so Big Brother mustn't give up. After saying this in the live broadcast room, the Vest line was still uneasy, and sent a message on WeChat. Ruthless brother, I do not want to change the visa. Fly over in the afternoon? Big Brother should need her at this time. After all, there is a fire in the heart does not put out. It is very hurtful. As a senior firefighter, she has experience. Big Eagle Emotionless was in a rage and had no time to pay attention to her. Black Powder's pop-up screen after pop-up screen irritated him even more. At this point in time, one couldn't be rational even if they wanted to be. Unless you weren't a proper rich second generation. Come on, who's afraid? Big Eagle Ruthless sends 100 to the clouds. Big Eagle Ruthless sends 200 to the clouds. Big Eagle Emotionless sends 300 to the clouds. In one breath, Big Eagle Ruthless rewarded $900,000. He had prepared 10 million and had plenty of ammunition. Seeing that Great Eagle Ruthless was flooding with life again, the vestigial line breathed a sigh of relief. She was relieved that her big brother could still move. Otherwise, if she flew over in the afternoon, she would have to move. Horse Armor Line felt that she was really bewitched. What occasion allowed her to think about this kind of thing? Hastily collecting her mind, she squeezed out a smile and said sweetly, "Thank you, Brother Emotionless, for the 300 rushes to the clouds." Thanks, Brother Emotionless. Invincible. The water friends followed suit. Brother Ruthless is just hanging, worthy of the name. When Brother Ruthless makes a move, all the kindergarten ones have to step aside. Brother Ruthless has the most handsome posture for rewarding, with an air of us being tobacco people for 3 generations. Come on, don't stop. Brother Peak, Little Birdie strikes again. Little Vest is on the list again. The live broadcast room of Southern Delight was also buzzing once again because of this wave of rewards from Big Eagle Ruthless. Although Big Eagle Ruthless had rewarded nearly 1 million more, everyone wasn't worried at all because they believed that Brother Fong, a divine trench who had rewarded hundreds of millions of dollars in 3 days, couldn't be shaken by just a few million. Little Bird should be in a hurry this time. Counting this wave, he's rewarded almost 9 million. One branch flower smacked his lips and was also appalled. He wasn't pressured to spend 1 million or 100,000, or 1 million or 2, but 9 million was not a small amount of money. This Big Eagle Ruthless a little material. Of course, then material. In the absolute trench in front of Brother Fong also to be eclipsed. Calculating just a few days of work. How much money has Brother Fong rewarded? More than 100 million. How many billionaires are there in the country? Brother Fong had gotten rid of a billionaire in just a few days. Thinking about this kind of wealth makes one's whole body tingle. In reality, how rich should Brother Fong be? I'm afraid he's on par with Principal Wang. Seeing the pop-up screen of Yuzihua, Lu Fong smiled. With this strength, then he really overestimated this bird. He really couldn't fly high even if he wanted to. However, he felt that it should be more than that. A man's potential, a woman's ditch. Squeeze it. He felt that he should put a little more pressure on him. Pressure is motivation. Above the peak send 100 rushing up to the clouds. Peak to peak sends 200 to the clouds. Above the peak sends 300 to the clouds. No more, no less. Also 300. The vestigial line that had just been mercilessly sent to the top of the list by Big Eagle was squeezed down again. The gift value of Southern Delight, who had once again reached the top, was once again only 3,000 more than the vestigial line. Seeing this scene, Southern Delight, one flower and the others laughed. Brother Fong was really good at playing. This time, Big Eagle Emotionless was probably going to be furious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Brother Fong was teasing them. It's not just about money anymore. It's about face. A man's face and a woman's breasts are not to be joked about. Seeing that he was squeezed down again, the vestigial line wanted to say something. Thinking about the financial power on top of that peak, Brother Emotionless may not understand it deeply, but she has a deep feeling. This is the only divine trench on the platform that has rewarded more than $100 million. At this moment, she no longer had the extravagant hope of being able to win the championship in her heart. Ruthless Brother had a big outburst today and rewarded him with 8 million, so he was already satisfied. Ruthless Brother must carry on. Although today wool gathering is a bit hard. Fast gathers you bald skin, but you are also very happy, isn't it? In the afternoon when I arrive, you will be even happier. Think about it, you don't suffer. The vest line comforted himself in his heart. Losing is losing. Losing to Brother Trench Peak is not a disgrace, but rather an honor. Brother Emotionless, why don't we compete for next week's? The vestigial line put on a pitiful look. I feel sorry for her. Great Eagle Emotionless really wanted to vomit blood. This peak above was doing it on purpose, purposely going against him. This breath could not be swallowed. Hearing the comfort of the vestigial line, he almost turned his back. Still next week, what a fart to think about eating. After today, he would have to tighten his belt to live. Not to mention next week, the second half of the year she wouldn't want to draw any more blood. Can't just lose. Taking a look at the account balance, there was still more than 1 million left, and there was a meat pain in her heart. 10 million was just gone. The key money was spent and the list was still not taken. This peak above was really his bad luck star. The big carving mercilessly angry wanted to give himself a few slaps. Suffer this kind of humiliation. Still catty about this money. Dry on the end. Money. No. Father is not dead. Can ask again. Face lost. How to mix in the platform in the future. How to let Guo Xiao look high. Isn't it against me? I'll let you see my real strength today. Great Eagle Ruthless decided to fight back. Great Eagle Ruthless sends 100 to rush to the clouds. Great Eagle Ruthless sends 200 to rush to the clouds. Great Eagle Ruthless sends 300 to rush up to the clouds. Another 900. 000. The heat in the live broadcast room soared once again, and the water users just loved watching this scene. My brother Ruthless is just awesome. Who doesn't obey? Brother Ruthless, teach him to be a man. Above the peak is nothing. He's not even worthy of my brother Emotionless shoes. Brother Emotionless, good job. The fans who embraced Big Eagle Ruthless, one by one, mouthed their words, and that tone was just as hardcore as that of Brother Pingtu in the east. There was money to be taken again, and although the vestigial line was happy, she was a little afraid of taking so much at once. How long would Brother Ruthless have to build on her to take this fire off? When she came back, she probably had to be carried back. Chapter 58. When Brother Fong is serious, do other people still have a chance to live? Lu Fong sat in the soft chair, at this time completely attracted by the picture in the cell phone. A table of food also could not let him look at more than a glance. Seeing the Southern Delight squeezed by the vestigial line again, Lu Fong came to the spirit. This Big Eagle Relentless still has some material. It was worth it for him to move a little bit. If the Great Eagle Emotionless knew that he had done everything he could to get Lu Feng's recognition for making a serious move, he didn't know how he felt in his heart, and was probably going to cry out. This time Lu Feng didn't have any more nonsense. Since this Great Eagle Emotionless had a bit of material, then he would have a good time. Above the peak sends 100 rushing up to the clouds. Peak to peak sends 1,000 rushing up to the clouds. Peak to peak sends 10,000 to the clouds. The special effects that filled the screen never stopped. In an hour's time, Lu Feng had already rewarded 40 million. The water friends were numb. Brother Feng was so trenchant that the platform could no longer accommodate him. The special effects covered up the pop-ups of the fans, so Lu Feng couldn't see what everyone was saying. but it was just words of praise, like saying he was trenchant. If you heard too many good words, you would lose your feelings. Lu Feng wasn't interested in checking them out one by one. However, there was one thing that made him happy. Today's reward task was almost complete. Host, Lu Feng. System, Chi Luck System, Experience version. Reward money, 100 million/day. Experience value, 18, 521/1000. 000, remarks, for every 10. 000 spent, 1 experience value is gained. Level, LV1 level, LV1 level, LV1. Luck, 172, 524, 327. Mall, activated. Without realizing it, he had rewarded almost 200 million. Lu Feng himself was shocked. It's true that spending money is like running water. No amount of money could withstand such a build. Seeing that there were so many Chi Luck values on the account, the system had previously hinted that the Chi Luck values were of great use, and he didn't know exactly what they were for. The luck value could be converted into bank deposits. In addition to withdrawing a few million for the first time, as well as 10 million later on when he bought a car, he hadn't withdrawn any cash since then. He was looking forward to the good luck these Chi Luck values would bring him. Thank you, Brother Feng. Lu Feng's large sum of money made the Southern Delight dizzy and completely lost. She planned to give Lu Feng a surprise and was ready to go over to Ben present early. The vestigial line didn't dare to speak. The Great Eagle Relentless had spent almost 10 million to send her to the top of the list, and hadn't even spent a few minutes in the number 1 position before being pulled down by the Southern Delight again. Who wouldn't be angry if it were anyone else? 10 million, what list can not go? This is the point back. Met the peak of the top of this kind of god trench. Armor line also recognized. The list is not the top of the list, she is now already indifferent. So much reward amount. She blood earn, but the face does not dare to show the slightest excitement. The big brother is not satisfied. She is satisfied. This is not to the big brother on the eyes of the Medicinate. Magic City, the eastern suburbs of Avila. An arrogant young man. Is a hideous expression glaring at his cell phone? This person was no one else. It was the Great Eagle Emotionless, also known as Lu Dove, who was swiping gifts against Lu Feng. 30 million, how dare he? Did he rob a bank? Where did he get so much money? Thinking that $10 million had just gone down the drain, and that it was still the company's collection money that he had misappropriated, Lu Pigeon's breath became short. Snap! The brand new Fruit 14 Pro Max was dropped on the ground and smashed in pieces. That miserable appearance. Cook had to curse when he looked at it. Lost, Lu Feng rewarded if it wasn't 30 million. Even if it was 3 million, he would have borrowed money and would have put up another fight. But 30 million, counting the previous one, 000, that means 40 million. So much money, his old man would have flayed him alive. Where in the world did this peak come from? How can he be so rich? It was easier to spend tens of millions of dollars than it was for them to spend hundreds of thousands. At this moment, he somewhat realized the mood of Fortune Blossom at that time. Despair, confusion, and unwillingness. Vestigial Line suddenly saw Ruthless Brother offline. Not only not annoyed, but a burst of happiness. This is finally over. She did not have time to say hello to the water friends. Directly off the broadcast, she was worried that if she waited for one more second, the excitement in her heart would rush to her face because she couldn't control it. As soon as she got off the air, her waistline was in the room, writhing with excitement. A few $1 million wasn't a small amount of money to her anymore. Lu Feng was still waiting for Big Eagle's relentless counterattack, but after a while, there was no movement, so he felt strange. Just then a water user came over to ventilate the situation. Brother Feng, 1. The Vestigial Line are off the air. That Big Eagle Relentless conceded. The anchor went off the air, without Big Brother's approval. She dared. Now that the Vest Line was off the air, it must be that Big Eagle Ruthless had conceded. Thinking that Big Eagle Ruthless was so arrogant before, but now he was also beaten by Brother Peak without any temper, and didn't dare to say a single big word. The excitement and thrill in the hearts of the crowd was hard to express. Brother Feng, invincible. Brother Feng, the strongest, attracting countless big brothers to compete. The crowd was still thinking of blowing up. Lu Feng didn't know when he had already left offline. Brother Feng, thank you for today. Wait for me. Right at the moment Lu Feng went offline, Tao Yila's message was sent over. And right after the message there was also a 45-degree overhead selfie. In the photo, that Chongshan Grove was particularly noticeable. Worthy of being an all-round anchor who can sing and dance, her body is good. Afterwards, Tao Yila interacted with her fans for a while and also went off the air. After getting off the air, he hurriedly packed his luggage, then pulled the suitcase and hurriedly walked outside. Faster than the speed of his body running was her mind, which at this moment did not know where it had flown to. Suddenly, he received a system reminder that there were 36 hours, 18 minutes and 12 seconds left in the countdown to the end of the hidden mission. Calculating that it was just over a day, Lu Feng was nervous, so he was not in the mood at all to continue staying in the live broadcast room. The hidden mission was only 50% complete, and the more he thought about it, the more it made his back chill. Lu Feng thought for a while. This remaining 50% was estimated to start with Chen Blood's life, but now that time was short and the task was heavy. Where could he start looking into it? At this moment, Lu Feng realized the importance of connections. Where to find someone to find out about Chen Blood's life? This was not his specialty. Looking at the table has become cold roasted whole sheep. This thing when eaten while it is hot, the flavor is great, but when it is cold the texture is greatly changed. It is not delicious. What a waste. I don't know if letting the back kitchen take it back and letting the chef process it for a second time would affect his image as a god trench. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Lu Feng's mind. He thought of a way. Not a way to dispose of the uneaten roasted whole sheep, but a way to investigate Chen Blood's life. Professional things were left to professionals. Lu Feng hurriedly took out his cell phone. He remembered that he had stored a private detective's number in his phone. Chapter 59, Conan's brother Koubei. Don't let me underestimate you. Koubei rushed to the Grand Hyatt Hotel in a hurry. This was the first time he had come to this place. If it wasn't for the red envelope he received half an hour ago, he definitely wouldn't have rushed here in such a hurry. Holding up his silver-framed glasses, that honest image, and the profession he was engaged in, had absolutely no correlation at all. According to his own words, it was called professionalism. It's a good way to protect his personal safety after completing the client's request. Listening to this rhetoric, doesn't it give people a feeling of being very beaten up? It's you. You're too kind. Have a seat. This conference room was arranged by Lu Feng looking for Chu Yu, who was now considered the hotel's personal butler hired specifically for him. Lu Feng swept a glance at Koubei. In order to make this bastard appear, he had sent him a 200 red packet in advance. Looking at his naive appearance, this bastard was really born to eat this bowl of rice. His looks were too deceptive. One would not even suspect that he was a professional business secrets communicator. The reason why he would know this person, that would be a long story. Long story short is that, when this goods wanted to steal their company's design drawings, was coincidentally found by him. One by two the two became familiar strangers. Professional things to professional people. He felt that Koubei could be competent in this task. The key in addition to him, Lu Feng also has no other choice. This place is nice, quite upscale. You're not in clothesline anymore? Lu Feng didn't pay attention to Koubei's nonsense. Too many words were lost. Ding! The sound of a cell phone vibrating. Look at your cell phone. Koubei was a bit puzzled and didn't know what Lu Feng meant, but he still did as he said and glanced at the cell phone on the table. After seeing this transfer prompt, a strong look of doubt appeared on his face. This is $20,000. After it's done, I'll give you another $30,000. Lu Feng had wanted to give more, but this kind of person was greedy, and giving more might cause unnecessary problems. Little Lu, Mr. Lu, what do you mean by this? Koubei once again held up the glasses that had slipped down his nose, those eyes searing. This girl is called Chen Blood, raised in the Nanshan Children's Welfare Institution. She should have been abandoned in the orphanage 16 years ago, when she was already 3 years old. You help me find her parents and ask them why they abandoned her in the first place. Lu Feng sent Chen Blood's picture to Koubei's phone with a calm face, unable to tell if he was angry or happy. Koubei picked up his phone and glanced at it, then looked up at Lu Feng again, seriously sizing him up carefully again. I know all the rules. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Although this business is over the top, but for the sake of my friend, I'll take this job, but after it's done, it's not 30,000, it's 40,000. Mentioning money, Koubei's eyes looked like they were brushed with a layer of gold dust. Lu Feng stared at him, not immediately agreeing. Having dealt with him a few times, he knew this man's characteristics, greedy for money, and shameless, but what he promised, he usually managed to do. When he first found out that this person stole the company's design drawings, he was ready to report it to the company, but he was pestered for several months, and he had no choice but to look at the fact that he didn't cause any damage to the company before finally deciding to go private. I can give you 100,000, but I have 2 requirements. 1. I want the results by this time tomorrow. 2. Bring the DNA test results. This is Chen Blood's hair. Hearing that Lu Feng could give him $100,000, Koubei's eyes were as bright and dazzling as if he had turned on the high beams. It was evident that he was very moved, but his greedy nature made him feel that there was still room for negotiation, and he didn't agree at first. Tomorrow, so urgent. 16 years ago, 1 day to find out. Too difficult. The cost of DNA testing is not low. You want it still so urgent. Not good. Hearing Koubei like he was talking to himself, although Lu Feng was anxious in his heart, his face did not move. If you can't do it, then forget it. I'll switch. Seeing Lu Feng making a move to leave, Koubei hurriedly compensated with a smile. Mr. Lu, don't be in a hurry. Sit, sit, sit. Although this matter is difficult to deal with, but there are ways to deal with difficult matters. It's not that it can't be done, but it just requires a price to be paid. You see, we've known each other so well. You still don't understand my ability. Besides, we are old friends. I can still fool you. Lu Feng didn't groan. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no one in his hands, he wouldn't even be looking for this guy. I don't have time to bull asterisk 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 with you. Be quick. One sentence. Can or can't. You can't drag your feet with this kind of person. Otherwise, the thinner the mud, the more rotten it gets. Mr. Lu, now that he's a man of great deeds, he speaks so forcefully. Since Mr. Lu has said so, then I won't talk nonsense. This can be done, but to add money, deposit I want 50,000. After the matter is accomplished I want another 100,000. Not to mention 150,000. As long as it can be done, 5 million he is willing to give. But this can't be said. A deposit of 30,000 and another 120,000 after it's done. But I want to see the results by 11 o'clock tomorrow. Seeing that Kobe was about to open his mouth again, Lu Feng snatched him and interrupted him. Don't bargain with me anymore. I don't care what method you use. I just want the results. 1 hour ahead of time. I'll give you an extra 100,000, 250,000 or 350,000. Or even 450,000 or 550,000. The more Kobe thought about it, the heavier his breathing became. This rakes in money fast. Deal. This kind of good thing was the first time he had encountered it. Kobe hadn't opened for a few months. This was really half a year without opening. Open and eat for half a year. Then, the money was transferred. Then I won't bother Mr. Lu, said Kobe, about to get up and leave. Time waits for no one. He is now in a race against time. Report to me every 2 hours. Kobe looked at Lu Feng in surprise. He wanted to say something but finally nodded. Lu Feng was taking it so seriously. I guess he was also worried that he would run away with the deposit. $30,000 was not bad. Good. Kobe didn't have any nonsense this time. Smart people understood quickly. Sending Kobe away, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. The whole person instantly softened in the reclining chair. The first time he acted this kind of drama, it felt too exciting. I didn't realize that I actually had a talent for acting. It seemed that in the future, he could consider opening his own movie and television company and invest in movies. There are still a lot of pretty actresses. The matter of the hidden mission has finally settled. Lu Feng's hanging heart slightly relaxed a little, now waiting for Kobe's news. Letting him report once every 2 hours was also to prevent him from taking money and delaying his time. For Kobe it is time. For him it is the last 10 hours of his life. Looking at the time, it was already past 12. He had an appointment with Tan Xin to meet at Nanshan Wanda City at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After lunch in a while, he happened to go over there. As for talking Xin's explanation of bringing flowers over, Lu Feng wouldn't be so obedient. If you go, you're already giving her face, but if you bring flowers, you're taking herself too seriously. Women can't be spoiled. Ex-girlfriend is an example. Chapter 60, this kind of confession. Which female can resist? Niyu didn't sleep well all night. Meeting Lu Feng was simply too dreamy. This is also the first time she contacted such a rich people. Always feel unreal. But considering that she is now in urgent need of money, Lu Feng also did not show other non-desired to her. So she thought about it, or decided to do a period of time to see. If there is a situation, then it is not too late to withdraw. Early in the morning, she went to the hospital, and saw her father lying on the hospital bed losing weight day by day, and her heart was very sad. She knew that her father's illness could not be delayed any longer, or he might not really be able to carry on this spring festival. Director Gao, how is my father's condition now? It's fairly stable at the moment, but with his current condition, the sooner he operates, the better it will be for his later recovery. It's better for you guys to make plans as early as possible. Niyu hesitated for a moment. Director Gao had already told her this reasoning many times. She knew it very well in her heart, but the cost of the surgery was as high as $500,000, plus post-operative care and recuperation. At least $100,000 to $200,000 would be needed. I'm afraid that all of this added up to $700,000 to $800,000 could not be beaten. This is not a small amount of money. Her family is just an ordinary working family. That is to sell the house in the old family. A one-time cannot get so much money. Director Gao, can you add my father's name to the queuing sequence first? I will definitely not undercut the hospital for the money. Seeing Miyu's pleading face and his understanding of this family's situation, Director Gao hesitated for a moment and reluctantly nodded. I can add the name first, but the cost you must get together as soon as possible. Once there is a suitable kidney source, when it is your father's turn, we will operate immediately. By then, If the cost is still not gathered, the quota will be scratched off, and it will be difficult for you guys to arrange for the operation. Please be careful with this point. Miyu was ready to sell her house in her old home, even though it wouldn't be enough even if she sold it, but it was as much as she could scrape together. As long as it could save her father's life, paying even a greater price, she would do it. Chen Fei arrived in Mordor yesterday. Originally wanted to go directly to find Tan Xin, but Mordor's friends are very enthusiastic. Have all been arranged. He could not excuse himself. The night in the bar, crazy night. In the morning, before he woke up, he received a call from his best friend, saying that he had already come back, and asked him not to leave for the next 2 days, and when he had jet-lagged, the two of them would have a good drink again. This time he came to Magic City. There are two purposes. One is to come and Tan Xin confession. The second is to meet his good friend Guo Dingtian, and in the meantime to explore the Guo family's mouth. The Guo family has been making frequent moves lately, taking down a lot of properties in the UK, and has a tendency to go out to sea to show off their skills. Their Chen family has also been wanting to go out. Guo and Chen family friendship is not shallow. This time if you can ride on the Guo family's tailwinds, that the future development of the Chen family, there is absolutely a great benefit. Made a few phone calls and arranged for the afternoon's activities. Chen Fei is full of confidence. In order to this time and Tan Xin confession success, he is painstaking. Specially ordered a 2023 Porsche Panamera. This car no woman does not love. He believes that Tan Xin will not be an exception. The first time he saw Tan Xin, Chen Fei was deeply attracted by her, especially the pair of long legs against the sky. White, long, straight. One look will make him want to stop. No one knows that he is actually a bit of a leg fetishist, so any more beautiful women, if the legs are not good looking, he won't even take a second look. And Tan Xin happens to be both. Not only both, but also one of the best, so after being rejected many times, he doesn't even die. For a broad like him, there were already very few objects or people that could mobilize his interest, and once he encountered one, he would definitely not stop easily. After lunch, Chen Fei drove the Pagani lent to him by Guo Dingtian, roaring all the way towards Nanshan Wanda City. This car throughout the magic are not a few. The road traffic police see will not chase. Tens of millions of a car. That is walking synonymous with wealth and power. Who dares to stop? Who can stop? Here is not Dubai. Traffic police are driving Lamborghini or Ferrari. There is no way to catch up. Of course, if he dares to go on the elevated, that's another story. On the elevated, he can't even run if he wants to. He could not be stopped. Just as Chen Fei was rushing towards Nanshan Wanda City, Lu Feng also went out. For this woman, he was most impressed by her cherry mouth, and that night is still memorable when he thinks back now. If he didn't know that this woman was still an original product now, after that night, Lu Feng wouldn't have taken care of her. The first time you meet, you can make such intimate movements. This kind of woman comes with a prairie aura. He does not have a special fetish. A beautiful woman threw herself at him and he was single. Lu Feng had no reason to refuse. Thinking of talking Xion's tall figure. This woman, besides having a beautiful face, her body is also first class. Being a model is different. He hadn't talked to a model yet, and still had a few expectations in his heart. Wanda City is not far from this side. Without traffic jam, driving is only 10 minutes away. Of course no traffic jam is impossible. Traffic jam is a characteristic of Magic City. Talking Xion went out the door early. This activity businessman out of generous, otherwise she would not be so attached. Xion this way. After the show in a while, go shopping. Tong Li was a business show when she met. Then the two became good friends. This time the activity is also she helped to lead the line. Ali, coming so early. What's going on across the street? Why is there a big box? Tan Xian remembered that she hadn't seen this thing yesterday when she came over for rehearsal. In one night's work, a rectangular box more than 10 meters long had been erected not far from their stage, and there was no telling what was hidden inside. Whatever, the people at the mall don't care. What do we care? Tell you Gucci on the new bag. Go take a look. Can't afford it. When Chen Fei arrived at the mall, the person in charge of his today's confession activity hurriedly greeted him. Hello, Mr. Chun. Everything has been prepared. The sea of flowers has now been covered with a grill, and all of them are guaranteed to open in 30 seconds. It creates a beautiful scene of immortal mist, dense sea of flowers, and sparkling stars. At that time, with the sound of music, you slowly bring her closer to the center of the sea of flowers. When you hear a crisp birdsong, you pick up the 999 red roses next to you from the side. To confess to him, at this time, the sky will fall flowers rain. Next to the Porsche will also slowly reveal. Hearing the introduction of the person in charge, Chen Fei is quite satisfied. Really spend money, the effect is different. This kind of atmosphere created no girl is not moved. The venue is a bit small. Should have wrapped up the whole place. The person in charge smiled awkwardly. You are a rich master. Just to pack such a little venue cost 150,000. And if not for the relationship, there is no chance to be able to pack it down. Originally, there was a mall event here today, and the venue was not for rent. Mr. Chen, the mall has an event today and it's a temporary arrangement. So this is the biggest venue we can fight for. Forget it. Looking down at the stage of the rendezvous from the second floor, Chen Fei was full of confidence. Don't all girls like romance? This play would definitely satisfy Tan Xin, and with that Portia, I don't believe I can't get this woman. Thinking that tonight, he would be able to hold a beauty, Chen Fei was cocky. Chapter 61 in front of me. Robbing my girl, so arrogant? Magic City is really a place where there is no shortage of money and no shortage of people. Today is Monday, the mall is still crowded. Everyone looks like they have an appointment. Of course most of the men are watching the show. Around the stage, balding uncle, 2/8 of a young man, high school students, and even wearing diapers toddler future beams, one by one, wide-eyed, looking at the stage of the passionate young ladies on fire, with a moving dance catharsis in the body of the restless youth, free not to see white not to see, whether walking by or passing by, are attracted by the lively scene here. The dance ended with a fashion show, and the guys got even more excited. The long legs, the big waves, the big pineapple, almost thought I was in the land of the daughters. Sure enough, the most understanding of the customer or business, are so made. Business can be bad, who still go to a certain treasure a certain east a certain more and more. Talking about Xin strides the sky and the earth, not as big as this queen's pace, dazzling on the T-stage, the developed pectoral muscles, bodybuilding champions looked to be ashamed of themselves. The straight, white, long legs were like the most skillful craftsmen in the world, using the most ingenious techniques to create them. She was the most dazzling flower of beauty in the crowd. The crowd of onlookers gathered more and more, layer after layer. The old man blocked the strong boy. The strong boy carried the small flowers of the motherland. At this moment their goal was the same. They could not wait to have a hook in their eyes, and with a gentle tug, they could tear off the obtrusive mosaic on the model's body. Good, good, good. Smile. One more. The crowd cheered, and the crowd roared. Mr. Wang himself had to shake his head. This is a high-end business district, not a countryside cellar, not at all reserved. But seeing this lively scene, the person in charge of the shopping mall was very happy, which showed that the event was run successfully. This is credit, performance. On the stage, Tan Xin searched for a long time, but she didn't see Lu Feng, and she didn't even see Chen Fei, the dog licker. In her heart, she couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. Men are unreliable. Said they would come. So far none of them have been seen. Just arrived at the backstage. Her best friend Ton Li couldn't help but tease her. Just now see you on stage, a distracted look. Looking for who? No. A friend said he was coming over. And I don't know if he's still coming or not. Talking Xin was a bit grumpy. She had made all the arrangements. Who knew that there was empty joy? None of the two people came. She swore that she would never ignore these two men again. Men? Talking Xin didn't answer and continued to change her clothes. Her face was a little taut. You believe in men's words too. If men were true to their word, the earth would have entered communism long ago. Okay, don't be angry. Go shopping. Women have to love themselves. The package cures all diseases. Tong Li had the tone of a person who had been there before, and Tan Xin was helpless, just still disappointed. Lu Feng was on the second floor at this time, condescendingly looking down. I didn't expect that Talking Xin's charm had increased greatly when she changed into fashion, especially those beautiful legs. One look at them would make you excited. To describe it in a professional word, just those legs could play with flowers. Lu Feng came to be interested, seeing that Tan Xin went off the stage. He knew that the performance time should be over, and he was ready to go over. Although there were no flowers, the fact that people could come was the greatest sincerity. Right at this moment, Lu Feng suddenly realized that a young man with medium-length hair walked up to Tan Xin, and the LV logo on that back was extraordinarily obvious. It didn't look like someone who wore fake goods. It was true that when a woman was too pretty, she could attract butterflies wherever she went. Lu Feng did not care, walked straight downstairs, ready to take a closer look. We are also rich now. There is nothing to worry about. As soon as the performance ended, Chen Fei couldn't wait to walk to the back of the side of the stage, where all the performers rested. Tan Xin, the performance was too successful. Chen Fei was so excited that his eyes didn't dare to look at her beautiful legs for fear that he wouldn't be able to hold it and it would fly down 3,000 feet. That would be embarrassing. Talking Xin, who was depressed, couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart when she saw Chen Fei appear. How does a woman raise her value? It's by the man who chases her. Today, she is the most beautiful in the room. All the people around her are staring at her, but others have men to send flowers. But she, the flower girl, has none. How disgraceful. However, although Chen Fei appeared, he came empty-handed, which made her excitement come to an abrupt end. When they used to meet, they would never come empty-handed. What does this mean today? This is not putting themselves in the center of attention. Why did you come? Tan Xin tensed his face. The less some men gave him a good face, the more he licked you. Chen Fei was such a person. On the side, Tong Li deliberately poked the soft flesh of her waist, meaning to make Talking Xin have a better attitude. But Talking Xin silently knocked away her outstretched hand, pretending that nothing had happened. Chen Fei also saw that Tan Xin was a bit unhappy, and was a bit anxious in his heart. The plan he had prepared beforehand was instantly thrown to the back of his mind. Tan Xin, I have a gift for you. No need. Chen Fei had also read countless women, but in the past, he had only enjoyed the results of the reading and did not care about the prelude to the reading, so he did not comprehend the deeper meaning of this rejection by Tan Xin. In his heart, he was instantly a bit flustered. According to the plan, he has to take Tan Xin to walk to the side of the sea of flowers, and then touch the hair to send a signal. And then there will be a person to remove the outer cover of the sea of flowers within 30 seconds. And finally the two of them will logically enter the sea of flowers, and the music will sound, and begin to express their love. However, the two are still some distance away from the sea of flowers. Chen Fei was excited, could not help but touch the hair, just when he had not realized to give the early signal. Behind the long flowers overseas cover immediately by a few staff members, with a very professional approach to the demolition. Tan Xin looked at the man standing in front of her, not saying a word, feeling that she had lost all her face. If Chen Fei wasn't thinking of making her small, it would still be very suitable for her, but it was a pity. Lily, let's go. Go shopping. Just at this moment a burst of exclamations came from behind the crowd, and then the crowd stirred, talking about the sound. The two of them followed the sound and saw a sea of flowers not far behind them. The two of them were astonished. The original large box that made them puzzled before was filled with these things. So beautiful. Tong Li couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, before pulling Tan Xin and running over there. An excited light also emitted from Tan Xin's eyes. Chen Fei suddenly reacted, saying that women would definitely not be able to resist this kind of flower romance. And seeing Tan Xin's reaction, he instantly regained his composure. He hurriedly accelerated his pace and followed. Several people walked to the sea of flowers. Chen Fei excitedly said, Tan Xin, this is what I prepared for you. After saying this, he turned around and walked into the sea of flowers, holding out a large cup of red roses, and came in front of Tan Xin. For you, be my girlfriend. Then with a wave of his hand, a Porsche hidden in the sea of flowers revealed itself. The onlookers wailed with excitement. Flowers and luxury cars. Love. Women were envious and jealous. Men were also envious and jealous. Only hate is not the male and female protagonists. Lu Feng in the crowd was also surprised. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. So chasing a girl, which girl can withstand the test? Suddenly he reacted. This guy is robbing his girl. Chapter 62 Let you be arrogant. Teach you how to behave. Lu Feng wasn't calm anymore. Although he hadn't had something happen between him and Tan Xin yet, Tan Xin's little mouth had already been stamped by him. Now this bastard wanted to cut corners, and even in front of him, this was planting grass on his head. Too arrogant. Lu Feng straightened his big 20-centimeter stick. This little yakuza. This was too much to put him in his eyes. Lu Feng took a deep breath and went into expansion mode, raging. However, he didn't rush up to see how Tan Xin reacted. Thinking that after 24 years and still being able to remain intact, Tan Xin should be a trustworthy teammate. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Tan Xin also froze. This flower was so beautiful. This car was so beautiful. It was so romantic. Promise him, girlfriend, 2, it was starting to work. 200 per person. The one who yells the loudest. Add another 50. This scene, coupled with this BGM, the atmosphere is instantly pulled full. Tong Li on the side with a face of envy, tugged on the somewhat mesmerized Tan Xin, with a face of I also want to spring. Talking Xin's gaze became a few points softer. In all fairness, Chen Fei is really good to her. Among the rich people chasing her, he is the one who has persisted for the longest time, the most heartfelt, and has the best conditions. But the only thing that makes her dissatisfied is that he knows that Chen Fei is unlikely to marry her, and at most let her be the little one. This was what she was most upset about. If she wanted to be small, she would have done it a long time ago. Where would she wait until now? Letting Chen Fei pick up the pieces, that would be underestimating her charm. Xin, say something. Tong Li already can't help it. If it were her, she would have agreed to it long ago. What else would she hesitate for? Chen Fei, I asked you a question. Answer me honestly. You say, do your parents know what happened today? Chen Fei didn't know how to answer. Sleeping with a girl was not much different to him than going to a convenience store to buy a bottle of water. Was it necessary to inform his parents? It was too much to treat him like a serious person. Seeing Chen Fei's reaction, Tan Xin understood. She wanted to marry into a rich family, but the rich family couldn't see her. He knew that Chen Fei's family had already arranged a match for him, so Chen Fei's desire to be with her was just for fun. You don't need to say anything, I understand. I can answer you now. I refuse. The crowd was in an uproar, not expecting a comedy to turn into a tragedy. Lu Feng had a satisfied smile on his face. This long leg was still his. Retracting his weapon, it was safe at this time. Why? Am I not good enough for you? Chen Fei was furious. He didn't believe there was a woman who couldn't be smashed with money. Talking about Xian looked at him. The heart that called us speechless. Play the girl now can be engaged in such a justified. Do not agree to have to come hard. This is not obvious, but also let her repeat. Rich people, do not take them as ordinary people seriously. You can't fool around even if you have money. Article 236 of the Criminal Code. Go back and read it properly. I have a boyfriend. Nonsense. When did you have a boyfriend? I don't know how. Tan Xin, I really like you. Look, your favorite Portia. This is my greatest sincerity. Get out of the way. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up later. Tan Xin didn't want to continue to be treated like a monkey. Tan Xin dash. After all this effort, how can it end like this? Chen Fei is not willing. He is going to dominate you. Chen Fei, you let me drive. My boyfriend is waiting for me. You have a fart boyfriend. Don't pretend to me. You let him come now. If you have, I will leave immediately without saying anything. I will see who dares to come. These words, arrogant. The onlookers took out their cell phones to take pictures. Such an arrogant person had to be shared with everyone. All put down your cell phones. I'll see who dares to take pictures. Some little girls and big boys were startled by his roars. Didn't dare to film anymore. Evil forces, just so rampant. Seeing that the crowd immediately rushed out some people to start maintaining the order of the scene. Those who were bold, also did not insist. This person, too crazy, can't afford to be offended. Call now. The grim-faced Chen Fei scared Tan Xin, whose face changed. For a moment, she was a bit flustered, not knowing what to do. Tan Xin. Lu Feng knew it was his turn to appear at this time. Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng, who had suddenly appeared, Tan Xin had the elation of a tadpole finding a large egg. A family reunion. Taking advantage of Chen Fei's stunned effort, she hurriedly circled around and came next to Lu Feng, behaving like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Chen Fei did not expect a person to really appear. His face immediately turned cold, and he came to Changchun from Sanya. Are you his boyfriend? The tone of voice was a bit arrogant, and the statement of the brat discharging nuclear wastewater was as unselfish as the statement. Are you okay? Lu Feng suddenly came out with a sentence of English with a northern accent, instantly making Chen Fei whole won't. The expression on his face split. Above his nose was puzzled, below his nose was shocked. The overbearing aura on his body was also shattered by Lu Feng's English sentence with a bit of a ghostly accent. Can't understand? Forget it. After saying that, he turned his head and said to Tan Xin, let's go without getting to know illiterates. Taking Tan Xin's shoulder, he was about to leave. Chen Fei completely dumbfounded. This do not know where to come out of the man. Simply to blind his titanium dog eyes. Never in such a person to deal with. Words do not know how to say. Looking at the two intimates snuggling about to leave his line of sight, Chen Fei was anxious. Asterisk. I'll get you killed. Chen Fei yelled. The first voice, then flying foot straight kick. C is about to kick Lu Feng. Early preparation Lu Feng. A turning side kick. Action crisp and clear. A kick into the bushes. 300,000 Qi Yun value exchange of fighting proficiency. Is not a bluff. Lu Feng's body now, comparable to Captain America plus Bruce Lee. Save the earth or not in the question. Not to mention dealing with him such a small role. This kick he has collected the force. Otherwise the ribs to be kicked all broken. Despite this, Chen Fei was sweating profusely from the pain. With a look of hurry up and call me 120. Next time, I'll kick not the chest, but your brother. Grow a bit of a memory and don't pester her again in the future. See, Lu Feng wrapped his arms around Tan Xin in his arms, with a posture of swearing sovereignty. Chen Fei was too busy being in pain to say anything on the one hand, and on the other hand, he was also intimidated by Lu Feng's thunderous tactics and didn't dare to open his mouth again. He looked straight at Lu Feng with a vestigial feeling of a chihuahua seeing a dogo dog with its leash loosened. The two of them left intimately, and as they left, Tan Xin smiled and gave Tong Li a look that meant to reconnect. You didn't bring me flowers. Just as she walked out of the mall entrance, the smile on Talking Xin's face returned, looking at Lu Feng with an accusatory tone. So many don't just now. It's not like you sent them. Wait for me for a while. I'll go back and bring you too. seeing that Lu Feng really made a move to return to the mall to get the flowers. Tan Xin was angry and anxious. From behind, she jumped on top of him at once. From afar, the two looked like a couple in love playing around. Chapter 63, The Iron-Blooded Policewoman Has a Backer. This relationship progressed somewhat quickly, beyond Lu Feng's expectations. It was true that feelings wanted to heat up, and suffering was the best way to see true love. Where to now? Back to the hotel? What's in your head all day? What's the point of going back to the hotel? Lu Feng stared at Tan Xin. The expression on his face had already given the answer. Isn't it obvious? What else can a lonely man and woman do when they stay in a hotel? Are you men unable to pursue something other than thinking about that? Species continuation. This is the ultimate goal of mankind. This is still called no pursuit. The continuation of life. How do you think it came about? This is all the result of men, sweating and working hard. Tan Xin froze, not knowing how to answer for half a day. She didn't expect Lu Feng to actually put this kind of thing in such a grand and solemn and sacred manner. It was as if she would be a sinner of humanity if she said half a word more. Finished, go. Where to? The hotel. Seeing Talking Xin walking as fast as she could, Lu Feng couldn't help but mutter a few words. After all is said and done, it's still back to the hotel. Waste of words. Seeing that Tan Xin had already walked out a dozen meters away, Lu Feng hurriedly opened his mouth and called out to her. Wrong way. My car is parked over here. Hearing the shout behind her, Tan Xin hurriedly turned around, striding her long legs and glaring at him with dissatisfaction. Is this your new car? Talking Xin didn't expect Lu Feng to drive a Cullinan. Thinking about it, it wasn't hard to understand. The presidential suite could be lived in for a month. Driving a Rolls-Royce? It didn't seem to be a big deal. Sending you one. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Tan Xin rolled her eyes. Nearly $10 million of car. You think you are the richest man in the world. Just give it away when you say so. Tan Xin thought he was poking fun at himself. I don't like this brand. Oh, forgot. You like Porsche. Yes, I just like Porsche. Do you send it? If you like it, I'll send it, said Lu Feng. Took out his cell phone, and after some operation, a certain star's voice immediately came from inside. Now start navigation. Destination, Nanshan Automobile Industrial Park. Sitting in the co-driver's Tan Xin was a bit puzzled. Not back to the hotel. How to go to what industrial park? You have something? Buy a car. Buy a Porsche. Talking Xin froze, half a day without uttering a word. Are you serious? Do you see me like I'm telling a lie? If you like it, I'll give it away. Seeing that Lu Feng said seriously, it wasn't a fake. Instead, Tan Xin was a little flustered. Sending such an expensive car, whether she would accept it or not. If she didn't accept it, she was not willing to accept it, and she had a great affection for Lu Feng. Receiving, she and Lu Feng hadn't known each other for a few days. They didn't understand each other. In case Lu Feng was the second Chen Fei, then wouldn't she have just gotten out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den again? I was joking. Thinking for a moment, Tan Xin still decided to reject Lu Feng's good intentions. I'm serious. Alright, go back to the hotel. I'm tired. Seeing that Tan Xin's face suddenly became a bit unhappy, Lu Feng didn't know what had offended her. A woman's mood really changed at the drop of a hat. Just now they were talking and laughing, and then they were unhappy in the blink of an eye. That's why women just can't lick. Licking is not good. Sending you a car. You're still angry. No, I'm not angry. Talking Xin's eyes surveyed the window. Her heart was a little tangled. On one side, she wanted to marry into a rich family. On the other side, she wanted to become the brightest star on the runway with her own efforts, to step out of the country and into the world. She was clear that either path was not easy. Seeing that Tan Xin was silent and didn't want to speak, Lu Feng also stopped talking. He wasn't a licking dog. The car quietly drove towards the hotel. Nanshan Branch Criminal Police Brigade Captain's Office. Report. Enter. Reporting to Captain Wu. I'm Wen Ling, who came to report for duty. Having been a traffic cop for a year, Wen Ling was very happy to finally be officially transferred to the criminal police today. Have a seat. I understand all of your situation. In this way you first go to the 2nd Brigade of Detection. The specific work will be arranged by your Captain Xue. Go. Ah, isn't it the Anti-Narcotics Brigade? How did it become the Investigation Brigade? Comrade Wen Ling, obeying the organization's arrangement. This is the most basic duty as a people's police officer. Seeing the serious expression of the senior captain, Wen Ling didn't dare to open his mouth. Detective Brigade is Detective Brigade. Let it be. It's one step closer to her goal. Yes, obey the organization's arrangement. Although there were some regrets that she wasn't transferred to the Narcotics Brigade to become a narcotics police officer like his father, but to be able to start catching criminals, it was enough to make her happy. Seeing Wen Ling leave, Wu Yu stopped the pen in his hand, took out the phone on the table and dialed a number. Hey, Zheng Hall, this is Wu Yu. It's all arranged. Transfer her into the 2nd Brigade of Investigation, responsible for economic and tax work. Basically there is no danger. Wu, I'll leave Wen Ling to you. You know a bit about her situation. If Chen Binhua is not caught for a day, Wen Ling is in danger for a day. You must protect her safety. Otherwise if something happens, I will take you to task. And if someone investigates her, must pay attention to, is likely to be Chen Binhua in the back manipulation. There is a report that a year ago at the border of Yunnan, this big drug lord who disappeared for 18 years appeared again, as the main culprit of the 4-18 case. This case cannot be considered truly closed until Chen Binhua is caught. Understood. Please don't worry Zhang Hall. The person is with me. Absolutely nothing will happen. I, Wu Yu, can assure you with my personality. Back to the hotel. Talking Xin was still end up, did not go back to the presidential room with him, but went back to his own room by himself. Lu Feng also did not stay. He had more important things. Kobe's message sent over. He said that he had found the clue and was investigating with all his might. Sure enough, finding the right direction is more efficient than if you just bury your head in the sand. In such a short period of time, if he were to do it, he probably wouldn't even have his thoughts straightened out, let alone investigating. This money is worth spending. Lu Feng was in a better mood, and he didn't know how the system would change if he completed the hidden mission. He was somewhat looking forward to it. Just then suddenly received a text message reminder from the bank, saying that his ID information had expired and he needed to go to the bank to resubmit his certification. He had received the SMS reminder before and forgot to update it because he was busy with his ex-girlfriend. Today he received the reminder SMS again. The time has passed. Can only go to the counter. See the reminder if not updated may affect the use of the account. Lu Feng did not dare to be careless. Tomorrow if Kobe come over to get the money, his own account problems, cannot transfer the money, then it will be a joke. Anyway, now there is time. He decided to go to the bank first, just do not have any cash on his body, and take out a little by the way. As a god trench, how can you not keep hundreds of thousands of cash on hand for emergencies? Immediately got up and headed out. Unlike the previous mood of going to the bank, this time he was very confident. With money in his card, he didn't panic when he arrived at the bank. Chapter 64, Opening a Private Bank. I want to be more truthful. Lu Feng directly looked for the closest bank to the hotel inside his cell phone's navigation. About 10 minutes away, he arrived at the place. In the afternoon, it wasn't the peak time for business, so there weren't many people waiting to do business in the lobby. Lu Feng's bank card was just an ordinary debit card, so he didn't have the privileged rights of a VIP card. Plus there weren't many people, so he waited honestly. There was still more than 3 million in the bank card, so he could do a gold card in a while. As for higher level cards, Lu Feng had no intention of doing it, although there was still nearly 200 million yuan of Qi luck value in the system account. But at the moment, he had no intention of converting all of this into cash. This Qi luck value didn't know what use it would be. Anyway, he wasn't short of money right now. A few million was enough for him. Hello, may I ask what kind of business you want to handle? After waiting for a few minutes it was Lu Feng's turn. Hello, I received a text message reminder that my ID information has expired and asked me to update it. Hello, please show your ID card. The opposite teller was a young woman, looking no older than Lu Feng by a few years. Her powdered face didn't carry a hint of a smile. It was as cold as the glass window in front of her. She took Lu Feng's ID card. A burst of crackling, then a flurry of shots. 2 minutes to get it done. The business level was very skillful. It's done. Is there anything else you want to handle? I would like to withdraw some money. Please go to the ATM machine outside to withdraw money. The counter does not withdraw money. Thank you, said Lu Feng without waiting for him to explain. He directly called the next number. This operation made Lu Feng a little confused. The counter can deposit money. Why can't he withdraw money? What kind of logic is this? Letting him go to the ATM machine to fee two things. This is not a tosser. Besides, he hadn't even finished his sentence and then he was kicked out. Was this the way to treat a customer? I withdraw a lot. You need to make an appointment in advance. Have you made an appointment? Seeing Lu Feng still not leaving, the female teller was a bit upset. You need to make an appointment. How much do I need to make an appointment? Lu Feng really didn't know that he needed to make an appointment to withdraw money, but not to deposit money. He didn't have any money before, so he couldn't encounter this kind of problem. 50,000, 50,000 would require an appointment. Seeing the contempt in the eyes of the female teller, a look of even this, surely a poor person, Lu Feng's face was on fire. It was despised at this point. Then I need to make an appointment a few days in advance, at least 3 days. Alright, any more questions? No questions. Next please. The more the female teller was like this, Lu Feng was instead not in a hurry. Then I'll take 49999. Can I take it? Lu Feng did it on purpose. Who made this female teller have such a bad attitude? Who was she looking down on? If she knew the balance in her bank card, she could scare her to death. The female teller didn't speak immediately, looking at Lu Feng, as if she walked and hit a pole. You can't blame the pole for standing in the wrong position, because the pole is right. The wrong one is herself. You say it's infuriating. Can't withdraw. Large withdrawals require an appointment. The female teller's face had already stretched. Although there was a layer of glass between them, Lu Feng could still feel a chill blowing straight at him. There's still a piece missing. Not up to 50,000. Please don't be unreasonable. There are still customers waiting for business behind you. The female teller's voice changed tone. Lu Feng could clearly feel her dissatisfaction. Encountering this kind of thing, Lu Feng could only recognize his own bad luck. If he kept on pestering her, it was estimated that she was going to call 110, and she might even sue him for sexual harassment. Alright then, I'll withdraw 40,000. Can I do it now? The female teller used 3 seconds to whip Lu Feng into shape. Then began the next wave of operations that left Lu Feng speechless. May I ask what you're withdrawing this money for? This also needs to be asked. I withdraw my own money. I do what I want. It's my freedom. This you guys also have to control. When did the bank even take the police's job? I'm sorry, this is our rule. If you don't tell us, the money can't be withdrawn. May I ask if you still withdraw it? Facing the female teller with a look like you're the one, Lu Feng's blood pressure rose. Having money is right. Having money and depositing it in the bank is wrong. Lu Feng admonished himself so in his heart. Fetch. May I ask what you are withdrawing this money for? I like counting money. Happy. The female teller took another 3 seconds to whip Lu Feng into shape, and in her heart, she estimated that the curse words could already fill the Pacific Ocean. Please answer properly. Is it wrong for me to like counting money? Do I even have the right to count my own money? Are you in fact a bank? Or is it the FBI? Do you have such a wide control? Cross the border. Seeing the female teller staring at him without a word, Lu Feng compromised. Without compromising, he was worried that he really couldn't withdraw the money. This woman didn't seem to be joking with him. Lu Feng's whole body was bad. This feeling was more painful than being bitten by 10 mad dogs. Then what do you think I should say? Sir, please take it seriously. This is a very serious matter. We are helping you to prevent your money from being telecom fraud. Thank you. That's very thoughtful of the bank. My money is safer with you guarding it. Thank you. May I ask if you are still withdrawing money? Withdraw. May I ask what you are withdrawing this money for? Hearing the female teller ask this question for the third time, Lu Feng was really going crazy. It felt like there were countless bees buzzing around in his ears. He stopped doing it and got up to leave. It's been a long time since I've been in a bank. Are banks so dangly now? Or is it just so dangly for plain card users like them? Next. Hello sir, what business do you want to apply for? Just before walking a few steps he heard the female teller behind him receiving the customer after him with an attitude that was many times more enthusiastic than before. Lu Feng was a little puzzled. Is this deliberately targeting him? He turned his head. When he saw the other party's gold card, he instantly understood the reason. Lu Feng coldly glanced at the female teller. The other party also seemed to feel Lu Feng's gaze, but still pretended that nothing had happened, and continued to smile and greet the middle-aged man with a gold card, saying something. Money, do I lack it? Lu Feng was furious. Since this is the case, he really has to be more serious today, to see if they are really doing it according to the rules. Lu Feng exchanged $100 million from the system to his bank card. Then he walked to the reception center next to him. Hello, sir, may I ask what I can do for you? The highest specification bank card you have here is that kind. I want to upgrade my bank card level. Hearing Lu Feng's reply, the female teller looked very enthusiastic. Taking Lu Feng into the VIP room on the side, she made a cup of tea and took out some small snacks. Only then did she begin to give Lu Feng a detailed introduction. Mr. Lu, what kind of card do you see that you want to upgrade to? Wu Hongyan was very happy. Even if Lu Feng upgraded to the lowest grade gold card, it would be a performance for her. Just upgrade to that private bank. Hearing Lu Feng's glib remark, Wu Hongyan was a bit stunned. If you wanted to open private banking, you had to secure at least 10 million in deposits. This was a big customer. Instantly a wave of elation enveloped her head. This kind of big customer, can't even find. I didn't expect to be so lucky today, picking up one for nothing. Chapter 65 How arrogant when making things difficult, how humble when apologizing. Wu Hongyan was so excited that she couldn't even speak properly. Although there were more than 10,000 billionaires in Mordor, but even these billionaires didn't have a lot of cash deposits in their personal accounts, so of course she was excited to meet someone with so many deposits. It was generating income for the bank. Mr. Lu, hello, to double check with you, are you upgrading to private banking? Wu Hongyan spoke in a more humble tone. Lu Feng was now a deep-seated worldly rich man in her eyes. Is there a problem? If you don't feel confident, You guys can go check my deposits, said Lu Feng, throwing over a card. That casual attitude, as if the card was not loaded with countless banknotes, but hand paper. Mr. Lu, you have misunderstood. Since your rank is too high, I need to confirm it and report upwards, and then our Governor Lu will personally serve you. You will be the topmost customer of our bank. Then what are you waiting for? Go ahead and report. Okay, please wait a moment. Wu Hongyan excitedly walked out of the VIP room, not forgetting to take Lu Feng's bank card as she left. Whether or not there was money in this card, or how much money there was in the end, she definitely had to go and confirm it. Walking outside the counter, Wu Hongyan immediately regained her composure and put on an expression of nothing. This credit she did not want to be cut off. Quickly walking to the governor's office, knocked on the door, not waiting for the person inside to answer, then directly pushed the door in. Governor, little Wu, fussy, what's it like? Seeing Wu Hongyan break in, Governor Lu was a little dissatisfied. Happy event, big happy event. Bring the happy news. Have you completed all your performance this month? Definitely done after today. So confident. Governor Lu had a few moments of interest. Wu Hongyan hurriedly walked to his side and told him about the situation in the VIP room just now. What? What you said is true. Quickly, give me the card. The two of them immediately checked the balance of the card on the computer. Seeing the series of numbers on the account, the two were shocked. There was more than $10 million in there. A whole 100 million. With $100 million in deposits. In addition to the company account, a top customer like their line could be counted on one hand. Governor Lu was also excited. Quickly, go to the VIP room. The two immediately rushed towards the VIP room in a hurry, fearing that Lu Feng would run away in general. How could Lu Feng run? He still had things left to do. Sorry, Mr. Lu, for keeping you waiting. I am the president of this branch. Lu Yoji, Xiao Wu, brew a pot of the billionaire I bought last time for Mr. Lu, used at Jingdezhen tea set. Governor Lu was even more attentive than Wu Hongyan. The smile on his face hadn't broken since he saw Lu Feng. Mr. Lu doesn't know where he is high up. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Governor Lu, I still have things to do next. It's better to hurry. Okay, of course. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, you put your money in our bank is right. Absolutely will give you the most interest rate. Guaranteed will not be lower than other banks. And we are complete with holiday benefits, daily condolences and so on. Definitely let you enjoy the best quality service. Governor Lu counted his blessings and promised a whole lot of benefits. Of course I know that for someone of Mr. Lu's status, these may not be in the eye of the beholder, but this is all a small token of our bank's appreciation. And if Mr. Lu has any other requests, feel free to put them forward, and we'll definitely do our best to complete them. Try our best to accomplish? Try our best to accomplish it. Well, you remind me by saying that. I think I have to think about the account upgrade first. After all, the rules of your line are still very strict. I have just experienced it myself. I am afraid of trouble. Hearing that Lu Sheng suddenly stopped upgrading his account, Governor Lu's face turned green, especially when he heard Lu Feng say the rules are still very strict. Personal experience and all these. How could he not understand Lu Feng's implication? And he hurriedly inquired with incomparable seriousness. Mr. Lu is not too busy to make a decision first. Can I ask an off-topic question? How did Mr. Lu personally experience the strict rules of our bank? Although we have always acted according to the rules and regulations, they are not set in stone. After all, customer satisfaction is our purpose. Hearing Governor Lu's explanation, Lu Feng then pretended to have a heartfelt feeling and recounted what he had just encountered. Listening to Lu Feng's narration, Governor Lu's eyebrows were shaking off, and he was so angry that he almost rushed out to yell at someone. This was going too far. Even if the other party was an ordinary customer, he couldn't be treated like this. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, it's all because of my mismanagement that such a big loophole has appeared. The employees stick to the rules and don't know how to adapt to some of the regulations, which affects the customer experience. I will definitely attach great importance to this matter, and let all the bank's employees take warning. Please, Mr. Lu, be at ease. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Governor Lu first apologized to Lu Feng with some words of sincerity, and then also explained a few sentences for himself before turning his head to Wu Hongyan, who had been scared silly next to him, and said coldly, "Go and call Lu Yani from window no. 2 over. Governor Lu, there's no need. She's also following the rules and regulations. There's no need to be too uptight. Just remind her a few times. Mr. Lu, don't think too much. This is our service not being done properly. It's our dereliction of duty." Governor Lu was an old man. As soon as Lu Feng opened his mouth, he heard the implication in Lu Feng's words. If he really didn't care, he wouldn't have said reminder. And even this matter wouldn't have been said at this time. He also did not point out, in order to keep Lu Feng not to mention a small teller, is the vice president? He also dared to give him open. Wu Hongyan immediately walked out, not a few minutes, and came back. Behind her also brought the female teller who just gave Lu Feng the business. At this time her face is full of confusion. Do not know at this time the governor to find her. What is the matter? Governor, the person has been brought. As soon as Lu Yani walked into the VIP room, she suddenly saw a familiar face. The young man who was lying somewhat casually in the sofa wasn't exactly the person who was just about to withdraw money, and then didn't do so, and directly walked away. Seeing him sitting, but the bank president is standing opposite him with a respectful face. I don't know why. Lu Yani's heart suddenly had a bad premonition. Governor, you're looking for me. Lu Yani's gaze didn't dare to look at Lu Feng. Her heart thumped. Thinking of how difficult she had been to Lu Feng before, her heart felt like a cat's claw stabbing and scratching. Lu Yani, usually how do I caution you? The customer is God. Customer satisfaction is the greatest affirmation for us. Do you know where you went wrong today? I'm sorry, line manager. You're not sorry for me. You're sorry for Mr. Lu. Don't apologize to Mr. Lu yet. Although Lu Yani couldn't figure out what kind of background this inconspicuous-looking young man had that could make the governor so angry, but she was just an ordinary bank employee. If she offended the governor, then she wouldn't want to work in this bank anymore. This job she didn't want to lose yet. Hastily and obediently, she apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry Mr. Lu, it's all my fault. Please forgive me. Next time I will never do it again. How arrogant when making things difficult. How humble when apologizing. Today if it wasn't because of him but someone else, I'm afraid that this Lu Yani would have passed peacefully, and she would continue to treat the next person like this, just because she had such a little bit of power in her hands. Chapter 66 Hongmen Banquet at Qingxi Tea House. Lu Feng didn't say anything and looked at Lu Yani who had her head down. He asked himself that he hadn't offended her today, so why was he making things so difficult for him? Disliking the poor and loving the rich, or just simply looking at her in a bad light? What happens if I say I don't want to forgive you? The room immediately became incredibly quiet. Everyone did not think of how Lu Feng would answer. The atmosphere immediately became heavy. Lu Governor's face changed again and again. Originally he thought that apologizing would be the end of the matter, but according to this situation, I'm afraid it's not that simple. This Lu Yani has been complained about many times. Today this is finally mentioned on the iron plate. Hey, offended Lu Feng. If Lu Feng does not let go, he can only fire her. This is self-inflicted. Mr. Lu, just kidding. Everyone relax. Seeing the smile on Lu Feng's face, Governor Lu breathed a sigh of relief, but he was clear that this wasn't over. It was still uncertain whether Lu Feng was really joking or not. Lu Yani who was standing there was stunned by Lu Feng and didn't know what to do. In her heart, she regretted that she had nothing to do. When Lu Feng changed his mind later to withdraw 40,000, she should have given him 40,000 nimbly, otherwise there would have been so many things. Alright, it's alright, Governor Lu, I've delayed you. I'm leaving. Seeing Lu Feng get up, Governor Lu was anxious. How could he leave? The main thing hadn't been done yet. If he left, where would he find such a high-quality big client? He said that this is not over. Seeing that Lu Feng did not have the slightest intention to continue upgrading the account, Governor Lu immediately understood. Lu Yani, from now on, suspension without pay. After a month, the bank will send you a statement of termination of labor contract. Governor Lu was righteous. In order to satisfy Lu Feng, this Lu Yani must be fired. It was better this way, saving her from giving herself trouble every day. Among these tellers, she was the one who had received the most customer complaints and had repeatedly failed to change her ways, so she could learn from her mistakes this time. Governor, you can't fire me. Without a job, I still have a car loan to pay, and I just bought a new car. The pitiful must be hated. When she was making things difficult for others, why didn't she think about how much her behavior would affect others? Therefore, Lu Feng didn't sympathize at all with the punishment Governor Lu gave her. Alright, take her out. Governor Lu hurriedly gave Wu Hongyan a wink, and next to her, Wu Hongyan was too scared to say a word more. The bank's work is a good job. Lu Yani is doing it blindly by herself. Otherwise she wouldn't have kicked Lu Feng on this iron plate today. Hopefully she would grow a good memory in the future. Mr. Lu, let you see the joke. Please drink tea. This is the finest billionaire. It's picked from the East Mountain of Suzhou, the place of origin. I'll have Wu bring you the remaining 2 boxes later. This tea can refresh your mind and relieve fatigue, so you can drink more. Governor Lu is a person who understands. Lu Feng took the opportunity to sit down again, picked up the teacup, and gently took a sip. Good tea, not bad. In fact, he didn't know tea at all. He usually drank plain water. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to know so much about tea at such a young age. Respect, respect. Mr. Lu, you see this private account dash. Good to say. Just do what you just said. Leaving the bank, Governor Lu brought Wu Hongyan to send Lu Feng to the car very politely. The tea leaves, and a set of top-quality Jingdezhen tea set together let Lu Feng take it away. In the future, when Lu Feng came here, Wu Hongyan would receive him specifically, and she didn't even have to come. Something could be done directly by a phone call. Rich man ah. Seeing Lu Feng's cullinan go away, Governor Lu sighed with emotion. Governor Lu was a man of understanding. Anyone who could sit in this position would not be confused. When Lu Feng left, he took away another $1 million in cash. Although it was stipulated that large withdrawals had to be booked, this article did not apply to large customers. This was also the stipulation. The car was parked in front of the hotel, and as a VIP guest, Lu Feng had a special parking space. He had just gotten out of the car when suddenly 4 or 5 young men sprang out from the side and surrounded him. Seeing the posture of these people, he thought that they came to rob the money in his suitcase, until he saw Yang Gang behind the crowd. Lu Feng somewhat reacted. These people are really a bit tactful, so fast to find the door. Hello Mr. Lu, we meet again. I'm here to specially invite you. My big brother, oh no, our manager. Manager Jiang specially asked me to come and invite you over to have a good talk. Lu Feng swept a glance at these people, making a move. He wasn't worried, not to mention 4 or 5 people. Even if it was 40 or 50 people, he didn't even look at them. Bruce Lee could kill a wild boar with a kick of more than 1,000 pounds. He could do it too. What if I say no? Mr. Lu, please be kind. We really don't mean anything else. Our manager just wants to ask you out for a cup of tea and a chat. If you don't go, then we'll have to go and invite Director Zhao of the orphanage for tea. Besides, this matter has to be resolved. We can't keep dragging it out, can we? It won't do anyone any good. Lu Feng originally didn't want to go. Being threatened by them, he didn't want to go even more. But there was one thing this punk was right about: can't keep dragging it out. The children in the orphanage couldn't afford to drag it out. Lead the way, said Lu Feng getting into the car. Yang Gang originally wanted to ask Lu Feng to sit in their car, but saw Cullinan shut his mouth. They drove a Wuling. There was no comparison to Cullinan. The group quickly arrived at their destination, Qingxi Tea House. Lu Feng didn't think that punks had this kind of style. Mr. Lu, we're here. Our manager is waiting for you in the Fengyun Pavilion on the 2nd floor. Go up. Yang Gang led Lu Feng and walked into the tea house. The antique-colored doorway, with a few big characters of dragon flying and phoenix dancing, was very meaningful. As soon as he entered the room, he was immediately able to smell a faint aromatic odor that made people relax. This was the first time he had come to this kind of place, and he couldn't help but look around curiously. Everywhere was decorated with pasted wood. There was a kind of decorative style from the Ming and Qing dynasties, giving a person the illusion of a soul that had traveled for 100 years. Going up to the 2nd floor, to the private room, Yang Gang first went in and informed before inviting Lu Feng in. The others and him stayed outside the door. Sensing this unusual atmosphere, Lu Feng suddenly thought of the words Hongmen Banquet. Mr. Lu, right, please have a seat. My humble self Jiang Wei, head of the Wenshan Liangju Relocation Department. The man who spoke was very fierce-looking. Speak, what is it that you are looking for me for? With these people, there was nothing to talk about. If it wasn't for the consideration of the children in the orphanage, he wouldn't have come at all. But since he had come, he wanted to hear what 1, 2, 3 these people could say. Mr. Lu, you are indeed quick to speak, worthy of being a man of great deeds. Just then, the door to the room knocked. Jiang Wei, who was interrupted, immediately looked dissatisfied and just wanted to curse. But when he saw the person who came in, his face immediately turned from anger to joy, and he couldn't help but follow and stand up. Lu Feng also couldn't help but look towards the door. Oh, when he saw the person coming in clearly, a hint of surprise appeared on his face as well. Chapter 67, Attractive Young Woman. The visitor was a beautiful young woman, looking at an age of 26 or 27 at most. With a slight smile, her charming demeanor was all over the place. Tall and tall, she gave off a pavilion-like appearance. The melon face overflowed with a kind of classical beauty. Long black hair, dark soulful eyes, delicate nose, soft full red lips, white skin, like it will glow. A red cheongsam, properly worn on the body, more set off her style. Charming and enchanting, truly a great beauty of national color. This was the first time Lu Feng had seen such a beautiful young woman, and he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. The man opposite with a fierce face, after seeing this woman walk in, immediately got up, his face piled up with smiles, that enthusiastic look, like an official receiving an inspection from his superiors. Mr. Mu, you're back. Just now asked Xiao Zhou, said you went out on an errand. I was thinking that I probably won't be able to see you today. Still regretting that I didn't give you a call ahead of time before coming. Now it's good to see you. It shows that we are destined for each other. Hearing the man's somewhat shameless words, the woman still wore a smile, but Lu Feng next to her revealed a look of contempt. The man's thoughts about the woman were all written on his face. However, there is one thing to say, this woman looks as long as it is a normal man. See, will have ideas. If you don't have thoughts, then you are not a normal man. Mu Qingxi, the owner of Qingxi Tea House. This year 2 years ago, her husband died in a car accident, leaving her a small amount of family property. 1 year ago, she opened this tea house, because his husband was very fond of tea before he was born. Opened the tea house as a thought, but also to find a thing to do. If Mr. Jiang can come here, our tea house will be very bright. Today is Qingxi's poor hospitality. It just so happens that the store just came with some Waishan de Hongpo. I'll brew a pot for the two of you. Mu Qingxi smiled sweetly, looking around. Her gaze swept over Lu Feng without making the slightest stop, but Lu Feng still saw a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Mr. Mu is too polite. I'll have a good chat with you in a while. Jiang Wei said. Her hand had reached up and patted Mu Qingxi's arm, then followed it all the way to her hand. Mu Qingxi's face immediately became unnatural, but still forced herself not to get angry, just retracted her hand without a trace, signaling the two to talk about things. She went to prepare the tea, and then hurriedly left. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng let out a soft grunt. He didn't know if he was dissatisfied with Jiang Wei for mooching off him, or if he was dissatisfied with Mu Qingxi for not slapping him twice. Jiang Wei also saw the dissimilarity on Lu Feng's face, but didn't care. He didn't even blink when the knife slashed at his face. What was this? Just a small scene. Lu was always a cool person, so I'll be straightforward. The orphanage definitely needs to move. This was decided from above. There's no other meaning in asking Mr. Lu out today. I know that Mr. Lu has no relationship with this matter. Since there is no relationship, then don't get involved in this muddy water. The welfare institution is not surnamed Zhao. Surnamed Zhao's false positive. Mr. Lu doesn't need to follow along with the bad luck. Isn't it a good idea to find a reason? Lu Feng glanced at Jiang Wei. The news he heard from Dean Zhao was not like this. These people were secretly and selfishly enriching themselves, regardless of whether or not they would get retribution in the future. Now that he had encountered it, for the sake of those children, he wouldn't turn a blind eye to it, robbing even the orphans of their money. Shameless to the core. If we talk about this, then there's no need to chat. Just a reminder, play by the rules or this isn't over. I don't lack money or time. If you don't believe me, you can try. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Feng's fire grew. Encountering this kind of scoundrel was really getting to one's head. Jiang Wei's face also changed. He had never met someone who didn't give him face so much. Mr. Lu, don't speak so full of words. Our Wenshan Liangju is a company under Wenshan Group. You've heard of the Wenshan Group, haven't you? And I don't think there are many people in the entire Magic City who haven't heard of Third Master Wen's great name. Hearing these people mention this Third Master Wen again and again, Lu Feng was puzzled. What kind of god is this Third Master Wen? Letting them move it out again and again as if it was a door god to quell evil spirits. What kind of era is this? Year after year to eliminate the black. These people are blind. The black sweeping office phone know it. Do not know, I can tell you. Give you 3 days time to make up for what you have coveted. Or the whole country knows the dirty things you do. Even these children's money you also dare to embezzle. Not afraid of night dreams by the ghost pressure bed. Lu Feng was not polite at all, and got up to leave. You're mixed. Walking on the street he did not take more than a glance, but do not come to provoke him, otherwise he will never be merciful. I don't know what I ate in the morning, but my stomach was suddenly uncomfortable. Otherwise, Lu Feng would have had to wrestle with the surnamed Jiang. Diving headfirst into the bathroom, the feeling was instantly refreshing. Sister Qingxi, that person has been coming every day lately. Sima Zhezhao's heart is well known to everyone. What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Ruer, you can't let him hear this. Jiang Wei is not someone to be messed with. He used to follow Third Master Wen. These years, Third Master Wen has also lowered his profile a lot and started doing business properly. You can often see him on TV. Who would have thought that they are doing some unspeakable things in their private life? Remember, we can't afford to mess with this kind of people. Sister Qingxi, then just let him fool around. He owes the tea house so much tea money. Not to mention that he's also treating you. He doesn't even look in the mirror. Which bit of him is good enough for you? The last time to come that Mr. Feng, so elegant and handsome, to you also good, but since that time to meet him, has never come, must be surnamed Jiang behind the ghost. Well, don't say this. I'll deal with these things myself. A hint of helplessness appeared in Mu Qingxi's eyes. A woman who didn't have a dependent outside was like a flower growing on the side of the road. The more delicate it was, the more it attracted attention. She didn't know what would happen in the future. If her husband hadn't left so early, she probably wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing now. Lu Feng, who had just finished his business, walked to the door of the men's washroom, and suddenly heard these several voices talking. A beautiful smiling face appeared in front of his eyes, and his footsteps slowed down. No longer hear the back of the discussion, Lu Feng hastily walked out. The two so in this kind of occasion met, for eyes relative to the air at this moment seems to be still. Mu Qingxi did not expect to meet this young man here. When she was in the box just now, she remembered that this young man was sitting opposite Jiang Wei. Looking at Jiang Wei's attitude towards him, this young man must also be very uncomplicated. Mu Qingxi smiled faintly and nodded her head gently as a greeting. She was the owner of this place. Lu Feng was a customer, so she couldn't pretend to turn a blind eye to the situation. But it was limited to this. The two quietly washed their hands, during which they did not say a word, and then walked out one after another. Lu Feng was very gentlemanly one step behind. Looking at the woman's beautiful back from behind, Lu Feng breathed a little heavier. This woman had more flavor than Su Qing, especially the burst of fragrance left behind, like there were bugs crawling around on him, stinging and scratching tightly. Chapter 68, The Long Desire. The length of the corridor was just over 10 meters, and seeing that Mu Qingxi was about to walk to the end, Lu Feng took a few quick steps and chased after her. It would not be so easy to miss out on such a superb woman and want to encounter her again. Wait, Mu Qingxi's footsteps lurched, seeing that it was a stranger, with a few hints of doubt in her eyes. Hello, I don't know what's up. This face was very high class, and I'm afraid that an ordinary man facing her wouldn't even have the courage to speak. If he were to put it aside in the past, when he met this woman, even if he was beaten to death, Lu Feng wouldn't dare to go up and strike up a conversation. Did Jiang Wei find you in trouble? Mu Qingxi frowned lightly, guessing that the conversation just now might have been overheard by this man. She didn't know what kind of relationship Lu Feng and Jiang Wei had, and for a moment, she was a bit hesitant on how to speak. Don't you worry, I'm not all the way with the surname Jiang. Despite what Lu Feng said, Mu Qingxi didn't completely dispel her worries, but the look on her face slightly relaxed a few points. She sized up Lu Feng, not knowing what this man in front of her wanted, but anyone who could appear here must be a guest of the store. Mu Qingxi, as the owner of the tea house, surely couldn't afford to be slow to any of the guests. She looked at Lu Feng and said, "You are a guest of the store, right? If you are still satisfied with our store's tea, then I will be very honored. Let's do it this way. In a moment I will have someone prepare some tea for you to take back with you, as a gift from our store. Please don't excuse yourself, guest." Lu Feng didn't expect Mu Qingxi to say that. He didn't stop her just to ask for a gift. He took a few more steps forward and came in front of Mu Qingxi. The distance between the two of them immediately shrunk to only about a foot. Mu Qingxi was so scared that she hastily backed away, but behind her was the wall. She looked at Lu Feng in some panic. Lu Feng, who was nearly 1 meter 8 tall, was a head taller than Mu Qingxi, which allowed her to only slightly tilt her head. There was a hint of panic in Mu Qingxi's eyes. She didn't know what Lu Feng wanted to do. Facing Mu Qingxi with this look, Lu Feng almost didn't hold on and directly kissed her. He hastily took a deep breath and took a few steps back, pulling away some distance. "I'm sorry, just now the step was a bit too big. I didn't mean any harm. Surname Jiang is not a good person. You know what I mean." Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Mu Qingxi was even more puzzled. Jiang Wei was not a good person. This still needed Lu Feng to tell her. She already knew it. Mu Qingxi looked at Lu Feng and said nothing. However, from Lu Feng's reaction just now, she could see some doors. She knew how charismatic she was. Almost all the customers who came to the tea house to drink tea were men, and a large portion of them came for her, and she instinctively thought that Lu Feng should have been intimidated by her charms just like everyone else, and that's why he had acted in such a way. In her heart, she immediately felt some good feelings towards Lu Feng, and her original guard against him was greatly lowered. "Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." She felt that this young man in front of her couldn't help her with Jiang Wei's matter. She didn't want to involve others. However, she was still grateful in her heart for Lu Feng's kindness. Wait a moment. Seeing Mu Qingxi about to leave, Lu Feng immediately opened his mouth and called out to her. Mu Qingxi looked at Lu Feng, not knowing what he wanted to say. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes and suddenly became quiet. She didn't know why, but the way Lu Feng looked at her warmed her heart, giving her a sense of security of being protected that she hadn't felt in a long time. When she thought that she had actually developed this kind of feeling towards a strange man, her body was a little hot. She didn't know what was wrong with her. To think that she could have such ridiculous thoughts about a young man. "You won't be able to help me with this, but thank you anyway." After saying that, without waiting for Lu Feng to reply, she turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." Seeing Mu Qingxi about to leave, Lu Feng shouted at him again without even thinking. Mu Qingxi stopped and just looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng was a little bit hairy by his look, and in the end, he took out one of his business cards in a mysterious way. "It's better to look for the police than me." After saying that, Lu Feng turned around and left. Seeing that Lu Feng was about to leave, Mu Qingxi suddenly reached out her hand and pulled his clothes. Lu Feng didn't notice Mu Qingxi pulling him and was still continuing to walk forward. Just like this, Mu Qingxi was staggered by this force and saw that she was about to fall to the ground. At this time Lu Feng had already realized that something was wrong and at the last moment hugged Mu Qingxi, the beauty, into the arms. The feeling of softness like cotton made Lu Feng feel a little strange. Mu Qingxi was also a bit dumbfounded, not expecting this to happen, and was a bit dazed for a moment, wanting to get angry, but thinking that the fault was hers. How could she not say the words she wanted to curse? Are you alright? Returning to her senses, Mu Qingxi pushed Lu Feng away and then fled. Ever since her husband's accident, she hadn't been hugged by any man. Thinking about the scene that had just happened, her heart beat more and more violently. Lu Feng, who had left the tea house, stood outside the main door and looked back at the ancient decorated tea house. It was a good place. Drip. At this time, Kobe's message suddenly sent over. The message said that he had already checked out the person and was ready to do the verification. This speed caught up with Bolt. It was true that no one could stop the lure of money. It would be great if there were results tonight. According to his promise to Kobe, he will give an extra 100,000 an hour in advance. Kobe is going to be rich. Lu Feng stopped thinking about Mu Qingxi and hurriedly drove back to the hotel. This day by day, busy as a gyroscope. In the past, when there was no money, he was busy working to earn money. Now that he is not working, he is still busy, born to be a laborer. Just returned to the hotel, is ready to call a room service, to give himself a full body relaxation. Talking about the Xin looked up. Tan Xin, where have you been? I've been looking for you for half a day. Lu Feng, what's the matter with me? Tan Xin, what's wrong with you? After you flirt with me, you don't care. What do you mean? Lu Feng are frozen. Hu tease hua, said so firmly. Besides, it was you who got angry and ignored people. These complaining words, Lu Feng didn't say it. Reasoning with an angry woman is no different from talking to a cow. Of course, now that's a compliment, because that way, the cow's milk is of a higher quality. Lu Feng, so how am I going to be responsible now? Snapped. Tan Xin, snapping your head. What are you thinking about all day long? Why is your mind full of these things? Can you put in some good ones? Lu Feng, for example? Tan Xin, for example, why don't you ask me to watch a movie? After thinking for half a day, she finally came up with an answer that she thought she was satisfied with. With a smug look on her face, Lu Feng glanced at her and had an illusion of being fooled. Lu Feng, love action movie, Japanese or European or American? Hearing Lu Feng's answer, Tan Xin gritted her teeth in anger. After some lip smacking like this, the feelings between the two increased rather than decreased, and they became even more intimate. Chapter 69. Tao Yila Ben appeared. The scene was too exciting. After a fight, both of them were panting. Lying side by side on the soft sofa, they could hear each other's breathing, and suddenly the air seemed to freeze, and the room was unusually quiet, leaving only the regular breathing of the two. Lu Feng turned his head, just in time to see a scene that made his nose bleed furiously. Talking about Xin's upper body shirt, the first button and the second button did not know when it has opened. The mansion door is open. Can be unscrupulous a glimpse of the usual rare luxury scene. After Lu Feng turned his head, it was as if the machine was stuck and couldn't turn around. The most magical mountain range in the world seemed to harbor the most primitive secrets of mankind that could never be explored. Is it nice? Good looking? Have you seen enough? No. One dares to ask. The other dares to answer. Young people are bold and play with their hearts. Let's see who can't handle it first. Do you want to take it off and let you see? Can you still operate like this? Others can't, but you can. Lu Feng, complacent, completely failed to comprehend the voice outside the words of Tan Xin. If his eyes can slightly move away at this moment, take the time to look at the expression on her face. Surely it will not be such an afterthought. Really look too focused, too excited. Forget that he has not bought a ticket. How can this free all the time to see it? I'll let you watch. Get down there for me. Talking Xin suddenly flew up a foot, originally wanted to kick Lu Feng off the sofa. Who knew Lu Feng reacted so sensitively and grabbed her foot? Oops, lady warrior, you sneak attacked me. What a powerful surge of internal force. Oh no. The large intestine is wrapped around the small intestine. Now this internal force has reached the kidneys. I feel that both kidneys are burning like flames, and now it has reached the heart. Hear the sound. Bang bang bang. Inside is like an atomic bomb exploding. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Tan Xin rolled her eyes straight, but being grabbed by Lu Feng's feet, it made her very uncomfortable. Not only that, Lu Feng's eyes were still glancing around. Something was going to happen if this continued. You let go. Can't let go. Your ability is too deep. It sucked my hand in, Lu Feng said with a smile. While saying this, he grabbed his foot's hand and started to climb up the pole. Lu Feng, don't do this. Something was going to happen. Tan Xin was a little anxious in her heart. Suddenly she had a brainwave and said in a hurry, you sit with me for a while. I have something to say to you, can you lie down? Talking Xin felt tired, but she knew that if she didn't agree to Lu Feng's request, she was afraid that this man would really do something out of the ordinary next. Lu Feng's boldness was something she had already seen. Besides, even if Lu Feng really did something to her, she couldn't just do anything to him. After thinking about it, she had to nod her head and agree. Okay, whatever you want. Let go. Lu Feng looked at Tan Xian and saw that her little face was a little red. He didn't know if she was nervous or anxious. Seeing that she agreed, Lu Feng rubbed some more on his legs before letting go with satisfaction. Beautiful women are fragrant. The two lay side by side. The sofa was such a big place. At the moment the two were completely squeezed together. How was she not clear about Lu Feng's mind? But precisely because she was clear, she couldn't let Lu Feng have his way so easily. The easier it was to get, the less it was to cherish. You're like this, letting me talk properly. Are you testing me? Lu Feng gestured up and down at Tan Xian's body. Front and back, long legs, a glance at it, anxious to die. How to speak properly. The environment doesn't allow it. Brothers are not allowed either. Tan Xian did not know how to answer for a moment. It wasn't her fault that she was good looking. Then it's always okay if I wrap myself in the quilt so I can't see, right? You can play. Lu Feng didn't want to, but the mind was uncontrollable. The more you forced it not to think, it backfired and the thought became more energized. What the hell were you thinking? Coming to me just to let me dry my eyes? To test my fixation? You think highly of me. My fixation is not as high as you predicted. Lu Feng, we can be friends first. I don't even know you well now. We can't develop so fast. It has to be step by step. No skipping processes. Facing Tan Xian's naivety, Lu Feng didn't know how to enlighten her. Although he had only just broken up, he had already figured out that he would not gamble on tomorrow with his true heart, and that talking about money could be avoided by talking about love. Legs? Good. Lu Feng's sudden slap on Tan Xian's polished jade-like thigh instantly made her freeze. The feeling of the muscles trembling, and the temperature transmitted from the palm of the man's hand, gave her a sudden thrilling feeling of her heart beating faster. Just when she was a bit at a loss for words, Lu Feng's hand on her thigh immediately became a bit restless. Talking about how Xian thought, Lu Feng was very clear, wanting to welcome and rejecting. As long as he didn't break through the last barrier, the front could be allowed to rush through the barrier. That's why he was so unbridled and carefree. Lu Feng's hand was on her leg, touching her body was a little hot, wanting to open his hand, but worried that he would get angry. Her heart was extraordinarily tangled. Ding dong. Just at this time, the doorbell was suddenly rung, breaking the woozy atmosphere in the room. Tan Xian hurriedly got up and sat on the other side of the sofa, pretending to look like nothing had happened. She didn't look at Lu Feng either. On the side, Lu Feng licked his tongue with some regret. The silky smoothness of his fingertips brought back memories, but it was a pity that it was interrupted. Didn't order room service. I'll go take a look. Lu Feng got up as if nothing had happened and walked towards the door. His face once again regained its serious expression. Ka. The door to the room opened and saw the person standing at the door. Lu Feng froze for a few seconds as he saw a stranger standing at the door, but it was a big beautiful woman. It was just that the more he looked at this great beauty, the more familiar she made him feel. Tao Yila. In order to give Lu Feng a surprise, Tao Yila immediately bought a plane ticket and flew over as soon as she got off the air in the morning. Lu Feng had sent her the location before, so she wasn't worried at all about not being able to find anyone. The only thing that worried her was that she didn't know whether Lu Feng was tall, short, fat, thin, handsome, ugly, a pot-bellied middle-aged uncle or a suave rich young master. And this kind of mood of opening a blind box made her incredibly nervous and apprehensive. When she arrived at the place and stood at the door, she was so nervous that she wanted to choke. Froze at the door of the room, stood for a full 3 minutes, and finally gathered enough courage to knock on the door, waiting for the door to open, and seeing a handsome man who looked younger than her walk out from inside. Tao Yila was instantly confused. Standing there motionless, she couldn't say a word. Her heart was thrilled, excited, disbelieving, and grateful. She didn't expect that Brother Feng, who was so trenchant on the internet that he was going to break through the sky, turned out to be so young and handsome in reality. It was like buying a lottery ticket and winning the first prize. It was too surprising and delightful. Seeing Lu Feng finally recognizing her, Tao Yila really wanted to immediately jump into his arms. At this moment, she once again made a major decision. She had decided to recognize Brother Feng in her life. This was simply the perfect dream lover. Prince Charming. Brother Feng, I'm coming. Lu Feng was going crazy. How come Tao Yila came now? Thinking that there was another woman waiting for her in the room, and the two of them had just been chatting passionately. Lu Feng had a feeling of his scalp exploding. This was going to be a collision of sparks. In the face of this situation, Lu Feng had instead become calm under his supernatural powers. Thinking about what was going to happen next, Lu Feng was filled with anticipation. Then he made a bold and proud decision. Chapter 70. The bathroom is big enough to wash together. Children only make choices. I'll take all the adult ones. The more this time, the more stable it is. The only way to land safely. Lu Feng was not panicked. He had food stamps in his hands, and his heart was not panicked. Yaira, I'm so happy to see you come early. Come in quickly. Lu Feng opened the door and let Tao Yila in. Tao Yila was also excited. Although the two of them had video screened, they were still very excited to see Lu Feng in person. Brother Feng was so young and handsome. He was simply the perfect life partner. To her, Brother Feng was simply too perfect. She hadn't paid the wrong person after all. The heavens had really treated her well. It was truly destined by heaven. Lu Feng, who is it? Open the door. Open it for half a day. At this moment, Tan Xian's shout broke this cozy. Lu Feng still had a cloudy expression, while Tao Yila behind him instantly froze, her head full of questions. Why was there a woman's voice? She looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng just smiled at her and said nothing. The presidential suite was really big. At a glance, it looked like a palace, but at the moment, Tao Yila didn't even care to appreciate it. She had a head full of doubts, and suddenly the word empty bed flashed through her mind as Lu Feng mentioned the word empty bed to her earlier. Previously, she had thought that Lu Feng was joking, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that she was the one who had been naive. Lu Feng, who is she? Brother Feng, this one? The two women spoke in unison. This kind of scene was like a lion and a tiger meeting on the African savannah. Lu Feng didn't panic, steady as a veteran. Sit down first and speak slowly. There was no longer the shyness and softness on Tan Xian's face that she had before. Her face was taut, as if she was walking on the runway. Her aura was all over the place. Tao Yila is also not vegetarian. The big wind and big waves have experienced. This kind of scene she also hold. Gaze firm as a rock, steady. Hand and foot, majesty foot. See, the two women are sitting down. Lu Feng assured. Still a little worried. The two women in front of his face dry up. Then the joke is open big. This is Tan Xin, the future world-famous model. This is Tao Yila, the future #1 female anchor. Lu Feng first introduced himself to the two people. It was better if he didn't introduce himself, but once he did, the murderous aura in the eyes of the two women became a few points thicker. The two women were evenly matched in terms of aura, and equally matched in terms of face value and body shape. This was going to be an evenly matched duel. Both of you are my friends. I hope that we can get along peacefully in the future. Lu Feng was concise. The two women swept him a glance at the same time, as if the gaze of a lion and a pack of hyenas looking at a lone bison at the same time. How could a man say this so lightly? Both women were people who had seen the world, but they were still surprised by Lu Feng at this moment. But they didn't know what to say. Lu Feng, right, Tan Xin, don't you have to go back? Why don't you go back and rest first? And when I have time I'll. Tan Xin, there's no rush. This house is so big. You're alone. I'm not worried. Stay with you a little longer. Tao Yila, if you have bad eyes, you need to wear glasses. Such a big living person sitting in front of you. Can't even see. This is no longer myopia can be described. It's, Tan Xin, did I talk to you? How did the adults teach you as a child? Randomly interrupting others. This is the embodiment of uneducated. Tao Yila, people respect me afoot. I respect people afoot. If someone destroys my corn, I will take away 3 buckets from him. It all depends on who you're talking to. Tan Xin, I'll send you the same words. To my friends, I'll give you wine. To the enemy, shotguns are waiting. Tao Yila, only women and small people are hard to raise. Tan Xin, make it seem as if you are not a woman. Tao Yila, humph, I am not a woman. This is not obvious. In the chest, Lu Feng visually estimated that there should be F. Talking about the Xin bite glanced at their own visual inspection. The most E, in fact, is D. The top cannot be compared. Then compared to the bottom, a pair of long legs were interlaced in an X shape in front of the two, bright and shiny, like 2 big long knives. Then looking at Tao Yila, gently raised her chin, her eyes full of arrogance. A few rounds down, the two were indistinguishable. On the side, Lu Feng looked dumbfounded. This scene was a war without smoke. Although there was no blood-drenched cruelty, the intensity did not go down to the 3-ing Battle of Lubu. As the only bystander, Lu Feng watched with great interest. Feeling the tension and depression in the atmosphere of the scene made his adrenaline surge. It was too exciting. It was simply playing with fire. Tan Xin, Lu Feng, what do you mean? Suddenly talking Xin turned her gun around and dumped the question on Lu Feng. The two of them were fighting sparks here, and the person in question was sitting on the sidelines. So wasn't this a useless endeavor of seeking the near and the far, and seeking the end of the world? Tao Yila, Brother Feng, are you going to let me go? I brought JK and OL. Tao Yila didn't show any weakness and also dumped the problem on Lu Feng, revealing a pitiful expression. Lu Feng looked at the two women, not wanting to choose one or the other at all. He wanted to say that more people were hipper and more lively together, but he was clear that this goal would definitely not be realized tonight. Take a bath first, relax and unwind, said the two women as they got up and walked towards the bathroom under their surprised gazes. Just a few meters away, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the two of them and added, "Make your move. The bathroom is huge. Wash together." Letting him make a choice, that was impossible. The two women stared at me. I stared at you. The air reached 96 degrees below zero at this moment. There were actually no words to say to Lu Feng's mesmerizing operation. To go, or not to go. Both women were torn by Lu Feng, so this interruption. The original tension also disappeared. They did not expect. Lu Feng on this matter is handled so lightly. Three people washing together. What was Brother Feng thinking? Wow. Lu Feng intentionally didn't close the bathroom door. The sound of water splashing down on the floor was loud and fell extraordinarily clear in the ears of the two women. Tao Yila looked at Tan Xin. Tan Xin also looked at Tao Yila at this time, and neither of them spoke. At this moment, Tao Yila's face suddenly revealed a smile. Brother Feng said the bathroom is big. You can wash it together. So what else does she have to hesitate? Wasn't coming here to do this. I'm going to take a shower. Saying that, she got up and slowly left in the face of a shocked expression on Talking Xin's face. Talking Xin was anxious. Why was this woman so shameless? Although Tao Yila could be shameless, she could not. She didn't want to have a super friendship with Lu Feng so soon, but if she let Tao Yila go in like this, wouldn't she lose? Watching Tao Yila walk into the bathroom, she was at a loss for a moment, not knowing what to do. Letting her go in as well, that was impossible. Either not to enter. To enter will only be the first to enter, but now there is no chance. At this moment, she was the only one left sitting alone in the large room, making her suddenly feel a kind of heartbreak of being abandoned by the whole world. Hearing the sound of the water inside suddenly become louder, as well as the wanton laughter that shameless woman must have intentionally transmitted so that she could hear it. Tan Xin could no longer sit still. A pair of dogs and men. After cursing a few words in a low, stinking voice, Tan Xin took her own things, not wanting to hear one more word of this kind of sound, and directly slammed the door. Chapter 71, That night, you didn't reject me. Lu Feng walked into the bathroom. His mood was a little excited, and when he thought that outside the bathroom were sitting two big beautiful women with hot bodies, his mood became even more excited. If this was put aside in the past, it was something he wouldn't even dare to think about. Feet in two boats, but also so blatant, two scum. But this move to retreat is his best choice at this time. Don't think about sleeping together now. He could tell that although Tan Xin had thoughts about him, it wasn't to the extent of sharing a bed with him. As for Tao Yila, since she was willing to run now, she was mentally prepared. Turning on the shower, the running water clattered. Lu Feng didn't immediately take off his clothes. He was waiting to see who would come in. He believed that someone would definitely come in, and he felt that Tao Yila was more likely. As expected, he was not disappointed, and waited for about 2 to 3 minutes. The bathroom door was opened. Seeing Tao Yila walk in, Lu Feng smiled, revealing an expression that said it all. Opening the bathroom door, Tao Yila's heart was filled with apprehension. Just so frankly, she was still very shy. Who knew that after walking into the bathroom, she saw Lu Feng sitting there fully clothed, and was instantly confused. Lu Feng immediately signaled her to keep quiet. At this moment, how could she not know that this is Lu Feng's little trick? Although she was a bit annoyed with this man's philandering, but thinking that this was beneficial to her instead, her heart immediately became complacent. For a divine trench like Lu Feng, if he didn't have a few warblers and swallows by his side, that would really be a problem. Brother Feng, hush, wait. Tan Xin immediately walked gently to Lu Feng's side and followed his example. Sitting down, her eyes looked around. It was the first time she had stayed in a presidential suite, and the fact that a bathroom was so big surprised her. The shower room, soup pool, sauna, and lounge are simply like a small clubhouse. Not long after, the sound of a slamming door was heard outside. Lu Feng laughed. This Tan Xin really thought that she was the only smart one and everyone else was a fool. In fact, Lu Feng had seen through her little thoughts. This woman was very ambitious. She didn't just want to be the rich man's woman. She wanted to be the rich man's only woman. Just like her name, greedy. Tao Yila pursed her lips. The smile on her face was a few points more than Lu Feng. Feng wanted to be the one who belonged to her. That woman whose looks and figure didn't lose much to her still put some pressure on her. Now it's good. As long as the person is gone, she is confident that she can firmly tie up Brother Feng's heart. Not rich in practical experience, she still knew a lot about theory. Brother Peak, should we go out? Go out for what? People are gone. Tao Yila was a bit puzzled. With the people gone, it's just time to take a bath. It's inconvenient to bathe alone, so I'll help you wash, and you help me wash, so it's faster. Is that so? Tao Yila stared with big watery eyes, thinking that Brother Feng was really considerate. There is no man who has ever helped himself to take a bath. I just don't know if it's a proper bath. In addition to bathing, will there be other things to wash? She had a premonition that this time would probably not be short. Brother Peak, it's fine. With Brother Peak here, I'll definitely help you get clean. Don't worry. Tao Yila didn't know how to reply. Wanting to ask, are you serious? Brother Feng, why can you act so calm? Lu Feng was actually nervous as well, but at times like this he must be steady. The goddess descended and had to be caught, or else he wouldn't be able to take off. Seeing Tao Yila still sitting there, motionless, Lu Feng once again asked with concern, is it that you want me to help you undress? No problem. I'll be happy to. Saying that she was going to get on with it, Tao Yila gave Lu Feng a blank look. Big brother is so humorous, so light and familiar. Also do not know how many people have helped to take off. This point Tao Yila really misunderstood Lu Feng. So far he had only helped his ex-girlfriend take off. You go in first. I'll be ready in a minute. Taking off her clothes in front of a man, Tao Yila was still a bit uncomfortable. Lu Feng sized her up, and in the blink of an eye, she was already naked. The stance of holding a gun was domineering. Tao Yila couldn't help but avert her eyes when she took a look. Her heart instantly thumped, and for a while, her mind thought about it. Taking a deep breath, Tao Yila blushed scarlet, finally began to take off her clothes. Looking at herself in the mirror, this perfect body, the creator's most pleased work. It was the stone man who would give birth to spring when he looked at it. Tonight she probably won't be able to get a good night's sleep. Smoothly grabbing a bath towel and wrapping it around her body, she could only manage to hide this dazzling divine splendor. With a feeling of excitement, she slowly walked into the inner room. Omit 8 billion words here. A night of fish and dragons dancing. Until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, the two people did not sound the gold retreat. This battle was fought soundly and fiercely. In the morning, Lu Feng didn't wake up in a daze until he heard the phone ringing. Beside him, Tao Yila was still asleep. The tear stains on those eyes made him recall some images from last night. He himself was too unaware of compassion. The two of them for the first time, he didn't restrain himself at all. Let her eat a lot of suffering. The phone call was from Kobe, who was already on his way here, and the task Lu Feng had explained to him had been completed. Looking at the time, it was more than an hour ahead of the agreed time. Lu Feng immediately came into the spirit, sweeping the fatigue from his face, lightly getting out of bed. The girl was oblivious. It seems to be really exhausted. Kobe really lived up to his high expectations. Lu Feng was very excited in his heart. After washing up, he took out the money he had withdrawn yesterday. Looking at the bills in front of him, he didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. I slept for such a long time. At this time a nice voice came from behind him. Lu Feng was elated. Tao Yila woke up. Seeing the girl walking carefully, the smile on Lu Feng's face was filled with smugness. After Tao Yila realized it, she couldn't help but give him a blank glance. That flavorful glance made Lu Feng couldn't help but load his bullets. What are you doing? Suddenly seeing a box of money on the table, Tao Yila was a bit puzzled. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, her face steeply turned a bit ugly. Just slept and took money. Lu Feng turned out to be looking at her this way. She couldn't help but show a hint of bloom in her eyes. Oh, I have an appointment with someone. This is the payment for the other party. By the way, I ordered a meal for you. It will be ready in a while. You eat a little bit first, and rest in your room for a while afterward. I'll go out to do some errands and come back when I'm done. It won't take much time. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Tao Yila was not only not annoyed that Lu Feng had left her behind, but instead, she was somewhat delighted. It turned out that she had overthought herself. The money wasn't meant for her. Alright, Brother Feng, you should be busy with your business. Chapter 72. A 16-year-old secret will finally be solved. It was still the same conference room from last time. Lu Feng sat in the conference room waiting for Kubei, his heart a little afflicted. It was both because he was worried about the results of Kubei's investigation as well as his own speculations about the successful completion of the hidden mission. Just as he was suffering, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Mr. Lu, I'm here, living up to my expectations. Take a look. This is the information. Kubei placed a file bag in front of Lu Feng with an excited look on his face. Lu Feng took out these reports from the file bag and carefully checked them. The more he looked, the more he was shocked. He didn't realize that there were such twists and turns in the story, and he was very emotional for a moment. Seeing that the DNA results showed a 99% similarity, Lu Feng's hanging heart relaxed. Regardless of whether the answer to the hidden mission was this, at least one thing was certain. He had sort of helped Shin Blood solve the mystery that had plagued her for so many years. Seeing that Lu Feng had finished checking the results, Kobe licked his tongue and scanned the time again. 1 minute past the time Lu Feng had given him. In order to get this information, he hadn't asked his friends for help and spent a lot of money. Mr. Lu, Do you see anything else you want to account for? Not bad, you really didn't let me down, said Lu Feng, who took out a paper bag and threw it in front of him. This is what you deserve. Koubei opened the paper bag with some excitement, and immediately became nonplussed when he saw that inside were piles and piles of banknotes. He hurriedly swept a glance, and found that there were actually 3 more piles than he expected, confirmed again, and found that there were indeed 30,000 more. Koubei was excited and a bit puzzled, hesitated again and again or asked, Mr. Lu, more 30,000. That's right, that is also yours, but you have to do me another favor. Told you that pie wouldn't fall from the sky, and sure enough, Lu Feng wasn't so kind. Mr. Lu, you name it, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Help me check what the name of the person corresponding to this number is, and in which brigade. Seeing the string of numbers, Koubei froze, and the expression on his face suddenly became somewhat unnatural. His job was already somewhat in the gray zone. Lu Feng asking him to check on the police, wasn't that throwing himself into the net? He couldn't do it even if he was given any amount of money. Mr. Lu, this dash. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything bad. This number belongs to a female traffic cop. I just want to get to know her. You just need to find out what her name is and where she works. This $30,000 will be yours. Koubei had the intention to refuse, but couldn't resist that the money was too good to take. As long as the name and address, it was too easy. Just find an insider person to inquire about it, or for insurance purposes, find a hacker to take a shot at it. It was only $1,000. After hesitating for a moment, Koubei really did not hold back or agreed. Okay, when do you want it? The sooner the better. Thank you for Mr. Lu's generosity. In the future, if there are still jobs like this, Mr. Lu can always come to me. Koubei collected the money, turned around and left the conference room, walking away with a happy face, earning nearly 300,000 in one day's work. Removing the middle hitches, there was also more than 200,000 in income. This kind of good job where to find. As soon as he saw Koubei leave, Lu Feng immediately dialed Dean Zhao's phone and asked for Chen Blood's contact information from him. Now he was a little impatient to find Chen Blood and verify his guess, but before that he had to go back. Tao Yila was still waiting for him. He couldn't just leave someone in the room like that. Are you done with your business? Tao Yila was lying on the sofa watching TV in boredom. When she heard the door open, she sat up. When she saw Lu Feng walk in, a look of delight immediately appeared on her face. Lu Feng walked to her side and sat down close to her, reaching out and wrapping the other party in his arms. Feeling the softness of the beautiful person in his arms, Lu Feng had a heart attack. Immediately after, a wisp of light fragrance also quietly drilled into his nostrils, more so that he was mesmerized. Not being able to act so monkeyish, Lu Feng began to divert his attention. Have you eaten? Ate. I ate a lot. For the first time I found out that the food in the hotel can also be made so delicious and very delicate. Tao Yila seemed to be very satisfied with this breakfast, with a face of appreciation. Just as long as it's delicious, let them make whatever they want to eat. By the way, I have to go out in a while. If you don't want to stay in the room, there's an SPA downstairs you can go around. Still have to go. Trench was really busy. Although Tao Yila didn't want to let Lu Feng leave, she knew that he must have something important to do. Otherwise he wouldn't have left himself alone here. Come back soon. Wait for me at the hotel. Really? Of course. Take the hook and don't change for 100 years. Whoever changes is a puppy. Woof woof woof. Seeing that Tao Yila still had such a cute side, Lu Feng couldn't help but stretch out his fingers to scratch her nose. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng followed suit and shouted a few times with a smile on his face. This feeling gave him an urge to see the girl of his heart. Ruijin Hospital. Lu Feng found Chen Blood in the hospital room. Why are you here? Obviously. Chen Blood was very surprised to see Lu Feng here. Lu Feng didn't answer her question right away and walked over to the hospital bed and took a look at the person lying on the bed. Although his face looked pale and thin due to the long period of being bedridden, he could tell that he was a handsome man. He is Night Tough, right? Because she had overheard Lu Feng chatting with the dean, Chen Blood already knew that she didn't have to worry about Night Tough's treatment costs now, so she felt a little more grateful to Lu Feng in her heart. Aha! Lu Feng was able to find this place, and Chen Blood guessed that the dean must have told him about it. Do you have something to do? Chen Blood felt that Lu Feng wouldn't come here for no reason. There must be something. Go out and say it. Glanced at Li Lian on the hospital bed. His heart was full of sympathy for him. At a young age, he became like this, and in the future, he didn't know whether he could wake up or not. By and large, it was very difficult to wake up again, and his whole life was delayed like this. Who to find reason to go? So, people do not believe in fate cannot. He is fate, otherwise it would not be like this now. Say it, what is it? Chen Blood was very dry. She was grateful in her heart that Lu Feng helped her with her medical expenses, and as long as Lu Feng didn't make any excessive demands on her, she wouldn't refuse. I heard from Dean Zhao that you've always wanted to find your family. Can I ask you a question? If I let you find them, what would you want to do the most? Chen Blood fell silent, not expecting Lu Feng to ask this question. She fell into a deep thought. If it was before Night Tuff's accident, she would definitely not hesitate to say first tear down their home, and then ask them why they gave birth to her but didn't raise her, which was very much in line with Chen Blood's personality. But now, since Li Lian's accident, she realized that she had changed a lot, and many things that would have caused her to be righteously angry in the past. In her opinion, she was now even able to accept them in a calm and peaceful manner. I want to ask them if they have any regrets for abandoning me. Lu Feng looked at Chen Blood, feeling that the Chen Blood at this time was a bit unlike the Chen Blood he knew. Let's go. Take you to a place. Chapter 73, the secret is finally revealed. The car gradually drove away from the city center and drove farther and farther along the elevated. The vehicles on the road unconsciously became fewer and fewer, and there were more and more dense trees in succession outside the car window. Sitting on the co-pilot, Chen Blood looked at the scenery outside the car window suspiciously, and then turned his head to look at Lu Feng, who was concentrating on driving. This man didn't look like a bad guy in any way, and he had even helped him pay for his medical bills, but this behavior at the moment was incomprehensible to her. Where are you taking me? You'll know when you go. It's coming soon. Chen Blood quietly put her hand into her pocket. There was a fruit knife there. It was a birthday gift from Li Lian when she was 7 years old. She had been carrying it with her for so many years. Although she believed that Lu Feng was a good person, if Lu Feng dared to do anything to her, she would never be soft. Finally, after more than half an hour, the doubt on Chen Blood's face became even stronger when she saw the name of the South Mountain Mausoleum. She couldn't help but measure Lu Feng once again, and a chill inexplicably sprang up in her heart. The mausoleum of a lonely man and woman. This, she didn't dare to think about it anymore, and the fruit knife she held in her hand became even harder. What are we doing in the mausoleum? Immediately you will know. Lu Feng is not want to tell him, because it is not clear for a moment. Besides, he is a novice driver again, and he does not dare to be distracted when driving, afraid that he will have a small accident because of this. About another 10 minutes or so passed. Lu Feng finally parked his car in the parking lot. Alright, it's at the place. Get out of the car. Lu Feng opened the car door, but saw Chen Blood sitting motionless in the passenger side, without the slightest intention of getting out of the car. The expression looking at him was full of scrutiny. Get off. What exactly do you want to do? Say it clearly, otherwise, I won't get off. Then he took out his cell phone again and showed it to Lu Feng. I've already sent the address of this place to my friend. If you don't tell the truth, she'll call the police if she doesn't receive a reply from me after 3 minutes. Hearing Chen Blood's warning, Lu Feng froze. This girl was a little too suspicious. He hadn't done anything. If it wasn't because of that damn hidden quest, he wouldn't bother doing such a thing. Seeing that Chen Blood didn't look like she was joking with him, Lu Feng was speechless. Chen Blood, I'm not a bad person. Originally, I was planning to wait until I got to the place to tell you, but since you can't wait any longer, I'll tell you now. Lu Feng was really afraid that she would call the police. Then it would really be a big misunderstanding. Growing up, he hadn't been in the police station yet. I know from Dean Zhao that you've always been haunted by the fact that you were abandoned by your parents when you were a child. So in your heart, you've always been thinking about getting back your real parents. After I knew about this, I asked a friend to help me inquire about it, and who knew that I would really be able to find out the results. Here is a DNA test report. Although the other side of the test is not your parents, and you are also blood relatives, basically can determine they are your parents. Chen Blood was a little confused by Lu Feng's words, but compared to being confused, what was more shocking in her heart was Lu Feng's words about finding her biological parents. She was a bit overwhelmed as she took the file bag, not expecting this day to come so suddenly. Opening the test report and seeing the results, which showed a 99% similarity, Chen Blood's head instantly buzzed. There was no need to say more about what this meant. She was already very clear. Subconsciously looking up at Lu Feng, that expression was completely devoid of the hardness and calmness from before, like a lost deer in the woods, a face at a loss for words. It's true. Let's go. Take you to see your real parents. Chen Blood's heart thumped, and that one string that was originally taut and tightened by her was abruptly disconnected. This is the mausoleum. Come here to see. Chen Blood felt as if her body had been drained of its strength, paralyzed in the reclining chair, her face pale. She had fantasized in her dreams countless scenarios of meeting with them, but how could she have never imagined that it would be this type of meeting? The hatred and resentment towards them in her heart became so powerless at this moment. Lu Feng stood outside the car, did not urge her again, for whoever has been looking forward to more than 10 years, and finally this kind of result, I'm afraid it will be hard to accept for a while. Looking at the distant sky, where it seems like there are countless silhouettes, looking at them, which may have Chen Blood's parents, seeing their daughter, after 16 years after the incident to come here, they should feel relieved. That's how things are. Back then, your parents didn't mean to discard you. The two of them were in love with each other, but they were not recognized by their family, and they eloped here. Then you were born. When you were 3 years old, one day your father was working on a construction site. I don't know if it was because he was too tired. He fell down. Something happened. The contractor casually threw some money and disappeared. Your mother was angry, went to look for a few times but no result. At that time you were still small, have not remembered. The last time, in order to get justice for your father, your mother should have had a death wish, so she sent you to the Nanshan Welfare Center before she went. Later on, something happened to your mother as well, so it wasn't that they abandoned you back then, but your parents were very affectionate. After this, people from your parents' old family came over, and for some unknown reason, they didn't bring the two back home, but buried them here, the police department's side of the record. Back then, your grandparents, they searched for you, and have been looking. It may be that your mom, because of your dad's death, also had some grudges against them, and didn't leave them any information about your whereabouts. It's also possible that back then your mom didn't think that something would happen to her as well, and was planning to come back again to pick you up. Chen Blood on the side looked at the photo of his parents, in which the two were so young. He or she looked a lot like his or her mom when he or she was young. At this moment, the tears on Chen Blood's face could no longer be stopped. Some of the blurred memories in her brain seemed to become somewhat clearer as well. She had hated for 16 years, not expecting this result. It turned out that they were gone 16 years ago. How did they die? The results of the investigation back then. Your father was an accident, and your mother committed suicide. After so many years, there was no way to investigate what the truth was, and besides, the case was closed. Which developer? Seeing Chen Blood's face had stopped the tears. That calm expression was like a stone monument towering outside. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel some goosebumps. Which developer? Even the contractor who ran away back then, he had found out. Speaking of which, they really did have a connection. But even if he told Chen Blood now, what could he do? Those people were not something she could mess with. Chen Blood, things have gone on for so long. Your parents and them, I think the biggest hope right now is also wanting you to live well. Name. Chen Blood turned his head and glared angrily at him. The indifference on his face was even greater than it was a moment ago. Chapter 74 Formal System, can be 10 times the cash withdrawal. Chen Blood had been harboring deep resentment in her heart all these years, and even if she didn't know, now that she knew, she couldn't listen to Lu Feng's persuasion. Lu Feng insisted on not Chen Blood's stubborn, and finally had to tell her what he knew. Top Sky Group and Wenshan Group. Although Chen Blood hadn't come into contact with any of them, but just by listening to the names, she could sense that it wasn't simple. Chen Blood, the dead are gone. I think your mom and dad, in heaven's spirit, also hope that you can live a good life instead of carrying too many burdens. Lu Feng was still a little worried that Chen Blood would get hot-headed and run over to cause trouble. In the information Koubei gave, there were introductions of these two companies. Gua Hang of the Top Sky Group was once the richest man in Magic City. Although there are many up-and-comers now, and the latter waves are beating the former waves to death, he is still the top-ranked tycoon on the rich list. As for the Wenshan Group, although the financial strength is worse than the previous one, but it is said that the chairman of the board of directors, Wen Qingshan, is the big brother of the 90s, comparable to the old Shanghai Jinrong. Du Yuesheng first-class characters are not to be messed with. Chen Blood is just an ordinary person with no name. Looking for the trouble of these people is like hitting a stone with an egg. Lu Feng had a good impression of this girl, and he didn't want to see any accidents happen to her. These people were not just anyone to mess with. Your grandparents and grandparents, they are all still alive. Do you want to see them? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Blood was silent once again, and the expression on her face eased a few points. Not as cold as before. Do they know about me? Not yet. Then don't let them know. After Chen Blood finished speaking, his gaze looked towards Lu Feng with a look of determination. This kind of Chen Blood was the one Lu Feng knew. Let me know when you want to see them. Lu Feng added. Thank you. Ding dong. Hidden quest Awaken the Icy Heart completed. Mission reward Formalized Chi Luck System. System upgrade in progress, 1%, 2%. The sound of the system upgrading suddenly came from his brain, and Lu Feng was unusually excited. The hidden mission had finally been completed, and he didn't have to worry about confiscating the system. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. This was the knot in Chen Blood's heart. No need. I'm doing this because I treat you like a sister. Having completed the hidden mission, Lu Feng was so relaxed that he couldn't help but reach out his hand and rub Chen Blood's head. Hand, take it away. Chen Blood glared angrily at Lu Feng, and that look was like a small wildcat protecting its food. Only then did Lu Feng come back to his senses. The relationship between the two of them hadn't gotten close enough to that level. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. Seeing Chen Blood's fuming eyes, Lu Feng was a little embarrassed. Do you want to stay a little longer? Or, I'm leaving. With the hidden mission completed, the two of them probably wouldn't have any intersections in the future. Lu Feng thought about hurrying back to the hotel. Tao Yila was still waiting for him at the hotel. You brought me here. You still have to send me back, Chen Blood said with a straight face. Lu Feng could only be a free driver once more. Meanwhile on the other side, Chen Fei was now unusually angry, watching the woman he had his eyes on follow another man away. Chen Fei felt like an atomic bomb had exploded in his body. He had never been humiliated like this. This matter would never be left at that. Tan Xin, Lu Feng, you guys humiliated me so much today. Remember that for me. It won't be long before you're on your knees begging me to spare you. Although Magic City was not his home turf, he had no shortage of friends here. At night, Jasmine Bar. Fei, haven't seen you for a while. You've been living in style lately. By the way, I heard you're getting engaged. When will you get engaged? Want to have a farewell bachelor party? Brother Gua, don't mention it. I haven't even had enough fun yet. Our family's old man. I don't know which of his tendons is wrong. He's forcing me to get married. It's good to get married. This is preparation for you to take over. By the way, this time come over. Simply having fun. Or is there something else? Hua Dingtian still had some understanding of Chen Fei. If he just came to play, the commotion would not be so small. In the past, before even coming, all the programs were all arranged. This time there was no movement at all. It's all there. But before we talk about business, Brother Gua, there's a favor. You have to help a brother out. Chen Fei took what happened in the afternoon and said it all over again. Wu Dingtian's face showed a thoughtful look after listening. Lu Feng, this name sounded unfamiliar and should not be someone in the circle. Daring to mess with his brother's woman, he definitely had to help with this favor. Fei, don't worry. I'll have someone check out his details. When you come to my territory and you are still made to suffer like this, being a brother will definitely not sit idly by. All the women here tonight are yours. Just when Lu Feng was ready to send Chen Blood away, his cell phone suddenly rang. Once he looked at the call alert, it was his boss Han Yu. Lu Feng's eyes did not emerge again, a woman's appearance out. Han Yu, 28 years old, older women, I heard that has not been in love. All day either in overtime, or on the way to overtime. I don't know what a woman is doing earning so much money. In the morning she called him, when Chen Blood around, he did not answer the phone, directly to her hung up. Who knew that it would call again now? Really persistent. But this time he didn't answer it and hung up as well. In the company, Hanya's face showed shock when she saw that Lu Feng had hung up on her again. Something that had never happened before. She didn't believe it and called again. This time it was even more direct, directly shutting down the phone. Hanyu was completely messed up. However, her face was not only shocked but also a little worried, associated with the fact that Lu Feng had also taken a vacation yesterday. It was hard to believe that he had really encountered some kind of difficulty. Her impression of Lu Feng as a newcomer was not bad. This was someone who worked hard, was motivated, and could also carry the pressure. Her requirements were strict, and of the several newbies recruited together, only Lu Feng had persevered under her. Did something really happen? Though not resigning right away wasn't for that bit of dead pay. He is to think that the company's atmosphere is not bad, plus those beautiful women cannot be less flirting with him before. In the past, people were poor and bold, but now it's different. When the time comes, we must let them know what it means to be a real man. More than an hour later, Lu Feng finally sent Chen Blood back to Ruijin Hospital again. See you later. Leaving Chen Blood behind, Lu Feng couldn't wait to leave the place. The system was finally upgraded and completed. Leaving the hospital, Lu Feng hurriedly found a convenient place to park his car and began to check up on the upgraded system. Host, Lu Feng. System, Chi Lux System, official version. Bounty, 1 billion/day. Remarks, interoperable across the entire network. Can be added up. Experience value, 0/1000. 000. Remarks, for every 10. 000 spent, 1 experience value is gained. Level, LV1 level, LV1 level, LV1. Luck value, 0. Remarks, 110 withdrawal with real money. Hidden tasks, remarks, released from time to time. Completing can get special items. Extracted in the mall. Mall, activated. The official version of the system was really stronger than the experience version. Whether it was the full network interoperability or the 10x cash withdrawal, it was very practical. However, this upgrade had satiated all the experience value he had accumulated before, as well as the chi luck value that he hadn't had time to exchange. It was too black. Fortunately, he also exchanged 100 million, or else he lost a lot of money. Chapter 75, Heavy Hand, Lu Mang's Accident, 10x Cash Out. That's awesome. Finally keeping up with the mainstream team. Thinking about the fact that he has $100 million in bounties every day. This 10 times cash out. One day is 1 billion, 365 billion a year. More than 3 trillion in 10 years. Think about it, is actually not much. He wants to be the richest man in the world. It'll be another 10 years. But it's not necessarily true. After 3 months it will be upgraded to level 2. I don't know if the bounty would still increase after the upgrade. Thinking this way, the unhappiness of being greedy of the system's chi luck value and experience value immediately dissipated. In a good mood, Lu Feng opened his cell phone and prepared to call Tao Yila out and take her out for a spin. There was more than $100 million lying in the bank card. It was time to respond to the country's call to let them flow. The phone had just been turned on when the call came in. Seeing that it was a call from a family member, Lu Feng had some doubts on his face. A call from the family at this time of the day was probably something. Hey, Dad, what's wrong? Peek, something happened to your brother. The high-speed train will arrive at your place after 1 o'clock. Sensing his mom and dad's worry, Lu Feng hurriedly comforted them with a few words. If this matter wasn't resolved, he was saying that even if he said more, the two of them wouldn't really let go of their hearts. Lu Feng's younger brother, Lu Mang, was 3 years younger than him, and after graduating from high school, he started to fool around, and Lu Feng was a completely different person with 2 personalities, this time to a local big man with a big name in the family of the child to beat. Beat is not light, and now still in the hospital. The other party is also very strong. Do not call the police, not private. Threatened to break Lu Mang's legs, lying in bed for half a year. This matter will be forgotten. They are looking at the Lu family as an ordinary family. No power, so seize the opportunity. To the death of the whole, they are not worried about the Lu family retaliation, because they have the right to have a powerful background. Not worried at all. Lu Feng now do not know what the specific situation, but to his understanding of his brother, Lu Mang, although personality big grin, no a positive line, but still clear things of the importance of this, which is estimated that there is what he is not clear about the hidden. A moment can only wait for his brother to the time. Ask him. Looked at the time, from Lu Mang to more than an hour. He did not go back to the hotel, drove directly to the train station. Lu Feng's hometown in Wancheng, just a small city of 4 or 5 lines. Because of coal production, earlier years created a lot of rich people. In recent years, the coal market has dwindled, and many people have left their hometowns to find another way out, and the population has slowly declined from more than 2 million before to just over 1 million people. Lu Mang messed with this family. He knows something. He knows a little bit about them. They are very famous and rich people in their district, and the commercial street in the center of the district is developed by their family. Not only that, the street's largest 5 Lakes commercial building, Four Sides restaurant, a family of hypermarkets are their family. Family big business. This person's strength in Wancheng could at least be ranked in the top 10, and I'm afraid it's more than that. Lu Feng had a thoughtful look on his face. If he had met this kind of thing a week ago, he would have been at his wit's end. Now, although he hadn't thought of a solution, he had money, and there were too many problems that could be solved with money, so he still had a lot of confidence in his heart. Just parked the car. The manager Han Yu's phone call came in again. This woman's character was like this. She wouldn't stop until she reached her goal. When Lu Feng first entered the company, under her, he didn't suffer a lot. Hello, manager. Lu Feng, did something happen to you? Why haven't you been answering my calls? Although Han Yu's attitude was forceful, her starting point was still good. Feeling her concern for herself, Lu Feng automatically ignored this forcefulness. Manager, something happened at home, so I won't be able to go to the company for the next few days. Well, turn around and I'll talk about it when I return to the company. At this time his younger brother Lu Mang's phone call came in. Lu Feng hurriedly hung up Han Yu's phone. On the other end, Han Yu looked at the phone that had been hung up and was lost in thought for a long time on the phone. Lu Feng guessed that something had really happened, and his tone of voice to her was a bit different than before, not as careful as before. Arriving at the exit gate, Lu Feng searched for Lu Mang's figure in the crowd. Brother, a young guy who looked just as handsome as Lu Feng, but looked stronger than Lu Feng, ran over with a smile. Brother, I missed you so much. He said that he was going to hug Lu Feng. The two brothers were very affectionate, but being so nice was a bit deliberate. To Lu Mang's little mind, Lu Feng didn't point it out. Let's go. Lu Feng didn't say anything. The two brothers' feelings were still very good. This time when something happened to him, Lu Feng would definitely not stand idly by. Brother, I'm hungry. Let's eat something before we go. Hungry endure. Lu Mang skimmed his mouth. Don't look at the difference in age between the two, just a few years. He was even more fearful of Lu Feng than his dad. When he was small, Lu Mang's homework was all tutored by Lu Feng. In his young heart, his brother was not only a brother, but also a teacher. Full of awe, brother, don't you want to take the subway? In his hometown of Wancheng, there is no subway, and this is the first time Lu Mang has grown up to go out so far, and his heart is very much looking forward to it. If you want to sit on the subway, I will let you sit on the subway enough. Aren't you hungry? Let's go. Take you to eat. Lu Feng dialed Chu Yu's number as he walked and asked him to arrange for lunch. As soon as he heard that there was food, Lu Mang immediately came into the spirit. Originally, he was a little worried that his brother would reprimand him, but now he wasn't worried anymore. Brother, where are we going? Brother, are you and your sister-in-law okay? Brother, isn't Magic City especially full of rich people? I've decided to develop in Magic City in the future. For a 10-minute journey, Lu Mang's mouth didn't stop. Get in the car. Seeing Lu Feng open the car door, Lu Mang was shocked. Didn't hear that big brother bought a car. Ah, brother, this is your car. You bought a car. This car is not cheap, right? Rolls-Royce. This kind of car in Wancheng to see the probability of meeting the mayor on the road is the same as the probability of meeting the mayor on the road. But Lu Mang in the repair shop work. The car label is still recognized. This is Rolls-Royce. Brother, Rolls-Royce. After seeing the car label clearly, Lu Mang was excited like a child. In his impression, this car is not cheap. Not really rich people can't afford it. What is the situation of his family? He is still not clear. His brother, although in the Magic City, but the salary has not exceeded 10,000. According to reason, this car certainly cannot afford to buy. Brother, this car is yours? Yes. You have a rich woman? Does Sister Honey know? She broke up. Well, that's a lot of nonsense. Being lectured by Lu Feng, Lu Mang didn't dare to say more, but in his heart, he began to ruminate. This car is so expensive. Relying on one's own efforts definitely can't afford it. Can only take shortcuts. Brother, are you really being adopted? Not a minute later, Lu Mang couldn't help but open his mouth again. What nonsense. Does your brother look like the kind of person who would be adopted? By the way, what's your situation? Why did you fight with someone again? Lu Feng mentioned this, and it really instantly diverted Lu Mang's attention. That kid deserves a beating. Molesting my girlfriend. I didn't beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself. It's already considered light. Chapter 76, Stabbing the Sky, even if it's not necessary. Along the way, after hearing Lu Mang talk about the causes and consequences, Lu Feng finally knew what had happened. Lu Feng believes in Lu Mang, although this kid is usually a dilettante, but the principle of things, he will not mess around. It seemed that the guy who was beaten up was also to blame, but Lu Mang did hit a little harder. According to his description, the guy was broken a rib and the bridge of the nose, in addition to growing a memory, but also suffered a lot. Brother, it can't all be my fault. Lu Mang's face was careful, but in his heart, he was very happy, because he felt that this time he came out. That was the right place to come. Didn't expect big brother, now mixed so well. I should have known that I should have come out a long time ago. Okay, tomorrow go back with me. Ah, go back? Brother, I'm not going back. The other party wanted to break his legs. How could he go back? You can't say anything about this. Since it happened, it has to be resolved. You can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. Do you never want to go back? How to solve it? People are going to break my legs. Seeing that Lu Mang was a bit agitated, Lu Feng swept a glance at him. There was an expression on that face that Lu Mang had never seen on this brother before. There was unquestioning confidence and disdain. It was as if he had once again seen the scene when he was bullied as a child and his brother stood up for him. With me here, who dares? Bringing Lu Mang back to the presidential suite, the kid looked directly confused. He had never seen such a luxurious place, more than 100 times more luxurious than what was shown on TV. He didn't expect his brother to live here now. Brother Feng, you're back. Tao Yila heard the sound of the door opening and immediately got up, but when she saw the young man behind Lu Feng, she was shocked. Luckily she was dressed, or else she would be embarrassed. Lu Mang was also surprised beyond belief. He had seen his brother's girlfriend. This one was clearly not. Seeing that there was a woman here who was even more beautiful than his brother's previous girlfriend, Lu Mang felt that his head was a bit inadequate. The rice was sent over, right? Sent over. Earlier, when she saw that the hotel had prepared such a sumptuous lunch, she was still a bit excited, thinking that Lu Feng was going to give her some kind of surprise in a while, so she had specially chosen a very beautiful dress. Now, the surprise was indeed a surprise, just not the one she wanted. This is my brother Lu Mang. Speaking to Tao Yila, he then turned his head to look at Lu Mang, who was frozen in the doorway. Aren't you hungry? Come over and eat. This is your sister Lara. Sister Lara is good. Lu Mang, who had food, couldn't care about anything else and rushed over. Let's go. Lu Feng spoke to Tao Yila again. Tao Yila was a bit confused the entire time. It was because she suddenly couldn't understand Lu Feng. Originally, she had thought that Lu Feng should have a very good family history since he had made such a generous offer at the platform. Now that she saw his brother's dress, her heart immediately became suspicious, because Lu Feng's younger brother, Lu Mang, didn't look like some rich family's son, and Lu Feng didn't look like anything else except for some similarities in looks. If it wasn't for Lu Feng rewarding so much money, she really thought that Lu Feng was a liar. Finished eating? Find yourself a place to rest for a while. You eat too. I'm going to make a call. After explaining with the two, Lu Feng walked to the balcony and called his family, telling them that he had received Lu Mang, and that Lu Feng had also told his family about his intention to go back tomorrow. Although the family was a little hesitant, but as Lu Feng said, things happen, you can't hide from them. At the dinner table, Tao Yila curiously sized up Lu Mang. While the older brother was a divine trench, the younger brother looked very ordinary. Your brother Feng's younger brother? How can this be fake? You're not from Mordor? Sister Lara, this fish is good. Try it. Lu Mang wasn't stupid. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship this woman had with his brother, but he definitely wouldn't talk nonsense when he didn't know anything, so as not to spoil his brother's good deed. What's the chat? Lu Feng finished his phone call and sat back at the table. Seeing a table full of food, he couldn't help but have a big appetite as well. Nope, just chatting, Tao Yila replied with a smile, while not forgetting to smile at Lu Mang as well, but Lu Mang's attention was all on the food, so he didn't have the effort to pay attention to her at all. Yaira, tomorrow I have something to do. I have to leave for a few days. Tao Yila didn't expect that this Ben present would end in such a hurry, although she regretted it, but Shin Trench had something to do, so she couldn't be unreasonable, or else she would make Shin Trench unhappy, and that would be a loss. Brother Feng, if you have something to do, just go about your business. I'm also going back tomorrow, so I'll come back when you have time. Okay, Lu Mang sullenly ate, but his eyes swept over the two from time to time, always feeling that the relationship between these two was a bit unusual. Moreover, he realized that after not seeing him for a few months, his brother had become different from before, although he couldn't say what was different, but with his manly intuition, he clearly felt that his brother had changed. In the evening, knowing that he was going to leave tomorrow, Tao Yila worked very hard, sparing no effort all night, using all her tricks, tirelessly, making Lu Feng want to die. After the matter, Lu Feng was very happy to take out a Cartier diamond necklace, which he specially instructed Chu Yu to go and buy it for him. Although it wasn't expensive, it also went up to 6 figures. So beautiful. Women had an innate fascination with things that were bling bling bling. When she saw this necklace, she was a person who knew what she was talking about. And since this was Lu Feng's first gift to her, she was extraordinarily happy in her heart. See if you like it. Like it? Thank you, Brother Feng. Lu Feng sending something to her showed that he was satisfied with her. Tao Yila was extraordinarily happy in her heart. She was willing to come to Ben present, but she didn't just want to get on good terms with Big Brother Pengwan. She wanted to be able to get along with him for a long time. She also figured out, insisted on so many years in fact, always have to go this way. Since you have to go, then why not find yourself a strength and good to themselves can also let her like the backing. Lu Feng, just these points are in line. As long as you serve Lu Feng well, she will not use the live broadcast in the future. The next morning, after saying goodbye to Tao Yila, Lu Feng drove Lu Mang towards Wancheng. From Wancheng to Magic City, it takes at least 7 to 8 hours to drive. Lu Feng, who has been away from home for a few months, has been thinking about returning to his hometown for the past few days, and it just happened to coincide with Lu Mang's matter, so he didn't hesitate and decided to come back the next day. The two went out early in the morning. To the home, it is almost evening. Mom and Dad were already waiting at home, fidgeting. Dad, I'm back. Just when they heard the sound of the door opening, Lu Feng's parents got up. In this family, Lu Feng was the pride of the whole family, having gotten into college and staying in the big city, giving the old couple a lot of light on their faces. On the contrary, it was Lu Mang, who didn't let the two of them worry a lot. With this comparison, it was no wonder that the two would favor Lu Feng. Lu Feng, what do you think should be done about this? Mother Zhaoqin had never encountered such a thing. Yesterday, 4 or 5 young men came to the house, and at a glance, they knew that they weren't good, staring her to death, and luckily, Lu Mang had already been sent away at that time, or else something was sure to happen. As soon as Lu Feng heard that the other party had come to his door and scared his mother, a wave of anger grew in his heart. Even if this was something Lu Mang had done wrong, these people had gone too far by coming to the door so recklessly, and it made him very angry. Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry about this, I'll handle it. Lu Feng, how are you going to handle it? The other party is not an ordinary person. They are powerful and no officials. We can't afford to mess with them. You can't afford to mess with them. Just stay out of it and go back to your work. Lu Mang, one person doing a job for one person. You beat people like that. You go to the hospital to apologize to them. I don't believe that they really dare to break your legs. There's no more King's Law. Lu Feng sighed. The two parents had been honest all their lives, always thinking of people's hearts in a favorable light, and had no idea how bad people's hearts were nowadays. Since the other party had already put out the word to break Lu Mang's legs, there was no reason to take back what was said, unless you were more powerful and influential than him, so that he would not dare to do that. Facing the worry of his two parents, Lu Feng secretly vowed in his heart that he would not let go easily of whoever wanted to harm his family, even if he stabbed the sky to pieces. Chapter 77, Solving Problems Not Only by Money, but Also by Brains. These words Lu Feng did not intend to talk to mom and dad, said they will not necessarily believe. A generation has a generation of ideas. Lu Mang is his brother. He must help him. After dinner in the evening, Lu Feng called Lu Mang out. Brother, this late, where are you going? Take me to the billiard room where you fought. Go there for what? It was a sad place for him. He wasn't going to go there again in the future. So much for that nonsense. Just go if I tell you to. Being slapped by Lu Feng on the back of his head, Lu Mang didn't dare to ask anymore, asking again for fear of still being beaten. The two drove and arrived downstairs at the billiard room about half an hour later. Power Wind Billiard Room, right? Yes. You wait for me in the car. Remember, don't get out of the car. Lu Mang didn't know what Lu Feng wanted to do, and having him stay in the car was just what he wanted. Lu Feng got out of the car and looked around. At this time, people were coming and going on the street, because it wasn't far from the commercial street. Lu Feng saw that there were quite a few young people coming from the commercial street, and walked into the billiard room. Seeing this scene, he also no longer stayed and followed the people and walked in. The billiard room was very large. There were dozens of tables inside, and there were almost no empty tables at this point in time. Business was really good. He casually wandered around inside, because they were all young people playing ball, so no one cared about him. Lu Feng looked like he was loitering, but in fact his eyes had been searching for the camera on the ceiling. Lu Mang said that it was the other party who moved first. There was no proof in his mouth, and with the video there, he didn't have to worry about the other party not admitting it, confirming that there was a camera. Lu Feng was relieved, but how to get the video was also a problem. Lu Feng felt in his pocket, felt the banknotes in his pocket, and immediately had an idea in his heart. He slowly walked to the front desk. Handsome man, are there any more tables? Please wait, let me check for you. Sorry, there are no empty tables for now. You guys have really good business here, Lu Feng said as he pulled out a $100 bill from his pocket and handed it to the young man. Keep an eye out for me, and let me know in advance if there are empty tables in a while. The guy was a little confused. Or the first time I met someone to bribe this kind of thing. 100 yuan, worth his dry day. Would like to take and do not dare to take. Lu Feng looked at him this energy, immediately understand, directly into his hand, then said smilingly, by the way, and you ask a thing, have you had any fights here recently? The young man's expression froze, not expecting Lu Feng's topic to change so quickly. He wanted to ignore him, but considering the $100 bill clutched in his hand, he finally whispered a few words. There is, but it's been many days. Lu Feng heard that this young man was very up to speed, and quickly took out two more $100 bills and stuffed them into his hand. Lu Feng's operation directly stunned the young man. Working in the billiard city for such a long time, for the first time he encountered such a good thing. Can you help me make a copy of the video of the fight that day? Do me a favor. The young man looked at Lu Feng. This time there was no hesitation. $300 was quite a lot, enough for him to go and make a big sword. You wait for a while. The lad immediately lowered his head to knock on the computer. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the lad looked up at Lu Feng. His face was a little unsightly. The moment he looked at this expression, Lu Feng immediately had a premonition that something was not good. What's wrong? Didn't find it. It was deleted. The smile on Lu Feng's face disappeared. No wonder the other party bit the bullet. It was estimated that the evidence had been destroyed by them. Look for it again. Was it saved somewhere else? I've searched for all of them. Not only are the ones from that day gone, the ones from the nearby days are all gone. Lu Feng was silent for a moment. Then, seeing the lad's expression, Lu Feng immediately understood what he wanted to say. Thanks, I'll buy you milk tea. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. Brother, are you still playing? Leave a number. I'll call you when there's a table in a while. Lu Feng waved his hand, signaling no need. Playing ball my ass. How could he have the energy to play ball right now? No video was found, which made Lu Feng a little disappointed. The other party wasn't stupid and knew to delete the video first. This was not good. Returning to the car, he saw Lu Mang leisurely watching a movie there. This kid is really a teenager who doesn't know how to feel sad. Is the movie good? Brother, have you watched The Lone Ranger? This woman is really pretty. Just the breasts are too small. Snap. Lu Feng covered his head with a slap. Alright, don't look. Let me ask you, that guy you beat up, do you know about him? You said Xia Hua. That guy I heard is going to some college in Crane City. I'm not sure about the details. That guy is cheap. When chat a good day. Did you get your driver's license? Young, nonsense really much. Seeing that Lu Mang wanted to talk at length again, Lu Feng hurriedly interrupted him. Will, I've had my driver's license for over a year. Drive. Go home. No. Well Lu. As soon as he heard Lu Feng let him drive, Lu Mang's face was all excited. This is a Rolls-Royce. He has never driven it. If he drove this car to his girlfriend's house, see what his girlfriend's mom would say. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng pondered. The video was destroyed, so it was impossible to define who was right and who was wrong. The other party is now seriously injured and hospitalized. This is a fact. If you really want to call the police, your brother Lu Mang will probably be detained, and that will leave a record, which will have an impact on his future job search. Suddenly, Lu Feng seemed to think of something. He somewhat understood why the other party was beaten like this and did not call the police. Xiahua was in college. Once a fight was characterized, it could leave a record, which would affect his future prospects. The Xia family is a big family and definitely don't want this to happen, so for the sake of Xiahua's future, they didn't call the police to deal with this matter. The more Lu Feng thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was high. No wonder the video of the billiard room was deleted. It must be because of this reason as well. At this moment, he immediately had an idea in his heart. The Xia family cared about Xiahua's future, and this might be the key to his breakthrough. Which hospital is Xiahua staying in? Do you know? The First People's Hospital. Good. I'll go and take a look tomorrow. Brother, that family is unreasonable. Dad and Mom brought me that day, directly scolded out by them. You don't have to worry about that. Right, after going back, don't tell Mom and Dad. Have forgotten to ask you, when to talk about the girlfriend. Your feelings how? Progress to which step? Brother, you really gossip too. The next morning, after having breakfast, Lu Feng then took Lu Mang out of the house. Lu Mang was addicted after driving the car once last night. He clamored to be a driver for him. Go here first. First lawyer's office. Seeing this address given by Lu Feng, Lu Mang was confused. Didn't he say he was going to the hospital? Why did he have to go to the firm? I didn't see it before. When did Big Brother's heart and mind become so much? It was really inscrutable. Chapter 78 Hospital Fiasco. Digging a pit for you to jump into. Under Lu Feng's urging, Lu Mang had to navigate to the first law firm. This law firm is Lu Feng searched online last night. The online reputation is not bad, and still Wancheng local. The legal person of the firm is named Gao Shuchang. Looking at the introduction, this person graduated from the University of Politics and Law, worked in the Jindu law firm for a few years, won many cases, and is considered to be more powerful in Wancheng. Hello sir, may I ask what you have to do? Is lawyer Gao Shuchang in? Lawyer Gao is here. May I ask if you have an appointment? No appointment. I'm sorry, sir. I'll arrange for you to be received by another attorney. Okay? The implication was that without an appointment, he couldn't see this Gao. If lawyer Gao knows that he lost a top client to your law firm because of this, I don't think he'll be happy when he finds out. I suggest you pick up the phone next to you and call lawyer Gao. Just tell him directly that receiving one of me can be worth half a year of your income. The receptionist girl froze. The first time she encountered such a situation, she was a bit at a loss for words. Looking at Lu Feng, her eyes didn't even blink, obviously stunned. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Feng wasn't dressed like he was here to cause trouble, she would have directly called security. Car keys. Lu Mang on the side also looked dumbfounded, not knowing that there was even this kind of operation, following his old brother. It's really a long time to see. Suddenly hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Mang hurriedly pulled out Cullinan's car keys from his pocket and placed them on the table. The little girl at the front desk was also a person who knew what she was talking about, and as soon as she saw the Rolls-Royce's car keys, the wavering scales in her heart suddenly hit the bottom. This car was a rare sight in Wancheng. What the other party just said may be true. No longer hesitating, he immediately picked up the phone. Hey, boss. They drive Rolls-Royce. After the little girl hung up the phone, she led the two into the middle of the law firm with a joyful face. In the office, Gao Shucheng had already put down the work at hand. He was ready to welcome the arrival of the two Lu Fengs. It was also the first time he had received a guest who drove a Rolls-Royce. Please have a seat. Hello Mr. Lu, I wonder what you two need to drink. Coffee or tea? No need. I'm in a hurry. Lawyer Gao, let's just get in the car first. I'll talk to you in the car. Is it so urgent? Mr. Gao first was a bit surprised, but looking at Lu Feng's appearance, he didn't look like an ordinary person, and although he was surprised in his heart, he wasn't surprised by this kind of big client's request. Big people's time was precious. It's okay, just Mr. Lu, the matter of the cost. 100,000 a day. Chief Yao was also someone who had seen the world, but this kind of world was not common in Wancheng. and he was still startled by Lu Feng's wealth and boldness. On the side, Lu Mang's eyes were rounded. 100,000 yuan. His whole body does not add up to $10. Big brother when so luxurious. Too rich. Think about it. Big brother is now driving a Rolls Royce. It's normal to be rich. Then let's hurry up and go. We can't delay things. Seeing the Rolls Royce parked at the entrance, Gao Shuchun's mood, which was still a little worried, immediately dissipated. To be able to afford this kind of car, it definitely wouldn't be bad for him to pay this lawyer's fee. In the car, Lu Feng described what happened in detail. The reason why he brought a lawyer there was because he was worried that there would be some kind of conflict in the hospital. And with a lawyer there, even if there was a conflict, it wouldn't have a negative impact on them. First People's Hospital, Orthopedics Advanced Ward. Xiahua was lying on the hospital bed with his hands hanging in the air, playing a game, and a few angry words popped out of his mouth from time to time. Slow down. The injuries on your body haven't healed yet. Here, have a banana. A middle-aged woman next to him who was covered in designer labels had a doting face, holding a banana and reaching for his mouth. Mom, put it aside. I don't want to eat it right now. You just spoil him. He has arms and legs. Look at what he's become now. Unthinking, uneducated. And now he's learned to molest little girls and fight. Xiao, what are you talking about? Is my son that kind of person? This is my son. It's only right that I spoil him. Don't talk about Xiaohua's faults all day long. It's all because of that bad thing. By the way, old Xie, have you cleaned up that bad boy yet? It's been a few days. Don't worry, I've already arranged it. These 2 days will do it. Don't even ask me who Xiao is. Dare to beat up my Xiao's son. Ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. Absolutely will not let him have good fruit to eat. Must let him have a good long memory. Xiahua, stop playing with your cell phone. Outside the hospital, Lu Feng's trio also arrived downstairs. Lu Mang, you stay in the car. Lawyer Gao and I will go up. On the way, Gao Shouzhuang talked to Lu Feng about a few more points of precautions and how to deal with conflicts when they arose. Xiahua's ward was confirmed at the nurse's station. The two walked straight over. The Xia family was really wealthy. These hospitals in Wancheng didn't have VIP wards. They didn't expect that the hospital would prepare a separate ward just for them now. Seeing the 3 people inside, Lu Feng presumed that it should be Xiahua's family of 3. Who are you looking for? The somewhat balding Xiao immediately stood up vigilantly when he saw the door of the room being opened and 2 unfamiliar faces coming in. Hello, Mr. Xia. I've come to take a look at Xiahua. It looks like Xiahua is recovering well. Who are you? I'm Lu Feng, Lu Mang's brother. As soon as she heard the word Lu Mang, the middle-aged woman who was sitting silently by the hospital bed immediately stood up with a furious look on her face, as if she had seen her father's murderer. Scram! You are not welcome here. Facing the woman's rebuke, Xiao didn't say a word, coldly staring at Lu Feng. Xiahua, who was lying on the hospital bed, finally put down his cell phone at this time, looking at Lu Feng with an arrogant face. Facing the hostility of the family of 3, Lu Feng did not flinch. Mr. Xia, I came here today to sincerely negotiate the conflict between your son and my brother. No need. There's nothing to negotiate. Lu Feng hadn't even finished his sentence when Xiao interrupted with an impatient look on his face. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. The woman's attitude was even more arrogant, with an expression that didn't put Lu Feng in her eyes at all. Hearing the woman say the word alarm, Lu Feng didn't know if it was due to an illusion or not, but he felt that Xiao's eyebrows frowned imperceptibly, associating it with his previous visit to the billiard room where he didn't find the video. His heart was even more certain of the speculation that Xia's family didn't want to call the police to solve the problem. Calling the police is fine. My brother beat someone up. It's time to let him suffer some lessons, which is not a bad thing for the future. When the time comes, let the police educate him properly. It was his fault, then he should reflect on it. However, Mr. Xia, from the video footage, it seems like your son made the first move. Lu Feng's sentence immediately froze. Xiao said. Chapter 79, Beautiful Hostess E. Lu Feng looked at Xiao calmly, and a hint of surprise appeared on Xiao's face. What video? I don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and leave. You are not welcome here. This reaction from Xiao further confirmed the speculation in Lu Feng's heart. Compared to them, the Xia family should be more afraid of calling the police. He swept a glance at Xiahua, who was lying on the hospital bed and was wearing an angry expression. Lu Feng was even more relieved in his heart. Mr. Xia, your son is so young. He definitely has a bright future ahead of him, but if he has a record in the police station, this will affect his whole life. Isn't it a bit of a small loss for a big loss? Mr. Xia, don't you think so? Xiao looked at Lu Feng. Every word Lu Feng said seemed to have hit his soft underbelly. Don't look at him criticizing Xiahua more than praising him. He actually hated him and had high hopes for him. He would never allow any bad record to be left for Xiahua in this matter. which was why he did not choose to call the police. What exactly do you want, Mr. Xia? I'll be straightforward then. Lu Mang hit your son. It's his fault, but your son spoke out of turn first, and it was also him who moved first. My brother was in self-defense. Even if you call the police, at most you will be educated and be responsible for your son's medical bills and all that. But your son is probably in big trouble. Disturbing public order. Indecent assault. When the time comes you will surely have to be detained. It's something that will stay on the record. Your son is still in school now, right? If this left a record, in the file has a record. In the future, if you want to enter the establishment, I guess it will be troublesome. What do you think, Mr. Xia? Xia Ao coldly looked at Lu Feng, pondering the size of this possibility. At this time, Xia Hua, who was lying on the hospital bed, shouted nervously, but was immediately interrupted by Xia Ao. He looked at Lu Feng, and the cold light in his eyes intensified. What do you want? It's best if we can turn a big matter into a small one. Of course, your son was injured after all. The medical expenses will definitely be our responsibility. In addition, I have prepared a 7-day trip to Hong Kong for your son. Go out and take a good break. This matter will just be turned over. What does Mr. Xia think? What are you thinking about? You beat me up like this. Just let it go. Hong Kong's 7-day trip. Our family lacks that little money. I'm telling you, this isn't over until we break his legs. As soon as he heard that he wanted to trivialize the matter, Xia Hua was the first to be reluctant. With an angry face, Xia Ao was actually a bit hesitant. He had seen the video of the billiard hall. The one who caused trouble was his son. The one who made the first move was also him. Going through the formal procedures, Xia Hua would definitely be detained. As Lu Feng said, if that happened, it would have a big impact on Xia Hua. That was not the result he wanted. However, if he just let it go, then the words he put out before, wouldn't it be a slip of the tongue, which was hitting his own face, and this would be a big loss of face, and heard his son's clamor. Some wavering Xia Ao immediately sobered up. The video he has deleted. This kid is bluffing. Do you hear me? Hurry up, Mr. Xia. I have the video of that day in my hand. If I give it to the police, you really don't think about it? Your son's future, you just don't care about it? Lu Feng was also in a hurry. Xia Ao was indeed an old fox, not so easily fooled. As soon as he heard the video, Xia Hua and Xia Hua's mom, both of them froze. Their arrogance instantly looked like they were doused with urine. Only wisps of smoke remained. Dad, husband, the two of them were anxious. Xia Ao suddenly turned around and glared at the two of them, frightening the two of them to shut their mouths tightly. Xia Ao regained his previous majesty and turned his head to look at Lu Feng. You threatened me. You're still a little too tender. The video, it's really in your hands. I don't believe it. If you're capable, you take it out. The matter of the video recording was something he had personally done. It was impossible for Lu Feng to have the video, so Xia Ao wasn't worried at all. Lu Feng was riding a bit of a tiger. Xia Ao wouldn't let up. This was troublesome. The middle-aged woman by the hospital bed looked at Lu Feng with some nervousness, and saw that Lu Feng didn't say anything, and her heart bottomed out even more. This kid even swindled her. Thinking that she was scared to pee just now, her anger was not out. 3 steps, she was going to rush up and slap Lu Feng. Dare to cheat my mother. See if I don't smash your face. Seeing this woman's brawny stance, Lu Feng and Gao Shoucheng were shocked and backed up. Just then the door of the ward was opened and a female doctor with a ponytail walked in. Seeing a doctor come in, the middle-aged woman squarely withdrew her hand and looked at Lu Feng with eyes as fierce as a viper. The female doctor glanced at the crowd and asked cautiously, "Who are you people?" Now the doctor is checking the room. Family members stay. Everyone else please go out and wait. Lu Feng felt very sorry for not convincing Xia Ao. Mr. Xia, if you've thought about it, you can call me. Here's my number. Lu Feng left a business card, and the two of them, along with Gao Shouzhuang, left in a sensible manner. Things were harder than he expected. The Xia family was very strong. Mr. Lu, without evidence, even if we report the case, it won't help. Gao Shouzhuang's reminder. Why wasn't Lu Feng aware of it? Otherwise, why would he have to run here today to put on such a show? Directly, he would have called the police. Then he would have talked so much nonsense with them. Lu Feng thought of hard and fast. Xia family broke Lu Mang's legs. He will break Xia Hua's legs and feet. Anyway, he does not lack of money. But if he really did that, the last person who suffered is still Lu Mang, and will also make the two parents more worried. That is not the result he wants. The best way is still reconciliation. This kind of reconciliation can't be like today. Shaved head and head hot. Otherwise it definitely won't work. It had to make the Xia family fear them and back off. This was another difficult problem. Although he had money now, after all, it wasn't accumulated overnight and hadn't formed a certain amount of influence. Otherwise, the Xia family wouldn't be so emboldened. Lawyer Gao, do you know anyone above you? Chief Gao immediately comprehended Lu Feng's intention, but Xia Ao was a prestigious figure in Wancheng, and it was not easy to find someone who could talk to him. The TV host Yi, I did deal with her a few times. This woman has 8 faces and is rumored to be on good terms with all the bigwigs in the city. Yi, this woman, Lu Feng knew. The beautiful host of the Wancheng TV station was very famous. Hearing Gao Shazhuang's proposal, Lu Feng was moved. Lawyer Gao, then it's hard for you to help arrange. Lu Feng thought that before he went to meet Yi, he had to prepare a present that he could hold in his hands. Otherwise, why would someone help you if they don't know you? After separating from Gao Shuchang, Lu Feng went to the local gold store. Wancheng is just a small city. Even the Golden Eagle does not have this kind of. Want to buy high-grade jewelry have no chance. After picking and choosing, Lu Feng chose one of the most expensive necklaces in the store, worth more than $100,000. Gao Shozhuang still had some connections. Lu Feng received his message, knowing that it had already been arranged. His heart was relieved. Brother, the necklace is too expensive. If you really want to give it away, it's $150,000. Lu Mang had some meat pain. Had he known that a fight would cost so much, he would rather be beaten up and not fight back. In this world, the most expensive thing is not money, it's relationships. If I can get into a relationship with this beautiful host, the money spent will be worth it. Lu Mang didn't care about the relationship or not. He only felt that this money was too much to spend. Brother, give me the necklace. Doesn't the surname Xia want to break my legs? Let him fight. I admit it. Chapter 80, Flirting with the Hostess, and Getting Flirted Back. Lu Feng looked at his brother Lu Mang with surprise, not expecting him to say such words. Lu Mang did not care about Lu Feng's eyes. His eyes burned staring at the necklace in his hand. The girlfriend's family has always disliked him for being poor. If he can give her this necklace, maybe the two of them will have a chance to make it. Breaking his leg was just a matter of lying in the hospital for 2 months. It was worth it to get a girlfriend in exchange. Want the necklace? Brother will give you a better one. You're my brother. Brother won't forget you. When this is over, bring your girlfriend out for me to meet. You don't like cars. BMW, Mercedes, Audi. See that one? Brother send you. Can you send a house? The Night Purple Yuan Hotel, which is considered the highest grade of the hotel in Wancheng. Some celebrities who come to Wancheng for business shows live here. In the VIP box on the 3rd floor, Gao Shozhuang and the two brothers Lu Feng and Lu Mang were already waiting for the arrival of the beautiful host Yi. About a quarter of an hour had passed from the agreed time, and there was still no one coming. Lu Mang was a bit unable to sit still. Brother, is it not coming? It's past time? Gao Shucheng's face was slightly embarrassed. Today's game was arranged by him. If he was stood up, he would have to make a big fool of himself. Thinking about the fact that Yi had promised him before but didn't come, there were a few unhappy moments in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. She was a celebrity. There were many people who wanted to see her. She wouldn't care what she thought. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little bit depressing. Don't be in a hurry. The big shots always have to come out last. Besides, you're dating your girlfriend. Has she ever been on time? Be a little more patient with women. Lu Feng's words instantly made the atmosphere in the room much lighter. Lu Mang scratched his head, as if it was a real thing. It was always him who arrived early, and his girlfriend didn't seem to be late. Just then, the door in the room was knocked. Sorry, driving at night is a bit congested. It's late. Lawyer Gao, long time no see. Thanks to your help in the last incident, I never had the chance to thank you properly. As soon as this woman appeared, the room was like it had turned from night to day, filled with dazzling light. Lu Feng didn't realize that compared to the TV, Yi looked so beautiful in reality. Several men stood up in a hurry. Lu Mang was the most unpleasant. His eyes were glaring straight, staring straight at the other party, looking very rude. Lu Feng, after all, had also seen beautiful women before. Apart from being a little surprised at first, he quickly regained his composure later on. Hostine, you are too polite. It's really a great honor for me to have you here tonight. Gao Chojun sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi owed him a favor, he really wouldn't have been able to get an appointment with her tonight. This woman really deserves to be a host. She is very eloquent, and in a few words, she made the relationship between the two of them clear and obvious. If he wanted to ask her out again in the future, it would probably be difficult. Hostine, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lu. Tonight is Mr. Lu's host. Lu Feng smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Hostine. First time meeting. I didn't expect you to be even prettier than on TV. Worthy of being the face of our Wancheng. Yi sized up Lu Feng for a few moments, and with her eyes that had seen countless people, she immediately saw a lot of information that she wanted to see. This young man was not simple. Very few people could act so calm and confident in a stare down with her. She had met quite a few big bosses and company executives with successful careers who couldn't even do this. This young man was not simple. Hello, Mr. Lu was flattered. Mr. Lu was really young and promising. Listening to his accent, he is a local of Wancheng. Our Wancheng is really a place of outstanding people and handsome talents. When I have the chance, I must interview Mr. Lu properly. It was Lu Meng's turn to be introduced. Yi was very surprised because these two brothers had very different temperaments. In her heart, she couldn't help but become more curious about Lu Feng's identity. A man from a superior background and a man who started from nothing. These two identities, her attitude was completely different. The guests and hosts were seated, and some pleasantries were exchanged. The atmosphere on the dinner table immediately became active. Seeing that the time was almost right, Gao Choucheng found an opportunity to get up and walk out of the box, handing over the initiative to Lu Feng. He was not involved in what the two talked about next, and whether it was successful or not had nothing to do with him. No matter who he faced in the future, he would be able to take it lightly. Seeing Lu Meng still looking like an afterthought, busy feasting, Lu Feng was somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he was uneasy about his brother, but the next thing he talked to Yi about might be a bit sensitive, and he was worried that Yi wouldn't open up if his brother was present. You go out and buy me a pack of cigarettes. By the way, I lent my lighter to Lawyer Gao. Turn back together and bring it to me. Lu Meng was a little confused. He remembered that his big brother didn't smoke, and it was just a lighter. What more was needed? Just wanted to ask. Was Lu Feng a look to scare back? Somewhat reluctantly, he got up and walked out. Host Yin, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Lu Feng pushed the pre-prepared necklace box over. Yi didn't go to pick it up immediately, but instead carefully sized up Lu Feng for a few moments. Mr. Lu, I have a question. I wonder if I can ask. Please speak. This question might be a bit rude. Please don't mind. Is the one sitting next to you just now your own brother? The two of you seem to have some similarities in your looks, but your mannerisms, the way you treat people, and your temperament and disposition seem to be very different. To put it in a more direct way, Mr. Lu looks like he grew up living in a mansion with a deep family, while your brother grew up in an ordinary family. So I'm very curious in my heart about what kind of a person Mr. Lu really is. Lu Feng didn't expect Yi to ask this question. He couldn't tell her that he had a system and had more money than he could spend, while his brother was poor and couldn't even get $10 out of his pocket, so he didn't have enough to bottom out. I don't know if Host Yin has heard of this saying, a woman becomes curious about a man, which is often the beginning of another story. Yi's eyes glowed. This man was teasing her, because of the special nature of her job. The characters she came into contact with were either rich or wealthy, and basically, they were mostly middle-aged people in their 40s, and although young people did come into contact with her, it was definitely the first time she had encountered one who talked to her like Lu Feng and dared to tease her like this. I don't know why. The heart is not only not angry, but also some excitement. She is 31 this year and is still single, because of contact with too many big people, so the vision unconsciously become a lot higher. The requirements of the other half, although she has always said no requirements, but precisely no requirements, is the highest requirements, has been based on the eye, so it has been single. Today, when she met Lu Feng, it surprisingly gave her a feeling of thumping heart. What if I say I don't mind? This time it was Lu Feng's turn to be surprised, not expecting Yi to answer this way. Looking at this beautiful woman in front of him, which was the goddess in the hearts of men in the entire Wancheng city, to say that there was no feeling at all was impossible. Chapter 81, Sister and Brotherly Love. Looking at Yi still waiting for his reply, Lu Feng didn't know how to speak for a moment. This was really a little kid playing with fire, and he had accidentally gotten himself into trouble. Just when he wanted to open his mouth, Yi, as if she had guessed what he would say, directly jumped the gun and opened her mouth. Just kidding with you. See how scared you are. Say it. After going through all this trouble and inviting me here today, what's the matter? Yi said as she unwrapped the jewelry box in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng smacked his lips with some regret. Yi was the most popular hostess in Wancheng in the past 2 years. If he brought her home, he was guaranteed to scare his dad and mom silly. Yin host, I should be older than you. Call me Sister Yin. After spending some time together, he realized that this seemingly high and mighty woman turned out to have such a down-to-earth personality. Sister Yin, I don't know if you know the governor of Hangan district, Mr. O, from Gao Shouzhuang. Lu Feng learned that this person had a very shallow relationship with the surname Xie. If he could get on with him, the Xie family would definitely not dare to be so unscrupulous again. Don't know. Lu Feng froze for a few seconds, feeling a sense of disappointment in his heart. However, when he heard Yi's next words, he almost took a breath and turned his back. Although I don't know District Governor O, I know Mayor Xia. This woman's playfulness said that she was 18 years old and no one would doubt it. Lu Feng was overjoyed in his heart. Sister Yin, Has anyone ever told you that if you talk like this, you will have no friends? Don't have too many people who want to be friends with me. Each and every one of them has dug in their hearts and exhausted their methods. Isn't the one in front of me a living example? Being teased by Yin. Lu Feng didn't care. Yin had really given him a surprise. This shows that Sister Yin has a lot of charisma. You are the dream goddess in the hearts of over 1 million people in Wancheng. Including you? That's for sure. The speed at which the two people's feelings warmed up was like roasted meat thrown on an iron plate. Squeaking. Say it, what is it exactly? Let Sister Yin see if it's worth selling this face. Knowing that Yin was joking with him again, Lu Feng didn't care and hurriedly opened his mouth, telling Lu Mang's matter. I didn't see it. One of your brothers can write and the other can fight. No wonder there is such a big difference in temperament. I know a little bit about this person Xiao. He is also a dignified figure in Wancheng, and this person also has a big temper. Having suffered such a big loss, wanting him to loosen up easily is indeed somewhat difficult. Yin voiced her opinion. It's because it's difficult. That's why I'm looking for Sister Yin. Humph. This necklace is good. Didn't spend a lot of money on it. At this moment, Yin had already opened the jewelry box, and when she saw what was inside, her eyes couldn't help but light up. There was no woman who wasn't attracted to good-looking jewelry. It's good that Sister Yin likes it. Brother Feng, this matter is difficult to say the least. If Mayor Xia is willing to step in, there definitely won't be any problems. But Mayor Xia, with 2 sleeves and a clean slate, the difficulty is not small. I still ask Sister Yin to guide me. Yin once again sized up Lu Feng. She had a good impression of him, so within her ability, she was still willing to help him out. It was just that even though she knew this big shot, it wasn't that easy to ask him to step in. Lu Feng, sis will be honest with you. Although I can talk to this person, it's still difficult to ask him to come forward. You also know very well that a character of this level is not that easy to invite. You should understand that. Yin looked at Lu Feng meaningfully. How could Lu Feng not understand Yin's words? Sister Yin, which section is this person mainly in charge of? Wancheng's second-in-command's surname was Ding, and this one's surname was Xia, so it seemed that he could only be the deputy. Education, culture, health. Lu Feng was silent for a moment. He had nothing but money now. Sending money directly. Sending less the other party can't see it. Sending more, he doesn't necessarily dare to accept it, is a problem. Sister Yin, what do you say I donate some money? Isn't this person in charge of education and health? I'll donate some ambulances, medical equipment and whatnot, and some scholarships. This should be considered as adding to his performance. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yin once again brightened up. This young man, not very old, but his brain is still quite active. This method is really good, and the timing Lu Feng chose was just right. She had heard a little rumor that this person should be able to move up further this year, and was expected to have a high hope of making it to the number 3 position. Lu Feng giving such a big gift at this time was simply a stroke of genius. Anything less won't do. Are you sure you want to do this? Yin's words reassured Lu Feng, not saying that it wasn't feasible, just that it couldn't be less, which meant that there was a chance. He lacked everything right now, just not money. $5 million each. How about it? Yin froze, looking at Lu Feng without saying a word. 5 million each. That added up to 10 million. Although there were quite a few rich people in Wancheng, there were definitely not many who could take out 10 million in cash. She didn't expect that this young man in front of her had such strong financial resources. Saying 10 million felt like $100. It really impressed her. At this moment, her curiosity towards Lu Feng doubled once again. Why isn't it enough? How about doubling it? 20 million? It wasn't that Lu Feng didn't want to donate more. The gun hit the head. He was from Wancheng, and if he was too high profile, it would be easy to attract people's thoughts. Yin's heart was pounding. She didn't expect Lu Feng to be so rich, greatly exceeding her expectations. A person who could take out $20 million for a good cause would never have only this much money on him. This meant that Lu Feng's worth was estimated to break 100 million or even more. Enough, 10 million is more. Donating so much, is it showing off that you're rich? Sister, I'm short of money. You're so rich, give some love to sister. Sister Yin is poking fun at me again. Poof, right, you keep it quiet for now. I'll mention it to this person. He should be there in person at that time. I'll ask my friend to give you a feature in the newspaper again. You'll be famous. When the water flows, you can ask him to make peace, and it won't be a big problem. Hey, $10 million. You rich people, you really don't treat money as money. Yin revealed a look of emotion. Sister Yin, I toast you. Spending money to solve a problem was the result Lu Feng wanted to see the most. Besides, this 10 million was not a bad thing to spend. Not only did he get a name, but he also got in touch with such a big shot, so if he wanted to do anything in the future, it would not be a matter of words. Small place, relationship is sometimes more useful than money. A glass of wine just wants to get rid of me. Sisterine has done me such a great favor. Of course it can't end with a glass of wine. Sisterine, you tell me. As long as I can do it, I will never excuse myself. Eni sized up Lu Feng, and suddenly her mind flashed with a good idea. Chapter 82, Faces Earned, Not Given by Others. If a woman looks at you with too bright a gaze, it means you may be in bad luck, because that's the kind of gaze a hunter sees in his prey. At this moment, Lu Feng met Eni's gaze and his body tightened with the feeling of being targeted by a hunter. Really? Promise anything? You can still eat me up? That way not so much. Your necklace is very pretty. It matches my evening gown. I'll keep it for you for now. In a week's time, I'll be attending a dinner party and I'm short of a date, so you can accompany me. It's decided. No refusal. Fairy in the sky. This kind of good thing even let him meet. This is really the life of the main character. A word from Sister Ian. I'll do whatever I have to do in the soup and fire. It was about time. Lawyer Gao and Lu Mang, who had been waiting impatiently outside the door, returned to the box again. Seeing that in the box, the two of them were talking and laughing. The atmosphere was very cordial. Gao Chieftain breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that things had gone well. He couldn't help but look at Lu Feng a few more times. This young man wasn't simple. Even a woman like Eni could be easily handled. It's no wonder that he could drive a Rolls-Royce at such a young age. People with talent are multifaceted. Although Lu Mang didn't see anything, he always felt that the relationship between his brother and this woman had suddenly become much closer. Big Brother has really changed. He wasn't this popular with women before. Thinking that this was the dream goddess of all the men in Wansheng, and that she was so close to her brother, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her heart. Well, the meal has been eaten and the wine has been drunk. I should go. I have to work tomorrow. Feng Di, don't forget what you promised me, Sister Ian asked. I won't forget. I still have to wait for your news. Seeing Eni getting into the car and leaving, Lu Mang on the side finally couldn't hold back and asked about the doubts in his heart. Brother, what's the situation? You guys knew each other before? How did you guys become so familiar? Lawyer Gao, who was on the side, also perked up his ears, obviously very curious as well. But what he was curious about was how Lu Feng was able to win this woman's trust in such a short period of time. He was 35 this year and still single. If he had Lu Feng's skill, even if he only learned the skinny, he would probably be able to solve his marriage matters. Lu Feng didn't answer him directly, but looked at Gao Shouzhuang. Without Gao Shouzhuang's matchmaking, he was still looking for connections everywhere. Lawyer Gao, thanks a lot for today. The lawyer's fee will be paid at double. Gao Choucheng didn't excuse himself. In order to help Lu Feng, he used up Eni as a favor. Lu Feng gave him money and he took it with peace of mind. Thanks a lot, Mr. Lu. It's getting late, so I'll go back too. If there's any situation, you can contact me again. I'll be at your beck and call. In a few moments, Gao Shoucheng also left. Lu Mang opened his mouth again. Today was considered to be a long day, but because of this, hit a belly full of doubts. Brother, you quickly say what the situation is, and how you suddenly became so rich. Last time you came back, I see you still worry about an sister-in-law engagement without money. How now? This is a long story, I will tell you later, but there is one thing that can give you assurance. Brother's money is all decent money. This point you can rest assured. There is also your matter, basically considered resolved. As soon as Lu Mang heard that he was fine, he was so excited that he forgot to continue pursuing Lu Feng, and was about to pull out the phone to report the good news to his girlfriend. Hey, 1-1, I'm Lu Mang. It's okay, it's all solved. Yes, my brother came back, he helped me out. Sharing the good news with his girlfriend, Lu Mang felt refreshed. Unfortunately, now she can't get out for a while, because of the last time he got into a fight. Now her family is on strict defense, asking her to break it off with herself. Lu Mang is depressed and can't do anything about it. What's wrong? Hanging your head. After a phone call, she was still excited just now, but she wilted in the blink of an eye. It's okay, I can solve it. Lu Mang forced a smile. He didn't want to appear too incompetent in front of his brother. Lu Feng also saw his falsehood and didn't point it out. Men all want to save face. Pro brothers are no exception. Let's go. Go home first. In the car, Lu Feng opened his cell phone and saw dozens of messages, and hurriedly checked them carefully. Tao Yila's messages were all asking him how things were going and if they were going well. Wei Xiao, Zhou Ruoxin and Song Leng's messages were all asking him if he had been busy recently and hadn't been online for a few days. There were also 2 messages from Kobe, telling him that he had already found out the information of the female traffic cop, and that the information had already been sent to his mailbox. In addition to these people, his ex-girlfriend and his boss, Han Yu, also sent messages. The former was asking him what he was doing in the past 2 days and how the bride price was prepared. Actually, Shermini wanted to ask Lu Feng why he moved, why he didn't go to work, and whose car he drove. but she didn't have the heart to ask directly. The two have already broken up, but also to prepare part of the bride price. Lu Feng does not want to continue to take care of her. I wanted to even delete WeChat, but after hesitating, I still didn't delete it. As for Han Yu, asked him when he would go back to work. He had taken a week's vacation in a row, which was really unprecedented. Because his boss named him at the regular meeting, he was worried that he would be asked about him again at the next regular meeting, so Han Yu paid more attention. To his surprise, the exclusive client that the WoW platform had arranged for him had also left him a message, and Lu Feng saw that there was not only a message, but also a missed call. The general content of the exclusive client's message was to tell him that the Music Star and Dance Star campaigns would be held this week, reminding him not to forget to participate. A message was sent back to Han Yu, telling her that she had a family matter and would go back to work next week. The others, he didn't intend to pay attention to. Of course, this other people didn't include Tao Yila. Counting the time, he really hadn't been online for several days. I've been busy for the past few days, but today I have some time, and there is an official event, so it's a good time to brush gifts. After the system was upgraded to the official version, it was 10 times the cash. It was the time for him to show off his skills. Lu Feng intends to go online tonight. Don't not go online for a few days. Everyone has forgotten about the existence of his trench. The car stopped in the neighborhood, and the two of them got out. Just then a somewhat familiar voice came from behind them. It's Little Feng back. When did you come back? Bought a car. This car is not cheap. Lu Feng turned around. The people who spoke were the downstairs neighbors. Uncle Wang's family. Uncle Wang, Auntie Wang, nothing to sneak around. I just came back yesterday. Uncle Wang circled around Lu Feng's car. Although he didn't recognize the Cullinan, the car didn't look cheap. There had never been such a good car in the neighborhood. Besides, he knew that Lu Feng had stayed in Magic City to work right after graduating from college. No worse than her daughter, and after working for only a year, he was able to drive such a good car, which was mixing well. Little Feng, Uncle Wang has been optimistic about you since you were a child, and knew that you would definitely have a future. See, Uncle Wang was not wrong. Now you have a car. By the way, Wang Lu is also back. Your classmates. Keep in touch. Old Lu was blessed to have given birth to such a good son. The two had just left when Lu Mang, who was on the side, bristled. Surnamed Wang's dog's eyes look down on people. I'm a big living person. Turn a blind eye. Put his daughter gold like 8 treasure Dan. I heard that in addition to civil servants a whisk not married. Old man. Really not something. Well, want others to look up to you, then you do a good job. Face is earned, not given by others.